Chapter 1 Gu Chongqing. In the eastern wilderness, within Theramov cultivation 9th, southern domain, least heavenly sword sect. A Sodom descends, a gentle breeze stirs Theer. Do you aspire to become the chief disciple? Thegasoft of the forelders, aside from the grand elder Wu Tao, converge upon the boy and Thegrandal, their expressions peculiar. This boy, merely 11 years of age, is garbed in a fitted blockrobe. His cultivation is indiscernible. With a calm demeanor, the boy faces these a renowned powerhouses without a tray, soft trepidation and speak softly, before old Mude parted, has Sur discussed this matter. Up in hearing this, the foreelders furrow their brows, exchange a glance ceases, they communicate with their ritual senses. Then, the second elder's frone relaxes as she's eyes deply. Gu Chongqing, your master old Mude indeed mentioned this, but the position of Keef disciplineth heavenly sword sect thus long been decided. Your master was aware of this scooted beheaded noten for my u before his departure? The blacklit boy named Gu Chongqing light lie raised his gaze, not looking Gathielders seat in high positions. His eyes rest upon the illusory sword revered in the hall, and he softly states, the chief disciple holds the power of heavenly sword the only can. Andy. Can. As Gu Chongqing gutters the say words, a flicker of radiant light glimmers within Yising Kai black eyes. Nuna notices the illusory heavenly sword quiveringly, as a fin response. What a joke, the irascible fourth eldero arsliki alien, his imposing gaura causing Favoravoy to distort. He glares with eyes like bronzabel sand bellow say Gu Chongqing, you insolent child, were it not for our master's reputation, I could crush you with a mere finger. Do you think the heavenly sword can be wielded more libby words? 40,000 years. For a full 40,000 years, our heavenly sword sect thas produced numerous prodigious talents, yet none have been able to wield heavenly sword. Otherwise, the heavenly sword sect would not have fallen to its state. This boy, an ordinary mortal, dares to speak so brazen laughable. Gu Chongqing withdraws his gaze, a serenus my leg racing slips a chess off lar plies, that is because I have not committeth that time here. Silent scene volobstal. What has this boy been nurtured onto be so audacious? Seemingly fatigued, Gu Chongqing on sand stretches, then turns to leave a Thegrandal, saying, 3 dacians, remember to attend the ceremony, esteemed elders. The fourth elder suppress she's urged to eliminate Tethys Braton grumbles, very well, if I outrilipo says such capability, during the disciple selection ceremony in 3 days, I feel can wield heavenly sword, I shall acknowledge waste the chief disciple. The fourth elder speaks with conviction. Gu Chongqing figure gradually recedes, as malingering in his lips. Until Gu Chongqing vanishes from sight, the hall remains shrouded in silence. Moments later, the fourth elder breaks the stillness, expressing his vexation. What kinda freakus the told man brought back? How utterly arrogant. The previous lizzlant third elder strokes his long beard Dan murmurs, I heard from brother Vuthay thou was brought out from burial heaven's old land. Burial heaven's old land? At the mention of this name, the expression soft hilder shift drastically. The second elder wave Shishan dismissively, do not concern yourselves with his origins during the disciple selection ceremony in 3 days, shall ascertain his boy's talents. As for the position of Keef disciple, his master is no tunawero for sect's current predicament upon his return, he will not blame us. Moreover, since the Tholman left the sect, his solium fos demed him may have encountered misfortune. A hint of were a cloud's second elder's face. This true lie sat tumultuousdom forth heavenly sword sect. Unbeknownst to Gu Chongqing, remains oblivious to thehappenings within Thegrandal, has scholarly tubserveth heavenly sword. And to for a reminder to the sealders. As for the old man leaving the mountain? That was Gu Chongqing's instruction. He emerged from burial heaven's old land, not brought forth be the old man helitermere lametamatha periphery. No Thaith has returned, itis demita commenceth the handling off certain matters. Having slumbered for so long, I still find it somewhat disconcerting. Gu Chongqing gleisure limake she's way back to his Abodian Longman Mountain. The heavenly sword sectin compass says 5 main peaks heaven, earth, deity, and ghost. Longman Mountain is note among them. Longman Mountain serves merely yasat temporary epic for receiving disciples, typically be Gu Chongqing's master. Now, with his master gone, only Gu Chongqing remains. Oh no. There is something conspicuous in your sister. Haveth he acquiesced? As Gu Changxing ascends the mountain, he harsical, detached female voice, devoid of fanny hint of confusion, yet lay said with the hint of derision towards Brent naivety. Gu Changxin smiles nonchalant lie Shariakis the summit. The expanse of Longman Mountain Dajian folds before Hai's eyes. Not far away, beneath Longman Mountain archway, a slender girl clad in red leans against it, one hand restingber, theater holding Gasami Watata redencient text, her gazafixa to dupenit, so much as thatchido as no tevinglanting's arrival. Gu Changxin galts beside their cladril, glancing gath the ancient, rolling Izai Isa sharamarks, just an old sword manual wat is so captivating gabuti? Thegro raises her gaze, Hirayas drifting goverthiancient textures to pawn Theboy, Herbritiascom, and Sharapli sevenly, the old man instructed Meadow Bimmery accommodating towards Sayu. Asha likely anticipates your propensity for erratic speech and actions. Gu Changxin grins widely, then Hesur lidded not mention who I am. There'd cladril closest the ancient text, which Gu Changxin gat is Miss das Samerus word manual, enter and stow leave. Just then, a breeze wafts throw. Her regiments flutter against Gu Changxing's face, carrying with Themani Kefir grants. Before he can savor it, there'd cladrils already a distance away. The empty expansive Flongman mountain coes with her was hoiworizof not concerned home, but to permissed the oldman, soin 3 days, go ahead I will ensure your safety. The tistrally appreciated. Gu Changxing glafshirdi, striding towards Thebak mountain. Therely a 3 thatched cottages left for him be the oldman for cultivation. Gu Changxing casts a glance at adjacent cottage, where weathered cladrils already engaged in her practice. Thoughtis near sister resides in Longman mountain, Hehesin lies seen here on seizing Kehis arrival Thizismer Litherskind encounter. She seems to spend little to me here. Perhaps she's a wary off Gu Changxin Sao dacity in declaring is Tizarito Bekamekif disciple, and coupled with the oldman's instructions before leaving the mountain, there'd cladger last return ed to keep watch over him. Top preventin mishaps during these 3 days. Gu Changxing Paishernamend, returning to his son contagion settling down in meditation. He gradually closeshes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. In that moment, his small frame seems imbued with boundless strength. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying gower radiates from Gu Changxing, as if the psycho-free incarnation is in motion and all things are reviving. In the adjacent cottage, there'd cladger labrupt lightern sure head toward her neighbor. What is this? What o Ashimanitethi a rayof Dao? A flicker o fastonish meant to pierce in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 2 10 years later, you must assist me the task. Boom! A Sudenklapoft Hunder reverberates, shaking Thentrity oaf the eastern wilderness. Above heavenly sword sect, dark clouds gather ominously, with fierce sama thunder serpents occasionally revealing therminiscent forms. Rumbling. In the blinkafini, torrential rain begins to cascade. Thefereldersoft heavenly sword sect gaze upward in astonishment, their expressions bewildered. What is the naturif this tunder? The magnificent Mytoft he heaven steers the heart so fevent the seasoned cultivators, causing Gasons Ophuniacy to wash over them. Simultaneously, numerous powerful figures from various sects within the southern domain of the eastern wilderness gazi, toward the direction of the heaven word sec, their brows creased in confusion. Longman Mountain. 3 thatched cottages. Hongless stairs and tent lieth a neighboring cottage, herajuli tranquilias rippling with an ease. Wiliathers may be oblivious, she's acutely aware of thought, sorciof the anomalous with the newly arrived junior brother. The old man had mentioned that this junior brother emerged from burial heaven's old land. In that place, Nuni Hasaver turned alive. How could Dane Levini year-old boy, devoid of fana cultivation, have meditau? Now, as this phenomenon begins to manifest, Hongla's mind recess with questions. The origin soft this junior brother must be extraordinary. Icon Italo Thysa Nomalitis spread otherwise, the heavenly sword sect will draw in one attention. With a soft sigh, Honglo avesh her hand. Buzz. The celestial phenomenon above the heavenly sword sect vanish as an instant. Yet thever an extant. Rumbling. An even more terrifying scene unfolds. A layer of crimson cloud engulfs the heavens over the eastern wilderness, casting gay bloody heat across the land. It is as if Theskius bleeding. Hongla springs to her feet, stepping outside her cottage, gazing upward, momentarily at a loss for words. What kind Doffminster has the old man brought back? Fortunately, as Theon Malleus vast, nunni connect sitteth the heavenly sword sect. However, to prudent, Hongli employsher magic to conceal Longman Mountain, to tattract the attention off the discerning. Thebla dread cloud phenomenon lingers foreigner, prompting speculation among the mighty of Eastern wilderness scu da great catastrophe befall the region? Alas, they return empty-handed after their inquiries. Meanwhile, Gu Changxing, the owner responsible for thighs evil, hassle radio pinadize. Everything appears says it should be. Other than his eyes shining brighter, there are rena changes. Gu Changxing Rasan steps outside his room. Hongla remained vigilant lie stationed outside the dwelling. As Gu Changxing emerged, she immediately opened her eyes, her bright gaze scrutinizing him from to toe. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Changxing inquired, "You have been waiting here all this time we haven't looked at the clothes?" Thay garment shen jin jout sid were a thorough lizo ached, thuff thee wear an othasone. With a puff of air, Hong limit no visible move, yettle the garments were instant lidreed. Her gas remained fixing Gu Changxing gas east, what oux the ray of Dao? Gu Changxing relaxed his brow and smiled, responding, "What is thou?" Hong lifroned, donnet feign ignorance. Gu Changxing spread hishins, feigning innocence a share plied. "It really did not know, dear sister." Hong lit disregarded this pretense and stated plainly, "From no one, it wished to cultivate by your side." Gu Changxing glooped in surprise, "But I monly eleven years old." At this, a flicker of indignation appeared in the girl's eyes. Gu Changxing, unfazed, placed his hands behind his back, adopting a demeanor of fallacy out has remarked, "If you wish to benefit, itis not so simply you must offer something go equivalent value." Hong Li suppressed the inexplicable injure within yer and softened her tone. "Speak." Gu Changxing waggled his index finger before him, whispering, "Into years, you must assist me with a task." After a moment of silence, Hong Li slightly nodded, "Very well." She did note inquiry what the task entailed, yet she understood that at this juncture, she could accomplish what 90% of the world couldn't. A clever girl, Gu Changxing praised, "It seems the old man has taught you well." Hong Li furrowed her delicate brows, "You should dadress mess me as senior sister." Gu Changxing chuckled, "But I have a note to kinany vows." Hong Li regarded he 11-year-old boy, feeling an inexplicable strangeness about him. Yet, recalling thward soft he old man from my ears past that every individual in this world is unique, just like herself she's at his side her dotes. In a gentle tone, Hong Li advised, "You should refrain from descending the mountain for the next 3 days." Although day marked thief day since Gu Changxing gas and dead the mountain, he had actually spent the previous days below, resident in Erbe village, as for Ashik knew. He had been laboring alongside death of farmers, chopping wood, cooking, planting rice, and cleaning. If Gu Changxing galed from a farming family deep within the mountains, it would be comprehensible. However, given the themerjed from the ancient burial ground soft on, his engagement in such task him other peculiar. Thoth hair words were indirect, they serve das a village reminder to Changxing. In 3 days, the heavenly sword sect would hold a disciplinary recruitment ceremony at Longmen Mountain Gu Changxing Gauda Focusha Satin that. Do I understand what Taoist? Gu Changxing posed that question reminiscent of phone Hong Li had previously asked. With her beautiful as fiquet on him, Hong Li calmly replied, "The day follows to natural order." Gu Changxing smiled and remarked, "The ultimate day returns to the mundane, and the power of him mundane is transcendence. Doest that mean you transcend in themer tal realm? Not quite timor ya climate the soft world. You do not belong to E's world? I never claimed that. Is the Deo present in themer tal realm? Would I alike to teach you the best method to attain enlightenment?" Gu Changxing did not look at Hong Libut instead scored. "The hour was nearinjit send. The sunshine and theist." Hong Larlak set her brow, "Pray, enlighten." Gu Changxing smiled on some more. In an instant, Hong La grasped implication behind her junior brother's word she was about to make another request. Yet, considering his background, she could not help but inquire, "Speak, what is your request?" Gu Changxing pointed o near Bishadi Daria, saying, "Gatheri and fetchus twerking chairs latus conversit leisure." Hong Li's lips twitched slightly, suppressing harassing ire, Sheflicked her delicate fingers. Buzz. From afar, 2 segments soft bamboo soared forth from the bamboo grove, gracefully, splitted in midair before a transforming into two rocking chairs that landed steadily beneath the shade. Gu Changshin observed the spectacle, then approached, reclining Gononoff rocking chairs, closing his eyes in his fights eye. Hongli, however, did not sit behind against the tree trunk. Her beautifully fixed in Gu Changshin gas, he softly urged, "No, you may speak." Gu Changshin languidly replied, "The best way to an enlightenment is to find a comfortable state, much like sleeping." Hongli's fair visage darkened slightly. "Are you jesting with him?" Applepa a ray of terror enveloped Gu Changshin. Yet he appeared oblivious, half appealing his eyes to glance at Hongli, lazily responding, "You'll no want see a tree." Seeing this, Hongli, furious and sunk known, found herself semi-weight inclined to trust Gongchi. She suppressed her aura, skeptically reclined on the rocking chair, and closed her eyes. Donnet pondered Deo simple sleep. His voice drifted to her ears, youthfully yet soothing. Moments later, the aura surrounding Hong Li began to fuse an invisible stream, flowing past Gu Changshin, who cast a callan seeth his senior sister ansmoled faintly. Reclining on the rocking chair, Harilish the gentle breeze of thought carried on tough gazing towards the ancient burial ground soft tion, a flicker of irritation crossing, easy full facia shimmered, repetitively engage in singular task is bound to become vexing. Chapter 3. Prepare to be amazed. In the following 3 days, the two siblings, referred to as senior sister and senior brother, sought to find their most comfortable state, indulging in a sense of complacency rather than engaging in cultivation. Gu Changshin, being an ordinary mortal, was relatively unfazed by this, as he had never experienced the rigors of training. However, Hongli, at the age of 16, had been practicing for a considerable time. It was said that she was taken to Longmin Mountain by an elderly man when she was merely 1 year old, marking the commencement of her cultivation journey. Yet, Hongli had never involved herself in the affairs of the Heavenly Sword sect. Despite being recorded within its annals, she possessed little presence in the sect. In fact, her significance was even less than that of Gu Changshin, who had only recently joined the sect for a mere 7 days and was already boasting about aspiring to be the chief disciple. Since her initiation into cultivation, Hongli had never slacked off, yet in these past 2 days, she had genuinely permitted herself to relax. Strangely, her aura had become increasingly natural. Today marked the day when the Heavenly Sword sect would accept new disciples. The Masters of the Five Peaks were expected to arrive at Longmin Mountain. As for Gu Changshin, the Five Peaks leaders sent out divine senses to search the area but failed to detect his presence. The fourth elder could not help but voice his concern. The second elder sighed, hoping that this little fellow would retreat in the face of difficulty today to avoid disrupting the grand plans of the sect. The fourth elder scoffed, asserting that even if he did show up, it mattered little. The position of chief disciple had already been secured by the exceptional third prince of the Daxia dynasty, who was simply incomparable to Gu Changshin. "Everyone, let us proceed to Longmin Mountain," the Masters of the Five Peaks declared, gathering at the sect's venue. The disciples had already prepared everything in anticipation of the new entrance. The seeds destined to join the sect had long been gathered at the foot of Longmin Mountain, waiting with bated breath. Among them, a particularly striking young man commanded attention, clad in resplendent garments. Adorned with jade pendants and precious rings, he exuded an aura of vitality, clearly a practitioner who had traveled far along the path of cultivation. Accompanying him was a composed young man, equally distinguished in demeanor and cultivation, who held the young man in high regard. "Your Highness, should we notify them?" the somewhat sullen-eyed young man inquired, bowing slightly towards the splendidly attired youth as they observed the stillness atop Longmin Mountain. The young man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need to rush. Let us wait a moment longer. Today's disciple acceptance ceremony for the Heavenly Sword sect is less about accepting disciples and more about holding a welcome event for him. After all, no one among this group possesses talent that can compare to his. Good things come to those who wait." Just then, the disciple responsible for leading the group received word and promptly conveyed the message to the third prince of the Daxia dynasty. "Let us proceed." The young man in splendid attire smiled faintly, stepping forward confidently. The composed youth followed closely behind, with the leading disciple and others trailing afterward. This time, there were as many as 300 individuals entering the sect, though a selection process would inevitably eliminate a portion of them, leaving perhaps only half to join. The procession ascended the steps of Longmin Mountain with great vigor. With each step, lotus flowers seemed to bloom beneath their feet. making the ascent to the 3,000-meter-high mountain feel effortless. Longmin Mountain, aptly named for its symbolism of koi leaping over the dragon gate, represented the transformation into true dragons upon crossing its threshold. Despite the decline of the Heavenly Sword sect, it still exuded an air of grandeur, as someone in the crowd quietly remarked. The guiding disciple heard this and chose not to refute it. The Heavenly Sword sect, once a pinnacle force in the eastern wilderness and throughout the 3,000 states of the Xinhuang realm, was now a shadow of its former self. Even the legendary Heavenly Sword, renowned as the leader of the Five Swords, had gathered dust for over 40,000 years. However, following today, change was certain. The guiding disciple's gaze fell upon the splendidly attired youth ahead, harboring a glimmer of hope. This individual would undoubtedly become the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect in the future. At the Longmin Mountain venue, the masters of the Five Peaks sat in meditation, resembling five venerable deities. Other true disciples either stood poised in the air or held their swords, all awaiting the commencement of the ceremony with bated breath. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as the second elder of the Five Peaks slowly opened his eyes. Radiating an aura akin to that of a formidable figure, his kind expression bore a hint of satisfaction, and even the typically irascible fourth elder showed rare signs of amiability, nodding and stating, "This individual may indeed reverse our sect's fortunes and reclaim our former glory." "Here they come," the second elder remarked just as the splendidly attired youth stepped into the collective sight of the assembly. The remaining participants followed suit, and the over 300 individuals stood in formation without a hint of crowding, instead appearing remarkably dispersed. The youth and maidens among them felt a twinge of nervousness. The grandeur of the Heavenly Sword sect was overwhelming. The presence of the Five Peaks Masters loomed above them like celestial beings, and even the slightest hint of their aura felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon them. "Let us begin." Although the Five Peaks Masters were pleased with the third prince of the Daxia dynasty, the formal proceedings still needed to unfold. The first elder raised his hand, striking the air with a sweeping motion. A resounding boom echoed as a door of void slowly opened above the Longmin Mountain venue. An ancient and profound aura enveloped the 300 participants, emanating from the newly revealed portal. Behind this door lay 99 steps of azure stone, flanked by ancient bronze sword bells suspended in midair. Though each of you has tested your innate talents to join our Heavenly Sword sect, one must ascend the heavenly ladder. Those who reach the 10th step may enter the sect. The 20th step grants access to the inner sanctum, while the 30th step qualifies one as a true disciple under the tutelage of the Masters of the Five Peaks. Ascending to the 40th step allows one to become a disciple of the Grand Elder, and reaching the 50th step designates one as the Chief Disciple. As for surpassing the 50th step, it has not been mentioned, for after the decline of the Heavenly Sword sect, very few have managed to accomplish such a feat. "Let us commence." The second elder nodded slightly, casting a benevolent glance at the third prince of the Daxia dynasty. Filled with anticipation, based on earlier reports, it was believed that the prince possessed extraordinary talent, and it was expected that he would easily surpass the 50th step. "Why the haste? My esteemed chief disciple has yet to arrive." A voice rang out from a distance. As the crowd turned to locate the source, they were taken aback to see a young boy draped in black, leisurely making his way toward them. The expression on the face of the first elder darkened, while the fourth elder nearly lost his composure. "Gu Chongqing has actually come. Gu Chongqing, take your place at once," the second elder commanded, effectively curbing the fourth elder's ire. Given that the third prince of the Daxia dynasty was present, it was essential to avoid any potential conflict. The third prince cast a glance at Gu Chongqing, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Did you just claim to be the chief disciple?" Others, equally curious, wondered who this audacious child was to dare assert such a title in the entire Heavenly Sword sect and the Daxia dynasty. Who did not know that the chief disciple for this generation had already been reserved by the third prince? Gu Chongqing, however, paid no heed to the prince's inquiry and instead smiled warmly at the masters of the Five Peaks, saying, "You esteemed elders truly honor your commitments, arriving so early to witness the ceremony in light of your thoughtfulness. I assure you that you shall be thoroughly amazed shortly." Chapter 4. "This kid is truly a genius." The first elder was incensed, while the fourth elder spoke in a low, stern voice. Gu Chongsheng, if you have come to cause trouble, you would do well to step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding your master's reputation. This boy was truly out of his mind. What nonsense was he spouting? To claim that he would amaze them was an affront to the dignity of the Heavenly Sword sect. Gu Chongsheng remained unfazed, chuckling, "Not to worry. Once I ascend the heavenly ladder, you will be begging me to assume the position of chief disciple." The masters wore dark expressions, unwilling to engage with this embarrassing character. "Begging you to be the chief disciple? Why don't you just ascend to the heavens instead?" The second elder dismissed him with an impatient wave. The third prince's frown deepened. He remained silent, but the composed young man behind him stepped forward. Snorting derisively, "A mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation, dares to contend for the chief disciple position? What a farce! Are the standards for entering your esteemed sect truly this low?" The youth, named Xiahiba, offered a slight bow to the masters, yet his gaze was filled with disdain as it fell upon Gu Changsheng. At this remark, many disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect frowned. This was not merely an insult to Gu Changsheng, but a slight against the entire sect. "Xiahiba, do not be disrespectful," the third prince admonished sharply. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I merely cannot tolerate a mere mortal daring to vie for the position that rightfully belongs to you." The youth hastily clarified. The third prince retorted coldly, "Silence." He then turned to the masters of the 5 peaks, bowing sincerely. "This junior has been inept in managing matters, and I seek your understanding." The masters, wise and seasoned, recognized the underlying tension between the prince and his attendant, stemming from Gu Chongsheng's presence. The second elder finally spoke. "Gu Chongsheng is eligible to participate in the ascent of the heavenly ladder. But once he has completed it, matters will return to normal." Standing to the side, Gu Chongsheng clasped his hands behind his back, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "The chief disciple you have chosen does not seem particularly impressive. He appears to be rather cunning." Xiahiba's expression hardened, and he unleashed an aura that pressed down upon Gu Chongsheng like a prison. However, the third prince intervened, extending his hand to halt Xiahiba's advance. And with a faint smile, he addressed the masters, "Esteemed elders, let us begin. I am not concerned that a mere mortal might seize the chief position that is rightfully mine. If that were to happen, it would merely indicate my own inadequacy." Previously, there was merely a tinge of displeasure in his heart, and as for Gu Chongsheng, he truly did not regard him with any significance. Having said that, the third prince of the Great Xia directly strode towards the heavenly ladder, not casting a single glance at Gu Chongsheng. Upon hearing this, the first seat of the 5 peaks nodded slightly. If the third prince of the Great Xia exhibited such a lack of fortitude, they would indeed need to reconsider their stance. And what of Gu Chongsheng? What was that young man up to? The eyes of several elders fell upon Gu Chongsheng, and they were immediately met with a sense of incredulity. Instead of rushing towards the heavenly ladder, Gu Chongsheng had blended into the crowd, engaging in conversation with a young girl clad in green, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age. Initially, Gu Chongsheng surveyed the crowd before fixating on the green-clad maiden and approaching her. His opening line left the girl somewhat bewildered. "Once you enter the sect, stick with me and do not go seeking those individuals as your masters." The companions of the green-clad girl looked at Gu Chongsheng with expressions of utter disbelief. The girl herself was at a loss for words. "Trust me, you are far superior to that so-called prince," Gu Chongsheng stated earnestly. After delivering this proclamation, he paid no heed to the girl's thoughts and began ascending the heavenly ladder. The void gate was expansive, yet over 300 individuals entered in batches. Naturally, the first to step through the void gate was the third prince of the Great Xia, while Gu Chongsheng entered as part of the 5th group. Upon crossing the threshold of the void gate, an unimaginable weight pressed down upon his shoulders, rendering movement arduous. By the time he reached the 10th step, some individuals were directly pinned to the steps, forced to crawl. Nevertheless, the 10th step was the threshold to the sect, and most could manage to reach this point. Beyond the 10th step, the challenge intensified, with pressure emanating from all directions. One could only speculate how far the third prince could ascend. The first seat of the 5 peaks also took notice. Having been the first to enter the void gate and ascend the heavenly ladder, The third prince of the Great Xia had now surpassed 20 steps and was steadily making his way towards the 30th step. His gait unwavering. Oh, this lad is surprisingly steady. At that moment, the second elder caught sight of Gu Chongqing and was taken aback. Although Gu Chongqing had entered as part of the 5th batch, he had already surpassed several earlier groups and crossed 10 steps. After all, he was brought back by the old tomb. It was hardly conceivable that he was truly inept, the third elder remarked softly. A sentiment echoed by the others. The crowd's attention shifted once more to the third prince of the Great Xia, who continued his ascent with determination, soon reaching the 30th step. He exhaled a heavy breath, his gaze clear as he focused on the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder. It was rumored that a great secret lay at the top of this ladder. He wondered if he could reach its summit. He pressed on. Why the delay? A voice from behind interrupted the third prince, causing him to pause mid-step. Turning to look, he found Gu Chongqing, who had effortlessly caught up, exhibiting no signs of exertion. The third prince's expression darkened slightly, and he replied coolly, "You, my junior, are quite swift." Without further acknowledgement of Gu Chongqing, he resumed his ascent. Swift? Let me show you what true swiftness looks like. Gu Chongqing chuckled, and in the astonished gaze of the third prince, he began to sprint up the heavenly ladder, leaping 3 steps at a time. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed the third prince, leaving him far behind. How is this possible? The third prince was bewildered, as were the onlookers. The first seed of the 5 peaks and numerous disciples were equally astonished. Running up the heavenly ladder? This lad, the 4th elder, who had always held a disdainful view of Gu Chongqing, now found himself speechless in astonishment. Is he truly a genius? Having already surpassed the 30th step and racing towards the 40th, one could hardly deny his brilliance. The second elder chuckled bitterly. In contrast, the third prince, having regained his composure and begun to pursue fervently, was evidently lagging behind. By the time Gu Chongqing reached the 40th step, the third prince had barely reached the 30th. At that moment, they noticed another promising talent, a green-clad girl who had already ascended to the 20s and appeared to do so without difficulty. Was that not the same girl Gu Chongqing had spoken with earlier? Goodness, could it be that the Tianjin Dao sect is about to unveil 3 prodigies? In awe, Gu Chongqing dashed up to the 50th step. The third prince watched in disbelief, his breath quickening. The 50th step? The position of chief? No, that place belongs to me. The third prince's heart roared in fury as he continued his ascent, while Gu Chongqing pressed on towards the 60th step. The first seat of the 5 peaks, could scarcely contain himself. The 50th step had already exceeded their expectations. What manner of being was Gu Chongqing? Chapter 5. Heaven bless the Tianjin Dao sect. Seal the sect immediately. While the other 4 elders remained in shock, the head elder's expression turned grave as he called out sharply. The others were jolted back to reality, their expressions equally solemn. Without further ado, they acted swiftly, first activating the protective formation of the sect, then establishing layers of barriers to envelop the entire Tianjin Dao sect, rendering those who lurked in the shadows oblivious to their presence. Their collective gaze fixated on Gu Chongqing. Just days prior, they deemed this young man unbearably arrogant. Today, they understood that he had anticipated this outcome all along. In a wonder he spoke with such bravado. They glanced at the third prince of the Great Xia, who was left in Gu Chongqing's wake, struggling to ascend the 40th step. Stimulated by the competition, the third prince began to push himself harder. Yet, whether it was due to a change in mindset or some other factor, he found himself slowing down, drenched in sweat and pallid by the time he reached the 38th step. In stark contrast, Gu Chongqing, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, effortlessly surpassed the 50th step and continued his ascent towards the 60th. As Gu Chongqing crossed the 60th step, the ancient bronze sword bells flanking the azure stone steps resonated with a sudden clarity, shaking off years of dust as if awakened from a long slumber. From the 60th step downward, 120 bronze bells rang out simultaneously. The sound echoed majestically, as if to reverberate through the heavens. Although the barriers erected by the first seed of the 5 peaks could obscure external perception, they could not stifle the transmission of this resonant bell toll. Across a radius of 100,000 miles, it was audible to all. the top-tier experts of the Great Xia dynasty, who had been closely monitoring the Tianjin Dao sect, began to extend their congratulations to the Great Xia Emperor. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. We rejoice in your honor." The sounding of the bronze bells within the Tianjin Dao sect signified the emergence of a divine child. The third prince was destined to be that divine child. What is a divine child? One blessed with the stature of a deity. A deity embodies the zenith of human potential, akin to an immortal among mortals. The Great Xia Emperor could not contain his joy, yet he humbly waved his hand, saying, "There are many prodigies entering the Tianjin Dao sect. My son possesses only average talent. Perhaps this phenomenon is due to the influence of another." Despite his words, he knew in his heart that among all the disciples entering the sect, none could rival his son. Who else could evoke such an occurrence if not his third son? Within 100,000 miles of the Tianjin Dao sect, powerful beings from other sects soared into the air, gazing towards the direction of the Tianjin Dao sect, their expressions a medley of intrigue. The Tianjin Dao sect has produced such a prodigy. It seems poised for resurgence. Come now, who doesn't he know that the third prince of the Great Xia is sent by the imperial family? That fellow must have ulterior motives for joining the Tianjin Dao sect. Even so, should the third prince enter the Tianjin Dao sect and ascend to the chief position, he would undoubtedly contribute to the sect's strength. The tolling of the bells incited much speculation, yet all believed that the bells ringing was instigated by the third prince of the Great Xia. At this moment, within the Tianjin Dao sect, at Longmen Mountain, the 60th step, the bell tolls. The divine child stands, the second elder muttered, his eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. The first seed of the 5 peaks, too, found himself engulfed in an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Though Gu Chongqing had previously exhibited potential to reach the 60th step, witnessing it unfold before their eyes felt surreal. Yet, the individual the world believed to be the protagonist behind the bell toll, the third prince of the Great Xia, had been utterly drained of strength. He could not even manage to ascend the 40th step, collapsing in exhaustion. He watched the retreating figure above him, his gaze vacant. His position as chief was lost. Footfalls sounded nearby, and the third prince turned to see a 13 or 14-year-old girl in green, who had also reached the same step. The girl, noticing the third prince's gaze, felt bashful and averted her eyes. Her cheeks flushed as she softly addressed him, "Third prince." The third prince's expression soured. A nameless young girl had caught up with him. Thankfully, it seemed she was unable to ascend any further, which brought him some relief. However, her next words nearly made him spit blood. "I'll go ahead," the green-clad girl said shyly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After speaking, she dared not meet the third prince's eyes and continued her ascent. The third prince thought to himself, "Am I dreaming today?" At this moment, the attention of the crowd was entirely focused on Gu Chongqing, leaving the unfortunate third prince of the Great Xia largely unnoticed. After traversing 60 steps, Gu Chongqing showed no inclination to pause, continuing his ascent. Before long, he reached the 70th step. The sound of the sword bell resonated once more, this time with a chorus of 140 bells. The outside world trembled once again. The 70th step? Attaining the 70th step signifies one can become a holy son, bearing the potential for sanctity. It has been ages since such a prodigy has emerged in Donghuang Daozhou. With such innate talent, even entering the sacred grounds or inheriting supreme legacies, or even the immortal Dao lineage, would not pose a challenge. The atmosphere within the Tianjin Dao sect was equally stunned. In an unnoticed corner, Hongli appeared silently, her beautiful eyes fixed on the junior brother who had already ascended to the 70th step behind the void gate, a ripple of emotion stirring within her gaze. Does the old man know of his origins? Hongli mused to herself. However, with this development, her desire to cultivate discreetly within the Tianjin Dao sect was likely in vain. With such a junior brother, it would be impossible to remain inconspicuous. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that our Tianjin Dao sect could have such a genius? Heaven bless our Tianjin Dao sect. Deep within the sect, one of the elders could not contain his laughter. Gu Chongqing was still on the move, already heading towards the 80th step. The 5 great elders began to doubt whether the heavenly ladder was malfunctioning. After all, they had all ascended it in the past. The pressure increased the higher one went, not just physically, but also from the soul. Those without sufficient talent could not ascend. Yet now, Gu Chongqing was strolling leisurely, already advancing to the 80th step. Before long, he reached the 80th step. The bronze sword bell sounded again in the graveyard of the Tianjin Dao sect's rear mountain. Beneath one of the tombs, a corpse stirred slightly. The outside world erupted in astonishment. Had the third prince of the Great Xia concealed his talents all along? How could he have reached such heights? With such gifts, even the Emperor's celestial sect would be eager to claim him. Is it truly him? At this moment, many began to harbor doubts. Not only them, but even the Emperor of the Great Xia started to question. How could he have been unaware of his son's extraordinary abilities? Something felt amiss at the 70th step, and now he had directly reached the 80th. Dispatch an urgent order for the sect master to return. The head of the Five Peaks was both excited and anxious. Initially, he had thought today would only be about enrolling the third prince of the Great Xia as the chief disciple. While it wouldn't be an ordinary day, it certainly wouldn't shake the very foundations of Donghuang Daozhou. But now, with Gu Chongqing still ascending, one could not rule out the possibility of him reaching the 90th step, or even the very pinnacle of the heavenly ladder. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. Should it happen, they could already foresee the magnitude of the upheaval it would cause. Chapter 6. Who is your master? I am Gu Chongqing. This was no longer a matter the head of the Five Peaks could unilaterally decide. Buzzing with urgency, the elders could no longer remain seated, each making their way to the Longmin Mountain Plaza. Focusing their gaze on the void gate and the heavenly ladder, they were riveted by the figure climbing the ladder, an 11-year-old boy, a mere mortal without any cultivation. Yet at this moment, he was shattering their perceptions. What kind of prodigy is this? What is his background? One elder inquired solemnly. The second elder respectfully replied, reporting to the revered uncle, his name is Gu Chongqing. He was brought back by the old tomb 10 days ago. Purportedly from the Burial Heaven's ancient land. Burial Heaven's ancient land? The elders collectively gasped in shock. Burial Heaven's ancient land. It is a notorious forbidden zone. Who in Donghuang Daozhou is unaware that this place is the grave of all beings? With no one ever emerging alive from it since ancient times, Gu Chongqing was actually brought back from there by the old tomb. Where is the old tomb now? Someone asked. The second elder shook his head, saying, after bringing back Gu Chongqing, he departed and now his soul lamp has dimmed. He may be in peril. The expressions of the crowd darkened. He ventured to that place? The second elder nodded slightly. Foolishness! The elders lamented deeply. Gu Chongqing might very well be the hope left to us by the old tomb. The grand elder exhaled a heavy sigh, his expression grave. Can our Tianjin Dao sect protect him? If the Tianjin Dao sect were in its prime, the emergence of a genius like Gu Chongqing would indeed be a cause for celebration. However, in the present, surrounded by powerful adversaries, they would not allow a prodigy like Gu Chongqing to arise. Once he completes the heavenly ladder, it is feared that enemies will descend upon them. Even if they cannot protect him, they must try. One elder declared fiercely. Once he reaches the end of the heavenly ladder, we will immediately seal off the entire sect, ensuring not a whisper of news escapes. Although the current phenomena are astonishing, it has yet to reveal Gu Chongqing's existence. What we dread is if Gu Chongqing finishes the heavenly ladder, the second elder could not suppress a bitter smile. It is quite the paradox. They hope Gu Chongqing will continue to create miracles, yet fear that such miracles may be too overwhelming. If he completes the heavenly ladder, the ensuing phenomena may be beyond anyone's control. Regardless of their thoughts, Gu Chongqing continued his ascent. Amid their conversation, he had already reached the 90th step. Boom! The sound of the bell grew increasingly deafening. The crowd was now stunned into numbness. The outside world was in an uproar. The bell's resonance spread across millions of miles, even to billions. Countless powerful beings swept their divine senses towards the Tianjin Dao sect. At this moment, above the Tianjin Dao sect, the ethereal image of the heavenly ladder flickered into view, with a blurred figure steadily advancing toward its end. Who was that? Within billions of miles, countless powerful beings were fixated on that scene. Under the gaze of all, the figure ascended step by step until he reached the end. Pausing as if gazing into the distance, observing something, boom! At that instant, Around the heavenly ladder, innumerable bronze sword bells materialized. A total of 12,960,000,000 bronze sword bells loomed large, obscuring the sky. The cacophony of bells resounded. The moment the bells tolled, ethereal figures of the saints appeared above the skies of Donghuang Daozhou, bowing towards the center of the bronze bells. There stood a bell tower, within which hung an ancient bell of immense antiquity. The three characters, Xianwang Zhong, could be faintly discerned. The 12,960,000,000 bronze sword bells rang out 9 times in succession. The Xianwang Zhong expanded dramatically, visible to all powerful beings across Donghuang Daozhou and beyond, who beheld it hanging in the heavens, slowly tolling. Seemed to declare to the world, the Xianwang Zhong of the Tianjin Dao sect is indeed still present. An immortal being opened its heavenly eye, gazing at the Xianwang Zhong suspended in the skies, its expression profoundly grave. This individual the opportunity for our Tianjin Dao sect. Someone murmured. Seems the son of the emperor of the Taihuang Gate has found a rival. On this day, the long-fallen Tianjin Dao sect captured the attention of the masses. Not far from the Tianjin Dao sect, the great Xia dynasty stood in silence. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor of the great Xia commanded, "Immediately send someone to the Tianjin Dao sect. He must investigate further. Something is amiss, very amiss." This phenomenon could not possibly have been triggered by his son. It is too terrifying. The saints bowing and the Xianwang Zhong tolling. Could this be the emperor's son descending to the mortal realm? Within the Tianjin Dao sect, a wave of astonishment swept through. Even the elders were left speechless in shock. The creation of the heavenly ladder seemed to suggest that no one, apart from the founding ancestor, could reach its end. Yet now, someone had indeed appeared who could. That was not even the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that the Xianwang Zhong was still present. This was a divine weapon left by their founding ancestor. What is this lad doing? At that moment, Gu Changxing's actions left everyone's faces in disbelief. This lad was actually urinating at the heavenly ladder's end. After finishing, he shivered slightly, muttering, "I knew you were quite the pompous one. Today, Gu Changxing visits, and I owe you a favor." One knew. Behind the Xianwang Zhong sat an ethereal figure. Upon hearing Gu Changxing's words, a voice seemed to drift from the ancient river of time. "Thank you for your trouble, master." "Who is your master?" "I am Gu Changxing," Gu Changxing retorted. The voice chuckled softly, and the ethereal figure gradually dissipated. Enough of this. Gu Changxing waved his hand impatiently. The myriad bronze sword bells, the ethereal figures of the saints, and the Xianwang Zhong all vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Yet such an earth-shattering phenomenon echoed throughout Donghuang Daozhou, impossible to dismiss as a mere illusion. In this moment, countless ancient sacred lands, supreme legacies, and immortal Dao lineages stirred. Even powerful beings from the emperor's celestial sect awakened, casting their gazes toward the Tianjin Dao sect, issuing orders for their disciples to converge upon it. They must claim him. No matter who it is, they must seize him. As Gu Changxing returned from the end of the heavenly ladder, he approached the 70th step, where a young girl in green stood, her eyes wide in astonishment as she beheld Gu Changxing. Upon witnessing his return, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she spat softly, whispering angrily, "Pa, shameless." She had initially intended to witness the phenomenon, only to be met with the sight of Gu Changxing urinating on the bell tower. How utterly mortifying! She turned and fled, no longer ascending. She had already departed from the void gate. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the unparalleled phenomenon triggered by Gu Changxing, the third prince of the great Xia felt his initial rage and envy vanish into thin air, replaced instead by an intense fervor within his heart. This fellow possesses the demeanor of an emperor. No, I must seize this opportunity. He gazed at Gu Changxing, who was descending step by step, took a deep breath to compose himself, and said in a steady voice, "You have entered the wrong sect. The heavenly sword sect cannot protect you." Even in the presence of the Five Peaks Master and the esteemed elders of the heavenly sword sect, the third prince of the great Xia showed no signs of yielding. Gu Changxing, with a look of bewilderment, replied, "Why should the heavenly sword sect protect me? I am the chief disciple of the heavenly sword sect." The third prince was momentarily at a loss, unable to discern whether Gu Chongqing was mocking him or meant something else. Chapter 7. Do I look like a fool to you? The third prince of Great Xia clenched his teeth and whispered, "You may not know this, but the Heavenly Sword Sect was originally an imperial celestial gate. Although it has since fallen, there still exist many coveted legacies within, including the immortal King Bell that you have just activated. Those who cannot bear to see the Heavenly Sword Sect rise will perceive your appearance as a threat. They will undoubtedly seek to eliminate you, extinguishing the hope of the Heavenly Sword Sect's resurgence." Gu Chongqing looked at the third prince of Great Xia with a puzzled expression and softly inquired, "Why are you so certain they will kill me? Can't they simply take me and recruit me into their sect?" The third prince was momentarily taken aback. "Fine, this kid is surprisingly clever." He quickly added, "That may be true, but they certainly would not trust you. What if you entered their sect with the intention of avenging the Heavenly Sword Sect? Don't you think they would come after you?" Gu Chongqing shook his head and replied, "Then I simply won't harbor such vengeful thoughts." The third prince exclaimed, "What a valid point! But you are from the Heavenly Sword Sect," he bit out. Gu Chongqing's eyes narrowed in a curious gaze, and he retorted, "Who told you I am from the Heavenly Sword Sect?" The third prince looked confused. "Aren't you?" Gu Chongqing replied, "I am not. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to retrieve the heavenly sword that is rightfully mine." "Wait." The third prince hurriedly called out to Gu Chongqing, speaking in a hushed tone, "Although we are meeting for the first time, I feel an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing you. Perhaps we were good brothers in a past life, so I will speak candidly. You currently possess no cultivation. Even if you enter the Imperial Celestial Gate in the future, you will need someone to assist you with various matters. You know my identity. I hail from the Great Xia dynasty, the third prince, and I am accustomed to handling such affairs. When you enter the Imperial Celestial Gate, allow me to manage all matters aside from your cultivation." The third prince gazed earnestly at Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing, suddenly enlightened, remarked, "So you wish to become my follower?" The third prince, upon realizing Gu Chongqing had understood him, could not help but reveal a friendly smile. However, before he could speak further, Gu Chongqing shook his head and declared, "Unfortunately, I have no plans to join another sect." The smile on the third prince's face froze, and he fearfully exclaimed, "Then you will surely be killed by them." "Them?" Gu Chongqing stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Who are they?" The third prince exhaled in exasperation, "The sects that harbor enmity against the Heavenly Sword Sect." Gu Chongqing responded with a simple, "Oh." Seeing Gu Chongqing's nonchalant demeanor, the third prince was left bewildered. Was this fellow truly clever or simply foolish? Did he even comprehend the gravity of the situation? Gu Chongqing turned to the third prince and asked with a smile, "I heard that you were originally designated to be the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Now that the position belongs to me, are you not thinking of killing me?" The third prince immediately waved his hands in denial. "How could that be? Did I not just say I feel a sense of kinship upon seeing you?" Gu Chongqing suddenly dropped his friendly demeanor and retorted, "You are rather dull-witted. Logically, you should be furious, filled with jealousy, and send your men to trouble me, perhaps even hire someone from the Great Xia dynasty to kill me. Yet here you are, feeling all chummy." The third prince replied, "Do I look like a fool to you? You've displayed the demeanor of an emperor. How could I possibly seek to provoke you? My previous disdain for you stemmed from your status as a mere mortal without any cultivation. Besides, I never held that much disdain for you, did I?" Noticing the third prince's expression of indignation, Gu Chongqing felt a wave of boredom wash over him. "Well, this kid possesses a modicum of discernment, far more than the dullards I've encountered before. Very well, considering your relative cleverness, I shall spare you for now." With that, Gu Chongqing tossed a remark over his shoulder and made his way toward the void gate. The third prince was left in a state of disbelief, thinking, "What on earth? I haven't done anything. And you're already contemplating killing me?" At that moment, disciples began to emerge from the void gate. Aside from Gu Chongqing, the girl in blue exhibited the best talent, followed closely by the third prince of Great Xia, while the rest were largely at the 10th level, with only a few surpassing the 20th level to become inner disciples. However, with Gu Chongqing's presence, they were all overshadowed. All eyes were drawn to the 11-year-old boy. As Gu Chongqing and the third prince stepped out of the void gate, the heavenly ladder vanished without a trace. The elders had already secured the sect in advance. Upon seeing Gu Chongqing, they immediately surrounded him. Gu Chongqing smiled and casually cupped his hands in greeting. Esteemed elders, have your eyes been opened? Prior to ascending the heavenly ladder, Gu Chongqing had remarked that, considering the elders were sensible, he would allow them a glimpse of the extraordinary. The elders had previously been furious, but now they had no choice but to concede that indeed, their eyes had been opened. They had never witnessed such a terrifying phenomenon. It was earth-shattering. It stirred the very heavens. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Elder 4, a straightforward individual, could not help but mutter, if we had known of this talent earlier, we would not have needed to ascend the heavenly ladder. And we wouldn't be in this situation of being so widely known. Gu Chongqing replied matter-of-factly, what nonsense. I wanted everyone to know. Didn't your master teach you anything? Walking in finery at night is akin to an immortal wading through a cesspool. An immortal wading through a cesspool? The moment those words were uttered, everyone fell silent. Is there such a saying? Gu Chongqing, unfazed, continued, you don't understand this? It's simply disgusting. Elder 4 snorted, such drivel. I only know to remain humble and conceal my brilliance. Those who flaunt themselves will eventually encounter trouble. Gu Chongqing chuckled. Did they think he was unaware of such principles? He had walked that path before. Cough, cough. The third prince of Great Xia cleared his throat twice and said, Esteemed elders, if you fear you cannot protect him, why not let Jiba return to the dynasty and have my father send someone to assist? The others were not surprised by the third prince's proposal. After all, they had overheard the conversation he had with Gu Chongqing within the heavenly ladder. This fellow wished to be Gu Chongqing's follower, as for the previously established position of chief disciple. The third prince would naturally not bring it up again. Those who know how to read the situation are the wise ones. This lad is indeed talented. However, Elder 2 shook his head in refusal, stating, while the third prince is astute, if Gu Chongqing's existence were to be leaked, it would be problematic. As of now, no one knows of Gu Chongqing's presence. How should we proceed? Elder 5 asked anxiously. The others also frowned, feeling somewhat troubled. Gu Chongqing, observing the grave expressions on their faces, rolled his eyes and retorted, let us not dwell on that for now. The heavenly ladder has been completed, and it's time for me to retrieve the heavenly sword from the heavenly sword peak. At this point, you are still fixated on the heavenly sword? You're truly a fearless young one. Elder 4 couldn't help but feel exasperated. Do you understand the gravity of the situation? The heavenly sword sect is on the brink of disaster. The enemies have yet to arrive, yet you're already quaking in your boots, showing less courage than an 11-year-old boy. When did the heavenly sword sect become such a pitiful state? Just then, an ancient voice resonated from nowhere. A powerful aura materialized, and an elderly man in gray robes hovered in the sky, exuding an air of ancient grandeur, with eyes like stars and a gaze as sharp as a sword. The Sword Ancestor? Chapter 8. What did you say? I didn't hear you. The old man appeared silently above the heavenly sword sect, his pressure akin to a vast ocean pressing down, causing everyone to feel as though 10,000 mountains bore down upon them. The overwhelming sense of oppression filled the air, yet the elders and esteemed elders of the heavenly sword sect were overjoyed. The Sword Ancestor, a once vanished supreme powerhouse of the heavenly sword sect, had now made his reappearance. The elderly man had evidently sensed the crisis facing the heavenly sword sect and chose this crucial moment to manifest. Greetings, Sword Ancestor. The crowd bowed in reverence. The younger disciples, though curious, also bowed upon sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from the gray-robed elder. The third prince of Great Xia's eyes flickered. Indeed, the heavenly sword sect was not as feeble as the rumors suggested. Its foundation still remained. Gu Chongqing, however, was not at all surprised. Even if the heavenly sword sect had fallen, it would not be weak to the point of ineffectiveness. A dying camel is still larger than a horse. Your support has arrived. There is no need to worry now. Gu Chongqing had no intention of wasting time with these individuals, nor did he offer a bow to the Sword Ancestor, turning to leave. Gu Chongqing, Elder 4 called out sternly, the Sword Ancestor is present. Do not be disrespectful. This young man, even now, appeared unfazed. Did he intend to directly join another sect? Although Gu Chongxing never uttered these words, the matter demanded their consideration. The chief was meant to wield the heavenly sword. Why do you obstruct? Is this the extent of your ambition? The speaker was not Gu Chongxing, but rather the sword ancestor, seated high in the firmament. The sword ancestor was quite displeased with the four elders. However, the fourth elder was anxious. If Gu Chongxing were to seize the heavenly sword and flee with other powerful sects, it would spell disaster. Old Four, the grand elder chided softly. The fourth elder shot a glare at Gu Chongxing and reluctantly gave up his obstruction. You are quite reasonable, Gu Chongxing remarked, turning to the sword ancestor with a grin. Then why not let the fourth elder carry me to Heavenly Sword Peak? I possess no cultivation and cannot fly. The fourth elder looked on in disbelief. You expect me to carry you? But before he could react, the sword ancestor spoke. Agreed. From this day forth, Gu Chongxing shall be the chief disciple of my heavenly sword sect, and all disciples shall heed his command. The voice resonated throughout the entire heavenly sword sect. The fourth elder clenched his fists, ultimately sighing in resignation as he summoned his flying sword, taking Gu Chongxing to Heavenly Sword Peak. Meanwhile, the second elder arranged for other disciples to settle in. Although today's events were significant, it was not yet the time for the newly initiated disciples to partake. A girl in green attire among the crowd intended to delay her formal apprenticeship. But upon noticing that there seemed to be no ceremony today, she decided to hold her tongue for later. The third prince of the Great Xia wished to remain at Longmin Mountain, but was gently declined and instructed to join the others. Although the third prince had the backing of the Great Xia dynasty, which was more powerful than the Heavenly Sword Sect, this was ultimately a matter for the Heavenly Sword Sect, and one noticed that as Gu Chongxing departed, the girl in red, Hong Li, quietly vanished from the shadows. Gu Chongxing stood atop the fourth elder's flying sword, soaring toward Heavenly Sword Peak. The fourth elder still harbored resentment toward Gu Chongxing. Despite being astonished by his talent, he couldn't shake the feeling that this young lad might take the heavenly sword and run. Thus, on their journey, the fourth elder could not help but warn. Young man, although you possess the potential of an emperor, upon joining my heavenly sword sect, you are one of us. When you retrieve the heavenly sword later, it would be best if you can take it down. If not, it matters not. Are you worried I might take the heavenly sword and join another sect? Gu Chongxing interrupted bluntly. The fourth elder cast a curious glance at Gu Chongxing, puzzled. This boy, albeit only 11, hardly resembled one of that age. Feeling the wild winds of the world around him, Gu Chongxing grinned. If I truly had such intentions, why would I come to your heavenly sword sect? I merely wish to see your long dusty heavenly sword brought forth into the light. The fourth elder huffed, feeling somewhat irked. Was this lad implying that they were inept, unable to draw the heavenly sword for so long? At that moment, the fourth elder suddenly focused his gaze, spotting the girl in red in a corner of the Heavenly Sword Peak's grounds. What was this girl's name again? The fourth elder was momentarily taken aback. Gu Chongxing, of course, noticed Hong Li and waved to her with a smile. Hong Li, still holding the tattered sword manual, glanced at Gu Chongxing and muttered, "Fool in her eyes, Gu Chongxing need not be so ostentatious today." Although the position of chief was originally designated for the third prince of Great Xia, it sufficed to merely demonstrate stronger talent than him. There was no need to make such a spectacle. Who is that girl? Why is she cursing? The fourth elder grumbled, his face darkening. Gu Chongxing laughed heartily. The fourth elder is quite self-aware. The fourth elder's expression soured further. Accelerating, he sought to give Gu Chongxing a reality check. However, he soon discovered that Gu Chongxing stood firmly on the flying sword, unfazed, let alone frightened. Your sword control technique is lacking, considering you are carrying me. Once we reach Longmin Mountain, I shall teach you, Gu Chongxing said with a smile. The fourth elder, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chose not to engage further with the boy full of nonsense, hastily descending to the grounds of Heavenly Sword Peak. The two entered the grand hall, the same one Gu Chongxing had visited previously. Inside, a spectral sword was enshrined, the Heavenly Sword, the foremost of the 5 swords of the Heavenly Sword Sect, which had gathered dust for ages. Behind the Heavenly Sword stood a grand statue, its features somewhat obscured, perhaps due to the passage of time or shrouded by some unknown power. Upon entering the hall, the fourth elder offered a devout bow to the statue. Noticing Gu Changxing still standing, he urged, "Gu Changxing, quickly pay your respects to the ancestral master." Gu Changxing, however, ignored him and approached the heavenly sword, leisurely stating, "It's merely a statue. What's there to pay respects to?" Boom! The fourth elder's hair bristled as he blocked Gu Changxing's path, sternly declaring, "Gu Changxing, while I can tolerate many things, disrespect toward the ancestral master is not one of them. Bow now, or you shall not retrieve the heavenly sword today." Just as the furious fourth elder's words hung in the air, he suddenly wore a ghastly expression upon witnessing Gu Changxing grasping the spectral heavenly sword, effortlessly performing elegant sword flourishes. It seemed Gu Changxing had only just registered the fourth elder's admonition, halting his movements with a puzzled look. "What did you say, fourth elder? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" The fourth elder's lips twitched, his gaze shifting erratically as he took a deep breath, tremblingly inquired, "What is the meaning of this heavenly sword?" Having witnessed grand spectacles before, he now felt utterly bewildered. The heavenly sword, was it truly taken down just like that? So effortlessly? According to his knowledge, retrieving the 5 swords from the heavenly sword sect was always a formidable task, even under perfect compatibility. It required considerable time. Heaven, earth, gods, humans, and ghosts. 5 swords. He himself had been entrusted with the human sword, and it had taken him 3 entire years to claim it from his master. It was said that the longest time taken to retrieve the heavenly sword was 10 years, while the fastest still took 49 days. Why had it become so effortless with Gu Changxing? Were it not for his dignity, the fourth elder would have suggested Gu Changxing return and attempt it himself. As for the ancestral bowing matter, he felt embarrassed to bring it up again. Boom! At that moment, the entire heavenly sword sect seemed to quake, trembling as if in an earthquake. The barrier above rippled with waves. A grand voice soon echoed, "The boundless realms of the azure sea, the unfathomable one, has come to pay homage." The fourth elder's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowing with fury. "That damned azure sea holy land. Coming all this way to stir trouble, Gu Changxing, do not wander. I shall attend to this." Boom! The fourth elder erupted in a cloud of mist, his true form already appearing at Longmin Mountain. Gu Changxing rolled his eyes. What a hothead. "How will I follow you now?" Not far off, Hong Li emerged from the shade of a tree, one hand behind her and the other holding the sword manual, her beautiful eyes calm as she regarded Gu Changxing. Softly inquiring, "Can pretending to be a mortal enable you to swiftly grasp the power of returning to the mundane?" While others remained oblivious, Hong Li was acutely aware that this fellow concealed the secrets of the great Tao. Such an entity appeared to be mortal, yet could they truly not fly? She sensed that he was merely playing a part. Gu Changxing did not respond to Hong Li's question but instead asked, "You've been in the sect for 15 years. Amidst the sect's peril, why do you not take action?" Hong Li lowered the sword manual, glancing at the heavens. From within the heavenly sword sect, all seemed well. However, Hong Li could see that beyond the sect's formation, powerful figures had gathered, clearly converging toward Gu Changxing, or perhaps the immortal King Bell. "Is this crisis not of your making?" Hong Li's voice was cold yet melodious. "What does it matter to me? I have only just joined the sect," Gu Changxing retorted, rolling his eyes. Hong Li regarded Gu Changxing, suddenly feeling an urge to give him a good thrashing. It was precisely because of his entrance that such a commotion had arisen, plunging the heavenly sword sect into turmoil. He was nothing short of a little rogue. If Gu Changxing truly were an 11-year-old boy, it would seem reasonable. Yet this fellow, with his mysterious origins and every aspect exuding enigma, could hardly be an ordinary child of that age. Was he doing this on purpose? Hong Li suddenly calmed, picking up the sword manual once more. Not looking at Gu Changxing, and softly said, "Do as you wish. How do you plan to handle today's events?" Gu Changxing nonchalantly twirled the sword, lazily replying, "Handle it as it should be. I am unaware of the situation within the heavenly sword sect. Nor do I care. I am quite easygoing and dislike disturbances while I sleep. If the heavenly sword sect is in trouble, I wouldn't want to be bothered with these issues after becoming chief. So it would be best to resolve everything at once. A strange light flickered in Hong Li's eyes as she observed the young man in black, softly asking, "Since you dislike trouble, why insist on becoming chief?" Gu Chongqing replied matter-of-factly, "I isn't it obvious? If I'm not the chief, will these people listen to me? If I want to slack off, someone must do the work. Indulging in the concealment of one's talents is hardly a virtue." Once again emerging from the ancient burial grounds, he had no intention of lingering and squandering time. This time, his mantra was one of relentless advancement. Who would dare obstruct his path? Ruthless annihilation awaited any who did. No one comprehended the source of Gu Chongqing's audacity. Perhaps only the old tomb, the one who had brought him to the Tianjin Dao sect, possessed such knowledge. Yet, the old tomb had long since departed. Gu Chongqing cast another glance at Hong Li, a broad smile adorning his face as he remarked, "If I were you, I would forsake the Tianjin Dao sect and instead pledge allegiance to a grand imperial sect. Becoming a prince amongst them, basking in their favor without lacking in cultivation resources, allowing you to focus solely on your training. Oh, but wait, you did not choose this path yourself. It was the old tomb that brought you here." Gu Chongqing stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "Forget I said that." A peculiar expression flickered across Hong Li's frosty visage, as if she found his behavior quite odd. "Then why have you chosen to join the Tianjin Dao sect?" she retorted. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing sighed, gazing pensively at the sword in his hand, and mused, "In the mortal realm, there is a saying, debts must be repaid. A matter of utmost propriety, of course. There exists another significant reason." Gu Chongqing's smile re-emerged. Hong Li cast a sidelong glance at him. At this moment, he exuded confidence and nonchalance, resembling a youthful figure who danced with the gentle breeze and the luminous moonlight. With willows swaying gracefully. Why say resembles? Hong Li refrained from pursuing his line of thought. Noticing her silence, Gu Chongqing remained unperturbed, chuckling, "Because someone at the Tianjin Dao sect awaits my arrival." Hong Li's delicate frame trembled slightly as she abruptly turned to fix her gaze on Gu Chongqing. Her bright eyes swirling with tumultuous waves. "Do not look at me like that. I am merely 11 years old, and I might blush." Gu Chongqing hastily waved his hand, feigning modesty. Hong Li tightened her grip on the sword formula, leaving a mark upon it, and huffed, "Enough chatter. A battle has already commenced outside." With that, she vanished from sight. Hey, why did you run off too?" Gu Chongqing exclaimed in frustration. "I am only 11, without any cultivation. I cannot fly." Hong Li's cold voice drifted back. "Find a way on your own. If you cannot even reach Longmin Mountain, then I shall consider my judgment of you flawed." Gu Chongqing's indignation gradually faded, replaced by a hint of amusement as he murmured, "This girl has grown clever. Very well, is it not possible for me to simply walk over there?" As he spoke, Gu Chongqing gently tossed the Tianjin sword into the air. Whoosh! The sword shot forth like a meteor, slicing through the heavens and unleashing boundless sword energy. "What a nuisance! Come back!" Gu Chongqing grumbled. The sword's energy dissipated instantly, and the Tianjin sword returned, looking quite pitiful, to rest at Gu Chongqing's feet. "Let us go," he uttered softly. In an instant, the Tianjin sword soared through the void, carrying Gu Chongqing along. He too could fly upon the sword. Meanwhile, unparalleled powers were arriving to pay homage to the Tianjin Dao sect. The term pay homage here implied a challenge. This tradition had existed in the cultivation world since time immemorial. Typically, disciples would visit to engage in friendly sparring and share techniques. However, today, it was a gathering of top-tier strengths, ostensibly to pay homage, yet in reality to suppress the Tianjin Dao sect. After all, the foremost rule in the cultivation world is that strength reigns supreme. Chapter 10. The Arrival of the Chief. Clear the way. At Longmin Mountain, the disciples of the Tianjin Dao sect clenched their fists, knuckles turning white without their awareness. They glared furiously at the group outside the sect, their hearts filled with countless grievances. Yet, ultimately, they could only succumb to profound helplessness. "Hold on, fourth elder." The third elder supported the fourth elder, his eyes reddened, speaking in a grave tone. At that moment, the fourth elder's chest had been pierced through both front and back. A sight most harrowing, his complexion pale to the extreme. With the third elder's assistance, he could barely sit cross-legged. The third elder continuously channeled true energy into the fourth elder, alleviating his injuries, sword ancestor. What shall we do? The fifth elder gazed anxiously at the sword ancestor, who was continually releasing boundless sword energy above them. The fourth elder had been injured by the Eternal One from the Songhai Holy Land. While it was known that the other side sought trouble, they had come under the guise of paying homage. The Eternal One was an elder of the Songhai Holy Land. Logically, the Tianjin Dao sect should send an elder to engage in combat to adhere to the rules. They had originally planned to send the Grand Elder. Even in defeat, it would not be too disgraceful. However, the fourth elder, known for his fiery temper, had flown directly from the Tianjin Peak to confront the opponent, resulting in his severe injuries. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder were battling against two other elder-level figures, both at an absolute disadvantage. This was why the disciples of the Tianjin Dao sect bore expressions of deep resentment. They were being dominated right at their own doorstep. Wait, the sword ancestor responded to the fifth elder's inquiry with a single word. Did he not understand that these individuals were using the guise of paying homage to deliver a demoralizing blow to the Tianjin Dao sect while simultaneously weakening its fighting capacity? On the surface, the Tianjin Dao sect boasted 5 peak leaders and the sect master, along with 6 formidable experts, presided over by 4 supreme elders. This constituted their entire combat strength. As for the sword ancestor, he was an unexpected surprise. It was precisely due to this unexpected element that the visitors merely claimed to be paying homage rather than directly seizing individuals or the immortal King Bell. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the sect, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder faced off against 2 elders. The Grand Elder was contending with an elder from the Feiyun Immortal sect, while the Second Elder faced an elder from the Ziyang sect. Both of these sects were top-tier establishments within the Daxia Empire, far more powerful than the Tianjin Dao sect. The 4 elders moved as if they were divine beings capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Every move they made causing the void to tremble, their power utterly terrifying. Even merely the residual force from their clashes sent shockwaves through the skies, leaving the ground torn apart with gaping fissures. Yet, it was evident to any keen observer that the Grand Elder and the Second Elder's defeat was merely a matter of time. As they battled, countless spectators stood astride the firmament. A rough estimate would place them at no less than 1,000, each emanating a formidable aura that suppressed the heavens and the earth. Among them were also elite experts dispatched by the Daxia Empire, who had originally come to inquire about the situation but found themselves unable to enter. He was among the first to arrive, even earlier than the Eternal One from the Songhai Holy Land, yet still could not gain entry. I wonder how the third prince is faring, the elite mused internally. The Tianjin Dao sect had completely sealed its borders, preventing any observation of the events within. No one knew who had caused the earlier disturbances. The disciples of the Tianjin Dao sect remained resilient. Huddled in a corner, yet they had such a figure holding the fort. Many gazes were drawn to the battle involving the 4 elders, despite the Grand Elder and the Second Elder being at a disadvantage. Their efforts still garnered admiration from numerous onlookers. After all, the Tianjin Dao sect was hardly remarkable in the context of the southern cultivation world. And no matter how resilient they remained, defeat was inevitable given the disparity in strength. Some scoffed, these are merely appetizers. The true powers of the supreme legacies, the immortal paths, and the imperial sects have yet to make their move. When these formidable beings spoke, it was tantamount to demanding individuals from the Tianjin Dao sect. Ah, Tianjin Dao sect, you have finally found a promising talent, yet you cannot protect it, the crowd murmured. Boom. Amidst the discussions, the Second Elder was the first to show signs of decline, as the elder from the Ziyang sect seized an opportunity to strike him in the abdomen, sending him crashing back to the Tianjin Dao sect. The sword ancestor casually flicked his wrist, a gentle force catching the Second Elder and lowering him to the ground. Thank you, sword ancestor. The Second Elder forced out a breath, his face pale beyond measure. He had been defeated. Now, the Second Elder had also fallen. The morale of the Tianjin Dao sect's disciples plummeted to an all-time low, while they had previously contemplated fighting to the death to defend their sect. They now found themselves devoid of spirit. The Grand Elder was still engaged with the elder from the Feiyun Immortal sect, but he was being pushed back relentlessly. in a state of utter disarray. The elder from the Feiyun immortal sect, though short in stature, was currently clad in billowing robes, his true energy surging like an ocean, laughing heartily. Wu Tao, you were the first to join the sect for cultivation back in the day. How is it that you have regressed so much now? The Grand Elder's true name was Wu Tao, and he had once been a genius. He and the elder from the Feiyun immortal sect were old acquaintances, but after certain events, they had become enemies. Seeing Wu Tao, who had once overshadowed him, now in a position of vulnerability, filled the elder from the Feiyun immortal sect with glee. As Wu Tao continued to fend off attacks, he coldly retorted, Huang Shiqing, do you think you are reclaiming your lost pride from years ago? Huang Shiqing scoffed, Wu Tao, you overestimate yourself. Had your sect not produced a talent, do you think I would bother to seek you out? You are no longer worthy of being compared to me. By the way, you ought to extend your gratitude to that talent. Otherwise, you might have never had the chance to meet me. Let me give you an opportunity. Tell me, is that talent the third prince of Daxia? Huang Shiqing inquired while launching his attacks, probing the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder let out a cold snort. Do you think your little tricks will work? Huang Shiqing laughed. What can you do if you refuse to answer now? When those from the immortal paths and the imperial sects speak, will you be able to refuse them? Heed this counsel. You cannot protect him. Should you attempt to do so forcibly, it would only invite trouble upon the Heavenly Sword sect. In such a case, that individual may also find himself embroiled in the turmoil. Consider this. It would be a tragic loss if a peerless prodigy, capable of reaching the pinnacle of your Heavenly Sword sect, were to perish here due to your negligence. As he spoke, Huang Shiqing showed no mercy, relentlessly pushing the Grand Elder back. The Grand Elder's gaze darkened to an extreme. When did the Eastern Wilderness become such a place, where the emergence of a talented disciple prompts other sects to forsake their dignity and attempt to seize him? Is this what is termed a sacred ground? What of the so-called Imperial Immortal Gate? The Grand Elder gritted his teeth. If you wish to take away my sect's disciple, you must first step over my corpse. Boom. Huang Shiqing let out a sinister laugh. Then you shall meet your demise. The originally slightly advantageous Huang Shiqing suddenly unleashed a terrifying strength, intent on directly slaying the Grand Elder. Senior brother. Within the Heavenly Sword sect, the Second Elder and others exclaimed in alarm. Huang Shiqing had been toying with the Grand Elder all along. The four Supreme Elders turned pale, but it was too late for them to intervene. You dare! The Sword Ancestor instantly erupted in fury and struck out. Boom! In the midst of the mountain worship battle. Why must you be enraged, my friend? Yet from the distant horizon, a formidable aura surged forth, promptly intercepting the Sword Ancestor. Grand Elder, it is perilous. Fear not, your sect's prodigy shall have his due. Huang Shiqing grinned, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Grand Elder. Whoosh! At that moment, time and space seemed to freeze for an instant. The world appeared to be reduced to mere black and white. A beam of sword light pierced through Huang Shiqing's brow, then transformed into a streak of light that returned to within the Heavenly Sword sect. There, an 11-year-old boy clad in black slightly raised his hand, and the flowing light transformed into a jade ring that settled upon his wrist. Behind the boy stood a girl in red. The boy grinned. The chief has arrived. Everyone step aside. Chapter 11. Boring? So boring. What a charade at this moment. All gazes converged upon Huang Shiqing and the Grand Elder. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Then, the arena fell silent. Slap! It was only when Huang Shiqing's corpse struck the boulders outside the Heavenly Sword sect that the sound jolted everyone back to reality. Junior brother? An elder who had accompanied Huang Shiqing let out a heart-wrenching cry and flew towards Huang Shiqing's lifeless body, his expression filled with sorrow. Many had not even comprehended what had transpired. In the blink of an eye, Huang Shiqing, who had held an absolute advantage and was on the verge of slaying the Grand Elder, had met his end. The elder from the Feiyun Immortal Gate had died far too easily and swiftly, catching everyone off guard. What just happened? Yet some had noticed the peculiar disturbance and murmured, "A beam of sword light? Are there still strong individuals within the Heavenly Sword sect?" Gasps filled the air. The Grand Elder had retreated, his face pale and his heart racing. He too had not witnessed what occurred, but he knew that had it not been for that fleeting sword light, he would have perished. For some reason, he felt that sword light was somewhat familiar. Could it be the aura of the heavenly sword? Senior brother. The fifth elder hurried forward to support the grand elder. The grand elder suppressed his confusion, subtly gesturing that he was unharmed. Meanwhile, the confrontation between the sword ancestor and the distant powerful figure ceased. At this moment, the sword ancestor too was perplexed. His gaze fell upon Gu Changsheng, a hint of suspicion flickering within. In that fleeting instant, even he had felt a sense of disorientation, failing to discern who had struck. However, he had heard Gu Changsheng's call. Was it this lad? Regardless of whether it was or not, trouble was imminent. The mountain worship battle forbids any outside interference. Moreover, Huang Shiqing had been directly killed. Previously, he had no intention of resorting to violence. He merely sought to rescue Wu Tao. But now, Huang Shiqing was dead. Boring, so boring. What a charade! Jiu Changsheng shrugged when he saw no one paying him heed. The speed was too great. These people had failed to see clearly. Hong Li stood behind Gu Changsheng, observing his silhouette with glimmering eyes. Others may not have perceived it clearly, but she stood beside Gu Changsheng, witnessing everything distinctly. That sword, so fast, it seemed to transcend time, instantaneously slaying Huang Shiqing. The sheer power was enough to send shivers down one's spine. In truth, from the moment Gu Changsheng descended upon Longmen Mountain, she sensed that today would be extraordinary. A mere mortal wielding a sword? Unprecedented. And to slay an elder from a sect's sacred ground while possessing the body of a mortal. It was beyond comprehension. This fellow, far too terrifying. Wu Tao returned swiftly. At that moment, the four supreme elders spoke in unison. Their thoughts aligned with the sword ancestoress. Today's events had spiraled into chaos. The grand elder also regained his senses. Without uttering a word, he returned to the protective formation of the heavenly sword sect with the fifth elder to avoid being captured. Boom. As expected, just as the grand elder retreated, the elder who had gone to fetch Huang Shiqing, with bloodshot eyes, attacked fiercely. That azure streak tore through the air, striking the protective formation, causing ripples to ripple outward. The elder gritted his teeth. Today, all the powerful figures of the southern region of the eastern wilderness are present, and yet you, Heavenly Sword Sect, have openly violated the rules of the mountain worship battle by unlawfully slaying our elder Huang Shiqing from the Feiyun Immortal Gate. Do you truly regard the entire southern region of the eastern wilderness as inconsequential? Today, I shall demand an explanation from your Heavenly Sword Sect. The elder's aura surged, resembling an enraged lion. His pressure even greater than that of the deceased Huang Shiqing. The elder from the Ziyang sect, who had previously defeated the second elder, stroked his beard, squinting as he spoke. Indeed, the mountain worship battle has its rules. No one may interfere, let alone directly slay those who come to worship. The Heavenly Sword Sect must provide an explanation. Otherwise, who will adhere to the rules in the future? Who would dare send their disciples to challenge the mountain worship? At that time, the entire cultivation world would descend into chaos. One by one, the powerful figures present began to voice their accusations against the Heavenly Sword Sect. My friend, this action has indeed crossed the line. The powerful figure who had previously engaged the sword ancestor slowly spoke, his voice echoing from the distant horizon. Throughout history, no one has been permitted to interfere in the mountain worship battle. Yet you have slain a young friend from the Feiyun Immortal Gate. Are you, Heavenly Sword Sect, intent on falling into the path of darkness and becoming enemies with the entire eastern wilderness cultivation world? Though this powerful figure did not know who had struck, it did not hinder him from placing the blame squarely on the sword ancestor. Thus, their actions would appear all the more justified. The gathered crowd continued to reproach the Heavenly Sword Sect. What nonsense! Why do you all come to my Heavenly Sword Sect? Do I still need to clarify? The sword ancestor sat atop the firmament, his imposing presence like an abyss, speaking coldly. Within the Heavenly Sword Sect, fury ignited. Disciples from the Five Peaks gritted their teeth. Clearly, these individuals sought trouble, yet now it has turned into our fault. Is this how they truly are? What absurd rules! These people clearly wished to seize Gu Chongqing and take the immortal King Bell. The fourth elder, who had been healing, opened his eyes, seething with rage. The third elder hastily assisted him in stabilizing his injuries, speaking solemnly. Fourth, focus on your healing. The supreme elders and the sword ancestor will handle this matter. The fourth elder snorted in anger. Ultimately, it is still our heavenly sword sect's lack of strength. Otherwise, how would we find ourselves in this predicament today? If it were during the heyday of the heavenly sword sect and a Gu Chongqing emerged, countless imperial immortal gates and immortal lineages would have rushed to congratulate us. Rather than this, the disciples collectively stirred with indignation. Calm down, it's a trivial matter. Gu Chongqing chuckled. This remark left everyone present momentarily speechless. A trivial matter? The flames were already licking at their heels. Yet, the current Gu Chongqing was already the chief of the heavenly sword sect. Even the elders had to grant him due respect. So few dared to refute him. The fourth elder looked at Gu Chongqing, his face ashen, yet his gaze resolute. Gu Chongqing, you promised me that once you obtained the heavenly sword, you would never join another sect. Rest assured, I also mentioned that I would teach you the sword control technique. Gu Chongqing replied lazily. The heavenly sword? He obtained the heavenly sword? The elders and supreme elders trembled in disbelief. Even the sword ancestor in the skies was momentarily stunned. Staring intently at Gu Chongqing, the flicker of hesitation in his heart was instantaneously replaced with resolute determination. Whoever wields the heavenly sword shall surely revive the heavenly sword sect. Such a genius must not be allowed to be taken away. Ignoring the external reproaches, the sword ancestor laughed heartily. Gu Chongqing, remain where you are. Though I was unable to wield the heavenly sword in my time, I was nonetheless a prodigy of that generation. Today, let me show you the heavenly sword technique of the heavenly sword sect. Chapter 12. The sword ancestor meets the dragon. Gu Chongqing glanced at the sword ancestor, yawning as he said, You've already been buried yet still come out to flaunt your authority. You really don't know how to grow old. Everyone couldn't help but break into a sweat. What audacity this lad had. That is the sword ancestor, the most powerful being in the heavenly sword sect over the past 40,000 years. In those years, it was merely a hair's breadth away from seizing the heavenly sword. With such an existence, who in the entire heavenly sword sect would dare show disrespect? Yet, there was Gu Chongqing, this headstrong youth, seemingly unafraid of heaven or earth. However, perhaps it was justified. After all, the sword ancestor had only narrowly missed obtaining the heavenly sword, while this lad had managed to claim it without a sound. The sword ancestor couldn't help but chuckle. You rascal! He was not angry. Rather, he admired Gu Chongqing even more. When he had first joined the sect, he too had been so reckless, and that had forged the person he had become today. The sword ancestor wasted no words. After speaking, his aura soared. A terrifying Dharma manifestation loomed above the heavenly sword sect, surveying those outside with a cold demeanor, stating, Your intentions are well known to all. I shall not speak further. If you wish to take someone away, first obstruct my sword. Boom, boom, boom. As he spoke, the boundless sword intent that had been swirling around the sword ancestor expanded wildly. Hiss, hiss, hiss at that moment. Within 1,000 miles of the heavenly sword sect, an infinite sword intent enveloped the area. Some cultivators who attempted to approach were immediately forced back. The sword ancestor was invincible, within the heavenly sword sect. The crowd roared. Gu Chongqing couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Hongli watched the scene, softly inquiring, Aren't you going to take action? Gu Chongqing gently touched the jade ring on his wrist and replied, Let him deal with the small fry. That's perfectly fine, the 11-year-old chief. I must confront those who are truly noteworthy. Hong Li's expression turned peculiar. You make it sound as if you are the ancestor and he is merely the disciple. Gu Chongqing stroked his chin. Such words should not be spoken lightly. After all, I am only 11, Hong Li retorted. Who doesn't know you are 11? Must you emphasize it? Gu Chongqing turned, puzzled, and asked, Does sister not approve? Hong Li bit her silver teeth, glaring at Gu Chongqing with disdain, ultimately choosing to close her eyes, unwilling to witness this insufferable little rogue. Gu Chongqing averted his gaze, looking calmly towards the protective formation surrounding the sect. Softly murmuring to himself, Hongli opened her eyes and glanced at him, her brows slightly furrowed. "Should we eliminate them all later?" she heard him say. Gu Changxing turned to her. "Why don't you handle the killing later?" "I find it a hassle." Hongli closed her eyes again, ignoring this eccentric fellow. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, battle had already commenced. The sword ancestor had made his move. A single sword swept forth. Pft, 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 a horrifying scene unfolded. Elders from various sects in the southern domain of the eastern wilderness were sent flying, blood painting the skies. The weaker ones were directly decapitated by a single stroke. In an instant, over 100 headless corpses fell from the heavens. "Oh no!" exclaimed a master from the great Xia dynasty upon realizing the peril, immediately retreating while shouting, "I am from the great Xia dynasty. I am not here to cause trouble." The power of this ancient figure from the heavenly sword sect exceeded all expectations. The elder who had previously boasted of avenging Huang Shiqing was now desperately retreating, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. "I implore the esteemed friends from the Holy Lands to intervene and punish this demonic sect," the elder shouted. While they were all prominent sects in the southern domain's cultivation world, they were ultimately not as powerful as the Holy Lands. Now, facing the sword ancestor's fury, they were utterly incapable of resisting. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared here under the guise of a mountain-paying visit. "Brother Dao, you have broken the rules. Now you stubbornly seek to create further slaughter. This cannot be tolerated." The previous voice rang out once more. And simultaneously, a colossal hand, obscuring the sky, surged from the distant southern heavens towards the heavenly sword sect. Swish, swish, swish. In response, the sword ancestor unleashed boundless sword intent. Bift, bift, bift. In an instant, that colossal hand was utterly torn to shreds. "Enough of the idle chatter. Kill!" the sword ancestor commanded coldly, as a sword pierced the heavens, heading southward. That scene struck terror into the hearts of all present. What on earth is this old man's strength? They realized that the one who had struck was a supreme elder of the Songhai Holy Land, whose power was extraordinary, far surpassing that of everyone present. Yet he could not subdue this sword-wielding elder. Who was this old man? Although many powerful cultivators had arrived from the southern domain of the eastern wilderness, most were from the generation of the great elder Wu Tao, and few knew of the sword ancestor. "It is you, the one who had once emerged from the southern domain, hailed as the greatest swordsman of the eastern wilderness for 3,000 years, Qi Jianlong." The supreme elder of the Songhai Holy Land spoke solemnly. In that instant of confrontation, he recognized the sword ancestor's identity. Qi Jianlong? It was actually him. Those who had not been slain felt their scalps tingle, and they immediately distanced themselves even further. Jianlong, the greatest swordsman of the eastern wilderness for 3 millennia at that time. There were even rumors that if Qi Jianlong had not originated from the heavenly sword sect, but rather from a great imperial immortal sect or an immortal lineage, or even a holy land, his achievements would have far surpassed those of his time, and he would have long since ascended to the higher realms. Alas, he had emerged from this long-fallen imperial immortal sect. Since his debut, he had always been the center of attention, repeatedly targeted, and had faced near-death experiences. Ultimately, he had not perished. However, something transpired later on, leading Qi Jianlong to seldom appear in public. Many believed he had already died. Little did they know he would make an appearance today. Not only did these outsiders feel this way, but even the members of the Heavenly Sword Sect were taken aback. The Sword Ancestor is actually Qi Jianlong? What is going on? The records of the sect indicated they were 2 different individuals. The 5 Grand Elders were all left in confusion. The 4 Supreme Elders seemed to ponder deeply. Not far away, Gu Changxing stroked his chin and softly remarked, "Has the old man ever mentioned Qi Jianlong to you?" Hongli nodded gently. A prodigy of swordsmanship, Gu Changxing gazed at the figure of the sword ancestor. Smiling inexplicably, I am known as the sword ancestor, not merely Qi Jianlong, the sword ancestor stated leisurely, yet his hands did not falter, his sword energy slicing through the air, instantly claiming 2 more lives. All were individuals of elder rank. "You are indeed Qi Jianlong." The supreme elder of the Songhai Holy Land grew increasingly certain, speaking in a grave tone. Back then, the powerful ones of the Holy Domain placed restrictions upon you. Should you dare make another move, the Heavenly Sword Sect will face annihilation. Do you believe it? Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, across the southern domain, a terrifying aura surged, a Dharma manifestation towering as if a celestial being had descended. Gazing towards the Heavenly Sword Sect, along with the Supreme Elder of the Songhai Holy Land, a total of 7 powerful auras emerged. These were all mighty figures from the Holy Lands of the Southern Domain. Upon learning that the Sword Ancestor was indeed Qi Jianlong, these powerful beings no longer concealed their strength, revealing their auras as they approached. Among them, one figure, exuding the most formidable might, with eyes shining with divine light, spoke coldly. Qi Jianlong, the Heavenly Sword Sect has openly defied the rules of the Eastern Wilderness cultivation world, and you are equally guilty of breaking the law, akin to a demonic being. I represent the Southern Domain's cultivation world, and today I bring judgment upon your sect. First, surrender that nameless genius. Second, you must commit suicide in atonement. Fulfill these 2 conditions, and the Heavenly Sword Sect may yet survive. Otherwise, annihilation. Chapter 13. Back facing humanity, the voice reverberated throughout the entire Southern Domain's cultivation world, clearly reaching within the Heavenly Sword Sect. Absurd. Within the Heavenly Sword Sect, the 4th elder nearly had a stroke. His face flushed with anger as he cursed. What a fine leader of the Southern Domain's 7 holy lands. What a fine Xintian holy land. The one who had spoken the judgment was indeed from the Xintian holy land. The foremost among the Southern Domain's 7 holy lands, the 3rd elder hurriedly assisted the 4th elder in suppressing his injuries, speaking solemnly, "Old 4th, do not be agitated." The 4th elder ignored him and turned to Gu Changsheng. Speaking earnestly, "Gu Changsheng, you have witnessed the state of our sect. Merely due to your talent, these individuals cannot remain at ease and seek to encircle and annihilate us. However, you are now our sect's chief. What do you intend to do?" Everyone turned their gaze towards Gu Changsheng. To be honest, everything today ultimately stemmed from Gu Changsheng. His talent was so fearsome that it had triggered extraordinary phenomena, drawing the attention of the 7 holy lands of the Eastern Wilderness Southern Domain, as well as various sections, even supreme lineages, immortal inheritances, and imperial immortal sects were watching covetously. But now that Gu Changsheng was the chief of the Heavenly Sword Sect, would he leave? If he departed, would it be better for the Heavenly Sword Sect? In that moment, many began to entertain such thoughts. In the face of life and death, it was hardly surprising they would have such considerations, all stemming from the instinct for survival. Yu Changsheng absent-mindedly touched the jade ring on his wrist, his gaze as calm as the sea, yet within it lay an unending tempest and tumult. Yu Changsheng chuckled lightly, speaking languidly. Before joining the sect, I foresaw through divination that the Heavenly Sword Sect would inevitably reclaim its former glory, but such fate is crafted by human hands. Therefore, I do not gaze into the future. I only strive for the present. As he spoke, Gu Changsheng raised his head to look at the Sword Ancestor, thinking that this old fellow likely could not continue to make a move. If he were to strike again, the 7 holy lands of the Southern Domain and the powerful sects would surely converge upon the Heavenly Sword Sect. Yu Changsheng had not caused such a commotion merely to be besieged. Gu Changsheng declared, "Withdraw the protective formation." The assembly of elders gasped. What? What did you say?" The Sword Ancestor also cast a glance at Gu Changsheng, wondering what this lad intended to do. Gu Changsheng remarked, "Isn't the first demand from these fellows directed at me? After all, I am the protagonist of this incident. How could I possibly not make an appearance?" "No." The Grand Elder and others almost uniformly rejected Gu Changsheng's request. Gu Changsheng lowered his right hand, a peculiar expression on his face, and said, "Really? I've just assumed the position of chief, and yet my first request is turned down. Should I consider aligning myself with another sect?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd darkened. "You dare!" The 4th elder trembled with fury. The Grand Elder, however, remained considerably calmer, furrowing his brow as he said, "If we activate the protective formation of our sect, these powerful beings from the Holy Lands will besiege us, leaving our sect utterly defenseless. Jiu Changxing countered. How long do you believe the current protective formation of the Tianjin Dao sect can hold? A collective sigh escaped the crowd, filled with helplessness. Indeed, if these formidable beings from the Holy Lands truly intended to strike, the Tianjin Dao sect would stand no chance. Otherwise, how could it have fallen to such a state? Yet, if the formation were to be opened, death would be inevitable. Young man, what do you intend to do? The sword ancestor disregarded the powerful beings from the Xintian Holy Land and instead turned to Gu Changsheng. Communicating telepathically, Jiu Changxing's demeanor was utterly uncharacteristic of an 11-year-old boy, exuding a certain self-assuredness. This was rather strange. Jiu Changxing stated, "If you cannot act further, then heed my words." The sword ancestor gazed deeply at Gu Changsheng, and after a moment of silence, hoarsely said, "Open the protective formation." The 4 supreme elders and the 5 peak leaders were taken aback. However, before they could voice their concerns, the sword ancestor waved his hand and declared, "The chief is the future sect master. With the current sect master absent, he is the acting sect master." Though the crowd felt a deep sense of reluctance, they ultimately complied with the command and opened the protective formation. With a hum, the barrier resembling an inverted glass bowl that enveloped the Tianjin Dao sect vanished in a flash of light. The Tianjin Dao sect was then laid bare before the world. Surrounded by towering peaks, the 5 peaks of Tianjin rose majestically, shrouded in swirling mist. Behind them, Longmen Mountain stood as the second highest peak, directly opposite the entrance of the Tianjin Dao sect. At this moment, the dojo on Longmen Mountain was filled with elite disciples and high-ranking members of the Tianjin Dao sect. Aside from the sect master and those elite disciples who were out on training expeditions, it seemed all members of the Tianjin Dao sect were gathered here, displaying a sense of self-awareness. Seeing that the Tianjin Dao sect had withdrawn its protective formation, the supreme elder of the Zhonghai Holy Land smiled faintly. In that instant, countless gazes traversed the void, converging upon Longmen Mountain, searching for that nameless prodigy. The members of the Tianjin Dao sect were exceedingly tense. Only Gu Changsheng, at this moment, was reclining in a rocking chair. Eyes closed as if resting. The rocking chair had been crafted by Hongli, and Gu Changsheng had just summoned it from afar. In his words, standing was too exhausting. Lying down was much more comfortable. Had it been before, Hongli would have certainly disapproved, but after witnessing the way of enlightenment Gu Changsheng had imparted to her, she found his reasoning quite valid. "Take me up," Gu Changsheng murmured as he sensed the dissolution of the protective formation. This time, Hongli did not feign any further tests. Although she was unsure why Gu Changsheng, who could fly, insisted on having her carry him, she complied with his request. With a hum, an invisible, gentle force enveloped the rocking chair beneath Gu Changsheng. Lifting it into the air, soon, Gu Changsheng was suspended in midair. The sword ancestor regarded Gu Changsheng, a strange glint flickering in his murky old eyes. This lad was quite peculiar. The crowd was equally speechless. At such a moment, he still chose to flaunt his presence. The sword ancestor spoke up appropriately. "This is our sect's chief, Gu Changsheng, the one who previously traversed to the end of the heavenly ladder." At that moment, all eyes converged upon Gu Changsheng. From a great distance, powerful beings from the Holy Lands attempted to scan him with their divine senses. The sword ancestor instinctively wanted to shield Gu Changsheng from the probing. But Gu Changsheng slightly raised his hand, signaling him not to. Yet, in the next moment, several individuals lifted ancient bronze mirrors, aiming them at Gu Changsheng from afar. Waves of divine light erupted from the ancient mirrors, all converging upon Gu Changsheng. The source ancient mirrors. Upon seeing those mirrors, everyone recognized them. The source ancient mirrors were treasured artifacts commonly possessed by the major sects in the cultivation world, used to detect the essence of prodigies. Capable of delving deeper into the nature of the target, a cultivator's essence typically pertained to their physique and soul. Boom. At that very moment, a chaotic explosion erupted in the heavens above Gu Changsheng, revealing a figure slowly advancing amidst the chaos. Its back turned to all. Gu Changsheng felt a momentary dazzle and instinctively raised his hand to shield his face. In that instant, the source ancient mirrors in the hands of all the powerful beings shattered into pieces. Chapter 14. The Chaos Demon Body. the source ancient mirrors shatter. The entire assembly was struck with astonishment. What was that phenomenon just now? The powerful beings from various sects gasped in shock. Hiss. Not only they, but even within the Tianjin Dao sect, there were audible gasps of disbelief. The source ancient mirrors could reveal one's essence, yet Gu Chongqing had merely manifested a hint of an anomaly, and they shattered completely. What kind of monstrous talent was this? Amidst the shock, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the Tianjin Dao sect. The more extraordinary Gu Chongqing appeared, the more dire the situation became for them today. They might truly be unable to retain Gu Chongqing. He truly was a peerless prodigy who had completed the heavenly ladder of the Tianjin Dao sect, destined for greatness. An elder from the Xintian Holy Land squinted and solemnly remarked, "That was the manifestation of the Chaos Demon Body, wasn't it? The Chaos Demon Body?" Upon hearing this term, many faces paled. The 3,000 Dao states boast countless physiques, each with its own hierarchical classification. Among them, the immortal body is a legendary physique, followed by the holy body, the divine body, and beneath those are the emperor body, the overlord body, and the mortal body. The chaos demon body is one of the holy bodies in ancient history. Those who perfected the chaos demon body could rival emperors. At this moment, the gazes directed at Gu Chongqing shifted once again. The chaos demon body, unbeknownst to them, when Gu Chongqing heard those 5 words, he couldn't help but curl his lip, paying no mind to their astonishment. Gu Chongqing leisurely stated, "Since you've all seen enough, let's talk." The crowd suppressed their murmurs, focusing their attention on the seemingly mere 11 or 12-year-old boy. To be frank, people were only just realizing that this lad was even younger than they had imagined. Yet he remained remarkably composed. With the 7 holy lands and various sects present, he showed no signs of panic, maintaining his composure and even daring to be so conspicuous after the protective formation was lifted. Did he truly believe that no one would dare to act against him, or did he possess some other form of assurance? Regardless, one cannot deny the audacity of this youth. The elders of various sects remained silent, casting their gazes toward the 7 holy lands. The cultivation world has always revered the strong. Thus, the 7 holy lands' presence commanded deference, and the discourse in the arena should naturally be led by them. The powerful beings from the 7 holy lands exchanged glances, each feeling a weight upon their hearts. Had it not been for the earlier display of phenomena, they might still have had a chance to vie for a favorable position. At this juncture, they likely had no opportunity left. Despite the imposing presence of the 7 holy lands, above them lingered the supreme Dao lineages, the eternal Dao lineages, and the Emperor Immortal Gates. These existences had yet to make their appearance. As expected, with the silence of the 7 holy lands, an ancient voice gradually emanated from the southern direction. The Chaos Demon Body may enter my Yuding Immortal Sect to receive the eternal legacy. The Yuding Immortal Sect, one of the true top powers in the southern region of the Eastern Wilderness, is part of the eternal Dao lineage. My Lingquan Immortal Sect is in need of a chief. May I ask if the young friend is willing to join us for cultivation? The ancestor of my Qilin Valley is about to ascend. I wish to pass down the lineage before his ascension. Would the young friend be willing to join my Qilin Valley? As the first voice was heard, one after another, the powerful beings from various dominant sects extended invitations to Gu Chongqing to join their ranks. Each made lavish promises, eager for Gu Chongqing to cultivate within their sections. With the emergence of these powers, the expressions of the high-ranking members of the Tianjin Dao sect turned grim. Compared to these sects, the Tianjin Dao sect had no competitive edge whatsoever. Although the Tianjin Dao sect was an Emperor Immortal Gate, it had long since become a mere shell of its former self, having lost even its own Emperor Immortal art. Compounded by its inadequate strength, how could it compete with these dominant factions for Gu Chongqing? As one after another of the dominant sects spoke, all eyes converged upon Gu Chongqing, eagerly anticipating how this lad would choose. The Sword Ancestor and others also focused intently on Gu Chongqing. Reclining in his rocking chair, Gu Chongqing's eyes were half closed, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest as he lazily remarked, "They all sound quite impressive. But I tend to be rather lazy. Since I've come to the Tianjin Dao sect, I have no desire to leave." Upon hearing this, the entire assembly erupted in an uproar. Was this lad deliberately provoking them? Or was he merely holding out for a better offer? Did he think the Emperor Immortal Gate had yet to make its move? If the young friend is waiting for the Li Hua Emperor Gate to speak, there is no need. The Li Hua Emperor Gate has already established its Emperor Son, and there cannot be two Emperor Sons within a single sect. A whisper from an informed observer pierced the air, igniting a realization among those present who had previously been oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. It became evident why the esteemed Emperor's immortal sect of the Southern Domain had maintained a profound silence throughout. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing offered a faint smile, lifted his eyelids, and gazed at the ethereal figures that resembled deities or demons, softly proclaiming, "Whether one is an emperor or a prince matters not. I shall cultivate at the Heavenly Sword Dao sect, yet I am also considered a disciple of your esteemed sections. Simply deliver the cultivation resources I require to the Dragon Gate Mountain of the Heavenly Sword Dao sect." A chorus of laughter erupted in the AI. Gu Chongqing's statement was perceived as utterly absurd. How could one expect the various sects to provide cultivation resources while remaining at the Heavenly Sword Dao sect? Who did he think he was? Nevertheless, after witnessing the extraordinary nature of Gu Chongqing, no one dared to mock him aloud. It was the venerable elder from the Songhai sacred land who could not suppress his amusement, stating, "Young friend, you jest. Throughout history, while there have been strong individuals who have simultaneously joined various sects, such instances occurred one by one. If you wish to join other sects concurrently, you must first leave the Heavenly Sword Dao sect." The implication was clear. Regardless of the circumstances, one could not remain at the Heavenly Sword Dao sect. Exiting the sect and subsequently joining other sects was not out of the question. "What if I do not wish to leave?" Gu Chongqing inquired softly. The elder from the Songhai sacred land chuckled. "As you witnessed earlier, the Heavenly Sword Dao sect has openly defied the established tenets of the cultivation world. Akin to those of the demonic path, if you choose not to depart, you may find yourself implicated and subjected to judgment. Staying is also an option. However, it would mean facing annihilation alongside the Heavenly Sword Dao sect." This statement rendered the members of the Heavenly Sword Dao sect visibly grim. The individuals from the sacred lands were indeed shameless. Gu Chongqing displayed a look of regret and sighed. "What a pity." "Have you made your decision, young friend?" inquired a powerful figure from a supreme lineage, his tone measured and devoid of urgency. Under such circumstances, any rational individual would choose to leave the Heavenly Sword Dao sect, thereby preserving its existence. Otherwise, both the Heavenly Sword Dao sect and Gu Chongqing would meet their demise. The fourth elder gazed upward at the figure reclining in the celestial expanse, clenching his fist as tension gripped him. He was not alone. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Sword Dao sect shared a palpable anxiety tinged with an inexplicable conflict. On one hand, they wished for Gu Chongqing to remain. On the other, they desired his departure to seek mentorship from other sects. It was indeed a dilemma. Yet, the power of choice lay solely in Gu Chongqing's hands. Gu Chongqing ceased his rhythmic tapping, fully opened his eyes, slightly leaned forward, crossed his hands beneath his chin, and fixed his gaze on the horizon, murmuring, "How bothersome." Chapter 15. All eyes on him, how bothersome. Upon hearing these words, no one felt surprised. Indeed, were they in his position, they too would find it quite vexing. However, for Hongli, these words bore an entirely different significance. She understood that Gu Chongqing was preparing to act. Without looking at Gu Chongqing, Hongli gradually closed her eyes, and the surroundings seemed to fade into insignificance, leaving only the sound of her heartbeat and the presence of Gu Chongqing above. Everyone awaited in silence. The moment of decision was at hand. The elder from the Yuding Immortal sect spoke slowly, seemingly eager to avoid prolonging the situation. Time was of the essence. All eyes were fixed on Gu Chongqing, awaiting his choice. Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes and murmured, "As the years change, some things remain ever the same. The flowing water does not race against time. It seeks to flow endlessly." His words were cryptic and perplexing. Following this, he broke into laughter, a laugh that caused brows to furrow and unease to stir. He halted his laughter and called out softly, "Hongli," before the sound of his voice dissipated. A streak of crimson surged upwards from the Heavenly Sword Dao sect, transforming into a divine rainbow that traversed the heavens with an air of abandon. At that moment, those whom the sword ancestor had not finished off earlier, those who harbored animosity toward the heavenly sword Tao sect, found their heads severed, a cascade of vibrant crimson blossoms appearing in the air. It was swift, alarmingly swift, and no one could discern the speed of Hong Li's strike. By the time they processed what had transpired, over a dozen individuals had perished, all of them of elder rank. What is happening? The members of the Heavenly Sword Tao sect were caught off guard. Only the sword ancestor caught a fleeting glimpse of that crimson figure, his heart churning with tumult. All eyes turned to Gu Changsheng. No one anticipating that a mysterious powerhouse would emerge from within the Heavenly Sword Tao sect, annihilating all in its path. How dare you? The powerful figures from the 7 sacred lands erupted with rage. They had been awaiting Gu Changsheng's decision, completely unprepared for the emergence of another formidable entity within the Heavenly Sword Tao sect, one that dared to commit slaughter before their very eyes. Hong Li soared through the air with unparalleled speed, akin to a fleeting shadow, and in an instant, she was upon the venerable elder of the Songhai sacred land. Boom! Yet, the elder was no weakling. He had previously dared to confront the sword ancestor. As Hong Li charged, he raised a hand to unleash a sweeping strike, a colossal palm that seemed to be composed of the very ocean itself, capable of devouring the heavens and earth. However, in the next instant, a flash of crimson light pierced through the massive palm, followed by an enraged bellow from the elder of the Songhai sacred land. He had been injured. Though Hong Li had succeeded in her strike, she did not pursue further. Instead, she swiftly retreated, a hint of regret flickering in her beautiful eyes. If only she had a sword, she could have dispatched him in an instant. At that moment, the other powerful figures from the sacred lands began to react, their imposing auras converging upon the Heavenly Sword Tao sect. Hong Li's window of opportunity had closed. Returning to Dragon Gate Mountain, Hong Li's demeanor remained composed, her breathing steady, and her movements as light as a cloud. Before the members of the Heavenly Sword Tao sect could fully absorb the terror of Hong Li's prowess, they were met with an overwhelming wave of oppressive pressure descending upon them. Even the sword ancestor bore a grave expression, murmuring, "Kid, have you firmly resolved to align yourself with the Heavenly Sword Tao sect?" At this juncture, although Gu Changsheng had not uttered a word, Hong Li's actions clearly indicated his intention to stand with the Heavenly Sword Tao sect. Gu Changsheng disregarded the sword ancestor's query and directed a few pointers at Hong Li. "You need to be faster, and your choice of targets requires improvement." Hong Li remained silent, wishing to argue that, given her current cultivation level, achieving such feats was already extraordinary. However, she was certain that making such a statement would only invite more criticism from Gu Changsheng. Thus, she opted for silence. Gu Changsheng spoke softly, "Everyone, pay attention." This was not just directed at Hong Li. It was also aimed at the fourth elder, as Gu Changsheng had previously promised to teach him the sword technique. However, at that moment, the fourth elder seemed oblivious to this. On the other hand, Hong Li looked up attentively at Gu Changsheng, awaiting his next move. Then, Gu Changsheng raised his right hand. Under the sunlight, the jade ring on his wrist gleamed with a peculiar brilliance. Snap! Gu Changsheng's thumb and middle finger met, producing a crisp sound. The jade ring on his hand vanished in an instant. Time appeared to slow. A beam of light, akin to a shooting star, stretched from the Heavenly Sword Tao sect all the way to the southern Xintian sacred land. It was but a fleeting moment. While Gu Changsheng's right hand remained poised in the act of snapping, the jade ring reformed on his wrist, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, astonishingly, the terrifying pressure that bore down on the Heavenly Sword Tao sect dissipated as if it had never existed. The source of that oppressive aura was a formidable figure from the Xintian sacred land, the very individual who had previously called for the judgment of the Heavenly Sword Tao sect. Unknown to anyone, at that very moment, in a classical-style pavilion billions of miles away in the Xintian sacred land, a gray-robed elder sat in meditation, utterly motionless, his life force rapidly waning until it faded into silence. A drop of crimson appeared at his brow. The plaza of Dragon Gate Mountain within the Heavenly Sword Tao sect. Hong Li's beautiful eyes glazed over, and after a brief moment, she returned to herself. her enticing lips parting in astonishment and a single strike. She had slain the elder of the Xintian's sacred land. It was worth noting that this individual's appearance had previously instilled such fear in the sword ancestor that he refrained from further action. Yet now, he had been dispatched by Gu Chongqing in a mere heartbeat. The most terrifying aspect was that no one had yet fully processed what had occurred. The sword ancestor was the first to sense something amiss. How had the aura of the Xintian sacred land's powerful figure suddenly vanished? Until Gu Chongqing's right hand formed a sword gesture with his index and middle fingers, subconsciously swaying in the air. The jade ring on his wrist vanished time and again. The formidable auras of the 7 great sacred lands dissipated completely within the realm of Sumeru. People finally sensed that something was amiss. Those terrifying pressures had never descended upon the heavenly sword sect, instead dissipating into nothingness. The 7 divine manifestations of the 7 great sacred lands crumbled entirely. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. The entire cultivation community of the southern region seemed to plunge into an inexplicable state at that very moment. People were unable to comprehend what had transpired. When Gu Chongqing ceased his movements, and the jade ring no longer vanished, only the master of the Daxia dynasty remained trembling in the air. Muttering incessantly, "I am a person of the Daxia dynasty, not here to cause trouble for the heavenly sword sect." Chapter 16. No worries, I will take action. Amidst a heap of rubble, Gu Chongqing touched the jade ring on his wrist, which felt somewhat warm, and whispered softly. He glanced at a spot in the void not far from the heavenly sword sect. "I am a person of the Daxia dynasty, not here to cause trouble for the heavenly sword sect." The master from the Daxia dynasty was utterly terrified at that moment. What a joke. Even the unparalleled powerhouses of the 7 great sacred lands vanished without a trace. What was he? The representatives from the Ziyang sect, Feiyun Immortal Gate, and other sects had all been annihilated without exception. He had merely come to inquire about news regarding the third prince. He meant no harm at all. The people of the Heavenly Sword sect were in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? All the powerhouses of the 7 great sacred lands had been killed. Everyone's gaze converged on the young figure in the rocking chair above them, their hearts surging with emotions. This individual had only just entered the sect, yet he could already threaten so many formidable beings. What kind of monster was this? The sword ancestor was equally shaken, gazing intently at Gu Chongqing's figure, murmuring to himself, could he be the one that old Tomb spoke of? Back then, he almost seized the heavenly sword but ultimately failed. During that time, he was quite despondent, even somewhat self-destructive. Him. Not being able to wield the heavenly sword meant he was unworthy to lead the heavenly sword sect to resurgence. This was something he could not accept, having always aimed for that goal. Until Old Tomb had a conversation with him. Old Tomb said, "If you cannot do it, someone else will. But will you do nothing?" It was that day he regained his sword heart and embarked on his own tale. At that moment, gazing at Gu Chongqing, he could not help but recall those words. Perhaps Gu Chongqing was indeed the one to lead the Heavenly Sword sect to rise again. Within the Heavenly Sword sect, it seemed as though someone was protecting Gu Chongqing. The Heavenly Sword sect had fallen into demonic ways. At that instant, an ancient voice resonated, imbued with cold murderous intent. It was the strong figure from the Yuding Immortal Gate who had spoken earlier. Clearly, the demise of the various sects and the powerhouses of the 7 great sacred lands had incited this ancient immortal's dissatisfaction, even rage. The voice reverberated throughout the southern region. Gu Chongqing had rejected them all through his actions, choosing to remain at the Heavenly Sword sect. Since that was the case, let it be exterminated. The southern region shall not tolerate this. The demonic path must be eradicated. In that moment, the powerhouses of various sects in the southern region responded to the Yuding Immortal Gate's strong figure, their voices shaking the heavens, reverberating within the Heavenly Sword sect. Inside the Heavenly Sword sect, a deathly silence reigned. It was over. At that moment, they finally regained their senses from the shock of the fall of the powerhouses from the 7 great sacred lands. Their faces pale beyond measure. Some were even filled with trepidation and unease. It was finished, completely finished. So many had perished. The strong from the 7 great sacred lands, the elders of various sects in the southern region, All the blame would fall upon the Heavenly Sword sect. What could be done about this? The newly initiated third prince of Daxia and others wore ashen faces. The third prince of Daxia murmured in a daze, Gu Changsheng? Oh Gu Changsheng, why won't you bow your head? Joining another sect would have been so much better. What will we do now? I came to the Heavenly Sword sect and gained nothing, saw nothing, yet have been sentenced to death? No, I must hurry back. Not only the third prince of Daxia, but also some disciples who had joined the sect in previous years could not resist their thoughts. That was the voice of an immortal powerhouse. It was akin to celestial decree. From this day forth, the entire Heavenly Sword sect would be labeled demonic. How imposing! I am merely 11 years old. Yet I am terrified to the point of needing to make amends. Jiu Changxing reclined in the rocking chair, lazily stating, though you say that, I am not frightened in the slightest. The strong figure from the Yuding Immortal Gate coldly remarked, though you possess exceptional talent, surrendering yourself to the demonic path warrants your destruction? The sword ancestor scoffed, stating, back in the day, when the various sects of the Eastern Wilderness attacked my Heavenly Sword sect, countless disciples of my sect perished. If we speak of demonic paths, those involved back then were all demonic. Yuding Immortal Gate was one of them. The decline of the Heavenly Sword sect was inextricably linked to those self-proclaimed righteous sections. The strong figure from the Yuding Immortal Gate retorted coldly, absurd. In those days, your Heavenly Sword sect, as a great imperial sect, secretly harbored demonic artifacts and slaughtered powerful cultivators in the cultivation community, ultimately inciting the wrath of heaven and humanity, leading to the joint extermination by various sections. Considering your sect's contributions to the Eastern Wilderness, we only sought to eliminate the demonic beasts and preserve your sect's lineage. Yet today you are beset by calamity. In the end, it was your ancestors' excessive mercy. The demonic artifact, Gu Changxing reclined in the rocking chair, slowly closing his eyes, sighing inwardly. That item ultimately could not be concealed. Nonsense! The sword ancestor's hair bristled, his gaze sharp as a blade, declaring in a deep voice, Wan Quanzhun, the various sects merely sought to seize that treasure back then. Do not speak nonsense. The historical facts of that time were recorded in the hidden pavilion of the Heavenly Sword sect. How could he not know? At this moment, the Yuding Immortal Gate's strong figure named Wan Quanzhun did not grow angry. Instead, he sneered, I have never revealed myself, yet you can speak my true name. The only one from your sect who knew me was Qi Jianlong, and he has long since perished. How can you claim you are not Qi Jianlong? Qi Jianlong, you have violated the restrictions imposed upon you by the sacred domain, and today you have repeatedly acted. Very well, you shall be extinguished alongside the Heavenly Sword sect. 3 days hence, the various sects of the southern region will form an alliance to exterminate the demonic. Obliterating the Heavenly Sword sect, after speaking, Wan Quanzhun's aura receded, vanishing from sight. The sword ancestor's gaze grew increasingly cold. With matters having reached this point, there was little left to be said. The sword ancestor reactivated the protective array of the sect, enveloping the entire Heavenly Sword sect. For now, the Heavenly Sword sect still had a chance to breathe. He needed to ascertain who had acted, to see if it truly was Gu Changsheng. If it was indeed Gu Changsheng, then the Heavenly Sword sect might truly have a future. Gu Changsheng, Fourth Elder, Hongli, you three come to the Heavenly Sword Hall. The sword ancestor wasted no time, summoning the three, for when Gu Changxing had taken the Heavenly Sword, only these three had been in the Heavenly Sword Hall. It was imperative to clarify the matter. Gu Changxing withdrew his focus, slowly descending from the sky, softly stating, No need to ask. When I took the Heavenly Sword, there were no anomalies, nor was there anyone else present. The sword ancestor raised an eyebrow. Then who was the one that acted? Gu Changxing spread his hands. Isn't it obvious? The sword ancestor scrutinized Gu Changxing, his murky old eyes gleaming with insight. Yet, soon after, the sword ancestor's heart stirred slightly, quietly transmitting. Given the current situation of the Heavenly Sword sect, I cannot support it alone, and still take action. Then I can rest easy and descend from the mountain. Yu Changxing replied earnestly. No worries, I will take action. Chapter 17. No longer like the youthful wanderer, the conversation between Gu Chongqing and the Sword Ancestor was overheard clearly by the other elders and the four supreme elders, except for the last transmitted message from the Sword Ancestor, especially the final words spoken by Gu Chongqing. "I will take action." Observing Gu Chongqing's earnest expression, everyone harbored different thoughts. This little fellow, despite being only 11 years old, exhibited a power that far exceeded anyone's expectations. The Sword Ancestor gazed deeply at Gu Chongqing. "Can he hold back those individuals?" the Sword Ancestor inquired again. Gu Chongqing suddenly smiled. "If you are not afraid of the Heavenly Sword sect turning into a so-called demonic sect, then it doesn't matter if we kill them all." The Sword Ancestor sighed with relief, revealing a smile. "No worries, if we kill them, we kill them. Those sects are all enemies of the Heavenly Sword sect. I only regret my lack of strength. Otherwise, I would have wiped them out long ago." He had made up his mind. The Sword Ancestor looked at the four supreme elders, speaking solemnly. "Seal the entire sect and devote all efforts to assist Gu Chongqing in his cultivation. I shall descend from the mountain." Sword Ancestor. The expressions of the four supreme elders shifted slightly. Was the Sword Ancestor preparing to fight those people to the death? The Sword Ancestor waved his hand. "I have concealed myself for so long. Although I am called the Sword Ancestor, I am ultimately Qi Jianlong. Those from the sacred domain have imposed restrictions upon me. Today, I shall break free from them. If I remain in the sect, it will only bring more turmoil to the sect. Rest assured, I am not seeking death, but rather a path to survival. 3 days hence, with little Chongqing here, we should be safe." Furthermore, the Sword Ancestor glanced at Gu Chongqing and Hongli, raising his hand to envelop the four supreme elders in profound light, isolating others from hearing. "If little Chongqing cannot protect the sect, you should contact the Wuxin Palace in the central domain and have them taken." Gu Chongqing and Hongli. From the very inception of the Heart of Inquiry Palace, it has maintained a profound connection with our sect, and in due time, they will acquiesce. This battle has unveiled to them, beyond the ancient Chongqing, another unparalleled prodigy, Hongli. The Heavenly Sword sect may face obliteration, yet these two must not perish, as long as they endure. The restoration of the Heavenly Sword sect's former glory is inevitable. The Sword Ancestor and the four esteemed elders bore solemn expressions. The Sword Ancestor had already considered this aspect and seemed to harbor little confidence in the young Chongqing. Understandably so, for the young Chongqing is but 11 years of age. The reason those individuals retreated today was merely due to their unfamiliarity with him. After 3 days of reflection, they will undoubtedly speculate upon certain truths. For instance, the Heavenly Sword. Although the young Chongqing made a move just now, many did not truly grasp the essence of what transpired. Only the Sword Ancestor could discern a hint of the Heavenly Sword. The young Chongqing wielded the power of the Heavenly Sword. While the method remains unknown, none can guarantee that this alone will suffice to navigate the challenges that lie ahead in 3 days. "Promise me," the Sword Ancestor spoke in a grave tone. "We shall adhere to the Sword Ancestor's decree." The four esteemed elders, resolute in their demeanor, responded immediately. The Sword Ancestor nodded slightly, dispelled the barrier, and approached the ancient Chongqing. The ancient Chongqing raised a hand in gesture. "I am merely 11 years old. Spare me your talk of restoring the Heavenly Sword sect. If the sect truly falls, I can at most seek vengeance for you. Besides, while I am here, who could possibly extinguish the Heavenly Sword sect?" The Sword Ancestor could not help but chuckle, shaking his head. "Very well, I shall refrain from further discourse and leave everything in your capable hands. Esteemed Chief." After speaking, the Sword Ancestor turned his gaze towards Hongli. However, at this moment, Hongli had already positioned herself behind the ancient Chongqing, seemingly disinterested in hearing more from the Sword Ancestor. The Sword Ancestor chuckled softly, ultimately shaking his head and muttering, "The youth of today truly possess an intriguing spirit." He shook his head, adjusting his tattered gray robe, and stepped away, heading towards the gate of the Heavenly Sword sect. "We bid farewell to the Sword Ancestor." The four esteemed elders bowed in unison. The 5 elders, along with the protectors and hall masters of each peak, followed suit. After a moment's hesitation, one esteemed elder spoke solemnly. "When the sword departs from the southern domain, It shall return after the first watch, and all the world shall witness the dragon. We bid farewell to the ancestor Qi Jianlong. We bid farewell to the ancestor Qi Jianlong. The waves of voices rose higher and higher. That figure gradually faded from their sight, slightly hunched, yet at this moment, he laughed heartily. The elder reached the foot of the mountain, glancing back at the gate of the Heavenly Sword sect, seemingly reminiscing. After a brief moment, he became resolute. With one hand behind his back and the other shaking his sleeve, he called out, "Sword, come forth." Meanwhile, in the distant eastern wilderness Dao state of the northern domain, atop a towering snow-capped mountain, a 3-foot sword, as black as ink, was plunged into the ground. Surrounding this sword sat numerous young sword cultivators, seemingly in contemplation of the sword. Suddenly, the sound of swords rang out, reverberating through the air. One by one, they opened their eyes, gazing at that sword. The sword trembled rapidly. Boom! At this moment, a formidable aura descended. A white-haired elder swept his hand, dispersing the crowd, and focused intently on that sword. His gaze heavy yet tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Shao Qi is about to emerge from the mountain. The white-haired elder glanced at the sky, flicked his finger, and loosened a corner of the barrier. Whoosh! At that instant, the 3-foot sword, as black as ink, shot up into the sky at an imperceptible speed. The young sword cultivators, who had been shaken back, struggled to maintain their balance. The white-haired elder's robe flapped in the wind, stirring a flurry of snowflakes. The next moment, the 3-foot sword hovered just before the white-haired elder. The elder regarded the sword, a faint smile gracing his lips. Go! The 3-foot sword emitted a clarion sound, then vanished in an instant. The white-haired elder watched the direction in which the sword departed, murmuring, "How splendid it would have been had you joined my sword pavilion back in the day." To this day, he still recalled that young Qi Jianlong, who emerged from the southern domain of eastern wilderness Dao state, a youth akin to a dragon, brimming with fervor. That young man had once joined the northern domain sword pavilion, showcasing his unparalleled talent in the way of the sword. Alas, he hailed from the Heavenly Sword sect, a sect long deemed a den of demons. That once declined Heavenly Sword sect. Had it been otherwise, the entire eastern wilderness Dao state would have taken pride in him. When the powerful beings of the holy domain descended, he had indeed held the opportunity to slay them, yet for the sake of the Heavenly Sword sect, he chose to accept restraint. Ultimately, he left his life-bound sword at the northern domain sword pavilion, on the summit of this snow-capped mountain. Today, the 3-foot sword departs. Qi Jianlong returns. The white-haired elder understood that Qi Jianlong was bidding them farewell. Whoosh! The 3-foot sword sliced through the void. The gate of the Heavenly Sword sect. 2 gatekeeping disciples regarded the elder with puzzlement. They called for the sword, yet saw none. The elder remained unperturbed, waiting silently. When the moment arrived, he stepped forward, ascending to the heavens in an instant. When he descended, the 3-foot sword was already beneath his feet. The elder turned back to glance at the Heavenly Sword sect, softly murmuring, "To purchase osmanthus flowers while sharing wine. It will never compare to the youthful wanderings. 3,000 years ago, when he departed the Heavenly Sword sect, he was in the prime of youth. Now, he is but a frail old man." Fortunately, upon leaving the Heavenly Sword sect once more, he encountered the young Changsheng. He took a liking to this lad, reminiscent of his own youth. "Hey, young one, when you can no longer endure, seek out the old tomb." At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Qi Jianlong's ear, causing him to stagger. That voice came from the ancient Changsheng. Upon hearing the word young one, Qi Jianlong instantly felt a sense of displeasure towards the lad. Chapter 18. Of course it is to sleep. This lad possesses no sense of propriety. Yet, reflecting on the words spoken by the lad, Qi Jianlong found himself pondering. The old tomb, he had previously inquired. This fellow, the ancient Changsheng, was brought forth from the enigmatic forbidden land known as the Old Tomb. Now, the Old Tomb had also ventured to that place, and even the soul lamp had dimmed. According to several elders, the current fate of the Old Tomb is uncertain. Yet, the ancient Changsheng spoke such words. Could it be that he knows something? After some contemplation, Qi Jianlong resolved to observe further in the future. This journey from the mountain would undoubtedly lead to a bloodbath. No. Qi Jianlong's gaze suddenly sharpened as he turned back for the third time towards the Heavenly Sword sect. Just now, I had already flown 1,000 miles. How did this lad manage to convey his voice to me? The voice of the ancient Changxing echoed in his ear, indicating that it was a transmission from afar. However, although the ancient Changxing wielded the power of the Heavenly Sword, he had yet to cultivate and possessed no significant cultivation. How could he transmit his voice? Was it that young girl named Hongli? Qi Jianlong speculated. He departed. Qi Jianlong could not be bothered to dwell on it further, discerning the direction, and headed straight for the Songhai Holy Land. The first sword, having landed in this place, was indeed fortuitous. With the departure of the sword ancestor Qi Jianlong, the atmosphere once again grew heavy. In 3 days, the southern domain's cultivation world would establish a coalition to eradicate demons, targeting the Heavenly Sword sect. Although the ancient Changxing had taken hold of the Heavenly Sword, whether he could truly safeguard the sect remained to be seen. Otherwise, the sword ancestor would not have proactively emerged from the mountain. Nor would he have instructed them to escort the ancient Changxing and Hongli away in times of peril. First, seal off the entire sect. The 4 esteemed elders wasted no words, immediately following the sword ancestor's orders. The grand formation activated, sealing off the entire sect. As for assisting the ancient Changxing in his cultivation, what could possibly change in 3 days? Certainly nothing. Yet they all understood the sword ancestor's reasoning. It was imperative to allow the ancient Changxing to embark upon the path of cultivation. Thus, even if calamity struck later, and they sought refuge in the heart of Inquiry Palace, it would not disrupt the cultivation process. Ancient Changxing, where are you going? At that moment, several esteemed elders noticed the ancient Changxing stepping away and inquired. Without turning back, the ancient Changxing replied, "Of course, I am going to sleep. Once the fighting is over, one must rest." Hongli had already returned ahead of him, claiming she needed to digest what she had learned today. The others fell silent. The esteemed elders quickly surrounded the ancient Changxing, forcing gentle smiles as they spoke. "Ancient Changxing, before leaving, the sword ancestor commanded us to assist you in your cultivation. Why not pay a visit to the scripture repository first?" The ancient Changxing responded with a puzzled expression. "Hasn't the supreme celestial art of the Heavenly Sword sect already vanished? What is there to learn in the scripture repository?" Once, the Heavenly Sword sect was besieged, branded as a demonic sect, leading to the demise of its higher echelons and the loss of the Emperor's celestial techniques amidst the chaos of war. The teachings that endure today are merely those of lesser significance from that tumultuous time. Even the 5 great sword techniques, practiced by the sect's foremost master, are but painstaking reconstructions by the ancestors of the Heavenly Sword sect. However, devoid of a core, these techniques struggle to unleash their true potential. For cultivators, techniques serve as the essence, while sword arts belong to the realm of supernatural abilities. Without a corresponding core technique, the efficacy of supernatural methods is inevitably diminished. For instance, a cultivator practicing fire-based techniques will naturally possess vital energy imbued with that fire attribute. Yet, if their supernatural methods lean towards the water attribute, the results could be not only inefficient but potentially harmful. Presently, the Heavenly Sword sect finds itself in such an awkward predicament. This is the fundamental reason behind its decline. The several venerable elders exchanged glances, at a loss for words, before one finally spoke. Although the Emperor's celestial techniques have been lost, there remain other methods for you to practice, which will also serve to gauge your cultivation speed. Jiyu Changxing casually replied, "Then have someone bring the techniques to the back mountain of Dragon Gate. I shall return to rest now." With that, he paid no heed to the elders' thoughts and strode past them, yawning as if genuinely fatigued. The elders looked at one another, sensing that this young man seemed rather unreliable. Despite having mastered the power of the Heavenly Sword, he was merely 11 years old and required guidance from them. They concocted an excuse for Gu Changsheng. Just then, he recalled something and turned back to say, "Have that new girl who recently joined the sect come as well. She is a promising talent we cannot afford to overlook." It was then that the others remembered there was indeed another prodigy. A young girl clad in green from a remote mountain village. This young man, despite his tender age, exhibited the demeanor of a leader, knowing to bring his junior sister along during his cultivation. One elder could not help but stroke his long beard, nodding in satisfaction. The others concurred wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, the 5 grand elders exchanged glances, recalling how Gu Chongqing had sought the girl for a chat before the ascent of the heavenly ladder had even begun. Could it be that at such a young age, he was harboring romantic feelings? No. Was this really the time for such thoughts? The sect was facing a dire situation. As night fell, in the shade beneath the cliffs of the back mountain, 2 rocking chairs sat, one occupied, the other vacant. Jiu Chongqing reclined in one, appearing to be asleep, while Hong Li sat cross-legged beneath a nearby tree. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, revealing a fleeting surge of formidable energy. She parted her red lips slightly, exhaling a breath of turbid air, her beautiful eyes dimming with restraint. Turning her gaze towards the black-clad youth on the rocking chair, Hong Li spoke softly. The 4 grand elders have nearly moved the entire scripture pavilion for you. Want to you take a look? Gu Chongqing slowly turned over, lazily responding. Old Tomb has taken you up the mountain for over 10 years. Why haven't you looked? Hong Li shook her head gently, saying, I have my own path to tread. Jiu Chongqing replied, what a coincidence. So do I. Hong Li raised an eyebrow, asking, then why not simply refuse their goodwill? At this moment, the 4 grand elders were at the thatched cottage, imparting some foundational knowledge of cultivation to the young girl in green, while also awaiting Gu Chongqing's awakening. Jiu Chongqing gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of light dancing within their depths. He sat upright, stretching leisurely, a look of contentment on his face. Well, considering their sincerity, I might as well teach them a thing or two, he mused, casually donning his shoes and sauntering towards the cottage. Hong Li watched Gu Chongqing's retreating figure. Sensing that this seemingly small boy harbored monumental secrets within, he spoke of teaching them, rather than being taught by them. Who exactly was he? Hong Li refrained from asking, knowing that even if she did, he would likely respond with a playful grin, feigning innocence as he said, Sister, I am Gu Chongqing, merely 11 years old. Chapter 19. Go cultivate. Do you expect me to guide you? In the humble abode where Gu Chongqing resided, the 4 grand elders sat cross-legged on their meditation mats, explaining the fundamentals of cultivation to the green-clad maiden. Chun Qingqing in the realm of mortals, across 3,000 states, each state as celestial sect. Chongqing clan and sacred grounds possessed unique techniques, yet the cultivation realms remained standardized, divided into 12 levels, collectively known as the 12 realms of mortals. These 12 realms are further divided into 3 upper realms, 4 middle realms, and 5 lower realms. The lower 5 realms are the foundation of the cultivator's journey, sequentially categorized from 1 to 5 as body refinement, mystical understanding, divine gate, Tao platform, and inscription. In our heavenly sword sect, once one surpasses the body refinement realm and opens their dantian, entering the mystical understanding realm, they may begin their training within the inner sect. For Chen Qingqing, this was her inaugural encounter with cultivation, and even the simplest classification of realms filled her with aspiration. When the grand elders paused, Chen Qingqing timidly inquired, what realm do the grand elders occupy? The elders were momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Chen Qingqing, perceiving their reaction, felt a tad embarrassed. I apologize for my presumptuousness. No harm done. This is hardly a secret. One elder waved his hand dismissively. We are all in the first realm of the upper 3 realms. The Unity Realm. This realm is also known as the Longevity Realm, and upon its completion, one can achieve a lifespan of 10,000 years. Wow! Chen Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. 10,000 years of life. Does that not rival the ancient tortoise? It is known that ordinary mortals are denied the path of cultivation, with 100 years being the pinnacle of their existence. Can this realm truly heal and save lives? Chen Qingqing's delicate hands clutched the hem of her garment, a hint of nervousness evident. The grand elders exchanged glances, taken aback by her earnestness. Chen Qingqing continued, her voice barely above a whisper. My grandfather is already 80 years old. Bedridden for long, I came to the heavenly sword sect to cultivate, hoping to acquire skills that would grant him health and longevity. The elders regarded one another, touched by her innocent heart. Just as they prepared to respond to Chen Qingqing, they suddenly sensed something and rose to their feet. Chen Qingqing, bewildered, hurriedly followed suit. Outside the cottage, Gu Changsheng strolled into view. Ignoring the mountains of jade slips before him, he casually grabbed a stack and reclined on the nearby ground. The rocking chair that should have been in the shade appeared behind him, catching him as he fell back. Jiu Changsheng, have you made your decision? The grand elders stepped forward, their gazes fixed upon him. Chen Qingqing followed, observing Gu Changsheng with curiosity. She had a vivid impression of this young master brother, who was 3 years her junior. Jiu Changsheng slowly unfurled the jade slips, addressing them calmly. Your talents are mediocre. Relying on closed-door training to break through to the celestial realm is akin to dreaming. You must read more. The 4 grand elders retorted, we are here to guide your cultivation, not to hear your lectures. Moreover, you are but 11 years old. Even if you possess the power of the heavenly sword, what do you truly understand about cultivation? Gu Changxing disregarded their protests, folding the jade slips and tossing them towards the elders. Gu Changsheng, despite their esteem for him, the elders were taken aback by his blatant rudeness, their tempers flaring. One elder caught the slips, speaking sternly, Gu Changsheng, the situation within the sect is precarious. We should be assisting the 5 Peaks Master in setting up formations. Yet considering your importance, we choose to instruct your cultivation. Should our sect fall, you must be prepared to thrive in the heart of Reflection Palace. Jiu Changxing smiled faintly. Precisely because of this, you all must cultivate diligently. If even the esteemed elders cannot withstand the pressures, whom can we rely upon? This statement left the elders exasperated. Jiu Changxing waved his hand dismissively. Calm down, calm down. Let us read first. This is for you. The elder holding the jade slips gritted his teeth in frustration. Jiu Changsheng continued, I just finished reading it. I believe it's better suited for you. Finished reading? The elder's anger flared. They had clearly seen Gu Changxing open the slips only to close them moments later. Initially regarding him as a prodigy, they had hoped that this evening's joint instruction would see him swiftly advance to the mystical understanding realm, only to be met with this dismissive attitude. They recognized that this approach was unsustainable and resolved to properly educate this young man. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. One either progresses or regresses. Possessing talent yet neglecting practice, as you do with your laziness, ultimately harms oneself. One elder admonished at that moment. The elder holding the slips unfurled them, stating solemnly, since you claim to have finished reading, let me test you. Yet before he could finish, his expression transformed into one of shock. His gaze fixated on the slips as if captivated by the words inscribed upon them. Senior brother? The other 3 esteemed elders had initially been awaiting his cue to test Gu Changsheng. Yet they were met with silence. Turning their heads, they were astonished to find their senior brother utterly captivated by the jade slip before him. The trio exchanged startled glances and drew closer. Upon reading the characters inscribed on the jade slip, their pupils constricted sharply, plunging them into a trance of their own. In an instant, Gu Changsheng was forgotten. Chen Qingqing stood at the back, feeling somewhat at a loss. She was hesitant to gaze upon Gu Changsheng, who instead was scrutinizing her intently. Are you capable of taking care of someone? Gu Changsheng inquired. Chen Qingqing, caught off guard by the question, blurted out, I can. Gu Changsheng nodded slightly, saying, then you shall remain here to cultivate. Chen Qingqing was taken aback. Huh? Their exchange finally roused the 4 esteemed elders from their reverie, reluctantly diverting their attention from the jade slip back to Gu Changsheng. This is not the original tranquility technique. The elder holding the jade slip exclaimed in a low voice. Gu Changsheng replied softly, perhaps your memories are in disarray. I am indeed referring to this scroll. The elder's gaze turned peculiar. Are you suggesting that all 4 of us have faulty memories? Gu Changsheng scanned the 4 of them earnestly, stating, it is possible. The 4 retorted, what nonsense about memory disarray. This is far from the tranquility technique. It is a long-lost core technique of the heavenly sword sect. But why has the tranquility technique transformed into this? They were certain that no one else had meddled with it since their arrival. Only Gu Changxing had perused it briefly. To assert that it had nothing to do with him was beyond their belief. The 4 elders fixed their intense gazes upon Gu Changxing. Was this left for you by the old tomb? The elder who had spoken earlier asked in a hushed tone. Jiu Changxing had only just formally entered the sect that day, and the only one with whom he shared a profound connection was the old tomb. Additionally, Gu Changsheng was the one brought back from the old earth of burial heaven. It was hard not to suspect that this was the old tomb's scheme. The four esteemed elders' minds raced, all contemplating this possibility, their eyes fixed firmly on Gu Changsheng. Understanding their thoughts, Gu Changsheng remained unfazed internally, though he feigned confusion on the surface, asking, "How did you deduce that so quickly?" Upon hearing his words, the four wore expressions of as expected. The youngest elder could not help but complain, that old tomb is truly something. If he possessed such a technique, why did he not reveal it sooner? Doesn't he realize that this is a primary reason for our sect's decline? The elder gripping the jade slip pondered deeply, stating, "Our heavenly sword sect has endured numerous trials over the years. Though many years have passed, there are still those who keep watch over us. Once our techniques are exposed, those individuals will undoubtedly strike. The old tomb may have considered this, which is why it has remained hidden all along. Then why reveal it today?" The gazes of the others fell once again upon Gu Changsheng. He was the linchpin. Was everything that transpired today part of the old tomb's calculations? That old tomb remained as enigmatic as ever. "What are you staring at?" Gu Changsheng, noticing their intent gazes, retorted, "Go practice. Do you expect me to instruct you, you little brat?" The youngest elder could not help but chuckle, chiding him. This fellow truly lacked decorum, yet they had already witnessed his dismissive demeanor towards the sword ancestor, let alone towards them. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. Geniuses often exhibited peculiarities that were not surprising, as this the only volume the old tomb left you. The elder holding the jade slip seized upon a crucial point, frowning as he inquired. This question was pivotal. If Gu Changsheng possessed other techniques, it would undoubtedly revolutionize the heavenly sword sect. At the very least, it would significantly enhance the combat abilities of the four of them, along with the 5 peak masters and the protectors of each peak. In 3 days, the heavenly sword sect must face the Demon Extermination Alliance from the southern region. Although a last-minute effort may not be particularly effective, it could still bolster morale, right? I don't know. You can ask him yourselves when the time comes. Gu Changsheng casually grabbed another stack of jade slips and covered his face with them. The 4 esteemed elders exchanged glances, feeling an inexplicable urge to reprimand this young lad. However, Gu Changsheng was now their cherished treasure, and they were reluctant to lay a hand on him. Moreover, since the techniques originated from Gu Changsheng, it was possible that the old tomb had already imparted even more powerful techniques to him before his formal entry into the sect. Thus, they need not expend further effort. The 4 refrained from pressing further. The elder holding the jade slip softened his tone, saying gently, "Since the old tomb has arranged everything, we shall not speak further. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, simply ride a celestial crane to the hidden peak and seek us out." The hidden peak was the abode of the esteemed elders of the heavenly sword sect. The 4 intended to depart, taking these divine arts back to the scripture pavilion. Although it was unlikely anyone would peruse these divine arts in the coming days, there were a few disciples eager to make progress, and it would be unfortunate if they arrived at the pavilion to find not a single jade slip left. Remember to pass that technique on to the 5 elders. Gu Changsheng, feeling the jade slips being taken from his face, leisurely remarked, "For now, don't share it with anyone else." The 4 pondered this but did not ask further. Ascending into the AI art, as they rode the clouds, they fell silent for a moment. "Shizhu, what is your opinion on this matter?" The youngest elder, Yin Yunzhan, inquired. He had only recently been promoted to the esteemed elder rank and was a generation below the current 5 elders, younger than the other 3 esteemed elders. The elder who had been holding the jade slip replied, "Although the old tomb never leaves Longmen Mountain, he clearly has a profound understanding of certain issues within the sect. Be it Hongli or Gu Changsheng, they may both be part of his scheme. He was the eldest among the 4 esteemed elders, known as Shi Wang, and was over 2,000 years old. He was the previous head of the Heavenly Sword Peak." Shi Wang's expression grew serious as he continued, setting Gu Changsheng aside. "That girl named Hongli, as you all witnessed earlier, displayed strength that likely surpasses even ours. She dispatched numerous sect elders with a single strike and even injured an esteemed elder of the Songhai Holy Land. Such power is beyond our reach. Not necessarily, judging by Gu Chongqing's subsequent actions. It is possible that he assisted Hongli during her display. The elder named Liang Baishan shook his head slightly, offering his perspective. The final elder, Su Ling, refrained from joining in on this discussion, instead broaching another topic. While the sword ancestor instructed us to seek assistance from the heart-seeking palace in 3 days, we are still unfamiliar with Gu Chongqing's capabilities. I propose we send someone to the heart-seeking palace tonight for assistance, lest we find ourselves unprepared. Upon hearing this, Shi Zhuang nodded in agreement, saying, Su Ling's suggestion is sound. We must act swiftly. It would be best if you were to go in person. Liang Baishan smiled knowingly. Su Ling's face twisted in distress, retorting, Shi Zhu, what time is it, and you still jest with me? If I were to go, I might not even make it past the gates of the heart-seeking palace. Why is that? Yin Yunzhan asked. His curiosity piqued. Su Ling shot a glare at Yin Yunzhan, who shrank back in response. Shi Zhuang chuckled heartily. Just a jest. It would be better for Liang Shidi to go. Liang Baishan nodded. Let it be as you say, Shi Zhu. With matters settled, the four vanished into the clouds. The back mountain of Longmin Mountain. Within the heart-seeking palace, Gu Chongqing reclined in a rocking chair, softly murmuring the name of this sect, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with it. It made sense. Was not the heavenly sword sect equally foreign to him? Big senior brother, where am I supposed to go? At that moment, a timid voice broke through the silence, sounding reluctant to speak. It was not so much shyness as it was her perception that this big senior brother, 3 years her junior, was rather out of sorts. Moreover, having witnessed the shenanigans he had performed at the end of the heavenly ladder, she felt an inherent resistance within her. Gu Chongqing opened his eyes, observing Chen Qingqing standing there, and said languidly, from now on, you shall handle the mundane affairs of Longmin Mountain. Chen Qingqing's expression was one of bewilderment, her small hands nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing as she timidly replied, but I came to be your disciple and cultivate. He is more adept at teaching than anyone else in the sect. A voice chimed in from nearby, and Hongli strolled over. Seeing Hongli, Chen Qingqing felt as though she had found a savior and exclaimed, Senior sister, compared to addressing Gu Chongqing, who was younger than her by 3 years, calling Hongli senior sister was not at all burdensome. She had witnessed Hongli's prowess earlier, which had been nothing short of a dream come true. Hongli frowned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Chongqing in the rocking chair, and said, Are you truly planning to keep her at Longmin Mountain? She prefers tranquility. One Gu Chongqing is already enough of a headache. Another one? Gu Chongqing replied irritably, On rainy days, clothes get wet, and nobody is around to help. If I don't find someone soon, there won't even be food to eat. Chen Qingqing looked puzzled. Hongli's brows knitted together. Aren't you capable of cooking yourself? Gu Chongqing languidly remarked, I am lazy. How proud you are. These 5 words encapsulate the true essence of Chen Qingqing's inner thoughts. This senior brother is quite peculiar. Isn't he? Chen Qingqing felt compelled to reiterate her purpose. She cleared her throat, mustered her courage, and earnestly declared, I have come to seek a master for cultivation. However, Hongli merely scrutinized Gu Chongqing from head to toe before turning to retreat into the house. She could discern that Gu Chongqing was not being deceitful. Indeed, he was remarkably indolent. Yet, he was in search of a comfortable state for his practice. This, Hongli could attest to. Given this, it was decided that he would remain. No one inquired about Chen Qingqing's opinion. It seemed utterly inconsequential. Consequently, Chen Qingqing found herself inexplicably staying at Longmin Mountain. In truth, Chen Qingqing wished to leave, but lacking any cultivation, traversing from Longmin Mountain to the peak where the inner disciples resided would take an inordinate amount of time. Furthermore, she was quite directionally challenged and could hardly find her way. Moreover, the companions who had joined her in entering the sect had all been dismissed and returned to their respective homes. Thus, she could only stay at Longmin Mountain in a state of forlorn hope, wishing that the elders would remember her and kindly take her away the following day. Alas, Chen Qingqing's hopes were in vain. The 4 esteemed elders were preoccupied. One had gone to Wenxin Palace, while the other 3 were engaged in the profound study of the ancient techniques that Gu Chongqing had imparted. In addition to managing various sect affairs, she had long been forgotten. As for the other newly initiated disciples, their despair was even more palpable. They had joined the Tianjin Dao sect at noon only to be sent away by the afternoon. The sect was simply too busy to attend to this group of new disciples, leading to their dispersal, leaving only Chen Qingqing behind. Meanwhile, the third prince of the Daxia Empire clamored to accompany Gu Changsheng, but was forcibly taken away by the imperial guards. Before departing, the prince firmly stated, "I, Xiao Outyan, shall pursue Gu Changsheng for all eternity, even if separated by realms." This declaration caused the elite of the Daxia Empire considerable distress. The Tianjin Dao sect was on the brink of annihilation, yet he chose to follow someone seemingly inconsequential. Naturally, being the third prince, they could not openly criticize him, and could only look upon him with a semblance of respect. Those who enjoyed flattery even chimed in, saying, in today's world, few possess the benevolence akin to that of the third prince. Unfazed by the thoughts of those around him, the third prince departed, believing that it was prudent to secure a connection with a potential ally for the future. As for the rest, they were utterly oblivious. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil for the Tianjin Dao sect. No, it would not be peaceful for the entire southern domain's cultivation community. The Tianjin Dao sect, once a renowned imperial immortal sect in the eastern wilderness, had fallen into decline after enduring a calamity. Now, a peerless prodigy had emerged, but unfortunately, he had disrupted the established order of the cultivation world and would inevitably face retribution. Discussions predominantly revolved around this extraordinary figure, Gu Changsheng. In the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, the territory was divided into 5 regions, each filled with countless star fields and prominent continents. While the southern domain was not the most expansive of the 5, its largest star field undoubtedly belonged to the Li Hua Emperor's sect, encompassing the lands of the Daxia Empire, which also included the Tianjin Dao sect at this moment, within a crimson star resembling the blazing sun. A figure sat in meditation. He appeared as the son of the sun itself. With a gentle exhale, flames erupted forth, as if to incinerate the heavens. The Tianjin Dao sect could perish, but this youth must not be extinguished. I shall grant him the time to grow, allowing him to become the cornerstone of my path. He slowly spoke, as if conveying a message to someone. Moments later, a voice resonated in reply. We shall heed the decree of the Divine Prince. Chapter 21. As the sun rises, I sleep alone. Who is the immortal? I am the immortal, Longmin Mountain. A night had passed that seemed as though nothing had changed, save for the addition of one Chen Qingqing. At the break of dawn, she rose to prepare a meal. For even if she were to deny Gu Changsheng sustenance, she herself required nourishment. While Hong Li practiced her cultivation, Gu Changsheng continued to sleep in. It appeared that only she was left to manage these affairs. The prodigy, second only to Gu Changsheng, thus melded into the life of Longmin Mountain. The food was unpalatable, yet upon receiving Gu Changsheng's critique, Chen Qingqing burst into tears. Her grandfather had never claimed her cooking to be distasteful. Gu Changsheng, seemingly devoid of humanity, bluntly stated, "Your grandfather is deceiving you." This statement left Chen Qingqing extremely indignant. Hong Li refrained from engaging in their discourse, finding Gu Changsheng's antics somewhat tedious, as if he were creating trouble for the sake of it. Throughout, she could not ascertain whether Gu Changsheng was truly practicing. He could fly with his sword, yet it appeared not to be through the use of true energy. He still resembled an ordinary mortal. However, the extraordinary phenomena he had recently manifested lingered vividly in her memory. Had he encountered a dilemma? For some reason, this thought flitted through Hong Li's mind. Gu Changsheng ceased to tease Chen Qingqing, recognizing that she was but a young girl and that harming her true energy would be unwise. He reclined in his rocking chair, his eyes gently closed, basking in the sun. Inside, however, a tumultuous storm raged, akin to the sound of divine thunderclaps, as if a myriad of oceans were surging. How vexing, after a long while. Gu Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself. Chen Qingqing had vanished, presumably off to sulk. Hong Li remained nearby, but instead of lounging in the rocking chair, she sat cross-legged, watching Gu Changsheng intently. Upon hearing his murmurs, she found them intriguing. After all, this individual, typically so whimsical, was now expressing thoughts that hinted at genuine troubles. Before Hong Li could pose her inquiry, Gu Changsheng turned to her with calm eyes and softly asked, "If you were to write an exceptionally fine piece of literature, filled with sentences and poetry of the highest caliber, only to lose it, would you not feel immensely frustrated? You would endure this vexation, rewriting it even better, only to lose that as well in the end. You would not want to write anymore, yet you would compose an entirely different new piece, finding satisfaction in it, only for it to vanish once more. If that person were you, would you not feel aggrieved? Listening to Gu Chongqing's earnest inquiry, Hongli studied him intently before shaking her head. Gu Chongqing, puzzled, inquired, "You are not vexed?" Hongli replied calmly, "I do not have a habit of losing things." Gu Chongqing theatrically covered his face, exclaiming, "Ah, Sister Hongli, how you wound me." Hongli continued to observe Gu Chongqing, finding his demeanor somewhat peculiar. He appeared rather childlike at that moment. Gu Chongqing, feeling somewhat irritable, let out a few weak complaints before sprawling back in the rocking chair, returning to his indifferent and leisurely demeanor, declaring, as the sun rises, "I sleep alone." "Who is the immortal?" "I am the immortal." Hongli sighed, "Here we go again." She turned her gaze away, looking towards the distance. Though the protective formation of the sect was active, the skies beyond were clear and cloudless. What a splendid day it was. The autumn sun was quite pleasant. "Do you have confidence?" Hongli ultimately voiced the question that had been troubling her heart. With a 3-day deadline, today marked the first day, leaving only 2 days remaining. In 2 days, the Southern Domain's cultivation community would form an alliance to eradicate the demons, besieging the Tianjin Dao sect, that would not be comparable to the chaos of yesterday. Should Gu Chongqing lack confidence? She would need to prepare some measures in advance. Gu Chongqing yawned. What is there to fear? Tomorrow the sect leader will return. Even if things go awry, we have reinforcements from Wenxin Palace. Hongli furrowed her brow. The sect leader's strength is merely above that of the Five Peaks Master. As for Wenxin Palace, the elder once spoke to me about it. Although this sect shares deep ties with the Tianjin Dao sect, I doubt they would confront the Southern Domain's cultivation community solely for our sake. At most, they might protect a few core members in their retreat. Hongli understood the situation all too well. Gu Chongqing sniffed lightly and softly remarked, before he went to that place, he visited several locations, and Wenxin Palace was among them. Hongli raised an eyebrow, observing Gu Chongqing's confidence. She chose not to press further and resumed her cultivation. Gu Chongqing closed his eyes again, continuing to bask in the by noon. Chen Qingqing returned, her eyes still red, but the stubborn girl stood resolutely before Gu Chongqing. Hongli had sensed this and moved to the shade of a tree. Keeping her distance, Chen Qingqing stood for a while, noticing that Gu Chongqing seemed disinclined to open his eyes. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I want to cultivate." Gu Chongqing replied leisurely, "Do you know how to make a rocking chair?" The confidence Chen Qingqing had mustered deflated instantly, and she hesitantly replied, "No." She then added, "But what does that have to do with cultivation?" Finally, Gu Chongqing opened his eyes, revealing pupils as dark as ink. Seemingly harboring a terrifying glimmer, his youthful visage bore an unsettling indifference, as if nothing in this world could stir even a flicker of emotion within him. For reasons unknown, Chen Qingqing instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling as if her senior brother were a fearsome entity, almost as if he were capable of devouring her. Gu Chongqing seemed to sense this, breaking into a faint, warm smile. "Do you understand what cultivation is?" Chen Qingqing could not help but reminisce about the tales recounted by the 4 esteemed elders the previous night. She remarked, listening to the elders, "I understand that cultivation begins with the lower 5 realms. The first realm is called body refinement. From the name, it seems to pertain to physical training, does it not?" Her tone carried a hint of uncertainty, for the elders had not elaborated on the specific methods of cultivation. "You are correct. Body refinement indeed pertains to physical training," Gu Chongqing replied earnestly. "Thus, whether one is rocking in a chair, cooking, or engaging in other activities, it all contributes to the training of the body." "Ah?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Qingqing's delicate face, her beautiful eyes gradually clouding with skepticism. "But why are the people in our mountain village merely mortals? They toil daily, and according to your assertion, they should all be engaging in physical training and cultivation, should they not?" Gu Chongqing smiled faintly. "That is because they have yet to discover the correct method. Come here." Chen Qingqing, feeling somewhat bewildered, approached Gu Chongqing. He rose from his seat, causing Chen Qingqing to leap back like a startled rabbit. Once she regained her composure, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she tentatively stepped closer to him. Jiu Changxing teased. You are 3 years my senior. Do you fear that I might devour you? I am not afraid. Chen Qingqing retorted defiantly, but before she could finish her sentence, Gu Changsheng raised his hand and gently pressed his finger to her forehead. A wave of coolness enveloped her entire being in an instant. In that moment, Chen Qingqing felt as if her pores had opened, allowing her to distinctly perceive the gentle breeze of the world, the scent of the earth, and the warmth of the sunlight. This sensation was not unfamiliar to her, but it had never been so vividly clear before, akin to viewing an ant through a magnifying glass. Gu Changsheng lowered his hand and reclined back into the rocking chair, softly instructing, Now, let us try squatting in a horse stance. Buzzing back to reality, Chen Qingqing, who had previously dismissed Gu Changsheng's words, now found herself believing in them to a significant extent. She began to follow his instructions and assumed the horse stance, a posture that appeared somewhat ungraceful for a woman. However, the moment she squatted down, she felt her blood surging through her veins like a great river, her meridians and bones crackling with a series of crisp sounds. After 9 resounding pops, she sensed a warmth in her lower abdomen, as if she could vaguely perceive a chaotic energy beginning to coalesce at that instant. Chen Qingqing was taken aback and hastily stood upright, only to find that the sensation had vanished, without a moment to inquire. She discovered that she felt as light as a swallow, as if she could leap several meters with a mere spring. A punch seemed capable of shattering a small hill. What was happening? Chen Qingqing looked down at her hands, her delicate face filled with astonishment. Under the shade of a tree on the cliff's edge, Hongli noticed the commotion and narrowed her eyes slightly upon witnessing the scene. Body refinement at the 9th level, just 1 step away from opening her dantian and entering the transcendence realm. Chen Qingqing's talent was indeed formidable, yet one could not help but admire Gu Changxing's unconventional teaching methods, for she had never encountered anything like it before. Are you foolish? Gu Changxing quipped, a smirk playing on his lips. Why not directly open your dantian? He had already facilitated her meridian passage. It would only take an instant for her to step into the transcendence realm. Yet, this girl appeared to be frightened by the prospect of opening her dantian. Well then, it seems I shall need to prepare more meals and craft more rocking chairs to refine my skills. He mused. At that moment, a soft sound echoed from a nearby path. A palm-sized octagonal box had fallen to the ground, seemingly containing medicinal pills. Hovering above it was the rather pale-faced 4th elder, who appeared taken aback as he gazed at Chen Qingqing. Jiu Changxing's words jolted the 4th elder back to reality. Jiu Changxing, what nonsense are you spouting? If she is foolish, then what does that make me? Chapter 22. The lazy Gu Changxing, the 4th elder, bellowed and swiftly approached Chen Qingqing, causing her to instinctively retreat behind Gu Changxing, pondering how all the members of the Heavenly Sword sect were increasingly peculiar. Seeing Chen Qingqing's fright, the 4th elder quickly reined in his excitement, standing still with a smile he believed to be gentle. Unfortunately, his rugged and imposing appearance rendered his smile rather intimidating, as if he might draw his sword at any moment. Chen Qingqing remained dutifully hidden behind Gu Changsheng, cautiously observing the esteemed 4th elder. The 4th elder, feeling somewhat disheartened, questioned himself, Am I truly that frightening? Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he gestured for the octagonal box that had fallen to return to his hand. He turned to Gu Changxing and spoke softly, Little Changsheng, you are now the chief disciple of our Heavenly Sword sect. Ordinarily, the sect should designate a separate cultivation area for you and hold a ceremony to celebrate your ascension to chief disciple. However, as you are aware of the current state of affairs within the sect, we shall forego such formalities. This is a transcendence pill we have prepared for you. The 4th elder handed the octagonal box to Gu Changsheng. The transcendence pill could assist one at the 9th level of body refinement in directly opening their dantian and entering the transcendence realm, rapidly stabilizing their state. Yu Changxing cast a glance at the octagonal box, signaling for Chen Qingqing to accept it. Obediently, she took the box in her hands. The 4th elder's eyelid twitched. Goodness, had Gu Changxing completely won over Chen Qingqing in just one night? Yet, Chen Qingqing's talent was remarkable. How could she serve as Gu Changxing's maid? Considering this, the 4th elder cleared his throat again. In light of Chen Qingqing's potential, the elders have decided to allow her to cultivate at the Heavenly Sword Peak. He then looked at Chen Qingqing. You wish to join the Heavenly Sword Peak? Still clutching the octagonal box, Qin Qingqing instinctively glanced at Gu Changxing upon hearing his question. Had it been earlier, she would have eagerly wished to join the Heavenly Sword Peak, the foremost of the 5 peaks. However, after witnessing Gu Changxing's formidable teaching abilities, she hesitated. The 4th elder, puzzled, wondered what she could be uncertain about. Gu Changxing turned to Qin Qingqing. "Do you wish to go?" Qin Qingqing was momentarily speechless, contemplating before timidly asking, "If I go to Heavenly Sword Peak, can I still visit Longmin Mountain?" Believing she was about to present some demands. The 4th elder found himself chuckling. Longmin Mountain is also part of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Once you join Heavenly Sword Peak, you may visit anywhere except the specific peaks like Hidden Peak. Gu Changxing yawned lazily. "Go ahead. After all, your cooking is quite unpalatable." This remark struck a blow to Qin Qingqing's pride, prompting her to vow to master the culinary arts and tarnish her big brother's reputation. Before departing, the 4th elder expressed his curiosity. "Qin Qingqing has reached the 9th level of body refinement. Yet it seems you have not even begun your own training." Last night, he had overheard the elders mentioning that Gu Changxing might have received the true teachings from the old tomb and did not require further instruction from them. He had assumed that after a night had passed, Gu Changxing would have at least commenced his body refinement training, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that Gu Changxing had yet to show any signs of cultivation. Hearing that this lad spent his days napping, the 4th elder concluded that this was unacceptable. Gu Changxing cast a sidelong glance at the old man and replied languidly, "You should focus on mastering the sword control technique before concerning yourself with me, lest you find yourself beaten to a pulp once more, bringing shame not only to the sect but also to my position as chief disciple." The 4th elder shot back, "You little brat." Fuming, he left, taking the transcendence pill with him, stating that he would return it to Gu Changxing once he reached the 9th level of body refinement and was ready to advance into the transcendence realm. Qin Qingqing couldn't help but stick out her tongue. The 4th elder was quite terrifying. After sending the two off, Longmin Mountain returned to its tranquil state. That night, Hongli posed another question. "Will you not keep her?" It was quite peculiar that Qin Qingqing had been sought after by Gu Changxing, yet he allowed her to leave when the Heavenly Sword Peak came seeking her. What purpose did that serve? Gu Changxing smacked his lips. "Her cooking is truly awful." Hongli was taken aback. "Is that the only reason?" Gu Changxing, disinterested, replied. "What else could it be?" Hongli gazed at Gu Changxing, whose youthful features still bore an air of innocence. Yet his demeanor remained composed. Suddenly, she understood. Gu Changxing merely wished to provide Qin Qingqing with a solid foundation, which he had now accomplished, and thus saw no need to retain her against her will. Gu Changxing seemed to sense Hong Li's thoughts and smiled indifferently. "Don't overthink it. I simply find that girl too inexperienced and am too lazy to teach her step by step." Laziness was the key here. Hong Li nodded slightly, believing him. After all, Gu Changxing was indeed remarkably lazy. He did nothing but lie around and sleep. When he felt thirsty, he would call for her. When he felt hungry, he would also summon her. However, she would utilize her divine powers to fetch items from the sect's kitchen, delivering them to Gu Changxing as a way to repay him for previously imparting his insights to her. Gu Changxing rolled over, lying on his side, his clear eyes fixed on Hong Li. Feeling his gaze upon her, Hong Li's beautiful eyes held a hint of helplessness as she diverted her attention from the sword classic and coldly inquired, "What is it now?" Gu Changxing blinked and suddenly grinned. "Sister Hong Li, you are truly beautiful." Hong Li's lips twitched slightly. Even though she was already aware of Gu Changxing's eccentricity, each time he uttered such words, it sent a chill down her spine. She retorted coldly, "If you have something to say, then say I." Gu Changxing's laughter grew more joyful. He rubbed his stomach and declared, "I'm hungry." Hong Li let out a soft hum, her jade-like fingers tracing an arc in the AIR.IN. The next moment, a beam of divine light soared from the imperial kitchen, carrying with it a golden, succulent roast chicken. The aroma was intoxicating. Gu Changxing opened his mouth, and the chicken leg flew effortlessly into it. In the eastern wilds, within the central domain, lies the Palace of Heart Inquiry, renowned not only for its illustrious immortal lineage. The palace has gained fame for another reason. Its entire sect comprises female cultivators. The sacred sects allied with the palace are as numerous as the clouds in a vast ocean. Indeed, it can be said that a significant portion of the forces within the central domain are related by marriage to the Palace of Heart Inquiry. However, one should not underestimate the palace's formidable strength, for it stands firmly on its own merits. The immortal lineage it upholds is renowned far and wide. Recently, however, the Palace of Heart Inquiry has encountered a predicament closely tied to the Heavenly Sword sect and an ancient family renowned for longevity in the central domain. 3 years prior, the saintess of the palace, Ning Yao, had betrothed herself to the heir of this long-lived family, only to abruptly announce the dissolution of their engagement not long ago. The uproar was considerable. The long-lived family's representatives demanded an explanation, but the Palace of Heart Inquiry remained tight-lipped, inciting their fury. Ultimately, Saintess Ning Yao stepped forward, declaring that she had found another beloved, named Gu Changsheng. Naturally, the members of the long-lived family sought to investigate. But the name Gu Changsheng was far too common, and they struggled to identify the correct individual. Until yesterday, a significant event shook the southern cultivation world. A prodigious talent emerged from the Heavenly Sword sect, bearing the stature of an emperor. This individual was none other than Gu Changsheng, and remarkably, he was only 11 years old. In contrast, Saintess Ning Yao had already reached the age of 18. Tio, take a liking to someone 11 years her junior? Absurd. Even Liang Baishan, the venerable elder who had hurriedly arrived at the Palace of Heart Inquiry via the teleportation array that very night, was left bewildered. What was the situation? He had come seeking assistance from the palace, yet found himself entangled with another long-lived family. Regardless of the complex entanglements involved, Liang Baishan was able to easily summon reinforcements. No matter the connections with the long-lived family, the urgent matter at hand was securing the Palace of Heart Inquiry's support. This time, the individuals dispatched by the palace astonished Liang Baishan. They sent forth Saintess Ning Yao, accompanied by dozens of skilled cultivators, to the Heavenly Sword sect. When Ning Yao and the powerful cultivators from the palace arrived at the Heavenly Sword sect, it caused quite a stir. The sect's members clearly did not expect such a large contingent. The various elders rushed to greet them. Where is Gu Changsheng? To everyone's astonishment, Ning Yao's very first question was this. Liang Baishan had not yet had the chance to communicate with the others, and the elders were equally perplexed, but they promptly dispatched someone to summon Gu Changsheng. Chapter 23. Let her come to see me. A gentle breeze swept through, and autumn-hued leaves drifted down upon Gu Changsheng. As they floated toward the side of Hongli, they slid gracefully to the ground. Hongli remained engrossed in her sword manual while Gu Changsheng lay beside her, fast asleep. Someone is looking for you. The pages of the sword manual in Hong Li's hands flipped on their own. Her voice remained as cool as ever, her tone devoid of emotion, as if nothing could stir her feelings. As her words settled, only the sound of rustling leaves filled the air. Gu Changsheng appeared to be lost in slumber. Yet, Hong Li knew he had undoubtedly heard her. After a brief moment, a whoosh broke the silence. A young disciple from the Heavenly Sword Peak approached on his sword, hovering in the air. Upon spotting Hong Li and Gu Changsheng, Liang Hong furrowed his brow. Everyone in the sect was now aware of this sudden chief elder. Known for his extraordinary talent, embodying the stature of an emperor, he commanded the Heavenly Sword and wreaked havoc with a mortal body. While the sect's higher-ups might admire this chief elder, the disciples from various peaks found his presence less than agreeable. His existence ushered in an unprecedented crisis for the Heavenly Sword sect. Most crucially, Gu Changsheng had taken possession of the Heavenly Sword, thereby denying others the opportunity to wield it. Especially after witnessing Gu Changsheng's overwhelming strength, it became abundantly clear just how formidable the sword's power was. Human nature is inherently selfish. When one's own interests are at stake, few would deem it wise to keep Gu Changsheng around. This was understandable. Should this individual diligently cultivate and grow stronger, he could warrant respect, and calling him elder brother would not be amiss. Yet, why was this chief elder merely slumbering? With the Southern Domain Coalition set to arrive the next day, was there anyone in the sect who was not working tirelessly? Meanwhile, this fellow, the cause of the impending crisis, lay here in indolence. Even Liang Hong, who had previously harbored no ill will toward him, could not suppress a flicker of disdain. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Liang Hong bowed respectfully to Hong Li. I am Liang Hong, a disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak, and I pay my respects to you, Senior Sister Hong Li. While he harbored discontent toward Gu Changsheng, he held genuine admiration for Hong Li. Earlier, her intervention had astonished the entire sect, and it was on that day that everyone learned she hailed from Longmin Mountain. Having joined the sect at the tender age of 1, this once unknown crimson-clad maiden, who had suddenly made her mark, was undoubtedly the most discussed figure among the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect today. The younger generation revered her as a goddess in their hearts. Liang Hong had come not only to retrieve Gu Changsheng, but also with the desire to see the enchanting red-clad maiden once more. The day after tomorrow marked the day of confrontation, and Liang Hong was uncertain if he would survive. Before that, he wished to behold Hong Li's presence again. Regrettably, Liang Hong found himself in an awkward situation, for Hong Li did not acknowledge him. With no choice left, he turned to Gu Changsheng, who remained in slumber. A shadow of annoyance crossed his face as he spoke in a stern tone. The sect has issued a decree for you to report to the Heavenly Sword Grand Hall. Perhaps due to his irritation, he refrained from mentioning that this summons had been requested by Saintess Ning Yao of the Palace of Heart Inquiry. He sought to gauge Gu Changsheng's reaction. Gu Changsheng's response did not disappoint Liang Hong. He completely ignored him. In fact, he even shifted to a more comfortable position to continue his nap. Liang Hong was stunned. What audacity, he thought, torn between anger and amusement. Very well, if you choose to ignore me, I shall report the truth. Liang Hong snorted coldly, choosing not to engage further with Gu Changsheng. However, before departing, he offered a slight smile to Hong Li, bowing in farewell before departing on his flying sword. Once Liang Hong had left, Hong Li cast a sidelong glance at Gu Changsheng and softly remarked, "Were you not awake? Why did you not respond to that individual?" With his eyes still closed and his breathing serene, Gu Changsheng lazily replied, "Too lazy to bother." Hong Li closed her sword manual and rose, dragging the rocking chair back toward the thatched cottage. She understood that more disturbances were likely to follow. Left alone beneath the tree, Gu Changsheng reclined in the rocking chair. After Hong Li's departure, a faint sound could be heard, as if boundless rivers were surging within Gu Changsheng. The myriad paths resonated. While the world believed Gu Changsheng was merely sleeping in idleness, in reality, he was treading a path entirely distinct from others. No one knew his true origins, nor how long he had existed. And naturally, no one knew his ultimate purpose. His tranquil breathing, in and out, stirred countless paths to resonate. It was as if the entirety of heaven and earth had melded into Gu Changsheng. With each breath, the myriad paths returned to the world, only to be infused back into Gu Changsheng. He had emerged from the ancient burial grounds of Tianzong for over 10 days now. Aside from the initial days spent acclimatizing to the mortal realm's energy, he had been diligently cultivating since entering Longmin Mountain. Yet his cultivation was unlike that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps only Hong Li could vaguely sense something amiss. But was that not, in fact, Gu Changsheng's intention? Outside the Heavenly Sword Grand Hall, within the Heavenly Sword Dojo, what? That scoundrel dares not show up? The fourth elder nearly exploded with rage upon hearing Liang Hong's report. This Gu Changsheng has truly gone too far. Just yesterday, he had been infuriated, and now this. The fourth elder turned to glance at the Heavenly Sword Grand Hall, where the chief elder and second elder were currently entertaining Saintess Ning Yao and her companions. Yet, ultimately, it was Ning Yao who sought to meet Gu Changsheng. The fourth elder felt a headache coming on. Why is Gu Changsheng acting so unruly? Are you certain you conveyed the matter regarding the esteemed Miss Ning clearly? The fourth elder inquired once more. Liang Hong maintained a composed demeanor. I acted according to the elder's instructions. That fellow has been sleeping, but as the chief elder, it would be inappropriate for a disciple to overstep. The fourth elder's expression darkened. This little rascal. He spoke sternly. Liang Hong, go again and inform him that if he refuses to come, his position as chief elder will be revoked. Understood. Fourth elder, Liang Hong replied respectfully. Accepting the command, he mounted his sword once more and took off in no time. Liang Hong returned to the rear mountain of Longmin. Finding Hong Li absent, he did not bother with pleasantries toward Gu Changsheng. His face cold as he stated, the elder has commanded your presence in the Heavenly Sword Grand Hall. Should you defy this order, your position as chief will be stripped. Having said that, Liang Hong fixed an indifferent gaze upon Gu Changsheng, awaiting his reaction. Yet this fellow remained utterly unresponsive. Liang Hong felt a mix of irritation and curiosity, wondering why Gu Changsheng appeared so nonchalant, as if impervious to the situation at hand. Is it merely because of his unparalleled talent? Gu Changsheng? Liang Hong felt it was necessary to give this fellow a piece of his mind. He descended before Gu Changsheng, even deliberately releasing a trace of his aura in hopes of embarrassing him. As Liang Hong arrived beneath the tree, he suddenly felt a refreshing aura enveloping his entire being, calming his somewhat restless heart. The anger that had previously bubbled within him dissipated, and he even began to relish the sensation. Liang Hong was taken aback. Was this the reason Gu Changsheng had been lying here all along? Summon that little girl from the Heart Inquiry Palace to see me. Before Liang Hong could voice his inquiry, Gu Changsheng slowly spoke. The once calm Liang Hong nearly burst into laughter, thinking to himself, who does he think he is? She is the saintess of the Heart Inquiry Palace. How could he demand her presence? And calling her a little girl? How old is he, for heaven's sake? Suddenly, Liang Hong was struck with astonishment, looking at Gu Changsheng in disbelief. He had never mentioned anything about the saintess of the Heart Inquiry Palace. How could this fellow possibly know? Liang Hong opened his mouth to question, but the words that escaped were instead, I shall comply with the orders of the senior brother. Chapter 24. Ning Yao. Liang Hong left Longmen Mountain in a daze. Reporting back to the fourth elder at the Heavenly Sword Dojo, the fourth elder, observing Liang Hong's bewildered expression, furrowed his brow. Why does this lad seem as though his soul has been lost? The fourth elder inquired, Are you certain? Liang Hong nodded. Indeed. The senior brother instructed that Miss Ning be summoned to meet him. The fourth elder scrutinized Liang Hong, thinking to himself, Isn't this fellow quite dissatisfied with Gu Changsheng being the chief? Why is he now referring to Gu Changsheng as senior brother before me? How hypocritical! Little did the fourth elder know that Liang Hong himself was utterly perplexed, unaware of why he was addressing Gu Changsheng as senior brother. And most importantly, he had obediently followed Gu Changsheng's command. Truly a mystery. However, Gu Changsheng's arrogance was rather excessive. No matter how gifted he may be, such behavior is simply unacceptable. You may leave. The fourth elder waved his hand. Intending to make the journey to Longmen Mountain himself, determined to bring Gu Changsheng back. Old Fourth. At that moment, a voice called out from within the hall, belonging to the second elder. Upon hearing this, the fourth elder felt a headache coming on. It was obvious that the friends from the Heart Inquiry Palace had grown impatient after waiting so long for Gu Changsheng. The fourth elder could only brace himself and enter the grand hall. Contemplating how to fabricate a plausible excuse, inside the hall, the main seat was vacant, reserved for the headmaster. The first elder, Wu Tao, sat firmly in the leftmost seat. The second elder was beside him. Across from them sat a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a simple white gown, with a jade belt cinching her waist. The woman wore a white veil that obscured her face, revealing only her captivating eyes. Her long hair was casually pinned up with a white jade hairpin, exuding an ethereal grace. She sat there like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. This was Ning Yao, the saintess of the Heart Inquiry Palace, a renowned prodigy in the eastern wilderness. Beside Ning Yao sat a modestly dressed woman, dignified and composed, appearing to be in her early 30s. However, in the cultivation world, one cannot judge by appearance. She may look 30, but could very well be 3,000 years old. This woman, named Yu Qiuyun, was certainly not that old, but she was indeed older than 30. Compared to Ning Yao's tranquil demeanor, Yu Qiuyun was growing increasingly impatient. Due to Yu Qiuyun's restlessness, the second elder had no choice but to call for the fourth elder. Inquiring about the situation, the fourth elder entered the hall, his mind raced, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Upon seeing the fourth elder arrive alone, the second elder felt somewhat exasperated. Old Fourth, is it really so difficult to bring Gu Changsheng for a simple meeting? The second elder feigned politeness, yet his gaze was sharp. The fourth elder, being somewhat of a brute, had been racking his brain for a suitable excuse, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he blurted out, That lad is still at Longmen Mountain, and he said to send Miss Ning to see him. The moment the words left his mouth, the fourth elder himself was taken aback. Damn, have I been infected by that little brat Lianghong? Indeed, the hall fell into a profound silence. The second elder was stunned, while the first elder's lips twitched slightly, unsure of how to respond to this statement. Why Yu Qiuyun, sitting beside Ning Yao, was first taken aback, then let out a cold laugh, her tone calm but laced with hidden menace. The chief of your sect holds a prestigious position, yet it is so difficult to arrange a meeting. The fourth elder, realizing he had misspoken, was not particularly concerned. Having already said it, what could be done? Hearing the mockery, he merely scoffed. That lad is only 11 years old, still clueless. There's no need to rush. I will fetch him immediately. The first elder quickly added, Elder Yu, please be understanding. That young fellow is indeed quite young and lacks understanding of many matters. We ask for your patience. The second elder shot a look at the fourth elder, silently urging him to hurry and bring the boy in. Why Yu Qiuyun's dissatisfaction grew. If Gu Chongxing was clueless, did that mean the elders were as well? No wonder the Heavenly Sword Dojo had fallen to such a state. I will go see him. Just then, a melodious voice, like pearls falling onto a jade plate, rang out. The gazes of the other four in the hall turned to the stunning young woman seated in the rightmost position. Momentarily stunned, Saintess, Yu Qiuyun exclaimed softly, seemingly hinting to Ning Yao, you hold the esteemed title of Saintess of the Heart Inquiry Palace. How can you lower yourself to visit him, especially when the Heavenly Sword Dojo seeks our aid? This sentiment was echoed by the first elder Wu Tao, who felt the action was quite improper. He stood and clasped his hands, saying, Miss Ning, we are already immensely grateful for your willingness to assist our sect. How could we impose upon you to travel? Ning Yao had already risen, her delicate hands resting gracefully on her abdomen, exuding gentleness and courtesy, her head slightly shaking. It is of no concern. I, Ning Yao, wish to meet your sect's chief, and it is only fitting that I do so in person. Having spoken, she paid no mind to the thoughts of those gathered, gracefully departing the Heavenly Sword Grand Hall. Determined to journey alone to Longmin Mountain, Wai Yu Qiuyun felt a sense of helplessness. She understood the saintess's temperament. Once she made up her mind, it could not be changed, much like the annulment of that marriage contract. Yu Qiuyun cast a cold glance at the three elders of the Heavenly Sword Dojo, her dissatisfaction reaching new heights. The first elder and second elder were equally at a loss, only able to force smiles. The fourth elder, however, felt indifferent, even finding Ning Yao quite agreeable, appreciating her straightforwardness. Since Gu Chongxing was not coming, it was the same for her to go see him, as it was her wish to meet him. The group, each harboring their own thoughts, followed behind. After walking a few steps, Ning Yao halted, speaking softly, the southern domain allied forces will arrive tomorrow. Esteemed elders need not accompany me. I can go alone. Her words resonated with the hearts of the first elder and others. Old Fourth, you shall guide Miss Ning, the first elder instructed. The fourth elder, nursing injuries, was the least occupied. He wanted to suggest sending a disciple to guide her, but was stopped by the piercing gaze of the second elder. How foolish of you, Old Fourth. Although Ning Yao may not mind, Yu Qiuyun certainly does. You, Old Fourth, are a long-standing elder of the Heavenly Sword Dojo. Your presence is a sign of respect. The fourth elder hadn't considered this. But upon meeting the second elder's gaze, he resigned himself to the task of guiding her. I shall accompany the saintess. I am also eager to meet your sect's chief. However, Yu Qiuyun rejected Ning Yao's suggestion, insisting on accompanying her. Although she was quite displeased with Gu Chongxing, she was indeed curious to see this prodigy who had gained notoriety in such a short time. The miraculous phenomenon of Gu Chongxing ascending the heavenly ladder had not only attracted the attention of the southern domain's cultivation circles, but had also been felt across all 5 major domains of the eastern wilderness. Naturally, the Heart Inquiry Palace was among those taking note, though not hold too high hopes. That lad, while undeniably talented, is merely an 11-year-old child who has yet to embark on his cultivation journey. The fourth elder chuckled. Neither Yu Qiuyun nor Ning Yao paid him any heed. The fourth elder, undeterred, led the way. The 3 of them journeyed together to Longmin Mountain. Chapter 25. Cause and Effect Gu Chongxing. The 3 arrived at the rear mountain of Longmin Mountain, and upon seeing Gu Chongxing still in deep slumber, The fourth elder could not help but call out sternly. Ning Yao and Yu Qiuyun were also observing this prodigious talent who bore an imperial demeanor, scrutinizing him to discern his true nature. Yet, as they looked on, they found no extraordinary traits. Why Yu Qiuyun's brow began to furrow, her dissatisfaction simmering like a volcano on the brink of eruption. Seeing that Gu Changxing remained unresponsive, the fourth elder approached with a stern expression, intending to rouse the lad. Damn it, if you want to answer when called, don't blame me for making you lose face in front of others. Yet, as the fourth elder reached the base of the tree, he too was taken aback. Previously, he had sustained a grievous wound, and while he had managed to suppress the injury, he was still far from recovery. However, standing beneath the tree, he distinctly felt his injuries healing at an astonishing rate. What is happening? In that moment, the fourth elder momentarily forgot his intentions. Fortunately, at that moment, Gu Changxing slowly opened his eyes. Ignoring the fourth elder and Yu Qiuyun, his gaze fell upon Ning Yao, and he softly uttered, "You've come." It appears that the arrival of Ning Yao was anticipated long before, with her beautiful eyes fixed upon the young man. Ning Yao remained silent. Yu Changxing sensed the curiosity reflected in her gaze and tilted his head, questioning, "Did the old tomb not clarify things for you?" Ning Yao said nothing, but Yu Qiuyun, standing nearby, wore a frown. "Did you not just join the Heavenly Sword sect? How do you know about this matter?" It was only then that the fourth elder gradually returned to his senses, feeling somewhat bewildered as he listened to their exchange. What on earth is going on? The old tomb. What does this matter have to do with the old tomb? What matter is being referred to? Gu Changxing smiled slightly, remarking, "Isn't it simply a visit to the Heart of Inquiry Palace? Why speak of it so mysteriously?" Yu Qiuyun regarded this nonchalant youth with a shifting gaze. "That old fellow visited our sect, and the first thing he said was to bring the saintess to the Heavenly Sword sect. What? Was that arranged by the old tomb?" The fourth elder was taken aback. Why Yu Qiuyun narrowed her eyes at the fourth elder. "Are you truly unaware, or are you pretending? Is he not the guardian elder of your sect?" The fourth elder's lips twitched. "Since our sect's decline, we have not had a guardian elder." Why Yu Qiuyun turned her attention to Ning Yao, as if to convey that they might have been deceived. However, Ning Yao subtly shook her head and said to Gu Changxing, "He said that upon meeting you, everything would become clear." Yu Changxing chuckled, "Indeed. You are a clever little one." It was unclear whether he referred to Ning Yao or the old tomb. Gu Changxing casually remarked, "Since you are here, you might as well stay. The old tomb left an extra room earlier. You can clean it up and make do." Ning Yao furrowed her delicate brows. Yu Qiuyun asked, "What are you saying?" The fourth elder echoed, "Do you even realize what you are saying? This is the saintess of the Heart of Inquiry Palace, here to aid the Heavenly Sword sect. Not to be your maid." Ning Yao's beautiful eyes were fixed on Gu Changxing, seeking her answer, yet she found none. "That is not important," Gu Changxing said languidly. "It is very important." Ning Yao, usually calm, exhibited unwavering determination in her gaze. "Could you both refrain from speaking in riddles?" The fourth elder felt a strange itch in his head. Why Yu Qiuyun, more informed, turned her gaze towards Gu Changxing and stated coldly, "That old fellow may have anticipated that you would incite turmoil. So he went to my sect in advance, intending to secure a marriage contract for you, thereby protecting both you and the Heavenly Sword sect. However, he did not expect you to create such a commotion." The fourth elder's eyes widened in realization. "So, Miss Ning is the one for whom the old tomb sought a marriage contract for Gu Changxing?" Yu Qiuyun cast a disdainful glance at the fourth elder, scoffing, "Our sect did not agree to this matter." The fourth elder felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, calming down as he contemplated, "That makes sense. It is indeed impossible to agree." "Then you too." The fourth elder glanced between Ning Yao and Gu Changxing, perplexed. Had these two met before, or were they merely speaking in obscurities? It was quite vexing. Yu Qiuyun spoke coldly, "The reason our sect is willing to wade into this murky water is that there is a historical connection between the Heavenly Sword sect and the Heart of Inquiry Palace." The fourth elder nodded, acknowledging that he was aware of this matter. However, that was a tale from before the decline of the Heavenly Sword sect, and he had not anticipated the Heart of Inquiry Palace to be so loyal. But do you know that the Saintess therefore destroyed her marriage contract with the Jun family of the Central Domain's Chongqing clan? Yu Qiuyun said through gritted teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. Despite knowing that this situation was not Gu Chongqing's doing, various circumstances pointed in his direction, which left her feeling extremely dissatisfied. She was irked that Ning Yao, as the Saintess of the Heart of Inquiry Palace, held an exalted status with unparalleled strength and talent, making her a perfect match for the heir of the Jun family. Yet, due to this unfortunate affair, the engagement was shattered, and now, Ning Yao had come to meet Gu Chongqing in person. To top it off, Gu Chongqing displayed such an attitude. How could she not be resentful? What? The fourth elder was utterly stunned. This matter had only been disclosed to a select few by the Grand Elder Liang Baishan and had not reached the ears of the five elders. Hence the fourth elder was unaware. "Aunt Yu," Ning Yao said softly, her brows slightly knitted. "This was my own choice." Wai Yuqian looked at Ning Yao, her heart heavy with unspoken concern, and sighed. "Ah Yao, what are you all talking about? I am only 11. At that moment, Gu Chongqing, who had been silent, spread his hands and expressed his utter bewilderment. Wai Yuqian shot a furious glare at Gu Chongqing, her anger boiling over. "It is precisely because you are only 11 that Ah Yao's reputation has been tarnished. Aunt, let me speak with him privately," Ning Yao said, regaining her composure, her voice soft yet resolute. "After today, there will be an answer." Wai Yuqian glanced at Ning Yao, sighed lightly, and chose not to say more. Turning to leave, the fourth elder, feeling somewhat superfluous, also followed suit. He turned back thrice, his curiosity burning like an inferno. Yet Yu Qiuyun coldly remarked, "Stop looking. Ah Yao won't wait for him." The fourth elder instinctively replied. "How do you know?" Yu Qiuyun shot him a glance, causing the fourth elder's scalp to tingle, and he dared not speak further. Once the two had departed, only Ning Yao and Gu Chongqing remained. Ning Yao stood in the shade of a tree, while Gu Chongqing reclined in a rocking chair, half closing his eyes, casually asking, "How did the old tomb brief you?" Seeing that this fellow had no intention of rising, Ning Yao felt a twinge of discomfort within her heart and softly replied, "If I said I had never met him, would you believe me? Huh?" Gu Chongqing sat up, surveying Ning Yao with curiosity. "If you have never seen him, then what brings you here?" Chapter 26. Turbulence. Ning Yao smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling like precious jade, her voice clear and melodious as she said, "Because he indirectly did me a great favor." Gu Chongqing stroked his chin, contemplatively stating, "It seems he visited the Heart of Inquiry Palace to meet others, but the implication was still for you to come to the Heavenly Sword sect. And you used this as a pretext to sever your engagement with the heir of the Jun family. In doing so, you have added another layer of enmity for the Heavenly Sword sect." Gu Chongqing gazed at Ning Yao, impressed, as the Saintess of the Heart of Inquiry Palace, by breaking off her engagement with the Jun family heir. Even if the Jun family were displeased, they would be unlikely to retaliate against the Heart of Inquiry Palace. Yet, Ning Yao had evidently said something that redirected the Jun family's resentment towards the Heavenly Sword sect. With Gu Chongqing's insight, it was clear that Ning Yao might be using him as a shield. Surprised by Gu Chongqing's deductions, Ning Yao bit her lip and softly said, "As a gesture of apology, tomorrow I will invite the ancestor to mediate the grievances for the Heavenly Sword sect. And additionally, I will remain in the Heavenly Sword sect." Her beautiful eyes shone with determination, as if she had made a solemn decision. Gu Chongqing grinned. "What can you do by staying here?" Ning Yao bit her lower lip and replied earnestly. "I can do anything," Gu Chongqing exclaimed. "I like your straightforwardness. Go, prepare a meal for me to taste." Ning Yao's charming face froze in shock. "Huh? What do you mean by huh? Are you not capable of doing anything?" "But, there are no buts." Ning Yao clenched her teeth, ultimately complying with Gu Chongqing's request, albeit reluctantly, and began to prepare a meal. Who could have imagined that the renowned Saintess of the Heart of Inquiry Palace would come to the Dragon Gate Mountain of the Heavenly Sword sect to cook for Gu Chongqing? At the Dragon Gate Mountain Temple, the fourth elder accompanied Yu Qiuyun as they awaited developments. Bored out of his mind, the fourth elder could not help but inquire, "Is there some connection between the old tomb and the Heart of Inquiry Palace?" After finally calming herself, Yu Qiuyun felt her irritation surge again upon hearing the fourth elder's question. She coldly replied, "How would I know? You are asking me like I was there. The fourth elder rolled his eyes. Wasn't that a matter from your side? Yu Qiuyun's eyes darkened. He went to my sect, met my ancestor, and then the engagement was destroyed. Moreover, Yao even mentioned liking that Gu Changxing. The fourth elder gasped in astonishment, but quickly followed up with, that doesn't add up at that time. Although Gu Changxing was brought back by the old tomb, he had not officially joined our sect and remained at a farm down the mountain. Even if the old tomb sought a marriage contract from your sect, Miss Ning had never met Gu Changxing, so how could she say something like that? Furthermore, what exactly was the old tomb trying to accomplish? The fourth elder frowned. Though he wasn't particularly clever, he was not foolish either. He vaguely sensed that everything might have been orchestrated by the old tomb long ago. Hong Li, Gu Changxing, Ning Yao. This old fellow was far too inscrutable. He had always resided at Dragon Gate Mountain without revealing his strength, presenting himself as amiable and fond of drinking. How had he managed to remain so enigmatic? Moreover, that old fellow had even dared to intrude into the forbidden grounds of the burying sky, which was notoriously perilous throughout the eastern wilderness. Not only had he entered, but he had also brought out Gu Changxing. The more the fourth elder pondered, the more he felt a chill creeping up his spine. The old tomb was playing a grand game. To put it bluntly, Yu Qiuyun did not care what the fourth elder was thinking and stated firmly, regardless, Yao cannot remain in your sect. Setting aside your sect's current precarious state, even if there were no crisis, your sect's resources cannot sustain her in advancing her cultivation. Her presence in your sect would merely squander her talent. The fourth elder fell silent, fully aware of the truth in that moment, yet being confronted with it in such a manner left him feeling rather uncomfortable. Why Yu Qiuyun, realizing her words were somewhat severe, paused and softened her tone. Our mission to aid your sect will be executed with utmost diligence. Should the Heavenly Sword sect falter at a critical juncture, we shall take your sect's seedlings and ensure their safety at my Asking Heart Palace. However, the fourth elder remained silent, gazing into the distance. Why Yu Qiuyun assumed his mood was heavy and attempted to comfort him. As long as the Green Mountains endure, there shall be no shortage of firewood. My Asking Heart Palace will nurture your sect's seedlings with care. The fourth elder looked at the distance with a puzzled expression. Why are they still cooking? Yu Qiuyun was taken aback. Following the fourth elder's gaze, wasn't that the direction of Longmin Mountain's rear? Had they concluded their discussion? The fourth elder muttered. Without hesitation, Yu Qiuyun swiftly descended to the rear mountain. Upon seeing Ning Yao rolling up her sleeves and tending to a fire for cooking, she was left utterly dumbfounded. Yao, what are you doing? Yu Qiuyun was filled with rage. Ning Yao, feeling somewhat embarrassed at Yu Qiuyun's arrival, quickly regained her composure and said softly, Uncle Yu, I've decided to stay here. You? Yu Qiuyun's face flushed with anger, recalling that she had just assured the fourth elder that a Yao could never remain in the Heavenly Sword sect. The fourth elder, arriving behind, was equally astonished upon hearing this. Ning Yao continued softly, Once this matter concludes, I will personally return to explain to my master and the ancestors. Gu Changxing. Yu Qiuyun paid no heed to Ning Yao's words, her aura surging with indignation. Each word dripping with ire. The fourth elder's expression shifted slightly. My friend, begone. Yu Qiuyun waved her hand, effortlessly casting the already weaker fourth elder aside. Simultaneously, a surge of energy erupted within the Heavenly Sword sect, indicating that they had sensed the disturbance. Beneath the tree, Gu Changxing remained reclined in his rocking chair, too disinterested to spare Yu Qiuyun a glance, calling out lazily, Sister Hongli, someone wants to kill me. Within the thatched cottage, Hongli's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. She had anticipated that today would be anything but peaceful. In the next moment, a flash of red clothing seemingly appeared out of thin air beneath the tree. One hand grasping a sword technique behind her back, the other naturally hanging at her side, calmly observing the surging aura of Yu Qiuyun. It seemed as though she could strike down this person in an instant. Following the initial skirmish a few days prior, Hongli had evidently experienced a remarkable surge in strength. Concealed yet profound, Yu Qiuyun had not expected there to be others present on the rear mountain. She had been completely oblivious. This only fueled her rage further, and she shouted, Gu Changxing, If you do not provide an explanation today, I shall surely teach you a lesson, Uncle Yu. Ning Yao, seeing the situation unfold, discarded the firewood in her hands and frowned. This is my own decision, my friend. Let us converse amicably. The elders from Hidden Peak had also arrived at Longmin Mountain at this moment. Chapter 27. Are you a bit deaf? This time, the four supreme elders had gathered together. My friend, please calm your anger. Let us discuss this rationally. Liang Baishan, who had personally led Yu Qiuyun and the others to the Heavenly Sword Sect, stepped forward to mediate. Yet, Yu Qiuyun remained resolute, her voice icy. My sect, recalling the bond of old with your sect, has chosen to come to your aid. The perilous situation of your sect has led the entire southern region's cultivation community to besiege it. No one wishes to wade through this murky water, yet we still came to help, and now, your sect dares to cast its eyes upon my sect's saintess. This matter, I shall not condone. My Asking Heart Palace shall not tolerate it either. Although Yu Qiuyun held the title of elder in Asking Heart Palace, her strength seemed to rival, if not surpass, that of several supreme elders, which provided her the confidence to speak so firmly. After all, in this world, power ultimately reigns supreme. What is happening? Miss Ning intends to remain in the Heavenly Sword Sect. The four supreme elders were utterly bewildered. They had no inkling of what transpired. Gu Changsheng, speak. What kind of sorcery have you cast upon a Yao that she insists on staying here? Yu Qiuyun hovered midair, looking down at Gu Changsheng beneath the shade of the tree. Her voice grave. Uncle Yu. Ning Yao's face turned pale, her voice resolute. I have already stated that I shall personally explain this matter to my master and the ancestors. As she spoke, Ning Yao's aura gradually intensified, seemingly eclipsing Yu Qiuyun's. In this mission to assist the Heavenly Sword Sect, the foremost powerhouse was not Yu Qiuyun, but rather the saintess of Asking Heart Palace, Ning Yao. This scene caused the four supreme elders to change their expressions. Is this truly the saintess of Asking Heart Palace? So formidable. Yet, why would someone as powerful and with such a promising future as Ning Yao choose to remain in the Heavenly Sword Sect? This left the four supreme elders even more perplexed. Yao. Yu Qiuyun, in a fit of rage, stated solemnly, Are you truly prepared to take action against your uncle over this matter? Ning Yao sighed. That was not my intention. Why? Yu Qiuyun's gaze turned once more to Gu Changsheng, her eyes dark as water. Gu Changsheng, provide an explanation. Gu Changsheng, lazily reclining in his rocking chair, appeared indifferent, as if this matter did not concern him at all. Leisurely replying, Your saintess claimed she could do anything, so I thought I would let her try cooking. Nonsense. Yu Qiuyun dismissed his words, turning to the four supreme elders, her voice firm. If your sect cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall depart immediately. I will not involve myself in your sect's affairs any further. The faces of the four supreme elders shifted. Asking Heart Palace was the last line of defense for the Heavenly Sword Sect. Should the sect fall, they would have to send Gu Changsheng and the others to Asking Heart Palace. If the members of Asking Heart Palace departed, it would be utterly disastrous. Wasn't an explanation already given? Gu Changsheng remarked with a puzzled expression. Are you a bit deaf? Gu Changsheng, silence. At this moment, the Supreme Elder Shi Wang had no choice but to intervene, first rebuking Gu Changsheng, then quietly explaining to Yu Qiuyun that there must be some misunderstanding. However, Yu Qiuyun paid no heed, insisting that the four supreme elders must clearly state that they could not harbor ill intentions towards Ning Yao. Ning Yao cast a glance at Gu Changsheng, feeling somewhat helpless. Very well, I shall take the lead. Gu Changsheng smiled nonchalantly, rising from his rocking chair, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the imperious Yu Qiuyun with a calm demeanor. While the Heavenly Sword Sect does not particularly covet your Asking Heart Palace's assistance, I believe it is necessary to remind you. Have you forgotten who sheltered Asking Heart Palace when it was being bullied? It was the founder of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Without him, your Asking Heart Palace would have long since vanished into the annals of history. So why is it that now, when Asking Heart Palace comes to repay a debt of gratitude, it is framed as a benevolent gift in your words? After all, I am only 11 years old and do not quite grasp why this is the case. Perhaps you could enlighten me. Gu Changsheng's tone was calm and unhurried, yet his words rendered the assembly speechless. The four supreme elders looked at Gu Chongqing in astonishment. How did this child, having just entered the sect a few days ago, possess knowledge of such ancient history? In truth, they were aware of this matter, which was the connection between the Heavenly Sword sect and Asking Heart Palace. However, since so much time had passed, whether Asking Heart Palace acknowledged it or not was a moot point, and thus no one dared to bring it up. Given Asking Heart Palace's current standing in the cultivation world, the Heavenly Sword sect also refrained from mentioning it. But now, with Gu Chongqing bringing it up, they could not deny its validity. Why should Asking Heart Palace come to repay a debt and frame it as a gift to the Heavenly Sword sect? After all, the Heavenly Sword sect had been far stronger than them in the past. With this in mind, the four supreme elders ceased speaking, instead directing their gaze at Yu Qiuyun. Well said. I've long been displeased with this insufferable woman. The fourth elder, who had been swept aside by Yu Qiuyun, flew back, cursing. Gu Chongqing, rest assured, I will definitely support you this time. Yu Qiuyun's face fluctuated between shades of green and red, and after a moment of silence, she replied coldly, this is an entirely different matter. Moreover, this incident is far too ancient to ascertain. No one knows its veracity. Yu Chongqing, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Waving his hand dismissively, enough, since you do not acknowledge it, then be on your way. I will find your Asking Heart Palace's ancestor another day to inquire whether she recognizes it, as for whether Ning Yao stays or not. That decision lies with her. You have no right to interfere. His words effectively cut off further discussion. Seeing that the four supreme elders and Ning Yao remained silent, Yu Qiuyun, in a fit of rage, laughed with a hint of bitterness. Very well, tomorrow when the Southern Region Alliance arrives, I shall see how you intend to defend yourselves. Ning Yao, take heed of your actions. Yu Qiuyun cast one last disappointed glance at Ning Yao before soaring into the air. Issuing commands. Disciples of Asking Heart Palace, return with me. With that, it seemed the matter had reached its conclusion. However, Gu Chongqing felt it was not over yet and spoke once more. If Asking Heart Palace has any objections, you may join the Allied forces tomorrow. We shall annihilate you altogether. Upon hearing this, the already departing Yu Qiuyun's fury peaked, and she thundered. The words of your sect's chief must be reported back to the sect in their entirety. Yu Qiuyun has departed, taking with her all the formidable experts who had come to assist the Tianjin Dao sect, leaving only Ning Yao behind. Although the four esteemed elders felt a sense of relief, they were compelled to confront a stark reality. Without the support of the Wenxin Palace, how should they arrange for Gu Chongqing and the others in this dire situation? Should they send them away now? The youngest of the elders, Yin Yunzhao, voiced his thoughts. Liang Baishan shook his head, stating, the Tianjin Dao sect is already besieged. Those individuals are merely waiting for the opportune moment. Sending Gu Chongqing and the others out now would be akin to leading lambs to the slaughter. The group's anxious gazes turned towards Gu Chongqing and Hongli, filled with concern. Have you all fully mastered your cultivation techniques? Are you simply idling away your time here? Gu Chongqing retorted with annoyance. His words incited outrage among the others. The fourth elder struggled to suppress his laughter. Despite their exalted positions, even he, with his fiery temperament, dared not provoke them. Yet here was Gu Chongqing, speaking to the four esteemed elders as if he were reprimanding grandchildren. Has the old grave entrusted you with certain matters? Shi Zhiwang inquired, staring intently at Gu Chongqing, hoping for a response. Gu Chongqing yawned and replied vaguely, haven't I already stated I would take action? In the end, the four esteemed elders were unable to extract any substantial answers from Gu Chongqing. They could only observe his nonchalant demeanor, leading them to suspect that the old grave might have left some hidden measures with him. Otherwise, how could this boy remain so composed? Although he appeared merely 11 years old, he seemed to harbor a wealth of cunning. The four returned to Yinfeng to continue their cultivation, striving to make further progress in their techniques on this final day. The fourth elder lingered to converse with Gu Chongqing for a while. He found Gu Chongqing particularly agreeable and openly stated his support for him, regardless of the circumstances. Yu Chongqing posed a question to the fourth elder. Why hasn't the sect leader returned yet? According to schedule, the leader should have been back yesterday. Upon hearing this, the fourth elder's expression suddenly grew serious. As the chief, there are matters I can share with you, but you must not disclose them to anyone else. After glancing at Hong Li and Ning Yao, who discreetly averted their gazes, the fourth elder continued. Each successive sect leader has been entrusted with a confidential mission. The specifics remain unknown to me, but the more perilous the situation, the less visible the leader can be. This is why the leader has yet to return. In fact, according to the sect's historical records, there have been instances where individuals sought to uncover this secret by surrounding our sect, attempting to force a previous leader to reveal themselves, but they ultimately failed. The fourth elder's demeanor was grave. The situation within our sect has never been favorable. Your emergence may only exacerbate it. I do not intend to shift blame onto you. Rather, as the chief, there are certain truths you must grasp and responsibilities you must bear. Do you understand? Gu Chongqing smiled slightly and replied, have you considered that even in my absence, a conspiracy against the Tianjin Dao sect would still unfold? The fourth elder's heart jolted, and his pupils constricted slightly. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Gu Chongqing spoke softly. If you can get in touch with the sect leader, inform them that after tomorrow, they may return to the sect. The fourth elder's lips twitched. We can chat and boast, but must you always make such grand claims? It feels too far-fetched. Gu Chongqing feigned confusion. When have I ever boasted? The fourth elder scoffed. Isn't that exactly what you're doing? As his words settled, the fourth elder began to reflect on Gu Chongqing's seemingly absurd remarks, many of which had proven true. For instance, the title of chief, the Tianjin, and the suggestion to broaden their horizons while ascending the sky ladder. All these thoughts continuously surfaced in the fourth elder's mind. He looked at Gu Chongqing and suddenly broke into laughter. You little rascal. Could you possibly be the reincarnation of our founder, here to save the sect? Gu Chongqing stroked his chin and replied with utmost seriousness. Kid, kneel and call me ancestor. Let us hear it. The fourth elder's smile instantly froze. Damn. I call you fat and you still puff up. Gu Chongqing grinned widely. The fourth elder recognized that this boy was full of mischief and chose to ignore him, waving his hand. Enough. Tomorrow you must act according to your instincts. As he turned, the fourth elder's expression grew exceedingly grave. He had made a resolution. When the battle commenced tomorrow, he would ensure Gu Chongqing's safety at all costs. This boy was the hope for the resurgence of the Tianjin Dao sect. Gu Chongqing observed the broad back of the fourth elder, murmuring softly. At such a tender age, why bear such a heavy heart? He sighed. Tomorrow, I must resolve this matter, for if the sect leader does not return, that item will remain in limbo, which is not ideal. This last thought remained unspoken in Gu Chongqing's heart. He turned to the nearby woods and lazily called out, Stop hiding. Come out and continue cooking. Clad in a simple white dress with a jade belt, Ning Yao approached gracefully, a hint of guilt in her beautiful eyes. I apologize, she said to Gu Chongqing. I did not foresee it would turn out this way. Gu Chongqing regarded Ning Yao calmly and replied softly. Your master ultimately fails to understand that your appearance in the Wenshin Palace was orchestrated by the old grave. Tioher, you are merely a peerless prodigy cultivated by the Wenshin Palace, representing their hopes for this generation, and naturally, she would not want you to join the Tianjin Dao sect. However, your ancestor must be well aware of this, which is why you already had your answer before coming to the Tianjin Dao sect. Correct? Gu Chongqing's words, though softly spoken, stirred ripples within Ning Yao's heart. She gazed at this 11-year-old beloved in astonishment, and after a moment of silence, she inquired, Did the old grave tell you this? Gu Chongqing smiled mysteriously. I told him. Ning Yao's pupils contracted sharply. Before she could ponder further, Gu Chongqing frowned and said, With you and Sister Hong Li here, my life is rather difficult. Ning Yao immediately appeared dazed. Inside the thatched cottage, Hong Li's delicate face was clouded with frost, her beautiful eyes glinting with indignation, yet she ultimately refrained from confronting Gu Chongqing. Wenshin Palace. Wai Yu Chiyun hastily returned to the sect with numerous experts. She immediately reported to the sect, informing them of Ning Yao's stay at the Tianjin Dao sect. Furthermore, she embellished her account of Gu Chongqing's final words to her. This revelation caused an uproar among the upper echelons of the Wenshin Palace. Could it be that the Tianjin Dao sect had truly gone mad, daring to target the Holy Maiden? Such a small sect, so brazenly unaware of their own limitations, must be taught a lesson. Even an elder sternly commanded that someone be dispatched to discipline the Tianjin Dao sect. This aligned perfectly with Yu Choyun's sentiments. However, the leader of the Wenxin Palace quelled all dissent, asserting Ning Yao's journey was arranged by the old ancestor. Despite the elder's confusion, there was no room for disobedience. The old ancestor's orders were absolute. Yet Yu Choyun was not satisfied. Consequently, the leader of the Wenxin Palace summoned her for a private audience. Within the grand hall of the Wenxin Palace, beneath the lofty heavens, sat the leader in the main seat, while Yu Choyun knelt below. With a resounding slap, Yu Choyun's face was struck, leaving it swollen and her mouth bleeding. The leader of the Wenxin Palace spoke calmly, bring 3 high-grade spiritual veins and personally apologize to Gu Changsheng, seeking his forgiveness. Otherwise, you shall be expelled from the Wenxin Palace. Yu Choyun was taken aback, gazing up at the ethereal figure. The leader of the Wenxin Palace sighed. Choyun, this is the old ancestor's will. Why Yu Choyun could hardly believe it. She dared not question the rationale and could only obediently kneel to accept the decree. After her departure, the leader of the Wenxin Palace remained silent for a moment before asking, Old ancestor, is that boy truly so formidable? A cold voice echoed slowly. You need only know that when the old grave sent a Yao to the Wenxin Palace, it was not his intention, but the will of those behind him was clear, to provide the Wenxin Palace with a favorable connection. We have nurtured a Yao for many years, which is, in fact, a repayment of that favor. You will understand this in time. Listening to these words, the leader of the Wenxin Palace still felt puzzled and voiced her greatest concern. Does the Tianjin Dao sect have a future? The cold voice fell silent for a moment before softly replying. What hidden cards the Tianjin Dao sect possesses, I do not know. However, I trust the old grave's judgment. It is precisely because of this trust that we dispatched reinforcements to aid in what appears to be a hopeless battle. Furthermore, that boy hails from the land of the buried heavens, personally brought out by the old grave. Upon finishing this statement, the voice vanished. The leader of the Wenxin Palace's pupils dilated in shock, her heart racing with fear. The buried heavens? That old grave was actually capable of bringing someone out from that place? The master of the heart-questioning palace finds herself in a state of prolonged unrest. She has indeed encountered the esteemed elder from the ancient tomb mentioned by the ancestor. He is merely an unremarkable, inebriated old man. Given that such a mysterious entity has remained at the Heavenly Sword sect, why has he not facilitated its resurgence? After the calamitous events that befell the sect, it has languished in decline, nearly severing its lineage. Since then, the Heavenly Sword sect has had little opportunity for revival. The only notable incident occurred 3 millennia ago with the emergence of the sword prodigy, Qi Jianlong. However, shortly thereafter, the sect faced oppression from the sacred domain, compelling Qi Jianlong to vanish without a trace. This acclaimed prodigy, hailed as the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the eastern wilderness for 3,000 years, ultimately proved to be a fleeting phenomenon. Recently, however, she received word that this sword genius has been residing within the Heavenly Sword sect all along and has now ventured forth from the sect. Having unleashed 3 strikes in the southern region, the first strike fell upon one of the 7 sacred lands of the southern region, the Songhai Sacred Land, where it is said that an elder was instantly slain. After delivering this blow, Qi Jianlong departed with an air of nonchalance, reminiscent of the prodigious swordsman of yore. Subsequently, Qi Jianlong has reappeared across the territories of the 7 sacred lands in the southern region, dispatching several top-tier powerhouses. Yet, the master of the heart-questioning palace understands that such actions will incite the southern region's allied forces to unprecedented fury, leading to an overwhelming assault on the Heavenly Sword sect on the morrow. She can only hope for the safety of her beloved disciple, a Yao, and sighs softly, harboring worries for her pupil. Although the ancestor suggests that the Heavenly Sword sect may possess the backing of a mysterious powerhouse, should they resolve the situation with the southern region's allied forces, what if the higher echelons of the sacred domain perceive signs of resurgence within the sect and seek to suppress it? Her foresight breeds anxiety. Chapter 29. No exceptions, eliminate them all. Even after departing from the heart-questioning hall, Yu Choyun remains incredulous. She gazes up at the sun, feeling as though reality has warped 3 high-grade spiritual veins. She must personally apologize to that rascal, Gu Changsheng, and seek his forgiveness. Yu Qiuyun's expression is a tumultuous blend of emotions. The master's orders echo in her mind, her fists clenched tightly, knuckles pale. Her gaze darkened with foreboding. She genuinely cannot comprehend the rationale behind such a command. Even if the Heavenly Sword sect had once rendered kindness to the heart-questioning palace, that was an eternity ago. Now, with the Saintess remaining in the Heavenly Sword sect, it would be understandable if the sect did not retaliate. Yet why must she offer an apology? What could possibly be the reason? The Heavenly Sword sect is unlikely to withstand the onslaught tomorrow. Yu Qiuyun is filled with perplexity. Nevertheless, regardless of her confusion, she must obey the command. After all, it is the decree of the ancestor. Failing to comply could result in her expulsion from the sect. Such a severe punishment sends chills down her spine. With a heart full of bewilderment and bearing 3 high-grade spiritual veins, Yu Qiuyun hastily makes her way to the Heavenly Sword sect. Reinforcements, of course, accompany her. In the Heavenly Sword Hall, the Grand Elder, Wu Tao, is engrossed in managing affairs when he notices a gatekeeper disciple rushing towards him, flustered. His brow furrows. Could it be that the allied forces have already come to attack? The Grand Elder inquires in a grave tone, "What is the matter?" The gatekeeper disciple, panting heavily, responds, reporting to the Grand Elder, "The seniors from the heart-questioning palace have returned and are currently waiting outside the mountain gates." The Grand Elder is momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Did Elder Yu not leave in a fit of anger to return to the heart-questioning palace? How could she be back so soon? Despite his confusion, the Grand Elder promptly makes his way to receive them. When Yu Qiuyun expresses her desire to apologize to Gu Changsheng, the Grand Elder is left dumbfounded. This, while Yu Qiuyun's previous remarks may have been somewhat impolite, they had not intended any offense, especially since Ning Yao remains within the Heavenly Sword sect, leading to a sense of guilt on their part. Thus, the notion of an apology seemed unnecessary. Yet, Yu Qiuyun remains insistent on offering her apologies to Gu Changsheng. The Grand Elder, feeling helpless, can only escort her to the back mountain of Longmin. These are 3 high-grade spiritual veins. I was remiss earlier, and I hope you will not take offense, young friend. Upon meeting Gu Changsheng, Yu Qiuyun wastes no time, presenting the 3 high-grade spiritual veins and speaking with sincerity. One who has attained her position must possess both humility and resolve. Although it may appear humiliating to apologize to an 11-year-old boy, it pales in comparison to the prospect of being expelled from the sect. 3 high-grade spiritual veins. Even the Grand Elder, Wu Tao, cannot suppress a gasp of astonishment. His reaction is hardly surprising. After all, the entire Heavenly Sword sect boasts only half a high-grade spiritual vein, with the remainder consisting of various mid- to low-grade veins. Spiritual veins are the sources of spiritual stones, the universal currency in the cultivation world. Low-grade veins typically yield only low-grade spiritual stones, whereas a single high-grade spiritual stone is equivalent to 100 mid-grade stones or 10,000 low-grade stones. At present, Yu Qiuyun has directly produced 3 high-grade spiritual veins, leaving the Grand Elder thoroughly astonished. The Grand Elder gazes at the 3 high-grade spiritual veins, suspended like celestial dragons in the heavens, then shifts his gaze to Gu Changsheng, who reclines beneath a tree in a rocking chair. His heart flooded with boundless speculation. At this moment, the Grand Elder cannot help but ponder. What is Gu Changsheng's true origin? What machinations has the ancient tomb orchestrated? He does not believe that the current Heavenly Sword sect possesses the clout to elicit Yu Qiuyun's voluntary concession. Her capitulation must surely stem from directives issued by the heart-questioning palace. The only entity capable of influencing such a decision would likely be the ancient tomb's earlier clandestine visit to the heart-questioning palace. "You have lost." Yu Changsheng pays no heed to Yu Qiuyun, instead grinning at Ning Yao. Ning Yao regards Gu Changsheng with a peculiar expression. After Yu Qiuyun's departure, Gu Changsheng had conversed with her, predicting that Yu Qiuyun would return to apologize before nightfall, and had even asked if she believed him. Naturally, Ning Yao did not believe him, fully aware of her master's temperament. Thus, they had wagered on whether Yu Qiuyun would indeed return to apologize. Yet now, Yu Qiuyun stands before Gu Changsheng, so earnestly apologetic. "Please excuse me, young friend Jiyud." "Why, Yu Qiuyun?" disregarding the opinions of others, calls out again when she sees that Gu Chongqing is unresponsive. The Grand Elder, observing this, clears his throat discreetly, signaling Gu Chongqing to acknowledge her. Gu Chongqing nonchalantly waves his hand, indicating that the Grand Elder should accept the spiritual veins. The Grand Elder shoots Gu Chongqing an exasperated glare, thinking to himself, "You may be the chief, but I am still an elder." However, he refrains from voicing his thoughts. Seeing the Grand Elder accept the spiritual veins on Gu Chongqing's behalf, Yu Qiuyun breathes a sigh of relief and bows in gratitude. "Thank you." This matter seems to have reached its conclusion. Why Yu Qiuyun remains at the Heavenly Sword Sect, adhering to their previous agreement to assist the sect on the morrow. Why Yu Qiuyun's return bolsters the morale of the Heavenly Sword Sect once again. But that is the extent of it. In the face of overwhelming strength, despair still lingers, of course. This has little to do with Gu Chongqing. He continues with his own affairs. What now? Gu Chongqing smiles benignly at Ning Yao. Ning Yao, curiosity piqued, asks, "How do you know all this so clearly?" Gu Chongqing shakes his head slightly. "It is not that I know. Rather, your ancestor possesses discernment." Hearing Gu Chongqing's tone, Ning Yao cannot help but raise an eyebrow. "Are you truly 11 years old? You seem more like an ancient being." Gu Chongqing blinks innocently, turning to the side to look at Hongli, feigning indignation. "Sister Hongli, she doesn't believe I am only 11. Focused on her sword techniques, Hongli pays him no mind. Gu Chongqing shrugs off his indignation, a faint smile returning to his face. "See? Even Sister Hongli agrees. There's no need to say more." "I must be 11, Ning Yao. When did Hongli say that?" She fights the urge to roll her eyes, lowering her voice. "I need to tell you something." Gu Chongqing's eyes narrow slightly. Ning Yao exhales softly, her tone serious. "Perhaps the Jun family will also come tomorrow." Gu Chongqing remains in his languid demeanor. "So what?" Ning Yao pauses. "So what?" Looking at Gu Chongqing's indifferent expression, she adds, "You may not understand, but the Jun family is a prestigious lineage in the central region. Their reputation is on par with the Undying Path and the Emperor's Immortal Gate. Although the southern region's allied forces will arrive tomorrow, the major powers of the southern region may choose not to intervene. Yet the Jun family might not hold back." Yu Chongqing raises his hand slightly. "What does it matter? Whether they are a prestigious lineage or from the Emperor's Immortal Gate, it makes no difference." Ning Yao sighs. "That's true." Yu Chongqing pauses before declaring, "Eliminate them all, Ning Yao." Chapter 30. What to worry about is them night. The stars are sparse. The Tianjin Dao sect, atop the 5 peaks. Lies Tianjin Peak, the pinnacle of them all. The entire Tianjin Peak is enveloped in silence. Yet, upon closer inspection, one can discern that at the highest point, in the Taoist hall, the disciples of this peak are gathered. Seated in meditation, some gaze up at the night sky, their expressions complex, lost in thought. Others have closed their eyes, awaiting the dawn in tranquil repose. Among them is Liang Hong, the esteemed eldest disciple of Tianjin Peak, who finds himself enveloped in melancholy. This night is regarded as the final night of the Tianjin Dao sect, and he yearns to visit the younger Hongli at Longmin Mountain. Yet the sect has decreed that all disciples must not set foot upon Longmin Mountain. This has left many disciples from the various peaks feeling disheartened. However, they are also acutely aware that both Gu Chongqing and Hongli symbolize the seeds of hope for the Tianjin Dao sect. Should the sect perish, they would undoubtedly be discreetly removed. Thus, it is only natural that they are kept at a distance. Although this matter remains unspoken, no one is a fool. They can surmise some of the underlying truths. This has further deepened the sense of despair among the disciples. Not to mention them, even Liang Hong, as the eldest disciple, harbors dissatisfaction. They have long been core disciples of the sect, prepared to fight for its honor. Yet in the end, they are tasked with protecting a newcomer who has only recently joined. Anyone in their position would feel a sense of grievance. "Hongli, I like you." At that moment, from a nearby imposing peak, a cacophony of revelry erupted. The disciples of Tianjin Peak could not help but overhear. This incited discontent among many. The disciples of Rinjian Peak truly have no sense of propriety, while Tianjin Peak remains silent. They are out drinking and acting recklessly. They might as well rename it Jinren Peak indeed. Compared to the tranquility of Tianjin Peak, the 4th peak, Rinjian Peak, overseen by the fourth elder, is utterly chaotic. The disciples, regardless of gender, are indulging in drunken revelry, with male disciples howling towards Longmin Mountain while female disciples shed tears of sorrow. This is hardly a sacred ground of the sect. It resembles a den of emotional outbursts. The Earth Sword Peak, under the command of the second elder, is engaged in intense practice of various sword formations, with numerous sword energies sweeping across the sky like a galaxy. The Divine Sword Peak, governed by the third elder, is collectively cultivating their mental techniques. Finally, the Ghost Sword Peak, led by the fifth elder, is indeed shrouded in an eerie aura, with its disciples being rather reclusive and peculiar. While the disciples of the four major peaks congregate in their Taoist hall, the Ghost Sword Peak remains devoid of any presence. Even the fifth elder himself is hidden away in his secluded chamber. Engrossed in his cultivation, the fifth elder is perusing a jade slip formed from condensed vital energy, a grave expression etched upon his weathered face. After absorbing the content, he crushed the jade slip and retrieved a piece of pitch-black ink jade. Speaking to it, the news of the sect leader's return is false. He remains unreturned. Furthermore, it appears that Gu Chongxing harbors the core techniques of the Tianjin Dao sect. If possible, seize the opportunity amidst the chaos tomorrow to eliminate this child. A great enemy approaches, with troubles both within and without. Yet, all of this seems to have no connection to Longmin Mountain, which appears to be a secluded paradise, detached from the turmoil, beneath the trees. 3 rocking chairs have appeared. It seems that giving up is contagious. Ningyao had only arrived at Longmin Mountain that morning, and by afternoon, she was already mirroring the behavior of the others, lying down from the afternoon until nightfall. Ningyao finally understood why Gu Chongxing had been reclining here all along. The area beneath the tree seems to possess a mysterious power that enhances one's comprehension of the Tao and nature. However, observing the various happenings within the Tianjin Dao sect, Ningyao found it curious. Why does it seem that none of you are worried about tomorrow's crisis? Hongli continued to peruse the sword manual. Offering no response, Gu Chongxing lazily remarked, what we should truly worry about is them. The terrifying anomaly within him persists. The jade ring upon his wrist emits a faint glow, as if yearning for blood. The Tianjin has remained silent for 40,000 years. Since its decline, no one has wielded the Tianjin. Just 2 days ago, Gu Chongxing had vanquished an unparalleled strongman with the Tianjin, causing it to awaken further. Its thirst has intensified. Rumbling, that moment, beneath the Tianjin Dao sect. It felt as though a terrifying earth bull was stirring, causing tremors throughout the peaks. Within the 5 peaks, beams of light soared into the heavens, pausing at the firmament, casting a grim countenance upon the earth. It is the Demon Extermination Alliance deploying their celestial net. The fourth elder spoke solemnly. Although a night remains before the full-scale assault, it is evident that the forces of the Demon Extermination Alliance have no intention of sparing any disciple of the Tianjin Dao sect. They are directly employing their celestial net to seal off all access to the sect from above and below. From this moment forth, not even a fly will escape the confines of the Tianjin Dao sect. You have one more night. Enjoy it to the fullest. A hoarse voice from the outside world bore a chilling intent. This was a death sentence, conveying to the disciples of the Tianjin Dao sect that after tonight, they would all meet their demise. The impending death sent various emotions surging across the peaks of the Tianjin Dao sect. The previously pent-up feelings seemed to erupt at once. I am only 25. I do not wish to die. It is all Gu Chongxing's fault. If it were not for him, would the sect be targeted? Would it suffer such calamity? If only we could drive Gu Chongxing away? The sect would surely be safe. Yes, as long as we expel him, everything will return to normal. In that moment, many disciples from various peaks voice such sentiments. Cowardice and a fear of the strong are inherent flaws in some individuals. Clearly, it is the Southern Domain Alliance that seeks to target the Tianjin Dao sect, yet they now lay the blame at Gu Chongxing's feet. For on the surface, while Gu Chongxing possesses talent, he lacks cultivation. In contrast, the Southern Domain Alliance could be said to sweep through the Southern Domain, aside from the Emperor's immortal sect and the unyielding Dao lineage. Under such immense pressure, not everyone can withstand it. Boom. The voices of these individuals were met with the suppression from the guardians and elders of the various peaks. Yet, Such sounds continued to surge like a tide across Longmin Mountain, reaching the ears of Gu Chongqing and his companions. This night, Gu Chongqing did not sleep. Instead, he remained awake, gazing at the night sky, seemingly attempting to see through the darkness above, towards the so-called Southern Domain Demon Extermination Alliance. "Do not worry, tomorrow, the ancestor will surely intervene," Ning Yao said, mistakenly believing Gu Chongqing was troubled. Jiu Chongqing chuckled. "It would be best if they do not come to disrupt things." Ning Yao furrowed her brow. "How can this be a disruption?" Gu Chongqing lightly caressed the jade ring on his wrist, softly murmuring, "The reason I did not eliminate them completely 2 days ago was to ensure I could have my fill tomorrow." Ning Yao stared at Gu Chongqing, unsure of how to respond. "What is this fellow talking about? You possess no cultivation yet speak of having your fill?" Meanwhile, Hong Li, glancing away from the sword manual, shot a sidelong glance at the seemingly harmless Gu Chongqing. For some reason, at that moment, Gu Chongqing exuded an aura of cold, lethal intent. An inexplicable chill coursed through Hong Li's heart. Time for bed. Gu Chongqing ceased his murmuring and, after speaking, rose to return to his dwelling. Hong Li followed suit. Ning Yao, however, did not rush to depart. She intended to remain beneath the tree to further her understanding of the Tao. Yet, with Gu Chongqing's departure, Ning Yao suddenly found herself in a daze. That mysterious sensation had vanished? Ning Yao watched the figures of Gu Chongqing and Hong Li as they walked away, an unsettling realization dawning upon her. Could it be that all of this was due to them? Ning Yao contemplated asking, but considering her unfamiliarity with Gu Chongqing and Hong Li, she suppressed her curiosity and returned to her room. The long night felt agonizing for the disciples of the Tianjin Dao sect. However, for Gu Chongqing, it was just an ordinary night, and he slept soundly. Chapter 31. Disturbing one's sleep is utterly rebellious. As dawn broke, the waning moon began to set. When the first rays of light illuminated the Tianjin Dao sect, the disciples opened their eyes wide in disbelief, gazing at the heavens. They beheld it, legions of powerful beings. These formidable figures from various sects of the southern domain stood upon clouds. Layer upon layer of flying clouds surrounded the Tianjin Dao sect, with throngs of cultivators on each level, overlooking the sect like celestial soldiers from the heavenly realm. Ancient warships loomed ominously, showcasing their ferocious might. Dragons and phoenixes surged forth, baring their fangs. An overwhelming sense of pressure instantaneously enveloped the hearts of all within the Tianjin Dao sect, making it difficult to breathe and causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat began to bead upon their brows. They had envisioned the arrival of the Southern Domain Alliance, yet never in their wildest dreams did they anticipate such terror, such despair. How can we fight this? They were left in a state of confusion. Not only them, but even the leaders of the 5 peaks, along with the 4 esteemed elders, felt an immense weight of gravity at this moment. Wasn't this a bit excessive? To annihilate the Tianjin Dao sect, was such terrifying power truly necessary? Glancing around, it appeared there were perhaps 100,000 troops. At this moment, even those formidable beings from the central domain as Wenxin Palace, such as Yu Qiuyun, felt their scalps tingle. How could they possibly withstand this? What was initially perceived as a mere ambush against the Tianjin Dao sect has unexpectedly escalated to such a degree. Observing the multitude of formidable figures in the sky, Yu Qiuyun couldn't help but feel that even the Wuxin Palace would find it exceedingly challenging to confront such adversaries. Nevertheless, this turn of events has, in fact, facilitated the execution of her clandestine plan. Why, Yu Qiuyun mused silently at that moment. An elderly man clad in purple robes stepped forth from the cloud's apex. The front of his purple robe was adorned with 2 ancient, gilded characters, Xintian. It was immediately evident that this individual was an elder of the Xintian sacred land, the foremost of the 7 sacred grounds of the southern region. Before him, a golden jade slip unfurled gradually. The purple-robed elder stroked his long beard, his expression grave, first casting a glance at the Tianjin Dao sect below, before bellowing with authority, reading from the slip. Tianjin Dao sect, brazenly defying the ironclad rules of the cultivation realm, has fallen into the path of darkness. All must perish. We act in accordance with the will of heaven. Let us vanquish the Tianjin Dao sect, to safeguard the righteous path. His voice reverberated through the heavens, sweeping across the entire southern region. This onslaught against the Tianjin Dao sect was initiated by the undying Dao tradition of the southern region, led by the 7 sacred grounds, with all major sects joining forces. Without any superfluous words, after delivering this righteous proclamation, the purple-robed elder gripped a battle flag, his gaze icy, and with a subtle wave, uttered a single word, "Kill." The word fell like thunder on a clear day. In an instant, the southern region cultivators atop the clouds roared in unison, "Kill, kill, kill." Like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, these cultivators surged forth like torrents, plummeting towards the Tianjin Dao sect with lethal intent. They intended to strike with one swift blow and reduce the Tianjin Dao sect to ashes. "Activate the formation," the Grand Elder Wu Tao commanded. Regaining his composure, boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the protective formation of the Tianjin Dao sect was activated to its maximum capacity. Sensing the impending crisis, the protective formation of the Tianjin Dao sect transformed into an ancient sea of swords, and waves of sword qi surged forth like dragons, targeting the charging southern region cultivators. For this day, the Grand Elder had even utilized the 3 superior spirit veins brought by Yu Qiuyun the day before to empower the protective formation. Boom, boom, boom. But the onslaught did not cease there. Atop the 5 peaks, disciples arranged their sword formations, pointing their blades towards the heavens, channeling their vital energy into the swords, uniting their strength into a singular force that collided with the protective formation's barrier, merging seamlessly to aid the array in fending off the enemy. Regardless of the emotional turmoil experienced the previous night, there was nothing more to be said at this critical juncture. It was a battle to the death. This was the essence of warfare in the cultivation realm. There was no need for personal combat. Rather, they fought in formation. The battle erupted in an instant, on Longmin Mountain, a peak resembling a paradise. Gu Changxing grumbled, "What a damn nuisance, making such a racket early in the morning," complaining. He emerged from his humble abode. Hong Li and Ning Yao had already stepped outside, both gazing solemnly at the scene above. Additionally, Chen Qingqing was present, having been brought here in the dead of night. Although Chen Qingqing possessed extraordinary talent, she had only joined the Tianjin Dao sect 3 days prior and was merely at the Xinjing stage. In such a high-stakes battle, her cultivation level rendered her unqualified even to be cannon fodder. The sect deemed it necessary to ensure her safety, thus sending her to Longmin Mountain, at this moment. Chen Qingqing was exceedingly anxious, her small face pale. Just days prior, the Tianjin Dao sect had faced a concerted attack from the southern region's powerful figures, and now the current situation was even more terrifying. For the 14-year-old Chen Qingqing, it was genuinely frightening. "This is tough," Ning Yao sighed, observing the unfolding scene. She had underestimated the southern region's resolve to annihilate the Tianjin Dao sect. They had come with the intent to utterly obliterate it. In such a tumultuous battle, personal strength was insufficient to shift the tide unless one possessed extraordinary prowess. But such unparalleled power either had ascended to the sacred realm or remained hidden away. Where could such figures be found within the Tianjin Dao sect? When will they strike? Hong Li remained silent, watching Gu Changxing rise, and softly inquired. Gu Changxing, still groggy, rubbed his nose and coldly remarked, "You're disturbing my sleep." Utterly outrageous. Kill now. Unleash a merciless onslaught. Observing Gu Changxing's fierce demeanor and listening to his illogical words, Ning Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Just the day before, she had thought Gu Changxing resembled an ancient creature. Now, she found his behavior quite peculiar for someone of 11 years. The senior brother is quite fearsome. Chen Qingqing, hiding behind Hong Li, gazed at the menacing Gu Changxing, her voice trembling with fear. Hong Li nodded slightly, her breathing steady. In the next moment, a flash of red darted skyward, directly breaching the protective formation's barrier, plunging into the enemy ranks. This unexpected display took both the Tianjin Dao sect and the southern region's anti-demon coalition by surprise. In the blink of an eye, heads began to roll. In just 3 days of honing her skills, Hong Li had significantly increased her strength, moving through the throng of enemies as though it were an empty realm. Ning Yao's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. However, she quickly uttered, "Be careful." Clad in white, Ning Yao also joined the fray. Compared to Hong Li, Ning Yao's cultivation was more profound, and her prowess was extraordinary. Once she entered the battlefield, the tide of battle shifted dramatically in her favor. They are so impressive. Qin Qingqing gushed, captivated by the scene. Jiyu Changsheng turned to Qin Qingqing, his drowsiness seemingly dissipating, and frowned. Why are you so lazy? After 2 days at Tianjin Peak, how have you only reached the 9th level of Xianjing? Qin Qingqing appeared bewildered. Chapter 32. You were given a chance, yet you did not cherish it. Qin Qingqing was flabbergasted. I have been diligently cultivating over there. How can you say I am lazy? Everyone says I am very hardworking, having advanced from the 9th level of body refinement to the 9th level of Xianjing in just 2 short days. Given enough time, I could soon complete my training through the last 5 realms. You are the lazy one. Qin Qingqing retorted angrily. Jiyu Changsheng rubbed his head, chuckling. You refuse to accept being called lazy. Under normal circumstances, with your foundation already laid, you should have easily crossed into Xianjing and opened the divine gateway within 2 days, preparing to forge your Dao platform. Qin Qingqing began to question her life choices. Is that so? Gu Changxing, growing impatient, replied. Is it not obvious? Has no one at Tianjin Peak told you this? Qin Qingqing shook her head, replying, the senior brothers all said I was progressing quickly. Typically, it takes at least 3 to 5 years to advance from the completion of body refinement to the completion of Xianjing. Realization dawned on Gu Changxing as he recalled that the current Tianjin Dao sect was not what it once was. He slapped his forehead, muttering, my memories are a bit jumbled. Noticing Gu Changxing's unusual demeanor, Qin Qingqing expressed concern. Senior brother, are you all right? Are you hungry? Shall I prepare a meal for you? Gu Changxing waved her off. Forget it. While you won't poison me, it truly is quite inedible. Qin Qingqing was instantly incensed. I am sincerely concerned for you, and you dare say my cooking is terrible. So enraged was the green-clad girl that she momentarily forgot the fierce battle above. At this moment, the 4 supreme elders each held their ground, continuously channeling their vital energy into the protective formation. The heads of the 5 peaks, along with the protective elders, law enforcement hall masters, stewards, and elite disciples, fervently supported the protective formation. Experts from the Wuxin Palace also joined the fray to lend their assistance. Yet, regardless of whether they hailed from the Wuxin Palace or were high-ranking members of the Tianjin Dao sect, all were filled with anxiety. For Hong Li and Ning Yao had charged out of the sect. Although they currently held an overwhelming advantage, should the coalition's powerful figures regroup and initiate a counterattack, it would spell disaster. Damn it. Yu Qiuyun's expression darkened to an extreme. She had not anticipated that Ning Yao would go to such lengths for the Tianjin Dao sect. She could only shout, everyone, do not harm the saintess of Wuxin Palace. There shall be recompense after the battle. With that, she disregarded everything else and made her way towards Longmin Mountain. Earlier, she had informed the 5 elders that she would protect Ning Yao, Gu Changsheng, and the others in times of crisis. Of course, in reality, Ning Yao's true strength surpassed her own, so her primary focus was on safeguarding Gu Changsheng, Hong Li, and Qin Qingqing. These individuals were the seeds of the Tianjin Dao sect. At this moment, with Ning Yao and Hong Li engaged in battle, only Gu Changxing and Qin Qingqing remained on Longmin Mountain. As Yu Chuan arrived at the back of Longmin Mountain and saw Gu Changxing and Qin Qingqing there. She hurried forward, her voice tense. The situation is dire. Prepare for evacuation. Upon seeing Yu Qiuyun's arrival, Qin Qingqing snapped out of her daze and clumsily greeted her. I greet you, Senior Yu. Yu Changxing was currently rubbing his forehead, his brow furrowed, seemingly ensnared in some perplexity. Yu Qiuyun approached the two, urging them while her palm radiated with a hint of divine light, reaching out towards Gu Changsheng. She intended to eliminate Gu Changsheng. Although her prior orders from the ancestor had instructed her to seek Gu Changsheng's forgiveness, she had indeed acted accordingly. Yet, Yu Qiuyun's true intention was far from that. If Gu Changsheng were to perish, there would be no need to seek his pardon. A Yao would no longer need to remain in the Tianjin Dao sect. All problems would be resolved. For the future of the sect, she would stop at nothing. Die, Gu Changsheng. As Yu Qiuyun's palm was about to make contact with Gu Changsheng's head, a fierce glint flickered in her eyes. However, to Qin Qingqing, Yu Qiuyun merely resembled a concerned elder. Showing no signs of wrongdoing, Yu Changsheng seemed oblivious to the tension, continuing to pat his forehead. furrowing his brows and mumbling something under his breath. Buzz. The moment Yu Qiuyun's palm connected with Gu Changsheng, a dark, inky light manifested out of thin in that instant. Yu Qiuyun was sent flying like a bolt of lightning, crashing to the ground in the distance, blood spilling profusely. Eh? Chen Qingqing was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Gu Changsheng, however, halted his actions, his brow relaxing as he turned to observe the direction in which Yu Qiuyun had been flung, his gaze indifferent as he remarked, "Your esteemed ancestor is so reasonable. Yet you, a mere disciple, dare to act in such a rebellious manner." Why? Yu Qiuyun staggered to her feet, her complexion ashen, her right sleeve hanging emptily, blood soaking it. That previous strike had utterly obliterated her right hand. Yu Qiuyun glared at Gu Changsheng, a flicker of malevolence in her eyes. That old curmudgeon, Lao Mu, had indeed left his mark on you. But how could he have allowed Ayao to remain in your sect? Does he not realize that Ayao is the sole hope for my Wenshin palace to ascend to the status of a great imperial sect? He deserves to die, and so do you. Death. At this moment, Yu Qiuyun seemed to have lost her sanity, recklessly charging at Gu Changsheng with murderous intent. She had evidently resolved to kill him at all costs. After all, today the Heavenly Sword sect would inevitably face annihilation. No one was aware of this entire ordeal. Stop. At that moment, the four Grand Elders sensed the turmoil at Longmin Mountain and immediately erupted in furious shouts. Alas, the protective formation of the sect was under fierce assault, rendering them powerless to intervene, save for admonishing. Old Four, the Grand Elder, Wu Tao, bellowed, "I'm going." The fourth elder shouted, soaring into the air toward Longmin Mountain. The Grand Elder too felt uneasy about Yu Qiuyun, yet he never anticipated that this woman would become so unhinged. "I'll go." At that moment, the fifth elder also took flight. However, with the departure of the two Grand Elders, the formation would inevitably be compromised. The fourth elder glared at the fifth elder, only to turn back, cursing, "What are you doing, Old Five? Did we not agree last night that if any trouble arose, I would take action?" The Grand Elder, Wu Tao, shot a dark glance at the fifth elder but remained silent. Sensing something amiss, "Old Five is problematic." The Grand Elder ground his teeth. With no one else available in the sect, he barked, "Old Four, follow them and see what's happening. I will maintain the formations at Renjian Peak." Thus, the Grand Elder single-handedly maintained the formations at Tianjian Peak, Renjian Peak, and Guijian Peak. This level of power was evidently inconsistent with recent days. Yet, the elders were not surprised. All of this stemmed from the profound techniques imparted by the Grand Elders. The Grand Elder's strength had seen a remarkable increase. If he were to face Huang Xiqing from 3 days prior again, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. The fifth and fourth elders rushed toward Longmin Mountain. Yu Qiuyun was also frantically charging at Gu Changsheng. Chen Qingqing was already petrified with fear. What on earth was happening? Wasn't Longmin Mountain supposed to be the safest haven? Puffed. In the next moment, a crimson mark appeared on Yu Qiuyun's forehead, and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes gradually losing their fury and murderous intent. A streak of light returned to Gu Changsheng's wrist. Yu Changsheng's expression remained tranquil as he remarked, "I granted you a chance for survival, yet you failed to cherish it." Chapter 33. The Ancestral Elder Takes Action. This elder from Wenshin Palace was almost instantaneously dispatched by Gu Changsheng. Initially, Gu Changsheng had offered Yu Qiuyun a chance for survival when she first attacked, intending to settle the score later. Yet this woman, lacking any sense of restraint, aimed to kill him instead. "If that is the case, then let me send you on your way." Boom. The fifth elder arrived. Upon seeing Yu Qiuyun lying there, her aura dissipating, the fifth elder's gaze sharpened. A chill ran down his spine as he suppressed his thoughts. "Yu Changsheng, are you unharmed?" The fourth elder soon followed, reaching the rear of Longmin Mountain, his expression tense as he inquired. Chen Qingqing was nearly in tears. "Elder, Senior Yu suddenly flew out. Her arm was blown off, and then she crazily attacked the senior brother, only to inexplicably collapse as if dead." The fourth elder's face fluctuated between green and white. This vile woman truly harbors malicious intent. He had suspected that Yu Qiuyun would not let this matter rest, and her return with an apology was likely a ploy. However, he had not anticipated the extent of her scheme. aiming to kill Gu Changsheng. Thankfully, Gu Changsheng was unharmed. As long as he is safe, that's all that matters, the fifth elder murmured softly. The fourth elder's gaze turned sharp as he scrutinized the fifth elder. Old Five, something feels off about you. Hearing this, the fifth elder forced a smile. What are you talking about, senior brother? I was merely concerned about Gu Changsheng's safety, which is why I acted hastily. Since he is fine, let us return quickly to maintain the formations, otherwise, it will be difficult for the senior brother to hold on. Without further ado, he took flight. The fourth elder cast a deep look at the fifth elder before turning to Gu Changsheng with a serious tone. You are new to the sect and unaware of many matters within. If the sect survives this ordeal, I shall explain everything in detail, but for now, be wary of the fifth elder with that. The fourth elder too returned to Rangjin Peak to oversee the formations. The death of Yu Chuyan had, in fact, relieved him, for he knew that Gu Changsheng wielded the heavenly sword, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to kill him. Are you afraid? Gu Changsheng, unperturbed by the fourth elder's warning, gazed skyward at the fierce and bloody battle unfolding. Many lives had been lost in the Southern Domain's Demon Suppression Alliance, serving as fodder for war. The deceased were mostly mere pawns. The positions occupied by Hongli and Ning Yao during the assault were no exception. Otherwise, they would have encountered trouble while taking action. Chen Qingqing's face turned pale, her fear evident as she nodded repeatedly. I am afraid. If I die, my grandfather will have no one to look after him. Yu Changsheng turned to Chen Qingqing, momentarily taken aback, then smiled. If you're scared, just go hide in your room. Yet Chen Qingqing shook her head, saying, the senior brother is 3 years younger than I. If you aren't hiding, then neither will I. Yu Changsheng burst into hearty laughter. As he laughed, the jade ring on his wrist transformed into a streak of light, vanishing at an imperceptible speed. Sizzle! Above the heavens, a horrifying scene unfolded. The Southern Domain's Demon Suppression Alliance, with an army of over 1 million, was now collapsing in droves, as if they were being harvested like wheat. Heads flew and blood erupted. Originally in dire straits, Hongli and Ning Yao were suddenly rescued. Following that, a voice echoed in Hong Li's ear. Come with me. Dressed in red, Hong Li was unblemished by blood. Without hesitation, she followed the streak of light. Wow! At that moment, within the Heavenly Sword sect, astonished exclamations filled the air. The protective formation alone struggled to kill enemies, merely maintaining a defense to prevent intruders from breaching the sect. Yet the current situation was astounding, a complete sweep. Ancient warships were seen being cleaved in two, prompting cries of alarm from the enemy. High above, amidst the clouds, unlike the chaotic clashes below, the elder-level figures of the major sects in the Southern Domain gathered. Although the battle had commenced, these top-tier figures showed no intention of intervening. As they witnessed the enemy being cut down in waves, some elders could no longer remain seated. Fellow Taoists, it seems the hidden forces of the Heavenly Sword sect have finally made their move. When shall we act? They inquired. They had been waiting for the masters of the Heavenly Sword sect. Previously, Gu Changsheng had slain the peerless experts of the 7 Holy Lands, a feat so astonishing that over the past 3 days, various factions speculated that a mysterious powerhouse might still exist within the Heavenly Sword sect, hence their dispatch of so many strong figures to maintain pressure. Can anyone discern who it is? The elders of the 7 Holy Lands furrowed their brows. Though they sensed the overwhelming power sweeping through, they could not locate its source. It was all quite enigmatic. The purple-robed elder from the Xintian Holy Land was also frowning, puzzled. Others might not know, but he was acutely aware that their sect's grand elder had been slain 3 days prior. Understandably, the Xintian Holy Land was worlds away from the Heavenly Sword sect, with ordinary cultivators taking years to traverse the distance. Yet even from such a vast expanse, their grand elder had still been killed. The ancestors within the sect had investigated, merely stating that the assailant wielded a sword. And it was assuredly not Qi Jianlong. Perhaps it was an ancient being from the Heavenly Sword sect that had escaped the massacre. Regardless of who it is, we shall proceed according to plan. Gu Changsheng must not perish. That red-clad woman must be sent to the Li Hua Emperor sect. As for the rest, the Xintian Holy Land Saintess Ning Yao will be dealt with by the Jun family from the Central Domain. All others must be eliminated. Force that person to reveal themselves. The purple-robed elder deliberated, speaking softly. The elder in the purple robe glared fiercely. The reason for mobilizing so many powerful individuals this time was precisely due to the egregious actions of the Sword Sect 3 days prior, which resulted in the demise of a supreme elder from each of the 7 sacred lands. It must be noted that these supreme elders are pinnacle existences in the upper 3 realms, akin to terrestrial deities, with a significant opportunity to ascend to the sacred domain in the future. Such a monumental loss could not fail to incite the wrath of the 7 sacred lands. Once they ascertain the identity of the enigmatic ancestor of the Sword Sect, it is only natural that top-tier experts will emerge to suppress the situation. At this moment, an elder from the Ocean Sea Sacred Land shook his head slightly and remarked, "Lu Zhijian has been targeted. We cannot activate the Great Formation." Lu Zhijian, the name of the 5th elder, was, in fact, an insider sent by the Ocean Sea Sacred Land to infiltrate the Sword Sect. It is no wonder that the Ocean Sea Sacred Land arrived the earliest. They must have been aware that the old tomb had brought back an ancient being. No matter. Meanwhile, an elder from the Azure Sky Sacred Land smiled subtly. The expressions of the elders from various sacred lands revealed an inexplicable significance. The Azure Sky Sacred Land had also embedded a pawn, boom. Shortly afterward, a corner of the protective formation of the Sword Sect, which had long been under siege by the southern region's demon-slaying alliance, was suddenly torn open, not from the outside, but from within. At the very moment the protective formation was breached, the southern region's allied forces seemed to have found their outlet for aggression. Charging forth with a frenzy toward that breach, in an instant, a myriad of divine abilities and techniques descended upon the land of the Sword Sect. Second, the Grand Elder Wu Tao's eyes nearly bulged with rage. The torn corner was precisely under the control of the 2nd elder, who had just betrayed them. Previously, the strange actions of the 5th elder had prevented the Grand Elder from retracting control over the Ghost Sword Peak. So even if the 5th elder was an insider, he could not have breached the formation. Yet, unexpectedly, the 2nd elder, who had always labored for the sect, chose this moment to turn traitor. Under the incredulous gazes of the disciples of the Earth Sword Peak, the 2nd elder opened the protective formation, allowing the southern region's demon-slaying alliance to massacre their way in. With an indifferent expression, the 2nd elder produced a green token and bellowed to the alliance, "I am the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall from the Azure Sky Sacred Land." At this moment, the 2nd elder no longer concealed his identity, revealing himself as the embedded pawn of the Azure Sky Sacred Land within the Sword Sect. The 3rd and 4th elders were infuriated, unable to fathom how their comrade, with whom they had shared countless days, could be a traitor. However, anger was futile. The formation had been breached, and they could not hold it back. "Kill!" the Grand Elder roared, personally charging toward the Earth Sword Peak to intercept the enemies. Though the disciples of the Earth Sword Peak were demoralized, they could only unleash their pent-up rage upon the invaders. The moment they clashed head-on, countless disciples fell, drenched in blood. The 2nd elder, however, did not engage further. After a cold glance, he soared through the opening, ascending to the highest point among the clouds. "I pay my respects to the elder." The 2nd elder bowed before the elder of the Azure Sky Sacred Land. The elder nodded slightly, responding, "Well done. From this day forth, return with me to our sect." The 2nd elder was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Thank you, elder." He had awaited this day for far too long. The Azure Sky Sacred Land was one of the 7 sacred lands of the southern region, offering far more prospects than the Sword Sect. Yet, due to the sect's mission, he had been compelled to remain in the Sword Sect. He had endured enough. Today, it would finally come to an end. With the formation breached, the mysterious powerful figure of the Sword Sect was bound to reveal himself. The crowd, however, paid little attention to the 2nd elder, their focus fixed on the Sword Sect. Although only a corner of the protective formation had been breached, it posed a grave threat to the entire array. All enemies surged toward this point. Even the foes surrounding Ningyao and Hongli began to converge here. The two had already slain numerous enemies, yet their efforts bore minimal impact on the grand scheme of battle. "Senior brother, it's over." On the back mountain of Longmin Mountain, Chun Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice choked with despair. Jiu Changxing naturally noticed the situation at the Earth Sword Peak. His gaze remained tranquil as he softly murmured, "A mere pile of rubble, whoosh," accompanied by Gu Changxing's words. The sky-rending sword of heaven emitted a thunderous roar. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of all, that sword swept across the skies above the Earth's sword peak. Despite not striking every foe in that moment, all enemies who had entered the Earth's sword peak were severed at the neck. In that instant, countless headless corpses began to plummet toward the Earth's sword peak. That single strike claimed at least 70 to 80,000 lives. These cultivators were primarily the backbone of the Middle Fourth Realm, including formidable experts at the third level of the Middle Fourth Realm. The Life Palace stage. Such experts, if placed within the sword sect, could easily attain a seat among the elders. Yet, beneath Gu Changxing's single stroke, they were annihilated without exception, their life palaces shattered on the spot. "It is the sword of heaven." The Grand Elder's pupils constricted, and he bellowed, "Kill, kill." The third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder echoed loudly. The morale of the sword sect surged dramatically. The individuals in the heart-searching palace felt a profound shock. This strike was undeniably overwhelming. The four supreme elders exhaled in relief. The sword of heaven was indeed formidable. This strike instilled fear in the southern region's demon-slaying alliance. The remaining enemies hesitated to advance toward the Earth's sword peak. They had not anticipated that Gu Changxing, who had yet to begin his cultivation, could wield the sword of heaven to such an extent. If he were to commence his training, what spectacle would unfold? At this moment, the four supreme elders were filled with tumultuous emotions. Retreat? Quick, withdraw. This is beyond our capability to combat. Many began to retreat in panic. Initially, everyone believed this mission would be an easy task. However, upon witnessing the continuous deaths of their comrades, their resolve wavered. They were ultimately cultivators, not soldiers of a dynasty. Each individual harbored their own agenda. Yet, regardless of the calculations, when faced with the specter of death, the instinct to retreat prevailed. The same held true now. Thus, following this strike, the million-strong alliance hesitated to take further action. Have they finally succumbed? At the pinnacle among the clouds, the elders of the seven sacred lands and those from various sects watched the sword sect. Their anxiety palpable. They were acutely aware that the mysterious ancestor of the sword sect could slay a supreme elder, and thus could easily eliminate them. The second elder was also taken aback by this scene, his complexion shifting unnaturally. "Everyone, stand down," the elder in the purple robe declared firmly. With the order of retreat issued, the southern region's demon-slaying alliance began to withdraw in unison. They could no longer contain their impatience. The retreat order provided them with a means to extricate themselves from the situation. The allied forces faded into the clouds, casting wary glances toward the direction of the sword sect. No, they were gazing at the ancient sword suspended above the Earth's sword peak. It was this very sword that had claimed the lives of 70 to 80,000. That was the sword of heaven from the sword sect. The second elder proactively explained to the elder of the Azure Sky sacred land. The elder's expression turned to one of surprise. It is said that this sword has not been wielded for 40,000 years. Even the sword genius Qi Jianlong from 3,000 years ago could not lift it. Who would have thought it would resurface? The elder in the purple robe spoke solemnly. "Perhaps this is the very culprit behind the slaying of our sacred land's supreme elders," the second elder continued. "This sword of heaven was seized by Gu Changxing 3 days ago." The elders from various sects were momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing the implications. The sword of heaven possessed a spirit. It was exceedingly rare for it to acknowledge a master. And those who succeeded were invariably unparalleled prodigies. No wonder the mysterious ancestor of the sword sect could not remain idle. He must have seen hope for the rise of the sword sect and was unwilling to allow anyone to thwart it. In an instant, everyone grasped the motives behind the mysterious ancestor of the sword sect's intervention. The elder in the purple robe stepped forward once more, his heart racing with tension, yet he spoke with righteous indignation. "Senior, perhaps you have gone too far. 3 days ago, it was your sect that disregarded propriety, slaying the emissaries from various sects and subsequently killing our sacred land's supreme elder. Do you truly believe that the southern region's cultivation world should bow to you? Do you genuinely think there is no one within the southern region capable of confronting you?" The elder in the purple robe spoke with fervor, exuding an aura of righteousness, as if he were a victim of grave injustice. Whoosh! At that very moment, a figure materialized outside the protective formation. It was an 11-year-old boy clad in black robes. Jiu Changsheng. How can he fly? The fourth elder and others stared in disbelief. Chapter 35. The Emperor's Attendant. They all knew that Gu Changxing had yet to commence his cultivation. Moreover, to truly fly unaided by magical artifacts like flying swords, one would need to reach at least the middle fourth realm. It is inconceivable that Gu Changxing could achieve such feats in such a brief span of time. However, upon noticing the presence of Hongli beside him, they felt a sense of relief. It was evident that she had once again assisted Gu Changxing in soaring to great heights. Just 3 days prior, a similar scenario had unfolded, with Gu Changxing reclining in a rocking chair. Yet, they were mistaken. This time, Gu Changxing stood unsupported in midair. Hongli remained silent at his side, aware that Gu Changxing was serious. Ning Yao also soared to his side, concerned for his safety. Jiu Changxing's expression was tranquil as he gazed upward at the elders of the various sects above the clouds, ultimately fixing his gaze on the elder in purple robes, coldly declaring, "Be it the southern region, the entirety of the eastern wilderness Tao state, or the 3,000 Tao states, or even the sacred region you speak of, none can suppress me. I grant you time to summon your strongest individual from behind you. Once I have dealt with them, we can discuss compensation." His tone was calm yet earnest. However, his words left all present in a state of bewilderment. Is this lad out of his mind? What business does a mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation, have here? Muttered the second elder. Before he could finish speaking, the second elder suddenly appeared dazed, his head lolling backward. A clean cut at his neck, spurting blood profusely. A swift sword had severed his head. The heavenly sword, which had previously hovered above the earthly sword's blade, had vanished without a trace. Replaced by an inconspicuous jade ring upon Gu Changxing's wrist. Is this a place for your words? Gu Changxing said indifferently. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The elder in purple robes stared at the youthful face of the black-robed youth, his complexion paling. This individual was indeed somewhat sinister. In an instant, the elders of the various sects found themselves too intimidated to speak. Could it be that the mysterious powerhouse of the Heavenly Sword Dao sect was none other than Gu Changxing himself? Such an imposing young man. At that moment, a melodious voice floated down from an even higher layer of clouds. The elders of the 7 sacred lands shifted slightly, then, with a respectful gesture, said, "We pay our respects to Lady Wang." The next moment, from the clouds above, a stunning young woman clad in a fitted crimson robe, perfectly accentuating her curves, gracefully descended. She disregarded the elder's salutations, smiling sweetly at Gu Changxing, and with keen interest inquired, "Might you be the renowned Gu Changxing of the eastern wilderness Tao state from a few days ago? I am Wang Yinran, the maid of the Fire Emperor's son." The revelation that she was the maid of the Fire Emperor's son was significant. It was known that the Emperor's son possessed an extraordinary and regal presence. Upon ascending to the peak of power, even his maid's status would rise dramatically, far surpassing that of any elder from the sacred lands. It was no wonder the elders bowed in deference. Although they were aware that the Fire Emperor's sect had sent someone, they had not anticipated the arrival of this maid. Wang Yinran, aside from being the maid of the Fire Emperor's son, was also a descendant of the Changxing family. The Changxing family had a deep-rooted legacy, and the Wang family was particularly ancient, with numerous branches. The branch to which Wang Yinran belonged was the most esteemed. Logically, with such a prestigious identity, it would be unlikely for Wang Yinran to content herself as a maid. However, after the Fire Emperor's son visited the Wang family, she devoted herself entirely to the role. What transpired during that time remained a mystery. In any case, among the maidens of the Fire Emperor, her status was decidedly high, and her strength formidable. This was the crux of the matter. Gu Changxing assessed Wang Yinran and leisurely remarked, "Does the maid have any business?" At this utterance, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Such words seemed rather indiscreet. Although Wang Yinran did introduce herself as the maid of the Fire Emperor's son, this was clearly a mockery. Wang Yinran, too, appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly unprepared for Gu Changxing's address. She covered her mouth and smiled, her gaze sparkling as she softly replied, "The Emperor's son holds you in high regard. He has issued an order that no one is to harm you." At this proclamation, the majority of the Southern Region's demon-slaying coalition erupted in astonishment. So, they were not allowed to kill him. What, then, was their purpose here? Not only they, but even the Heavenly Sword Dao sect was left puzzled. Could it be that the Fire Emperor's son sought to recruit Gu Chongqing? This possibility could not be dismissed. Throughout history, many prodigious individuals often took under their wing those labeled as genius monsters, showcasing their unparalleled prowess among their contemporaries. Although Gu Chongqing was currently immortal, his innate talent was apparent, and his future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. It was no surprise that he caught the attention of the Fire Emperor's son. The elders from the 7 sacred lands were not at all taken aback. They had received prior notice of this development and had not included Gu Chongqing's assassination in their plans. Yet, the Emperor's son had a small request. Wang Yinran extended a delicate finger, her countenance adorned with a charming smile, slowly gesturing toward Hongli beside Gu Chongqing, and softly said, "The Emperor's son believes this young lady possesses great talent in swordsmanship and could serve as his sword attendant." Her tone was gentle, yet the implication was decidedly domineering. What does the young man think? Upon finishing her statement, she retracted her finger, her expression one of eager anticipation as she looked at Gu Chongqing. It was unclear whether she awaited his agreement or his fury. Gu Chongqing, however, did not respond to Wang Yinran but turned to Hongli, grinning as he said, "Sister Hongli, someone has taken a fancy to you." Hong Li's delicate face was etched with frost, her beautiful eyes radiating a chilling, killing intent as she coldly replied, "The Emperor's son. What does that amount to?" At this declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. The elders of the 7 sacred lands were equally stunned. Everyone present was bewildered. Had this girl lost her mind? How dared she openly insult the Fire Emperor's son? It should be noted that their reluctance to act against Hong Li stemmed from a prior secret order indicating that the Fire Emperor's son desired her. Yet now, Hong Li had the audacity to declare, in Wang Yinran's presence, that the Emperor's son was nothing of consequence. Gu Chongqing's smile broadened as he turned back to Wang Yinran, casually stating, "Lady Wang, did you hear that? What does the Emperor's son amount to?" The smile on Wang Yinran's face had long since frozen. Gu Chongqing's words were akin to throwing fuel on the flames, rendering her expression even more grim and her gaze dark. Her breath quickened, the whiteness of her bosom becoming quite pronounced. She could tolerate many things, but she could never abide anyone insulting the Emperor's son. Wang Yinran gritted her teeth and remarked, "Well? Very well. To insult the Emperor's son is a crime deserving of 1,000 deaths. In any case, she understood the Emperor's intent, primarily to use Hongli to suppress Gu Chongqing, facilitating his rapid growth so that he could serve as a stepping stone for the Emperor's son. If he was unwilling to submit, then so be it. Right before Gu Chongqing's eyes, she would have Hongli killed. The effect would be the same." Chapter 36. The Carefree Divine Mountain, Jun Family. Jun Wuhui. "Lady Wang, please hold." At that moment, a youthful male voice resonated from above the clouds. The voice echoed. A striking young man clad in white robes, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, stepped forward. He held a jade fan in his hand and offered a slight bow to Wang Yinran. Subsequently, he turned to the elders of the various sects, performing a courteous gesture. "I am Jun Wuhui, and I apologize for the intrusion." His sudden appearance alleviated the previously tense atmosphere, so it was the esteemed Jun Wuhui who had arrived. "My apologies for the oversight." The elder in purple robes continued to bow in respect. Jun Wuhui, one of the prodigious talents of the Jun family, stood here clearly representing the will of his clan. The attendees dared not be dismissive and hastily returned his greetings. However, Jun Wuhui was quite courteous, reciprocating each bow. "Jun Wuhui, did you not state that you would only emerge after the battle concluded? What is the purpose of your appearance now?" Wang Yinran's mood soured significantly, her impatience evident. Jun Wuhui wore an apologetic expression and inclined his hands. "Lady Wang, please forgive me. I felt that the current situation was not overly chaotic, so I wish to seize this opportunity to clarify the position of the Jun family and take up a little of your time." Despite her annoyance, Wang Yinran recognized that Jun Wuhui was backed by Jun Lingtian and the entire Jun family, so she merely huffed in discontent. She then cast a dark glance at Hongli, seemingly indicating that she would allow this little vixen to live a while longer. Hongli couldn't be bothered to cast even a glance in his direction. Seeing that Wang Yinran had no objections, Jun Wuhui then turned his attention to Ning Yao, who stood beside Gu Changsheng. With a smile still gracing his face, Jun Wuhui addressed Ning Yao with a bow. "I have the honor of meeting the Saintess." Ning Yao let out a slight sigh. She had already received word that the Jun family would undoubtedly come. Nonetheless, this was a confrontation she had to face, and she was not one to shy away. She replied calmly, "The matter of the previous betrothal has been clarified. May I ask if the Jun family has any further grievances?" Jun Wuhui maintained his genial demeanor and replied softly, "Indeed? There is not much to be said about that matter. However, my lord has stated that if you wish to conclude this entirely, it requires the Saintess to personally visit the Carefree Divine Mountain and meet with my lord." The Carefree Divine Mountain? At this declaration, Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow. Jun Wuhui glanced at him, his tone considerably more placid. "Is there a problem?" Gu Changsheng did not gaze upon Jun Wuhui, but rather cast his eyes downward towards the Tianjian Daozong, as if surveying the four esteemed elders, and softly remarked, "Isnt that the territory of the Tianjian Daozong." This statement immediately elicited peculiar expressions from many present. Indeed, the Xiaoyao Divine Mountain had once been the domain of the Tianjian Daozong. Yet that was a relic of the past. In the present, the Xiaoyao Divine Mountain had long since become the stronghold of the Jun family. By uttering such words, Gu Changsheng inadvertently fueled animosity towards the Tianjian Daozong. The few who were privy to the events of that year exchanged knowing glances, refraining from discussing the matter any further. Though bring it up now would be tantamount to slapping the Jun family in the face. The esteemed elder Shi Wang was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Indeed, it was once the territory of our sect." Jun Wuhui, seemingly unaware of this history, replied coolly, "Your sect has been cooped up here for over 40,000 years, with territory barely spanning 3,000 miles. What right do you have to claim that the Xiaoyao Divine Mountain belongs to your sect?" Gu Changsheng lifted his gaze to meet Jun Wuhui's, leisurely stating, "Whether you have the right or not is not for you to decide. Return and inform the Jun family's holy master that I shall pay a visit in due course." Jun Wuhui's expression grew increasingly frosty, his tone taking on an icy edge. "Today, I come on behalf of the Jun family and have no intention of involving myself in your sect's affairs. Should your sect continue to act irrationally, do not blame my Jun family for resorting to force." Resorting to force? Gu Changsheng's countenance turned peculiar, and he seemed to ponder something, muttering to himself, "I am merely 11 years old. It appears that indeed holds some truth." Upon finishing, Gu Changsheng raised his head, revealing a radiant smile. "Then why not give it a try?" Jun Wuhui, irritated by the boy's audacity, momentarily set aside his frustration. Directing his attention to Ning Yao with a slightly softened tone, "Saintess, I implore you to accompany me back to the Xiaoyao Divine Mountain to meet young Master Ling Tian." Young Master Ling Tian referred to Jun Ling Tian, a prodigious heir of the Jun family, equally renowned as a terrifying genius with imperial bearing. His reputation in the central domain rivaled that of the Li Hua Emperor's son. This was precisely why those present felt compelled to show respect to Jun Wuhui. Being a prodigy, following an equally formidable figure like Jun Ling Tian, supported by the illustrious Jun family, was indeed an impressive background. I have made my stance abundantly clear. Even if we were to meet, there is little of substance to discuss. Ning Yao gently shook her head, resolutely rejecting Jun Wuhui's proposal. Jun Wuhui's expression remained unchanged, yet his tone grew even colder. "My young master has stated that should the Saintess refuse, my Jun family will have no choice but to personally invite her in the next moment." For figures clad in white and wearing pure white masks materialized behind Jun Wuhui. They were the Jun family's divine guards. The appearance of these four elicited a sharp intake of breath from the elders of the 7 sacred lands. The 7 great sacred lands of the southern domain. They represented a certain degree of prestige within the southern domain and were well acquainted with the various forces of the central domain. The Jun family's divine guards, a formidable force crafted by the Changsheng family, were rumored to be of unparalleled strength, with each member reaching at least the upper 3 realms. It is worth noting that within the entirety of the Tianjin Daozong, only 4 esteemed elders had entered the upper 3 realms, and they were all at the initial stage. It is widely acknowledged that the 12 realms of the mortal plane exhibit significant disparities, with the upper 3 realms being no exception. The 4 esteemed elders were merely at the starting point. Yet, the Jun family's divine guards matched or surpassed the prowess of the 4 esteemed elders. Clearly, the Jun family was resolute in their intent to take Ning Yao away. Jun Wuhui flicked his jade fan, which instantly unfurled, and with a courteous gesture, he smiled. I kindly invite the saintess to the Xiaoyao Divine Mountain. My young master has prepared a banquet in anticipation of your arrival. Ning Yao's fair visage grew cold, her bright eyes reflecting a trace of frost. The Jun family had indeed resolved to take drastic measures. At that moment, a languid voice interjected. They've already said they won't go. Are you waiting for your mother? Gu Changsheng, twirling a jade ring on his wrist with a leisurely demeanor, continued, moreover, if you take her away, who will cook for me? Are you prepared to shoulder that responsibility? It must be said, Gu Changsheng's remarks were consistently astonishing. Cook? Who doesn't know that Ning Yao is the saintess of the Wuxin Palace? While the Wuxin Palace may not be an imperial sect, it boasts a long lineage and has numerous alliances with ancient powers, rendering it quite formidable. What status does a saintess of such a sect possess? Cook for you. What nonsense are you spouting? Even Ning Yao, at this moment, could not help but feel her cheeks flush. Though it was true that she had prepared meals for Gu Changsheng, it was hardly appropriate to admit such a thing in front of so many. She shot a discreet glare at Gu Changsheng. This scene seemed to further validate Gu Changsheng's words. Tiske. Wang Yinran, who had remained silent thus far, could no longer contain her amusement and remarked softly, how peculiar. The Wuxin Palace saintess would rather cook for a mere child than marry into the Xiaoyao Divine Mountain, not even willing to meet him. Oh, how I truly feel for Jun Ling Tian. Wang Yinran feigned a sorrowful expression, her gaze subtly darting towards Jun Wuhui. There was no better way to stoke the flames than this. Chapter 37. The Arrival of the 7 Ancestors. Hearing this, Gu Changsheng turned to Hongli, a puzzled expression on his face. Sister Hongli, do you smell that? Hongli raised an eyebrow, confused. Gu Changsheng sniffed the air, murmuring, is there a hint of tea? Hongli replied, is there? Gu Changsheng nodded earnestly indeed, though it's rather ordinary. Wang Yinran, though unsure of Gu Changsheng's intent, recognized that it was certainly not a compliment. He was clearly alluding to her, however, it mattered little, as her aim had been achieved. At this moment, Jun Wuhui's expression darkened considerably. In truth, even without Wang Yinran's words, Jun Wuhui had already contemplated this matter. Ning Yao had directly annulled her engagement with Jun Ling Tian, openly declaring her affections for Gu Changsheng. This Wuxin Palace saintess now preferred to come to the Tianjin Daozong, cooking for this mere child, rather than marrying into the Xiaoyao Divine Mountain. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Jun Wuhui's grip on the jade fan tightened. Veins visibly bulging, his gaze growing ominous, he then turned to the elders of the 7 sacred lands, clasping his hands and stating, esteemed elders, the Jun family wishes to participate in this demon-slaying assembly. May I inquire if you would grant us your approval? Before Jun Wuhui could finish his sentence, a spray of blood erupted. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Jun Wuhui's head toppled from his shoulders, meeting the same fate as the second elder before him. Why even bother saying so much? Gu Changsheng scoffed, Wuhui. Only when Jun Wuhui's head fell did the 4 divine guards react, hastily attempting to catch his head, desperate to return it to its rightful place. Yet, Jun Wuhui was already beyond saving. The demon-slaying alliance was left in disbelief. They had anticipated Jun Wuhui's participation with delight, only for him to be slain outright. How ruthless was Gu Changsheng? At this moment, everyone felt their scalp tingle and their spines chill. Gu Changsheng's strength was utterly terrifying, his speed of action leaving them no time to react. It is important to note that the elders of the 7 sacred lands were all at the upper 3 realms. Yet, they had still failed to discern the trajectory of the attack. Wang Yinran was similarly startled by Jun Wuhui's sudden demise, her eyelids fluttering as she instinctively increased her distance. Though she was the servant of the Li Hua Emperor's son, it appeared that the Tianjin Daozong had thrown caution to the wind, disregarding the identities of their opponents. Their sole intent was to kill. If even Jun Wuhui could be slain, she feared that should she step forward, she would be the next to perish. With this thought, Wang Yinran dared not interject further, retreating to the highest reaches of the sky. "Where are you running? Didn't Lady Wang intend to kill my sister Hongli?" Gu Chongqing observed Wang Yinran with a smile. Boom. At that moment, Wang Yinran felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion paling, as if her entire body might fall apart. Blood trickled from her lips, lending her an air of desolation. Wang Yinran's eyes widened in horror, utterly bewildered by the source of this power. Jiyu Chongqing, finding the situation somewhat tedious, reined in his smile and calmly stated, "If you lack the strength, then do not parade about. Return and inform your young master that if he wishes to use me as a whetstone, he is still far too inexperienced." Wang Yinran wiped the blood from her lips, murmuring, "I shall relay your words verbatim to young master. Be gone." Yu Chongqing was disinclined to waste further words on her, his attention shifting back to the elder in purple robes, as he spoke with measured intent. "Let us return to the unfinished topic. I give you time to summon your strongest ally from behind you. Once we have dealt with these individuals, we shall discuss compensation at our leisure." Such words, upon hearing them, would elicit a chorus of exclamations of arrogance. Yet, witnessing the fate of the second elder, the slaying of Jun Wuhui, and Wang Yinran's injury, they could not help but concede that this boy indeed possessed the capital to make such claims. After all, the sword in Gu Chongqing's hand was simply terrifying. The elders of the 7 sacred lands exchanged glances, uttering not a single word. Let the ancestors make their presence known. Simultaneously, they rose and bowed to the heavens. Meanwhile, the 4 Jun family divine guards resolved to report this matter to their elders. Today's events were far from over. Boom. As the elders of the 7 sacred lands uttered these words, the clouds above began to press down ominously, as if some colossal entity were poised to descend from the heavens. An overwhelming sense of dread filled the air. A series of silver-white lightning bolts, as thick as barrels, tore through the dawn. The thunder roared, sending shivers down one's spine. Buzz! In the next moment, amidst the endless flashes of lightning from the eastern sky, a majestic figure emerged, its features obscured. It was evident that the unusual phenomena occurring above the Tianjin Dao sect were instigated by this individual. Buzzing intensified. After the appearance of this figure, various anomalies manifested in other directions as well. There were fierce flames engulfing the heavens, akin to a resplendent sun descending. There were clouds of mist filling the sky, with purple vapors rising. There were rifts in the void, from which a figure emerged. There was a vast ocean surging, with waves being traversed. There was a sword coming from the west, under a boundless azure sky. Each represented the sacred lands of thunder, crimson flame, mist, void, azure sea, and azure sky. Boom! Finally, the ancestor of the Xintian sacred land also made an appearance. A massive rift was torn in the sky, above which hovered a shrouded and mysterious light, gazing down upon the Tianjin Dao sect. The ancestors of the 7 great sacred lands had all manifested. This encirclement aimed at the Tianjin Dao sect was utterly staggering. The Tianjin Dao sect had long fallen into decline, with its elders and leaders merely being cultivators of the 4th realm. In the entirety of the southern domain, such sects numbered not fewer than 900, yet, against such a sect, so many formidable beings had gathered. The elders of the 7 sacred lands were merely the vanguard. Even the ancestors had been summoned. This was a decree for the annihilation of the Tianjin Dao sect. At this moment, the previously intimidated Southern Domain's Demon Suppression Coalition felt their morale surge. "We welcome the ancestors' arrival." The elders of the 7 sacred lands spoke in unison. "We welcome all esteemed seniors." The elders of other sects also bowed in respect. The reason these sects did not summon their own ancestors was due to the fear that those they called upon may lack the requisite strength, or even risk their demise. The 7 sacred lands were aware of this, hence they did not impose in this battle. The 7 sacred lands were the main force. The demon sect shall be obliterated. The ancestor from the Xintian sacred land spoke coldly, his tone reminiscent of an ancient deity from primordial times, his voice rolling down like thunder, echoing throughout the southern domain. This declaration was not solely directed at the Tianjin sect, but also to the entirety of the southern domain and to Jinzhou Qi Jianlong. For at this moment, Qi Jianlong was still darting back and forth among the 7 sacred lands, wielding his sword. In recent days, the 7 sacred lands had been enraged to no end. Their fury was already ignited by the death of a supreme elder, and now Qi Jianlong sought to kill even more. At this moment, Qi Jianlong stood outside the mountain gate of the Xintian sacred land, his gaze tranquil as he murmured, "I thought you would summon the heavenly ancestor." Chapter 38. This is the feeling of boiling blood. Qi Jianlong glanced back at the Tianjin Dao sect, gripping the 3-foot sword in his hand, tightening his tattered robe, slightly hunching over, squinting his eyes and murmuring, "Old Gu, I hope what you said is true." He did not return to aid the Tianjin Dao sect. He chose to believe. He believed in the words of Gu Changsheng, that Gu Changsheng could protect the Tianjin Dao sect. To take it a step further. Even if the Tianjin Dao sect were to fall today, he would stake his life to ensure that the Xintian sacred land recognized the true strength of Qi Jianlong. For within Qi Jianlong's heart, there was only one concern, the Tianjin Dao sect. When a person is devoid of attachments, they become invincible. At this moment, the entire eastern wilderness, particularly the southern domain, felt the oppressive presence of the ancestors from the 7 sacred lands. This sensation was 100 times more astonishing than the spectacle that unfolded 3 days prior when Gu Changxing triggered the anomalies, causing the powerful figures of various sects to gaze upon the Tianjin Dao sect from afar. Back then, while many powerful figures exhibited, very few true paragons made their way to the Tianjin Dao sect. But this time was different. In addition to the Demon Suppression Coalition, there were representatives such as Wang Yinran, symbolizing the Fire Emperor's lineage, and Jun Wuhui, representing the Jun family. Moreover, the ancestors of the 7 sacred lands had emerged, all to extinguish the Tianjin Dao sect. This second-rate sect within the southern domain had drawn countless eyes on this day. The nearby Daxia dynasty, being relatively close to the Tianjin Dao sect, naturally kept a watchful eye on their neighbor. Upon witnessing the arrival of the ancestors of the 7 sacred lands, even the emperor of the Daxia dynasty could not help but shake his head and sigh. After today, there shall be no more Tianjin Dao sect. Upon hearing this, the 3rd prince of Daxia, Xiaoyan, remarked, "The Tianjin Dao sect may vanish, but Gu Changsheng will surely survive." The Daxia emperor looked sternly at his 3rd son and reprimanded, "On the day you left the Tianjin Dao sect, why did you utter such words?" Previously, when departing from the Tianjin Dao sect, the 3rd prince had boldly declared that even upon returning to the Daxia dynasty, he would remain a follower of Gu Changsheng. Hearing his father's stern tone, the Daxia 3rd prince felt somewhat aggrieved. "Father, Gu Changsheng truly possesses the demeanor of an emperor, destined to rise to the pinnacle in the future. My words were merely a gamble on that future." He had witnessed the anomalies triggered by Gu Changsheng firsthand, and at that moment, he had already resolved to follow Gu Changsheng. He simply did not anticipate the multitude of events that would unfold thereafter. "Gambling on the future?" The Daxia emperor scoffed. "Have you forgotten the purpose of your journey to the Tianjin Dao sect? Do you truly believe Gu Changxing can last long?" Upon hearing his father's words, the 3rd prince could not help but shudder. "Father, what secrets lie within the Tianjin Dao sect that so many sects have targeted them?" The Daxia emperor coldly retorted, "It pertains to the secrets of over 40,000 years ago. This matter is too complex. It is better that you remain in the dark. In short, this is a conspiracy aimed at the Tianjin Dao sect. Even if Gu Changxing had not emerged as an unexpected factor, this scene would have unfolded regardless, and you are merely the catalyst. After today, even if Gu Changxing survives, you cannot follow him, lest you suffer a terrible fate, and even bring ruin upon our dynasty." The Daxia 3rd prince involuntarily contracted his pupils, his body trembling uncontrollably. Was his role that significant? Seeing his son frightened, the Daxia emperor's expression softened considerably, and he gently said, "Although you have failed this time, the outcome has been achieved. After this incident, you shall be allowed to cultivate in the Xintian sacred land." However, the Daxia 3rd prince did not express much joy. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Father, is there anyone from our dynasty participating in this siege against the Tianjin Dao sect?" The Daxia emperor nodded slightly. "Of course, This is an opportunity to gain merit without effort. The Daxia third prince remarked faintly. What if the Tianjin Dao sect's strength is sufficient to withstand the ancestors of the seven sacred lands? The Daxia emperor paused for a moment, then laughed lightly. You think too much, if that were the case. The Tianjin Dao sect would not have fled from the central region to survive here over 40,000 years ago. The conversation between father and son remained unknown to outsiders. The eyes of various sects in the southern domain were all focused on the Tianjin Dao sect. Around the Tianjin Dao sect, the overwhelming pressure from the ancestors of the six sacred lands filled the skies. Above them, the ancestor from the Xintian sacred land descended, sealing off all exits for the Tianjin Dao sect. It also cut off any external perception of the Tianjin Dao sect. Buzzing intensified. At this moment, the four supreme elders of the Tianjin Dao sect had no choice but to fly to Gu Chongqing's side, bracing for any unforeseen events. Although Gu Chongqing wielded the Tianjin with terrifying destructive power, he was ultimately still a mortal body. However, with the ancestors of the seven sacred lands arriving, no one could guarantee that unforeseen events would not occur. Little Chongqing, return to the sect, Supreme Elder Shi Zhiwang urged anxiously. The other elders also chimed in with their advice. The Grand Elder Wu Tao and the others remained within the sect, maintaining the formation. Feeling the overwhelming wave of destructive pressure, the Grand Elder and the others turned pale, their despair far exceeding their inner reluctance. At that moment, the Tianjin Dao sect truly stood on the brink of annihilation. Hush! Yet, in this critical moment, Gu Chongqing remained entirely unperturbed, signaling for the supreme elders to be silent. He slowly closed his eyes, spread his arms wide, slightly raised his head, and on his youthful face, there was no trace of fear. Instead, there was a hint of enjoyment. The terrifying pressure from the ancestors of the seven sacred lands made Gu Chongqing feel as if every cell within him was leaping, rejoicing, and exerting itself. Gu Chongqing murmured to himself, "This is the exhilarating feeling. How intoxicating!" The four supreme elders were on the verge of madness. At such a critical juncture, how could he still feel exhilarated? Not only the four supreme elders, but even Ning Yao sensed that this young man was somewhat unhinged. Among the crowd, perhaps only Hong Li could comprehend. Jiyu Chongqing was about to make his move. Boom. Simultaneously, the ancestors of the seven sacred lands wasted no time. Once the pressure sealed everything, they struck simultaneously. Their target not Gu Chongqing, but the entire Tianjin Dao sect. Torrents of thunder, terrifying sword light, shattered voids, encroaching seas, raging flames, shrouded mists, and the luminous pillars of the Xintian. Seven distinctly different forces surged forth from all directions. The protective formation of the Tianjin Dao sect, which had previously withstood the demon suppression coalition, now resembled a tiny boat amidst a raging storm, as if it would vanish into oblivion at any moment. The Tianjin Dao sect was utterly doomed. Upon witnessing this scene, the members of the demon suppression coalition breathed a sigh of relief. Such power, who in this world could withstand it? It was likely that even if Qi Jinlong were still at the Tianjin Dao sect, annihilation would be the only outcome. Tianjin Dao sect, today, you shall be obliterated. Chapter 39. All paths returned to nothingness when the seven forces descended. It was as if the heavens were enraged, and the tribulation had arrived. Such is the might of the celestial ancestor. In the southern domain's cultivation realm, countless individuals gazed toward the direction of the heavenly sword sect, unable to refrain from expressing their awe. Among the 12 realms of humanity, the upper 3 realms are unity, celestial being, and divine entity. The disparity between each realm is incomprehensibly vast, akin to an insurmountable chasm. The unity realm, standing alongside the celestial realm, finds itself in a position not unlike that of the lower 5 realms confronting the middle 4. For the celestial realm, in certain respects, transcends the very definition of human, the union of celestial and mortal, executing the will of heaven. Each strike they deliver encapsulates the fury of the cosmos, just as it is now. Such terrifying power, who could possibly withstand it? To everyone's perception, the heavenly sword sect is destined for utter annihilation. Although Gu Chongqing wields formidable strength over the heavenly sword, can he withstand the onslaught of 7 celestial ancestors? Clearly, it is impossible. No one dares to entertain such a thought, unless Gu Chongqing can unleash the prowess of a divine entity. Yet, if he truly possessed the strength of a divine entity, how could the Heavenly Sword sect have fallen to such depths? It is known that any force guarded by a divine ancestor, even without the foundation of a holy land, would be a renowned top power in Donghuang Daozhou, treated with deference even by holy lands. All of this hinges on a single thought. Boom! 7 forces surge forth like raging dragons. Those within the Inquiry Palace of the Heavenly Sword sect turn pale at this moment, eagerly anticipating the appearance of their ancestral figure. It was previously stated that the ancestor of the Inquiry Palace would make an appearance. Yet, in fact, at the distant Inquiry Palace in Central Domain, the ancestor intended to act as the 7 Holy Lands ancestors descended. However, at that moment, an ancestor from the Jun family in Central Domain suddenly appeared, blocking her path. She was forbidden from aiding the Heavenly Sword sect. Thus, the hopes of the Inquiry Palace disciples are doomed to be dashed. It is over. The 4 elders feel an overwhelming despair. Ning Yao clenches her fists tightly, clearly anxious. Only Hong Li remains composed, gazing at Gu Changsheng. In the next moment, Gu Chongqing abruptly opens his eyes and lightly utters 4 words. All paths return to one. These 4 words are whispered, yet none hear them. Only the 7 celestial ancestors from the Holy Lands feel as if thunder has struck within their hearts. In that instant, the world is reduced to black and white. Time and space come to a complete halt. Everything freezes in place. Gu Chongqing raises his right hand and gently snaps his fingers. The 7 terrifying forces rushing toward the Heavenly Sword sect are silently erased in that moment, as if they had never existed. Following this, the manifestations of the ancestors from the 7 Holy Lands gradually dissipate, like phantoms in flowing sand. Gu Chongqing gently caresses the jade ring on his wrist. The ring transforms into a heavenly sword, hovering before him with a resonant hum. The sword possesses a spirit, thrilled by its master's formidable strength. Gu Chongqing lightly strokes the sword's body with his finger. The heavenly sword vibrates, sending waves of golden sword light rippling through the void. A total of 7 beams. Gu Chongqing maintains a calm demeanor, flicking his fingers one by one. With each flick, a golden sword light vanishes into the black and white realm. With each disappearance of a golden sword light, a terrifying phenomenon of a celestial's fall manifests within the corresponding 7 holy lands. Everything unfolds with such effortless grace, silently. When the heavenly sword returns to the jade ring on Gu Chongqing's wrist, the black and white hues gradually dissipate. Everything returns to normal. For others, it feels as if merely a moment of distraction has passed. When they regain their senses, they find the air remarkably fresh, and tranquility envelopes all. Sunlight pierces through the clouds, casting a beam directly upon Gu Chongqing, as if he were the sole being in the cosmos. What splendid sunlight today, Gu Chongqing, basking in its warmth, remarks with a smile that a profound silence, an eerie stillness engulfs the atmosphere. What has transpired? One inquires. Where are the ancestors of the 7 holy lands? What is happening? No one comprehends the situation. Just moments ago, the Heavenly Sword sect was on the brink of annihilation. How could the 7 celestial ancestors have suddenly vanished? Even their divine powers withdrawn? What could have happened? The 4 elder supreme beings beside Gu Chongqing are equally perplexed. Everyone is bewildered. Only Hong Li, still fixated on Gu Chongqing, feels a tumultuous storm within her calm exterior. She is acutely aware that all of this is the doing of Gu Chongqing. Yet, how exactly did he achieve this? Is this truly your real power? Gu Chongqing, what is your origin? Such questions resurface in Hong Li's mind. This individual, who had yet to commence his cultivation, how could he possess such power? Previously, she believed she had glimpsed some understanding of Gu Chongqing. Yet now, she feels an insurmountable distance between them, an unfathomable depth that leaves her in awe. Stop staring at me, or I might get shy, Gu Chongqing quips, sensing Hong Li's gaze, rolling his eyes in jest. Hong Li bites her lip, remaining silent. The ancestors have fallen. At that moment, at the peak of Feiyun, the elder in purple robes stares blankly, mumbling to himself. Not only him, but the remaining 6 Holy Land elders are also gradually losing their sanity. The ancestors have fallen. They receive news from the Holy Lands. The 7 celestial ancestors who just acted have all perished. In a single day, 7 celestial ancestors have fallen. What an astonishing event. What? The high-ranking officials of other sects in the southern domain are also left in utter shock. What is happening? Soon, the news reaches the ears of the Heavenly Sword Sect's people. Everyone feels as though they are dreaming. In this moment, the members of the Heavenly Sword Sect are overwhelmed with joy. They believed they were doomed, only to find a glimmer of hope. Regardless of the circumstances, the Heavenly Sword Sect has traversed the most perilous moment today. This is truly beyond anyone's expectations. Not only the people of the Heavenly Sword Sect, but the Demon Suppression Coalition and the entire Southern Domain's cultivation community are taken aback. This transformation is astonishingly swift. At this moment, atop the highest echelons of Feiyun, the faces of the 7 Holy Land Elders turn ashen. Devoid of color, they exchange glances, recognizing the fear mirrored in each other's eyes. Could Gu Chongqing truly possess such formidable strength? Or is there some unknown force secretly shielding the Heavenly Sword Sect? Whichever it may be, it signifies that they are unable to seize the Heavenly Sword Sect today. Retreat. Almost simultaneously, the elders of the 7 Holy Lands resolve to withdraw. Otherwise, they too shall face peril. Hey! At this moment, Gu Chongqing speaks up lazily. Don't be in such a hurry to flee. We haven't discussed compensation yet. Chapter 40. Such assertive speech, it appears he has the audacity to match. As he speaks, the jade ring on Gu Chongqing's hand gently trembles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another wave of sword energy soars through the air, instantly piercing through. This is bad. The 7 Holy Land Elders' faces shift dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, they make a break for it. Pftah. My life palace. The reaction speed of the 7 Holy Land Elders is indeed impressive. However, the sword energy of the Heavenly Sword is even swifter. The moment they attempt to flee, it pierces through their life palaces, pinning them firmly in the void, rendering them immobile. In an instant, cries of agony echo throughout. Run. Some elders from prestigious sects, sensing the imminent danger, scatter in panic. Yet, those who hold status within the Southern Domain's cultivation realm find themselves ensnared within the hunting range of the sword energy. Gu Chongqing has no intention of sparing them in the blink of an eye. These individuals are all pinned in place, unable to move. It is as if any attempt to stir would result in the forfeit of their lives. This terrifying suppression induces cold sweat to cascade down their brows, filling their hearts with regret. They initially thought they were coming to reap accolades, only to find themselves in grave danger. Had they known, they would never have joined this fray. Regret is of no avail. Puff, puff, puff. The sword energy continues its relentless assault. Even the 4 June family divine guards are not spared, all pinned in the void. In the blink of an eye, the high-ranking members of the Demon Suppression Coalition are subdued. As for the others, Gu Chongqing shows little interest, allowing them to flee in disarray. Before concluding, he does not forget to remind them. Don't forget to go back and inform your sects. Remember to bring compensation for the captives. 3 days' time, or it will be too late. Thus, an extermination operation aimed at the Heavenly Sword Sect abruptly comes to a halt. The outcome is one that no one anticipated. What are you all still dawdling for? Capture them. Gu Chongqing observes the 4 Elder Supreme Beings still lingering by his side and speaks with a hint of annoyance. Only then do the 4 Elder Supreme Beings come to their senses. Yet none of them move. The youngest, Yin Yunzhan, hesitates before speaking. Are we truly capturing them? These sects likely won't let this rest easily. The other 3 Elder Supreme Beings evidently share the same sentiment. Gu Chongqing scoffs. The Heavenly Sword Sect has been driven to this wretched place by others from the Central Domain. I, as their chief, have yet to voice any complaints. What qualifications do they have? The 4 Elder Supreme Beings fall silent. Such reasoning is indeed compelling, leaving no room for rebuttal. However, little Chongqing, today's events are still far from over. Shi Wang sighs softly. Though you have used the Heavenly Sword to eliminate the celestial ancestors of the 7 Holy Lands, you must understand that behind the 7 Holy Lands lie various supreme lineages, immortal legacies, and even the Li Hua Emperor's Gate. One should not merely scratch the surface when it comes to matters. Indeed, from the moment Gu Chongxing manifested the demeanor of a great emperor, it became evident that the Tianjin Dao sect was destined to face oppression once again. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. Although Gu Chongxing forcefully suppressed the recent calamity with the power of the Tianjin, it merely afforded them a fleeting respite. Nothing more. So, what shall be done? Shall you simply lie down and allow others to extinguish you? Gu Chongxing could not help but scoff, remarking, "If this is truly your attitude, then you deserve to be bullied. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will surely be a way. When the boat arrives at the shore, it will naturally straighten out. Why ponder so much?" His words left the four elders at a loss for words. They wished to retort, but Gu Chongxing, uninterested in their banter, turned to Hong Li and Ning Yao, instructing them, "Go, imprison them all in the dungeons." Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Li and Ning Yao sprang into action. Below, the Grand Elder and others, witnessing this, also soared upward to assist in apprehending the high-ranking members of various sections. The four supreme elders found themselves utterly helpless. "You dare provoke the Jun family? You are surely doomed." As Grand Elder Wu Tao escorted the four Jun family guardians past Gu Chongxing, one of them coldly declared, "You will pay dearly for your audacity in seizing the carefree divine mountain of the Tianjin Dao sect." Gu Chongxing, with a grin, retorted, "You will undoubtedly perish for your daring to occupy the Tianjin Dao sect's sacred ground." The audacity of Gu Chongxing to mock the Jun family ignited fury in the four guardians. Yet after being pierced by the sword energy of the Tianjin, they found themselves powerless, only able to coldly state, "Just wait. The news of young Master Wu Hui's death has already reached the Jun family. Soon, formidable forces will arrive, and I shall see how your Tianjin Dao sect responds." While the display of power by the Tianjin Dao sect today was indeed astonishing, the Jun family was no mere sanctuary. They were a true lineage of longevity, an ancient existence rivaling the imperial celestial gates. Thus, even as captives, the four guardians remained unafraid. A resounding slap echoed as Gu Chongxing struck one of the Jun guardians, shattering the mask on his face and leaving it swollen and bruised. Gu Chongxing, shaking his hand, remarked irritably, "So that's why your words were so brash. It turns out you have a thick skin. Enough to make my hand hurt. You?" The Jun guardian was momentarily stunned, then furiously indignant. Had he just been struck by some unremarkable brat? "What do you mean, you? Even if your sect master arrives, I shall not hold back." Gu Chongxing was unyielding, delivering another swift slap. The sight of this left the four supreme elders' eyelids twitching in disbelief. My goodness. This was a guardian of the Jun family, a powerhouse of the upper three realms. Under normal circumstances, they would be treated with the utmost respect, yet now, they were being slapped around by this young upstart. "Very well, then," the Jun guardian spat, laughter tinged with rage. "Enough. I shall speak no more." The slaps continued. "Even without words, I shall strike. No reason needed. I simply find you displeasing." The four supreme elders could only watch in stunned silence as Grand Elder Wu Tao, after clearing his throat, led the four Jun guardians into the dungeons of the Tianjin Dao sect. The dungeons had lain empty for quite some time, as the current disciples of the Tianjin Dao sect were scarce, treasured like jewels, unwilling to impose heavy penalties. Today, however, they became lively, elders from the 7 great sanctuaries, for guardians of the Jun family, and elders from various sects of the southern region. All were unceremoniously thrown into the dungeons. "Let us out. How dare the Tianjin Dao sect do this? You are digging your own grave." Those stripped of their power could only shout helplessly. Yet, upon witnessing the precedent set by their senior brother Gu Chongxing, the disciples of the Tianjin Dao sect showed no mercy, and no matter how esteemed you were as an elder, today you nearly exterminated us. Now that the opportunity has arisen, should we not vent our frustrations? Thus, these once mighty figures of the southern region were thoroughly taught a lesson by the young disciples of the Tianjin Dao sect. Gu Chongxing, fully aware of this, did not intervene. This was precisely the outcome he desired. The disciples of the Tianjin Dao sect must not lose their edge. Without that edge, what is the purpose of mastering the sword? The sword path must always forge ahead. The notion that overly strong wills are prone to break does not apply to the sword path. Even if the sword fractures, one must still deliver that final strike with their life. Let the world witness the splendor of that strike. This, indeed, is the sword path of the Tianjin Dao sect. Unbeknownst to anyone, Gu Chongqing's invisible actions were quietly transforming the once dreary Tianjin Dao sect, breathing new life into it. The four supreme elders had grown old, perhaps not in years, but their hearts had aged. They could not perceive this change. Thus, they chose to sigh and lament, and even after achieving victory, they remained anxious about the future, rendering themselves indecisive, too timid to act decisively against their foes. They constantly sought to navigate the world with cunning, hoping to carve out a space for survival. They had forgotten the most fundamental principle of this world. The strong are revered. The youth need not be shrewd. What they require is the audacity to charge forth. Chapter 41. I knew the Tianjin Dao sect was not so simple. Time rewinded slightly. The moment Gu Chongqing proclaimed all paths return to nothingness, Qi Jinlong, poised to strike outside the Xintian sanctuary, suddenly turned, overwhelmed by shock. At that very moment, within the Xintian sanctuary, a figure appeared beside Qi Jinlong, also gazing at the Tianjin Dao sect. After a long silence, this figure withdrew their gaze and rasped, Qi Jinlong, does your Tianjin Dao sect harbor a saintly elder? Qi Jinlong, coming to his senses, glanced at the figure coldly and replied, if there truly is one, it is you 7 sanctuaries that shall be extinguished first. Boom! Simultaneously, above the Xintian sanctuary, a blood-red cloud materialized, spanning 1,000,000 miles, showering the earth with blood rain. This was the omen of fallen celestial beings. Such occurrences transpired in the other 6 sanctuaries as well. The mysterious powerhouse within the Xintian sanctuary did not gaze at the omen but instead addressed Qi Jinlong. There are matters that even you cannot comprehend. The chaos that once targeted your Tianjin Dao sect did not originate from us. Qi Jinlong smirked, his eyes laced with sarcasm. You certainly have a knack for disavowing responsibility. While you claim it did not come from you, you were indeed complicit. The mysterious figure sighed lightly in response. Whether you believe it or not, the orders from back then did indeed come from the holy domain, and we were powerless to refuse. Qi Jinlong's gaze remained icy, as if your Xintian sanctuary has no influence in the holy domain. The mysterious figure fell silent for a moment before stating, after today, the holy domain will likely issue commands once more. I advise you to return to your sect promptly and handle this matter with care. Qi Jinlong grinned. Are you instructing me on how to act? The mysterious figure's sleeves billowed, their expression growing increasingly cold. Do you think you can contend with me? Qi Jinlong's smile did not falter. Shall we find out? Boom! In the next instant, the 2 pinnacle powerhouses erupted into battle. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red cloud encompassing 1,000,000 miles was shattered, leaving only boundless sword intent raging through the skies. Moments later, blood droplets fell like rain, crashing onto the earth. That was the blood of celestial beings. The opponent facing Qi Jinlong was none other than a terrifying celestial elder, Eastern Wilderness, Central Domain, Wenxin Palace. The events occurring in the southern region today were initially unrelated to the Central Domain, yet a confrontation unfolded within Wenxin Palace. The cause was the elder of Wenxin Palace intending to emerge from her seclusion to rush to the southern region and aid the Tianjin Dao sect. Just as she was about to set off, an elder from the Jun family, hailing from the carefree Divine Mountain, appeared at Wenxin Palace, under the pretense of wanting to chat and reminisce with the Wenxin Palace elder. Thus, he obstructed her departure. However, as they sensed the end of the battle in the southern region, both fell silent. The Tianjin Dao sect had triumphed, a victory that was both shocking and unbelievable. The Tianjin Dao sect actually possessed a being of unimaginable power? The elder of Wenxin Palace felt a sense of relief, while the Jun family elder's expression darkened. He had already received the news. Jun Wuhui was dead, and Jun Wuhui was his direct descendant. He had held great expectations for Jun Wuhui, a prodigy in his own right, who had followed the unparalleled Jun Lingtian, destined for greatness. His visit to the Tianjin Dao sect was solely for Ning Yao. Little did he expect to pay the ultimate price. Yet even so, this Jun family elder did not dare to directly storm the Tianjin Dao sect. After all, The mysterious celestial elder of the Tianjin Dao sect had just slain the celestial elders of the 7 great sanctuaries. 7 of them, instantaneously annihilated. This was likely the pinnacle of celestial beings. A long-term strategy was needed to reclaim the carefree divine mountain. As such, the Jun family elders silently prepared to leave Wenxin Palace. Yet this time, the elder of Wenxin Palace was unwilling to let him go. "Did you not come to catch up with me? Why do you seek to depart without a word?" The elder's voice sounded remarkably youthful, accompanied by a hint of buoyancy, as though she were a young woman. As she spoke, she obstructed the Jun family elder's path. The Jun family elder's expression darkened, yet he recognized his fault in a deep voice. He replied, "There are matters at home. I shall return another day to chat. Farewell." The elder of Wenxin Palace let out a cold snort. "Do you truly believe Wenxin Palace is a place you can come and go as you please?" Thus, a climactic battle unfolded in this very place. Ultimately, it was the representatives from the Celestial Mountain who stepped forward, graciously offering apologies, which allowed the formidable warrior from the Jun family to leave in a rather disheveled state. There was little choice. While the Heart Inquiry Palace may lack in certain aspects, it certainly boasted an abundance of familial ties. Not long after the skirmish commenced, numerous powerful figures from the major sects of the central region descended to lend their support to the patriarch of the Heart Inquiry Palace. The grand conflict involving the Celestial Sword sect reached its conclusion, yet it stirred considerable commotion across various locales, with the Great Xia dynasty being the largest neighbor of the Celestial Sword sect inevitably involved. Within the royal palace, the Great Xia sovereign and his third son, Xia Outyin, were engaged in conversation, though the nature of their dialogue had shifted. "I knew it. The Celestial Sword sect is indeed not to be underestimated," exclaimed the third prince, Xia Outyin, with a hint of fervor, entirely oblivious to the discomfort etched upon his father's face. The Great Xia sovereign had adamantly proclaimed that the Celestial Sword sect would surely meet its demise. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all the patriarchs of the 7 sacred grounds had been eradicated. Furthermore, all individuals of significance within the southern region's demon suppression coalition had been detained. According to the latest confidential reports, the Celestial Sword sect's prison was overflowing, with numerous elders from various sects being unceremoniously cast into the latrines used by the outer disciples of the Celestial Sword sect. Those who could not be accommodated were ordered by the esteemed Gu Changsheng, the chief of the Celestial Sword sect, to be executed, their corpses discarded at the mountain gate for their respective sects to retrieve. To claim the bodies, one would also need to pay a ransom. Otherwise, they would face obliteration. This decree was personally issued by Gu Changsheng, signaling a firm resolve to stand against the entire cultivation community of the southern region. It is noteworthy that this operation, led by the 7 sacred grounds, saw other major sects sending representatives, albeit symbolically. The Great Xia dynasty was no exception, even sending a high-ranking general, who, it was rumored, was also confined within the latrine of the Celestial Sword sect. Observing his father's silence, Xia Outyin suddenly recalled that his own elation might be causing his father some embarrassment. He glanced at the Great Xia sovereign and whispered, "Father, what shall we do now? Shall we pay a ransom for the general?" The Great Xia sovereign shot a glare at Xia Outyin and replied solemnly, "There is no rush. This matter has escalated beyond control. The Jade Cauldron Immortal Sect, the Spiritual Spring Immortal Sect, and the Qianlin Valley. These venerable lineages will certainly come forth to address the situation. We shall act according to the circumstances." Xia Outyin expressed his concern, but that Gu Changsheng seems utterly fearless. "If we delay in securing the release, he may very well unleash a massacre." The Great Xia sovereign furrowed his brow slightly, then turned his gaze to Xia Outyin. "Son, how about I assign you a new task? Return to the Celestial Sword sect and see if you can negotiate a resolution, while also investigating the background of that mysterious patriarch." Upon hearing this, Xia Outyin's heart surged with joy, and he immediately agreed. He had long desired to return, not merely for the sake of the task, but to engage more with Gu Changsheng. Chapter 42. Yesterday, you spoke of endless repercussions. Today, are you unafraid? This was the day following the grand conflict. The Celestial Sword sect remained as vibrant as ever. It was only natural. Such a monumental victory allowed the typically low-profile disciples of the Celestial Sword sect to truly bask in their triumph. Regardless of the aftermath, who would dare to label the Celestial Sword sect as merely a third-rate sect or its disciples as insignificant? Each time the disciples heard their predecessors recount tales of past glory, their hearts swelled with aspiration, pondering whether they could lead their sect back to greatness. Yet, each descent into the world to confront demons and calamities invariably saw them overshadowed by disciples from other sects, who were instinctively favored over them. Though they might later acknowledge the Celestial Sword sect as a commendable faction, the underlying sentiment remained that other sects appeared stronger and more reliable. While this perception was not entirely unfounded, it left the disciples of the Celestial Sword sect feeling somewhat stifled. When one individual feels constrained, it is manageable, but when the entire sect is caught in this sentiment, an invisible cloud of frustration looms over the Celestial Sword sect, leading all to question themselves and wonder if the fault truly lies within. However, yesterday, everyone within the Celestial Sword sect received their answer, a revelation that completely dispelled the gloom in their hearts. This also led to an extraordinary phenomenon, with numerous disciples achieving breakthroughs in their cultivation. In the wake of the battle, each disciple had danced on the precipice of life and death, releasing their pent-up frustrations, achieving clarity in their thoughts, and rendering breakthroughs almost inevitable. Such a spectacle reverberated throughout the entire cultivation community. As the younger generation of the Celestial Sword sect exhibited their vigor, the four esteemed elders finally grasped the essence of Gu Chongqing's earlier statements. Youth requires vigor. Hence, regarding the issue of the prisoners, the four elders opted to heed Gu Chongqing's directives. Ransom must be exacted from the disciples of the major sects before their release. They estimated that even if merely 2 or 3 out of 10 sects chose to pay the ransom, the treasury of the Celestial Sword sect would swell immensely, transforming it into a veritable treasure trove. This would also resolve the sect's pressing issues of sustenance. Cultivation is not solely about combat. The development of a sect requires a steady influx of resources, with no aspect permitted to falter. The most tangible of these concerns is the daily expenses each disciple incurs for cultivation: spiritual stones, elixirs, and the necessary talismans and artifacts for their journeys into the world. Each item represents a significant undertaking. Now, with the recent victory, the Celestial Sword sect finds itself at an opportune moment to amass wealth. Initially, they perceived Gu Chongqing's tactics as akin to banditry, threatening to tarnish the sect's reputation irreparably. However, upon further reflection, they realized the wisdom in his approach. After all, the current state of the Celestial Sword sect is a far cry from its former glory. Should they continue to operate at a deficit, the sect may very well face a grim fate, potentially dissolving into obscurity. Should that occur, the four esteemed elders would become eternal pariahs. Young Chongqing, the disciples from the Feiyan Immortal sect have come to pay the ransom. How shall we proceed? Inquired Shi Wang, the eldest of the elders, with a smile, as he addressed Gu Chongqing behind the Dragon Gate Mountain. Gu Chongqing reclined in a rocking chair, initially emitting soft snores. However, upon hearing Shi Wang's voice, the faint sounds dissipated, and he slowly sat up, rubbing his face with both hands. He then regarded Shi Wang with a blank stare and, with a hint of fatigue, remarked, "You, of all people, being the eldest elder with great virtue and renown, could you not take a stand of your own?" Shi Wang, with his hands clasped within his sleeves, sat comfortably in the pavilion he had brought along, smiling as he replied, "That is not permitted. The esteemed elders have stepped down from their positions, typically refraining from sect affairs. Now that our sect is undergoing transformation, with the master absent, as the chief disciple, these matters naturally fall to you." After speaking, Shi Wang leisurely sipped his tea and praised, "To be honest, had it not been for you, young Chongqing, I might never have had the opportunity to savor such exquisite Shuaming tea. This tea, a specialty of the Shiming Cliff of Qizhu Mountain, is renowned within the cultivation community. Were it not for a certain elder from Qizhu Mountain also being detained in the latrine of the Celestial Sword sect, the sect's disciples might have never tasted such a delicacy." Shi Wang cast a sidelong glance at the languid Gu Chongqing, perplexed. "Why do you seem so unenthused? Did we not adhere to your plan?" Gu Chongqing grimaced. Nearby, Hongli, seated in meditation, had not opened her eyes. Yet a faint smile played at her lips, relishing the rare sight of Gu Changsheng being put in such a position. Sensing her gaze, Gu Changsheng turned his head toward Hongli, elongating his voice. Sister Hongli, startled, Hongli hastily forced herself into a deeper meditation. Shi Wang, having grown accustomed to their playful banter, observed with mild amusement. Jiu Changsheng stretched his neck, yawned, and finally smacked his lips, saying leisurely, "Most matters can be delegated to the first elder. Only consult me for those you truly do not know how to handle." With that, Gu Changsheng began to grumble, "A bunch of old geezers who claim I am their precious treasure, yet show no regard for the fact that I am merely 11 years old, at a time when I should be growing. What if I tire myself out? What of the future of the Celestial Sword sect?" Shi Wang was taken aback. The events of yesterday had left everyone in a state of shock, causing them to momentarily forget that this young man was merely 11. While the core reason for the sect's success lay with the Celestial Sword, who had wielded it? That would be Gu Changsheng. For 40,000 years. Yes, a full 40,000 years. Only Gu Changsheng could unleash the true power of the Celestial Sword. His performance had captivated countless individuals. The spectacle he orchestrated was devoid of fear. Simply in terms of courage, it was worthy of commendation. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Shi Wang proposed, "Why not join us for a cup of tea?" "Go away," Gu Changsheng dismissed him impatiently, waving his hand. "With that time, you should hurry back to the hidden peak and enter seclusion. Just yesterday, you spoke of endless repercussions. Today, are you no longer afraid?" Shi Wang chuckled. "Your words yesterday imparted a great revelation to me. The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge." It seemed that the attitude of nonchalance was indeed contagious. Shi Wang had only spent a day at Dragon Gate Mountain. Yet his demeanor had shifted significantly. Enough, Gu Changsheng, uninterested in listening to the elder's ramblings, inquired, "Where is the master? Why has he not returned?" Upon hearing Gu Changsheng speak of serious matters, Shi Wang suppressed his smile and sat upright with a solemn demeanor. "The sect is currently in a sensitive period. Hence the sect leader cannot return." Jiu Changsheng frowned. "Wasn't a message sent to you?" Shi Wang nodded. "Precisely because of that, the sect leader must avoid returning." Jiu Changsheng raised an eyebrow. "Are you implying that he will only return once the Tianjin Dao sect regains its tranquility?" Shi Wang nodded again. One could say that Jiu Changsheng's gaze fixed upon Shi Wang. Shi Wang, slightly taken aback, inquired, "What is it?" Gu Changsheng stroked his chin, gradually revealing a smile. Sensing an ominous turn, Shi Wang prepared to take his leave. However, Gu Changsheng spoke first. "Since the esteemed elder seems so unoccupied, I shall assign you a task. Personally inform the sect leader that the old tomb has ventured to the burial grounds of Tian, and if he harbors any concerns, he may pay a visit there." Chapter 43. A harmonious gathering at Longmen Mountain. Ultimately, Gu Changsheng managed to send Shi Wang away. Jiu Changsheng issued a stern command that if the message was not delivered to the sect leader, Shi Wang should not return. Initially, Shi Wang hoped to leverage his status as a venerable elder to negotiate, but Gu Changsheng straightforwardly invoked the so-called old ancestor. Thus, Shi Wang had no choice but to leave in disgrace. At last, tranquility enveloped the world. Without Shi Wang, there was no one to incessantly inform Gu Changsheng of the sect's demands for ransom. Jiu Changsheng reclined back in his rocking chair, emitting a contented sigh. "My heart, like a white cloud, remains carefree. My thoughts, like flowing water, drift east and west in a meditative state." Hongli slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Gu Changsheng as if she had come to some realization. The changes within the Tianjin Dao sect before and after the Great Battle were unmistakable. Yet for this pair of senior sister and junior brother, it seemed little had altered. Noon arrived, and enticing aromas wafted into Gu Changsheng's nostrils, prompting him to awaken from his slumber. There stood the saintess of the Wenshin Palace, Ning Yao, who had procured an ancient apron from an unknown source, displaying an abundant array of delectable dishes before Gu Changsheng. His eyes sparkled with delight, and he exclaimed, "Impressive! In just 2 short days, you have made such remarkable progress." Ning Yao, still the ethereal beauty she was, approached Gu Changsheng without airs, softly suggesting, "Do give it a try." Gu Changsheng rubbed his growling stomach. "Time to eat." Without further ado, He began to feast heartily, disregarding both Hong Li and Ning Yao. Delicious. How wonderful it feels to indulge in mortal pleasures, he mused internally. Noticing that Gu Chongqing had refrained from critiquing her work this time, Ning Yao quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she had proclaimed that she would do anything to remain here. Gu Chongqing had only asked her to cook, and she had now passed that test. Despite appearing as merely an 11-year-old boy, Ning Yao did not regard him as an ordinary person. This was due to her uncle Yu Chuyan, her master, the old ancestor, and the mysterious elder from the old tomb. Seeing Hong Li still meditating beneath the tree, Ning Yao softly asked, "Shall we join together?" Hong Li shook her head slightly, a hint of indifference in her demeanor. "I have long since ceased eating grains." Ning Yao smiled gently and did not press the matter. However, as she turned away, Hong Li spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper, seemingly audible only to Ning Yao. "I require an explanation." Ning Yao continued her task, not responding, but upon seating herself, she served Gu Chongqing some food. Hong Li remained with her eyes closed, as if she had said nothing at all. The atmosphere was harmonious. After the meal, Gu Chongqing reclined once more. Ning Yao took charge of the post-meal chores. In truth, for a powerful cultivator, such tasks could be completed with a mere flick of the fingers. Yet Ning Yao proceeded with patience, meticulously attending to each detail without employing the divine methods that mortals might imagine. Under the shade of the trees, Gu Chongqing lay in his rocking chair, letting out a satisfied belch. Moments later, he turned slightly towards Hong Li. Upon opening her eyes, she regarded him, and he flashed a radiant smile, revealing his pearly whites. "Who do you think could possibly kill me?" Hong Li shook her head. "No one within the sect can. Yet there are those beyond the sect," she continued. "There are heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people." Jiu Chongqing's smile remained undiminished. "Sister Hong Li, fret not for my safety. The moment I step out of the burial grounds of Tian, no one will be capable of taking my life." Hong Li furrowed her brow slightly. "Why share this with me?" Gu Chongqing reclined back, resting his hands behind his head, gazing at the cloudless sky with an air of nonchalance, just casual conversation after a meal. Hong Li hesitated, feeling that Gu Chongqing rarely initiated such discussions. She intended to mention Ning Yao's presence here, but Gu Chongqing preempted her. "Her training in Wenxin Palace is akin to your cultivation on Longmin Mountain. Strictly speaking, you two are the true senior sister and junior brother. As for who is who, the answer lies within yourselves." Hong Li fell silent. After a moment, she nodded slightly. "I understand." In the distance, Ning Yao, who was tidying up the dishes, overheard their conversation. Her heart remained tranquil, unfazed. "Ha ha ha, did you truly take that to heart?" Gu Chongqing suddenly burst into laughter. "Then it is entirely the old tomb's arrangement. It has nothing to do with me." Hong Li's lips twitched slightly, while Ning Yao raised an eyebrow, revealing a trace of exasperation. This fellow always seemed to lack seriousness. However, with him around, the atmosphere remained lighthearted. That was for the best. Otherwise, due to Uncle Yu Qiuyun's incident, Hong Li might eventually take action. Although she had not interacted deeply with Hong Li, Ning Yao could discern that the red-clad girl seemed indifferent to everything except Gu Chongqing. This was largely due to the mysterious elder from the old tomb. Moreover, there existed some causal connections between her and that elder. Perhaps the shared causality lay within Gu Chongqing himself. "All right, no quarrels at home. I'm off for a stroll." Jiu Chongqing clapped his thigh and stood from the rocking chair, hands clasped behind his back as he walked along the path. The moment Gu Chongqing's figure vanished from their sight, the atmosphere on the back mountain of Longmin Mountain grew somewhat tense. A gentle breeze caressed the air, causing Hong Li's red ribbons to flutter momentarily, obscuring her vision. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. In the next instant, Hong Li appeared before Ning Yao without warning. Looking down at her as she continued washing the dishes, her voice cold. "Is that person named Yu Qiuyun someone you arranged?" A strand of hair fell across Ning Yao's forehead, lifted by the breeze, enhancing her beauty. Yet her gaze remained focused on the dishes in her hands as she replied, her voice as clear and melodious as a bell. "She is indeed my senior aunt, but her actions against Gu Chongqing were not my intention." Hong Li replied coolly, "I do not trust you." Ning Yao set down the dishes and met Hong Li's gaze. Their eyes locked together, time seeming to freeze. With a gentle smile, Ning Yao spoke softly, no matter. We shall each follow our own paths, without the need for mutual trust. Hong Li's brows knitted slightly. You have become somewhat bothersome. Ning Yao rose gracefully. Having matured, her figure had elongated, making her appear taller and more elegant than the red-clad girl. Ning Yao's gaze shifted from looking up to slightly looking down at Hong Li, exuding an inexplicable dominance. So what? Hong Li's expression remained unchanged, yet in that fleeting moment, her murderous intent seemed palpable. Ning Yao suddenly averted her gaze, softly stating, Gu Changsheng just said we shouldn't quarrel at home. Boom! Hong Li suddenly unleashed a strike, as if to pierce through the very fabric of reality. Ning Yao reacted with remarkable swiftness, her figure flickering like a fleeting shadow, evading the blow with grace. She furrowed her brow, sensing that Hong Li was being rather obstinate. Hong Li smirked slightly, her tone languid. He merely said not to quarrel. He did not say we could not fight at this moment. Gu Changxing had already arrived at the Longmin Mountain Dojo. Feeling the breath of the great path emanating from the back mountain, he grinned widely. Sister Hong Li is indeed clever. Chapter 44. That great general is confined in the latrine? Come and see me after finishing the job, senior brother. Before Gu Changsheng could descend the mountain, a striking young man in splendid attire approached from the archway of Longmin Mountain. It was none other than the third prince of the great Xia Outyin. Having exerted considerable effort to enter the sect, he had intended to scout out Gu Changxing's whereabouts, only to unexpectedly encounter him upon arriving at the Longmin Mountain Dojo. Xia Outyin was overjoyed as he strode forward. Cupping his hands and greeting, Senior brother, it feels as though ages have passed since we last met. Senior brother has grown even more handsome. Truly, he is the dragon among men, the phoenix among birds, the unicorn of the land. Stop! Gu Changxing interrupted Xia Outyin's exaggerated flattery, raising an eyebrow. Weren't you sent back to the great Xia dynasty? What brings you here again? Xia Outyin flashed a shy smile, scratching his head. Isn't it because I missed you, senior brother? I have been worried about the sect. These past few nights, I could not sleep, often shedding tears in the dark, longing to return to the sect and be by your side once more. As he spoke, Xia Outyin displayed a face full of sorrow, as if reminiscing about the days gone by. Yet, reflecting on his days back home, surrounded by beauty and indulgence, he felt little regret, fearing that his feigned sorrow might be exposed. Xia Outyin quickly added, Fortunately, I have finally returned to the sect today and reunited with senior brother. I have no regrets in this lifetime. Gu Changxing pointed toward the cliff of Longmin Mountain not far away. Xia Outyin followed Gu Changxing's gesture, looking perplexed. What is it, senior brother? With a cheerful grin, Gu Changxing replied, Since you have no regrets, then why not take a leap off the cliff? Xia Outyin felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, awkwardly remarking, Master brother, you have become increasingly amusing, even jesting with your junior brother. Gu Changxing reined in his smile and casually replied, Enough of this. If you have something to say, just say it. Sighing, Xia Outyin waved his hand. Look at how you phrase it. Does the junior brother not have the right to visit the master brother when there's nothing else to do? Gu Changsheng continued walking. Xia Outyin stared blankly for a moment before hurriedly catching up. Forcing a smile, Master brother, please don't be angry. I genuinely missed you and the sect during my return. Additionally, I wanted to inquire if there is a general among those besieging our sect. Ransom? Gu Changxing did not slow his pace, responding simply, Go to the Outer Affairs Hall and pay the compensation. Xia Outyin cautiously observed the subtle shifts in Gu Changxing's expression, pondering the implications of his words. However, Gu Changxing seemed unfazed, leaving Xia Outyin at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Outyin suggested, Sigh, in my opinion, those people are our enemies. It would be better to simply eliminate them. Gu Changxing paused, casting a thoughtful glance over his shoulder at Xia Outyin. Your words do hold some merit. In that case, you shall be responsible for dealing with the general from your dynasty. With that, Gu Changxing resumed his stride. Xia Outyin was left dumbfounded. Huh? I was merely testing the waters to gauge the compensation required. Or perhaps hoping to negotiate my way out. Master brother, why are you deviating from the norm? Master brother! Xia Outyin hurriedly chased after him, attempting to navigate the conversation once more. Gu Changsheng, without turning back, stated, that general is locked in the restroom. After you finish, bring the head to me." Xia Aoyan nearly burst into tears. "I was just making a light-hearted suggestion. If I truly beheaded the general, wouldn't I be drowned in the spittle of the court officials upon my return?" Yet, Xia Aoyan dared not plead with Gu Changsheng. This master brother, though seemingly amiable, was entirely indifferent to him. Gritting his teeth, Xia Aoyan resolved to head directly to the Outer Affairs Hall to settle the compensation. After shaking off Xia Aoyan, Gu Changsheng made his way towards Tianjian Peak. Along the journey, he encountered numerous disciples from various peaks. Unlike before the battle, when many harbored disdain for Gu Changsheng, post-battle, these disciples expressed genuine respect, stopping to greet him as master brother. Just as the Grand Elder Shi Zhiwang had anticipated. Gu Changsheng's appearance during the fierce conflict and the formidable confidence he radiated had left a lasting impression on all disciples of the Tianjin Dao sect. Although Gu Changsheng remained an ordinary mortal, his remarkable courage and innate talent assuredly destined him to be their rightful leader in the future. In addition to the sect members, Gu Changsheng also noticed some young individuals from other sections. These youths, upon his passing, watched him intently. It was clear they were junior disciples from other sects, here to negotiate for the release of captives while leveraging their connections. The younger generation of disciples often ventured down the mountain for training, inevitably crossing paths with disciples from other sections. Once Gu Changsheng was out of sight, they would inquire of the Tianjin Dao disciples, "Is that your sect's chief?" At which point, the Tianjin disciples would proudly respond, "Indeed, he is our master brother Gu Changsheng, embodying the true essence of an emperor." The other sect's disciples exchanged glances, as they discerned Gu Changsheng was relatively young and possessed no cultivation. However, they were acutely aware that the recent upheaval in the southern region was primarily ignited by Gu Changsheng. There were some provocateurs among them who, unrestrained, mocked, "Is his talent not a facade? After so many days in the sect, he remains a mere mortal. Cease your foolishness. Our master brother has reached the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder." Inciting astonishing phenomena, a Tianjin disciple admonished. Although the provocateur remained inwardly dismissive, he recognized his mission's gravity and refrained from further insolence, opting instead to defuse the tension with conciliatory words. Such scenarios were not uncommon for the Tianjin disciples, who typically found themselves on the receiving end of reprimands rather than dishing them out. Gu Changsheng continued on his path, encountering many such instances along the way, yet he remained silent throughout. It was merely a normal occurrence to assert oneself. At that moment, a young man clad in a blue robe with sword-like brows appeared ahead. Liang Hong, the eldest disciple of Tianjin Peak and a protégé of the Grand Elder, greeted Gu Changsheng warmly. Unlike others who developed respect for Gu Changsheng post-battle, Liang Hong seemed to have been profoundly affected by an inexplicable force during his earlier visit to Longmen Mountain, leading to an even deeper admiration for Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng nodded slightly, just taking a stroll after a meal. Liang Hong was taken aback, then promptly said, "My master is currently attending to matters. Allow me to guide you." "Very well." Liang Hong eagerly led the way for Gu Changsheng. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of Tianjin Peak, the atmosphere was rather tense. The Grand Elder, along with the third, fourth, and fifth elders, was present. The other seats were occupied by prominent figures from various sects within the southern region's cultivation community. The elder at the forefront, adorned in radiant celestial robes, slowly opened his eyes and spoke softly. "Wu Tao, the matter concerning the southern region's demon-slaying coalition was initiated by the Undying Dao sect and received the endorsement of the Li Hua Emperor sect. Although today the Tianjin Dao sect narrowly triumphed, we must consider that we will continue to preach in the southern region, where we often encounter one another. It is unnecessary to create irreparable rifts." Chapter 45. Must I, as the chief, intervene in such trivial matters? As the elder spoke, other influential figures from various sects chimed in agreement. Indeed, what Master Isian has stated is true. Moreover, the incident originally stemmed from a misstep on the part of the Tianjin Dao sect. We are merely acting on orders. We hope Brother Wu will retract his demands, release our people, and we shall consider past grievances settled. The Grand Hall was filled with dozens of significant figures from the southern region's cultivation community. Outside the hall, many sect powerhouses stood, engaged in heated discussions, predominantly condemning the Tianjin Dao sect's actions as banditry. We are cultivators from the mountains, not commoners from the streets, nor are we mountain bandits. The act of kidnapping for ransom is simply unacceptable. Faced with such accusations, the members of the Tianjin Dao sect outside the Grand Hall wore grim expressions. These sanctimonious individuals only spoke to their advantage, failing to mention the previous siege against the Tianjin Dao sect. However, the sheer number of their opponents was daunting, especially the leader, Master Yixian, who was the deputy head of the esteemed Ziyun Valley, second only to the 7 sacred grounds in the southern region, wielding formidable power that far surpassed that of the Grand Elder and others. Even several Grand Elders had to treat him with courtesy. The opposing party approached with a probing intent, exuding an aggressive demeanor. The standoff had persisted for an hour. The 4th Elder nearly resorted to violence but was restrained by the 5th Elder. As it became increasingly clear that a resolution regarding compensation was unlikely, the Grand Elder felt a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, strength dictated respect, unless Gu Chongqing was summoned with the Tianjin sword to directly subdue these individuals. They would undoubtedly remain obstinate. Yet, Gu Chongqing was still a mere mortal, and the Grand Elder was reluctant to involve him. The Grand Elder understood full well that these individuals sought to test Gu Chongqing's capabilities. This raised suspicions among the top sects, who speculated that Gu Chongqing's command over the Tianjin sword might have its limits. Should they ascertain this threshold, they would inevitably resort to violence again. The only reason they were here to negotiate was to uncover the unknown. After all, the unknown is the most fearsome aspect. Once they identified Gu Chongqing's limits, the 7 sacred grounds and various supreme Dao lineages would certainly devise a means to respond. Thus, this attempt to negotiate for captives was, in essence, a test. Just like Xia Outyin, the 3rd prince of the Great Xia, who had come at his father's behest to gather intelligence. Despite the Tianjin Dao sect's recent victory, it remained perilously vulnerable. Within the hall, the 4 elders wore exceedingly grim expressions. Initially, the negotiations for the release of captives seemed straightforward, but complications arose when these individuals were involved. Although they had not explicitly demanded Gu Chongqing's presence, their insistence strongly implied such. The Grand Elder considered summoning Gu Chongqing, yet the strength of these individuals was formidable. Calling Gu Chongqing might provoke them into a violent outburst against him. The incident concerning Yu Qiuyun still haunted them. That matter was to be handled separately by the Inquiry Palace. At this moment, the 4 elders simultaneously turned their gazes towards the exterior of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Not only the 4 elders, but also the likes of Master Yixian and others cast their eyes in that direction. The cacophony of powerful figures from various sects outside the Heavenly Sword Hall ceased, and they too looked on in unison. Underneath the archway outside the Heavenly Sword Taoist grounds, 2 figures approached. A young boy of 11 clad in a black robe, and a youth with sword-like brows dressed in blue. At this moment, the youth with sword-like brows appeared anxious, seemingly attempting to dissuade the boy from stepping foot in this place. However, the boy paid him no heed. The 2 were none other than Gu Chongqing and Liang Hong. Liang Hong was taken aback by Gu Chongqing's decision to stroll to the Heavenly Sword Hall. It startled him greatly. His previous appearance before Gu Chongqing was actually under the orders of his master. To prevent Gu Chongqing from suddenly arriving at Heavenly Sword Peak, the master had commanded that if Gu Chongqing were to come, he should be taken elsewhere and not to the Heavenly Sword Hall. As the foremost peak among the 5, Heavenly Sword Peak had many subordinate peaks. Liang Hong had initially thought Gu Chongqing was merely taking a post-prandial stroll, but was unprepared for Gu Chongqing to head straight for the Heavenly Sword Hall. Liang Hong tried to obstruct Gu Chongqing's path, yet it seemed as if Gu Chongqing possessed a mysterious charm. Each time Liang Hong attempted to position himself in front of Gu Chongqing, he inexplicably found himself trailing behind him instead. After several attempts, Liang Hong ultimately conceded, resorting to earnest persuasion, warning that the current situation at the Heavenly Sword Hall was precarious, and that should his senior brother set foot there, danger might ensue. Despite Liang Hong's earnest efforts to dissuade him, Gu Chongqing remained resolute in his approach. Sighing deeply, Liang Hong felt utterly helpless. Was he truly Gu Chongqing? At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Gu Chongqing. The formidable figures from the various sects of the southern region did not attempt to conceal their scrutiny, as if they yearned to see through Gu Chongqing entirely. Yet, as they observed, they found nothing particularly unusual. Was this fellow still without any cultivation? Some expressed their bewilderment, for typically, those with the potential of an emperor would, at the onset of their cultivation journey, leap directly beyond the lower 5 realms into the middle 4 realms. For instance, the prince of the Li Hua Emperor, upon his birth, achieved perfection in the lower 5 realms and instantly entered the 3rd stage of the middle 4 realms, the Fate Palace realm. Similarly, the prince of the Tai Huang Emperor from the central region surged into the 4th stage of the middle 4 realms at the very moment he embarked on his cultivation. Compared to these two truly exceptional princes, Gu Changsheng seemed rather ordinary. Perhaps the Heavenly Sword Dao sect was deliberately concealing his brilliance, aware that the current situation was fraught with challenges, and thus chose to have Gu Changsheng remain low-key. Others speculated similarly, however, some immediately countered. If that were the case, Gu Changsheng would not have revealed himself during the previous demon suppression battle and appeared with such formidable presence. Might this be a self-scripted drama by the Heavenly Sword Dao sect? Such doubts began to arise among them. Amidst the chatter, one voice pierced through. "Little Changsheng, what brings you here?" The 4th elder, having swiftly received a subtle hint from the 1st elder, was the first to approach Gu Changsheng. In truth, the 4th elder did not require such prompting, as he was genuinely concerned about Gu Changsheng's arrival, and thus discreetly shielded him as he spoke. The 4th elder shot a glare at Liang Hong. As if to convey, "Were you not to keep watch?" Liang Hong felt somewhat ashamed, yet he was powerless to act. His senior brother was simply too enigmatic. Gu Changsheng, with his hands behind his back, smiled cheerfully and replied, "I heard quite the commotion from Longmen Mountain, and sleep eluded me, so I thought I'd come take a look." "What? Is this trivial matter worthy of my esteemed self intervening?" The 4th elder, with a look of skepticism, inquired, "Did Elder Shi inform you of this?" The High Elder Shi Jiwang had previously visited Longmen Mountain, and all the elders were aware of this. Thus, the 4th elder posed the question. "I sent him to seek out the sect leader," Gu Changsheng casually remarked. The 4th elder was momentarily taken aback. "You mean to say you can command the High Elder?" "Of course, I am the chief," Gu Changsheng replied nonchalantly. The 4th elder chose not to dwell on these trivial matters any longer and spoke seriously. "We face some trouble now. You must return to Longmen Mountain at once. Do not linger here. Those old codgers are eager to test your strength, and your appearance has conveniently provided them with the opportunity." Gu Changsheng, twirling the jade ring on his right wrist, responded with a grin. "Why concern ourselves with them? If they do not pay the reparations, they can just get lost. Their trial awaits at noon the day after tomorrow." As he spoke, Gu Changsheng strode towards the Heavenly Sword Hall. The 4th elder attempted to stand in his way, yet found himself unable to move, helplessly watching as Gu Changsheng advanced step by step. The 4th elder's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that little Changsheng had indeed begun his cultivation? With this thought, the 4th elder grew excited and ceased his attempts to obstruct him, waving Liang Hong away, while he followed closely behind Gu Changsheng. Inside the hall, upon witnessing that the 4th elder had not hindered Gu Changsheng, but rather was accompanying him, the 1st elder was momentarily speechless. "Old 4, what in the world are you doing? Wasn't it your task to stop him?" However, at that moment, only he and the 3rd elder remained to hold the fort, while the 5th elder was embroiled in his own troubles and was not fit to assist. The 1st elder turned to Master Isian and spoke in a low voice, "Since you all are unwilling to pay reparations, let this matter rest for now. We shall discuss it again tomorrow. You may all return to rest." Master Isian withdrew his gaze from Gu Changsheng, smiling indifferently. "Young Master Wu, you jest. We have come precisely to negotiate this matter. Until an agreement is reached, we shall not depart. Are you attempting to pressure us with your might?" The 1st elder replied sternly. Isian feigned surprise, glancing around, and laughed. "Gentlemen, am I growing old, or is my hearing failing me? The Heavenly Sword Dao sect uses its might to impose upon us, taking our fellow disciples hostage and demanding reparations with the logic of a brigand, yet now accuses us of using force to pressure you? What a grand joke!" Laughter erupted among the others. This only served to darken the 1st elder's countenance further. The 5th elder, unable to contain himself, whispered, "Master Wu, why not just concede for now?" The 1st elder's gaze turned cold. "This matter shall not be brought up again." The The fifth elder showed no fear, sighing, "What then shall we do?" The first elder snorted dismissively, ignoring the fifth elder. "What shall we do? Naturally, we must first root out the traitors within before slaying our enemies." Just then, Gu Chongqing's voice resonated from outside the hall. Although the powerful figures from the various sects outside wished to test him, they feared becoming the target of hostility, and thus refrained from acting against Gu Chongqing. Not long after his voice echoed within the hall, Gu Chongqing's figure entered, striding directly towards the seat of the sect leader. With the sect leader absent, the chief would serve as the acting leader. All eyes converged upon Gu Chongqing. The first elder could not help but feel tense, his nerves taut, ready to spring into action at any moment. Until Gu Chongqing settled into the position, silence reigned. And no one dared to it seemed they were all somewhat apprehensive. While many were eager to test him, they understood that Gu Chongqing was the designated spokesperson. Should anyone truly harm him, they might find themselves in dire straits. In such a case, there would be no opportunity for reasoning. The first elder, observing the scene, let out a slight sigh of relief. Gu Chongqing, seated in the sect leader's position, crossed his legs and cast a sidelong glance at the fifth elder. The fifth elder, unperturbed, nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Chongqing spoke coolly, "I care not for which sacred ground you may be a spy for. From this day forth, you shall represent the Heavenly Sword Dao sect in conveying messages to them. Whatever games you wish to play, the Heavenly Sword Dao sect shall oblige, but from now on, the rules shall be dictated by the Heavenly Sword Dao sect. If you wish to abstain from play, then kneel and speak properly." Before his words had fully settled, laughter erupted within the hall. An elderly man with white hair beside Master Yi shook his head in amusement. How amusing! In the vast expanse of the Heavenly Sword Dao sect, a mere child is to take the helm. How laughable! The hall erupted in mirth. Gu Chongqing joined in the laughter, a laugh so inexplicably loud that it caused the others to involuntarily fall silent. All gazes turned toward the 11-year-old boy, brows furrowed in confusion. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke slowly. The rules of the cultivation world have always been determined by consensus. The Heavenly Sword Dao sect lacks the qualification to dictate. Qualification? Gu Chongqing stroked his chin. A curious expression on his face. Then do enlighten me on what is required to attain such qualification. Yi Xian closed his eyes, choosing to remain silent, seemingly uninterested in engaging with the impetuous child. The white-haired elder beside him stroked his long beard and chuckled. Let us discuss this matter when the Heavenly Sword Dao sect manages to position itself among the elite powers of the southern region. Gu Chongqing pondered aloud. What then constitutes an elite power? The white-haired elder burst into laughter. The others joined in, chuckling at the absurdity. If one does not even comprehend what an elite power is, what worth is there in further discussion? In the realm of cultivation, aside from the colossal entities such as the Great Emperor Immortal Sect, the Eternal Inheritance, and the Supreme Dao lineage, which exist beyond the ordinary world, the sacred lands hold the highest esteem, followed by the pinnacle powers. Below them are the first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate forces. For instance, the Heavenly Sword Dao sect, within the Southern Domain's cultivation community, is merely an unremarkable third-rate force. Such sects lack the qualifications to discuss the establishment of rules. Elder 4, known for his fiery temper, scoffed at their derision and coldly remarked, "What are you laughing at? You pride yourselves on being first-rate and top-tier powers. Yet when besieging my sect, were you not utterly annihilated?" His words instantly rendered the atmosphere in the hall rather tense. Master Yi Xian abruptly opened his eyes, casting a frigid gaze upon Elder 4. In that moment, Elder 4 felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon him, weighing heavily upon his spirit. "Young man, be mindful of your words," Master Yi Xian said with an icy demeanor. Despite the immense pressure, Elder 4 still grinned. "Oh, has the old senior become anxious?" A glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in Master Yi Xian's eyes as he slowly closed them again, stating indifferently, "Enough, I shall not play games with you. Either release them now, or it will be a fight to the death. Indeed, either release them or face annihilation," chimed in the white-haired elder beside him. Others quickly voiced their agreement. The expressions of the Grand Elder and his companions turned exceedingly grim. At this moment, Gu Chongsheng, seated in the position of the sect leader, chuckled, "That's simple. You all can just die." Chapter 47. Death or Annihilation? Then it is your demise. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned once more to Gu Chongsheng. This young man spoke with unabashed arrogance. Ever since he entered the hall, he had carried himself with an air of superiority, seemingly indifferent to the esteemed figures present, who were reluctant to engage with such a brash youth. However, his repeated provocations began to irk many, truly worthy of the demon sect. Even a mere youth could utter such ruthless words. The white-haired elder furrowed his brow, his tone markedly unfriendly. "Feiha Zhenren, mind your language. Our heavenly sword Dao sect is an orthodox great emperor immortal sect." The grand elder's aura surged forth, his voice laced with cold severity. At that moment, the expressions of the crowd subtly shifted. Wu Tao's presence seemed to have advanced yet again, exuding an aura that hinted at a breakthrough into the upper three realms, given time. The heavenly sword Dao sect might give rise to another upper three realm cultivator. However, many present were already formidable beings of the upper three realms, and thus were not overly intimidated by the grand elder. They were merely taken aback by his progress. The elder known as Feiha Zhenren snorted disdainfully. "Isn't the heavenly sword Dao sect the very embodiment of the demon sect, rampantly slaughtering those within the southern domain? Is there any inaccuracy in my statement? Fellow Taoists, please judge." "Indeed, the heavenly sword Dao sect is synonymous with the demon sect," echoed others in unison. Once the matter reached this point, there was no need to hold back. They aimed to compel the heavenly sword Dao sect to release their captives without compensation. "Hush," Gu Chongxing interjected, placing a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The crowd's attention refocused on him. At this juncture, Feiha Zhenren stood resolute, stating calmly, "You heard my previous words. Since you are the chief, you should know what the best choice is. Release them." Gu Chongxing smiled slightly. "Then you must have heard what I just said." Suddenly, as Gu Chongxing spoke, a small bloom of blood appeared at Feiha Zhenren's brow. His gaze dulled, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A stunned silence enveloped the room, followed by an eruption of chaos. "Elder Feiha." Some rushed to check on his condition, only to be met with horror. "He is dead. Are you surprised?" Amid the uproar, Gu Chongxing remarked with an air of curiosity, "Did he not demand I choose death or annihilation? He has died now, so there is no issue, right?" The chilling coldness of Gu Chongxing's words sent shivers down the spines of the crowd. This youth appeared more menacing than he seemed, akin to an ancient demon. "What is your name?" Gu Chongxing inquired of Master Xian. Once the most vocal, Master Xian now sat frozen, drenched in cold sweat. The moment Feiha Zhenren was slain, he sensed an overwhelming aura of death enveloping him, rendering him immobile. Hearing Gu Chongxing's question, he swallowed hard, gathered his thoughts, and replied, a misunderstanding. I ask for your name, Xian, vice sect leader of Ziyun Valley. And you choose death or annihilation? Or will you compensate immediately?" Observing Xian's submissive demeanor, others felt as though they were caught in a dream. Xian, a figure of great renown in the southern domain's cultivation community, both in status and strength, now appeared like a child before Gu Chongsheng, answering every query obediently. Had he been intimidated by Feiha Zhenren's death? No. It was likely that Master Xian was acutely aware of the terror of death. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced the high-quality spirit veins, various spiritual herbs, talismans, and treasures he had prepared beforehand, willingly handing them over to Gu Chongsheng. He even stated that if the Heavenly Sword Dao sect did not release their captives, it was merely the fault of Ziyun Valley, which they would bear. In business, one must uphold integrity. Gu Chongsheng grinned, addressing the Grand Elder. "Go, release the people from Ziyun Valley." The Grand Elder, as if awakening from a dream, promptly dispatched someone to carry out the order. "And you?" Gu Chongsheng turned his gaze to the others. The eminent figures exchanged glances, ultimately opting to pay the compensation. Even someone like Xian had bowed his head. What else could they do? Gu Chongsheng appeared puzzled. "Just now, you all cried for death or annihilation, yet now it seems forgotten. How dull." His words prompted many to secretly grumble. "Were it not for your heavenly sword and your propensity to kill as easily as one might slaughter a chicken, Who would bow down? They dared only to mutter these thoughts internally, for to voice them would require an audacity few possessed. The Grand Elder and others observed the capitulation of these figures with a sense of nostalgia. It seems that all relied on Gu Chongsheng. On another front, the elder from Ziyun Valley was confined to a restroom. Unfortunately, this restroom frequently attracted disciples who had not undergone fasting, resulting in a rather pungent atmosphere. Due to his fierce temperament, he had been unceremoniously tossed into a cesspool by the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Dao sect. This elder continued to shout curses, proclaiming that it would not be long before the Heavenly Sword Dao sect would be compelled to release him. And when he encountered any member of the sect, he would kill them one by one. Despite enduring a beating from some disciples in the interim, whether due to bravado or a lack of sense, he persisted in his tirades. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Dao sect found no reason to engage with this lunatic. When the Grand Elder's order finally arrived, the Ziyun Valley Elder was finally rescued. To preserve his dignity, the disciples sent to retrieve him utilized water-based magic to drench the elder, transforming him into a soggy mess. While he still appeared disheveled, he was no longer in the abject filth of before. "I knew it. You all would have to release me," the Ziyun Valley Elder boasted. "Just wait. Once I leave your sect, I will kill every one of your members I encounter." This declaration incited hostile glares from the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Dao sect. With an undercurrent of murderous intent, the Ziyun Valley Elder, now sealed and stripped of his cultivation, represented an opportune moment for retribution. Should he be released? Who knew what madness he might unleash? Regrettably, the Grand Elder had already ordered his release, leaving the others unable to act. Seeing the situation, the Ziyun Valley Elder grew even more arrogant. "Are you frightened now? Rest assured, I shall personally deliver these words to your sect as higher-ups." The disciple tasked with escorting him, suppressing his irritation, brought the elder to the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Sword. Upon witnessing his vice sect leader present, the Ziyun Valley Elder's arrogance surged, pointing at Gu Chongsheng and berating, "You little brat. Was it your command? Just wait. If I ever see you again, I will tear you apart." Chapter 48. Do you think you qualify to jest with me? The hall fell into stunned silence. Master Yixian trembled uncontrollably, his gaze fixed upon his sect's elder, wishing he could strike him down on the spot. "Do you even hear the drivel you speak? Are you courting death?" One must admit, the Ziyun Valley Elder seemed utterly devoid of sense. Upon witnessing the crowd's reaction, he not only felt unafraid but believed everyone was in awe of his boldness. Especially encouraged by the supportive gaze of vice sect leader Yixian, he felt all the suffering endured in recent days was justified. Thus, the Ziyun Valley Elder boldly proclaimed, "I advise you to kill this demon spawn first, then all commit suicide to apologize, lest we tarnish our hands. Enough." Master Yixian could no longer contain himself. With a thunderous clap, his chair shattered into splinters. He glared at the babbling elder, his voice low and menacing. "Are you seeking death?" The elder appeared bewildered. What nonsense is the vice sect leader spouting? "I am merely speaking the truth." Not so. The vice sect leader is subtly reminding himself of the wisdom in his words. Thus, this elder prepares to stoke the flames further. Upon witnessing this insolent individual daring to provoke further, the esteemed Yixian Zhenren's eyelids twitch uncontrollably, and with a swift motion, he sends him flying with a single palm strike. The elder from Ziyun Valley, already sealed in his cultivation, fails to react in time and is unceremoniously hurled from the Grand Hall, crashing onto the grounds of the Heavenly Sword sect, where he cries out in agony. Yet, what puzzles him even more is why the vice sect leader would act against him, for his words were not without merit. However, Yixian Zhenren's subsequent actions leave this elder utterly dumbfounded. After dispatching the troublemaker, he disregards the fellow's fate and respectfully addresses Gu Chongsheng, saying, "I beg your pardon. This man has succumbed to madness and poses a threat to our Ziyun Valley. Thus, before all esteemed peers, I shall expel him from our sect's lineage today. Henceforth, all his actions shall bear no connection to Ziyun Valley. I humbly request all esteemed peers to bear witness." With his chin resting in his palm, Gu Chongsheng observes Yixian Zhenren with keen interest, suggesting that if Ziyun Valley no longer desires him, they might as well leave him to be a mountain hermit at the Heavenly Sword Sect. The elder from Ziyun Valley stands there, as if struck by lightning, a mountain hermit. It sounds like a respectable position, yet all are aware that a mountain hermit is merely a prisoner, suppressed beneath the sacred mountains of the sect. Their essence drained by the spiritual veins, condemned to a fate worse than imprisonment in a latrine. Upon hearing Gu Changxing's words, Yixian Zhenren does not dare to voice any dissent. Instead, he nods in agreement, stating, "As you wish. No." The elder from Ziyun Valley emits a piercing scream. "Vice sect leader, my words were spoken from the heart. Why treat me thus?" Yixian Zhenren's gaze is icy. Were it not for Gu Changxing's suggestion of making this man a mountain hermit, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this fool. "Take him away," commands the Grand Elder with a flick of his wrist. Much obliged, Yixian Zhenren replies with a bow. His heart bleeds. He has paid reparations without recompense, yet still must wear a smile. Today, he is left utterly humiliated. Following this incident, even if other sect elders harbored grievances against the Heavenly Sword Sect, upon witnessing the fate of the Ziyun Valley elder, they chose to hold their tongues, planning to inquire later. With Gu Changxing taking charge, the various sects swiftly concluded their transactions. On this day, the Heavenly Sword Sect acquired 327 high-grade spiritual veins, 780 varieties of high-grade elixirs, 452 high-grade talismans, and 153 high-grade magical artifacts. Additionally, there were numerous mid-grade spiritual veins, elixirs, talismans, and artifacts. Even the low-grade spiritual veins, elixirs, talismans, and artifacts were substantial. Such wealth was enough for the Heavenly Sword Sect to ascend from a third-rate power to a top-tier sect in terms of the quantity of high-grade spiritual veins. It surpassed many first-rate forces in the southern domain. Along the way, there were some obstinate sects reluctant to pay reparations. Gu Changxing wasted no words, instantly sealing their cultivation with a swift blade, casting them into the latrine to await their sect's payment for their release, lest they face execution together the following day. One by one, members of various sects were escorted away, leaving only a handful behind at the Heavenly Sword Sect, among whom were the elders of the 7 sacred grounds and 4 divine guardians from the Jun family. These individuals were of utmost importance. The representatives from the 7 sacred grounds remained silent, neither demanding the release of their members nor seeking trouble with the Heavenly Sword Sect, a rather peculiar turn of events. Even the instigator of the demon-slaying coalition, Yuding Xianmin, refrained from voicing an opinion. Gu Changxing remained indifferent. If they did not seek to redeem their members, they could await their execution come noon the day after tomorrow. Once these matters were settled, Gu Changxing turned his attention to the 5th elder. The Grand Elder, 3rd Elder, and 4th Elder also focused on him. This individual, named Lu Zhijian, was, in truth, an undercover agent dispatched by the Songhai Sacred Ground, and at this moment, he felt somewhat uneasy. The 2nd Elder, also an infiltrator, had already perished beneath Gu Changxing's sword. His survival was not due to a lack of exposure, but rather because he had not yet had the chance to act further before the demon-slaying coalition was utterly annihilated. Even the celestial ancestors of the 7 sacred grounds had been slain. Under such circumstances, the 5th Elder dared not act recklessly, yet his status as an infiltrator was already known to the other elders. "Old 5, do you have nothing to say?" The 4th Elder gazed coldly at the 5th Elder, speaking in a low voice. After a moment of silence, the 5th Elder, appearing to have made a decision, looked directly at Gu Changxing, who reclined in the sect leader's position, and asked, "If I speak the truth, will you kill me?" The 4th Elder scoffed. "You still have the audacity to negotiate? I would gladly slay you right now." "Old 4, the 3rd Elder chided, intervening to restrain the irate 4th Elder. Gu Changxing yawned, speaking vaguely, "I've already said what needs to be said. Your sect affiliation is irrelevant. Just so happens that my sect currently requires a messenger, and you are quite suitable." "Are you serious?" The 5th Elder frowned. Gu Changxing smacked his lips, his eyes suddenly shifting, staring coldly at the 5th Elder. "Do you believe you have the standing to jest with me?" For reasons unknown, at this moment, Gu Changxing exuded an indifference to the mortal realm, reminiscent of an imperious celestial emperor, as if nothing in this world warranted his interest in that instant. Not only did the fifth elder feel a sense of dread, but even the grand elder, third elder, and fourth elder experienced an inexplicable unease, as if they wished to kneel in submission. Before them stood not an 11-year-old boy, but a transcendent figure, impervious to the passage of time. An ancient emperor. This sensation filled them with despair. Realizing he had perhaps overstepped, Gu Chongqing returned to his usual calm demeanor, smiling cheerfully as he said, "Of course, I'm serious." The four elders, as if emerging from water, gasped for air, their faces pale. Their gazes towards Gu Chongqing had entirely shifted. Gu Chongqing. There is something peculiar about him. They could not help but recall his origins. He was a terrifying figure who emerged from the land of the fallen celestials. Despite appearing merely as an 11-year-old child, was he truly so? Were it not for their genuine trust in Old Mu, the Grand Elder and others might have begun to worry that keeping Gu Chongqing within the sect was not a prudent decision. However, such thoughts were swiftly extinguished. Gu Chongqing's presence in the sect was undeniably beneficial. In just a few short days, the sect had undergone a transformative change. The elders solidified their convictions. The fifth elder, at this moment, expressed his willingness to heed Gu Chongqing's commands, but with one request: "I have a daughter still in the Songhai sacred ground. I hope you can bring her to the Heavenly Sword Sect." Chapter 49. So beautiful, yet deaf? Very well, Gu Chongqing readily agreed. The fifth elder's expression was peculiar. "You do not even inquire about her name or appearance?" Gu Chongqing replied unhurriedly, "I have my own methods." The fifth elder felt a sense of unreliability, stating firmly, "I must emphasize that she must be alive. If you dare to harm a single hair on her head, do not expect to extract even a sliver of value from me." Gu Chongqing glanced at the fifth elder, lazily waving his hand. "Enough. You are not in a position to play such tricks on me." Seeing this, the fifth elder finally felt somewhat reassured. He took his leave, relinquishing the ghost sword representing the ghost sword peak, and departed the grand hall. Only Gu Chongqing, the grand elder, third elder, and fourth elder remained. "You truly intend to keep this individual within the sect?" With no outsiders present, the grand elder spoke directly. Gu Chongqing smiled. "He makes for an excellent messenger, does he not?" The fourth elder's brow furrowed tightly, but he has stated that his daughter must be brought over. "What is your plan?" Gu Chongqing stroked his chin, appearing thoughtful. "I had not considered that. The grand elder, the third elder, the fourth elder. So you were merely deceiving Lu Zhijian?" Gu Chongqing lowered his right hand and lightly struck his palm with his fist. "I've got it." "Oh?" The grand elder raised an eyebrow. Gu Chongqing stood and walked towards the hall's exit. The three elders exchanged glances. Gu Chongqing called back without looking. "Just wait." In that moment, they felt Gu Chongqing to be rather unreliable. Yet, recalling recent events and the peculiarities he displayed in the grand hall, they chose to trust him for now. "Very well, let him handle this. We should first decide on the candidate for the position of the Sword Peak's leader." The grand elder sighed, feeling inexplicably aged before Gu Chongqing despite his recent advancements in cultivation. The third elder gently stroked his long beard, murmuring, "Should we send a message to consult the sect leader's opinion?" The grand elder shook his head slightly. "The sect leader previously responded, granting us full authority to handle matters." The fourth elder proposed, "I have an immature idea. Would you two like to hear it?" The grand elder and third elder regarded the fourth elder with bemusement. The third elder could not help but remark, "Old four, when did you become so tactful?" The fourth elder cleared his throat. "I shall speak plainly. I believe Xia Hongli from Longmen Mountain is quite impressive. Her strength may even surpass ours, making her entirely capable of leading the Sword Peak." The third elder nodded slightly. "That young girl was personally brought up the mountain by Old Mu. She has not revealed her talents before, but her two recent displays have been witnessed by all, making her a fitting candidate." The grand elder waved his hand and remarked, "There is no issue with her strength. But she is far too young and possesses a rather solitary disposition. Currently, only Gu Chongqing can converse with her. If she were to be burdened with the position of the sect master of the Earth Sword Peak, it would be rather unseemly. However, the Ghost Sword Peak might be a more suitable place for her." The third elder's eyes brightened. "Indeed, the Ghost Sword Peak is far more appropriate." The fourth elder blinked in confusion. "Weren't we discussing the candidates for the position of the Earth Sword Peak's master? How did we suddenly shift to the Ghost Sword Peak?" Nevertheless, He too felt that the ghost sword peak was a fitting choice, given that its disciples generally exhibit a similarly rebellious and solitary nature. Though the fifth elder could hold the title of elder, the position of master must inevitably change hands. Hongli would be a perfect fit. We shall deliberate further on the candidate for the Earth Sword Peak, but Old Four, you should first relay the appointment of the master of the Ghost Sword Peak. The Grand Elder commanded with great decisiveness. Waving his hand with authority, the fourth elder, known for his straightforward temperament, wasted no time and headed straight for Longmin Mountain with a sword in hand. The Tianjiandao sect spans a radius of 3,000 miles, featuring 5 main peaks, including Longmin Mountain, alongside hidden peaks and numerous secondary peaks that resemble giant swords reaching skyward. The sect's entrance is established at the 9th secondary peak before Longmin Mountain, which stands 300 zhang tall, exuding an extraordinary majesty. At this moment, outside the mountain gate, Gu Chongqing stood at the forefront, with Liang Hong following closely behind. "Senior brother, where are we headed?" Liang Hong asked. Ever vigilant of their surroundings, the Tianjiandao sect has garnered much attention lately, and Gu Chongqing even more so. "You may wait for me here," Gu Chongqing stated without elaboration. Liang Hong instinctively wanted to refuse. He felt uneasy about letting his senior brother venture alone. "I shall obey your command," he blurted out, accompanied by a bow that left him somewhat bewildered. By the time Liang Hong straightened up, Gu Chongqing had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, one of the disciples stationed at the mountain gate noticed this and couldn't help but rub his eyes in disbelief. "Am I seeing things?" he pondered. 8,000 miles away from the Tianjiandao sect lies the renowned Huangliang City, a celestial city within the territory of the Great Xia dynasty, where no ordinary person resides, only cultivators who have reached at least the 4th stage of the Dao platform. Many top-tier forces have established their industries within the city. However, at the very heart of Huangliang City lies a forbidden zone. Without the permission of the city lord, no one can enter, or they would face dire consequences. Many years ago, a cultivator at the 4th stage attempted to force entry, only to vanish without a trace, leaving behind a shroud of mystery that has yet to lift. At this moment, Gu Chongqing gazed up at the 9-story pavilion. Enveloped in a purple mist that spans a diameter of 3,000 meters, softly murmuring, "Was it always like this? I can hardly recall." The signboard read Huangliang Tower. Gu Chongqing withdrew his gaze and pushed the door open. A dense, eerie whispering flooded into Gu Chongqing's ears from all directions, sounding as though it wept and lamented. Gu Chongqing grimaced and cursed. "Get away from me!" Instantly, all strange sounds ceased, and even the nebulous pavilion became strikingly clear. The purple mist coalesced into a delicate maiden clad in sheer fabric, her enchanting features radiating spring-like charm, though now she looked at the 11-year-old boy at the doorway with a hint of terror. "Call your manager out," Gu Chongqing said, clearing his ears and lightly blowing a wisp of black smoke away from his fingertips, while casting a casual glance at the enchanting maiden. The maiden stiffened, her aquamarine eyes betraying her fear. While others might not perceive anything amiss, she could see the endless malevolent spirits within that wisp of smoke, all of which had been effortlessly extinguished. These spirits were formidable enough to trouble even the deities. Yet, this boy had blown them away with a mere breath? Who exactly is this young lad? He looks so handsome, yet he is mute. Seeing the maiden remain silent, Gu Chongqing spoke languidly. The maiden, as if struck by lightning, felt a trickle of crimson escape her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with anguish. "Oh, not be angry, esteemed guest. I shall fetch him at once," she stammered, suppressing her overwhelming pain as she bowed to Gu Chongqing. "Miss, do not be so presumptuous. I have no desire to ruin this ancient establishment that has stood for ages," Gu Chongqing remarked, his tone both intentional and casual. As she ascended the stairs to summon the manager, the enchanting maiden paused slightly, lowering her gaze and speaking softly. "Rest assured, esteemed guest." Despite her words, beads of cold sweat soaked her body, clinging the sheer fabric to her form, revealing her beauty. Gu Chongqing reveled in the sight, reflecting, "Had I known it would frighten you so, I would have been less severe. It has stripped away your natural allure. But who could blame you for being so lacking in perception, attempting to devour me when I am but 11 years old? Can you truly bring yourself to do that?" Gu Chongqing withdrew his gaze and stepped into the room. Due to his earlier actions, the first floor had been vacated entirely. Not a single chair remained. However, it mattered not. Gu Chongqing reclined comfortably, and a familiar handcrafted rocking chair appeared beneath him, cradling him gently. It was the very chair that should have been under the shade of trees on the rear mountain of Longmen. As the enchanting maiden ascended to the second floor, the moment she vanished from Gu Chongqing's sight, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her charming face pale as paper, devoid of color. The second floor was enveloped in a crimson mist, which swiftly coalesced into a mature beauty with flowing scarlet hair. She supported the enchanting maiden, her expression grave as she inquired, "Xian, what has transpired?" The maiden named Xian winced in pain, her breath coming in rapid bursts. "Aunt Hong, please summon the manager. A remarkable guest has arrived." Aunt Hong's face displayed a flicker of anger. Xian seized Aunt Hong's delicate wrist, pleading earnestly, "No, do not go. You are no match for him." Aunt Hong was filled with uncertainty. Who could instill such fear in Xian? Trusting her instincts, she suppressed her anger and hurried towards the 9th floor. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor of Huangliang Tower, a shroud of endless pink mist enveloped the space. Knock, 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 came the sound of urgent knocking. "Manager, Xian has been gravely injured." Aunt Hong's anxious voice rang out from beyond the door. The pink mist spread rapidly, quickly enveloping the second floor. Xian, who lay weakly on the ground, suddenly appeared revitalized, as if she had consumed a miraculous elixir, her complexion returning to a rosy hue, and the excruciating pain subsiding. "Thank you, esteemed manager," Xian expressed, bowing deeply. The pink mist continued to spread, descending to the first floor, instantly saturating the entire space. Gu Chongqing, reclining on the rocking chair with his eyes closed, felt the arrival of the mist and slowly raised his hand. Using his index finger as a pen and the power of heaven and earth as ink, he inscribed an exceedingly bizarre and ancient character in the void. Burial. The moment this character formed, the pink mist abruptly halted its spread, transforming into a little girl clad in a pink skirt. With wide, innocent eyes, she knelt before Gu Chongqing and sweetly said, "Huangliang dream pays homage to the esteemed one." Gu Chongqing opened his eyes, observing the little girl kneeling before him with a bemused smile. A dream of Huangliang must eventually awaken. Rootless and boundless, it returns to dust. The little girl looked up at Gu Chongqing, bewildered. Who would have imagined that the manager of Huangliang Tower, located within the Forbidden Zone, was merely a seemingly 6 or 7-year-old girl? It appeared she was still trapped in a dream. Leaning forward, Gu Chongqing scrutinized the little girl, chuckling. "Where is your master?" The little girl clasped her hands together and replied innocently, "Reporting to the esteemed one, my master has passed away." "Passed away?" Gu Chongqing echoed, seemingly lamenting. Curious, the little girl inquired, "Do you know my master, esteemed one?" Gu Chongqing stroked his chin and asked, "What is your master's name?" The little girl, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Meng Huangliang." "Oh," Gu Chongqing responded, "I do not know him." The little girl widened her eyes in disbelief. "Then why did you ask?" Gu Chongqing no longer teased the girl, whose mind was still ensnared in dreams. He spoke gently, "I have a task for you. Compile a list of those who besieged the Tianjian Dao sect 40,000 years ago. Dig as deep as you can, including those from the sacred realm and beyond." "Yes, esteemed one," the little girl responded eagerly. "Very well, return to your Huangliang dream." Gu Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. The little girl giggled and prepared to dissolve into pink mist. At that moment, Gu Chongqing recalled something and said, "Send someone to the Songhai sacred land to escort Lu Zhijian's daughter to the Tianjian Dao sect." "Yes, esteemed one." The little girl affirmed once more. Gu Chongqing reached out and patted the little girl's 2 braided pigtails. Smiling, "Off you go." The little girl pouted, seemingly displeased by Gu Chongqing's impudent gesture. Yet, understanding that he was an esteemed one, she allowed it, thinking to herself that if he dared to touch her again, well, she might not have any recourse. Her thoughts were almost written on her face, causing Gu Chongqing to burst into laughter. "Esteemed one, I shall take my leave now." The young girl in her pink dress blushed. As the gray mist transformed into a delicate powder and dissipated on the second floor, Aunt Hong and Xian had been anxiously awaiting the turn of events. They initially intended to descend to the lower floor to assess the situation, only to find it completely sealed off, leaving them oblivious to any developments. However, their confidence in the shopkeeper was unwavering, and thus they harbored no concerns for his safety. Their curiosity was piqued regarding the identity of the youthful figure. At that moment, they witnessed the pink mist ascend, prompting both women to rise in haste, inviting the cosmos and the universe to take notice. An enigmatic voice echoed in their ears, and they bowed reverently. Yes? Esteemed shopkeeper. The pink mist swiftly evaporated. Standing in place, Aunt Hong and Xian exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. The cosmos and the universe. These two were among the most renowned assassins in the realm. They had dispatched numerous leaders of sacred lands with ease. What manner of being was this young man that warranted the shopkeeper's summoning of such formidable figures? Why was the young lady not present to bid farewell? Just then, a languid voice drifted up from below. Xian stiffened, an inexplicable dread washing over her. Observing her reaction, Aunt Hong softly reassured her. The shopkeeper has resolved the matter. It is unlikely that the individual will act further. Xian managed a wry smile. I suppose so. Noting Xian's lingering fear, Aunt Hong gently offered, I shall accompany you. Though Xian was reluctant to involve Aunt Hong, her trepidation regarding Gu Changsheng compelled her to accept the offer. Together, they descended the stairs. What a splendid view this world offers! Alas, upon reaching the lower floor, they discovered it utterly deserted. Even the rocking chair had vanished. The two were taken aback but ultimately breathed a sigh of relief. With the guest departed, it was time to attend to pressing matters, and they began to convey messages using secretive methods, the cosmos and the universe. Meanwhile, the instigator, Gu Changsheng, had vanished from Huangliang City. Appearing above the southern domain of Donghuang Road State, he sat cross-legged upon a cloud, gazing down at the vast starry expanse of the southern domain, calculating something with furrowed brows. After a moment, he raised his head towards the heavens and muttered, So it is, Chapter 51. Did you not argue at home? Who emerged victorious? The seven sacred lands of the southern domain, as the ostensible overlords of the region, represented its pinnacle of power. Yet, in their dealings concerning the heavenly Sword Dao sect, they found themselves utterly humiliated. Not only had they failed to seize Gu Changsheng, the unparalleled prodigy bearing the aura of an emperor, but they also suffered the loss of several esteemed elders and celestial ancestors. Their attempt to form a coalition against the demons was met with utter annihilation, even leading to the imprisonment of their elders, who could only be released upon payment of reparations. This was a profound disgrace for the seven sacred lands, while factions such as Ziyun Valley, Feiyun Immortal Gate, Xiang Sect, and Qizhu Mountain submitted to the heavenly Sword Dao sect. The members of the seven sacred lands fell into a deep silence. Yet, unbeknownst to all, both the seven sacred lands and the various immortal legacies were reporting the matter to the higher echelons of the sacred domain. Soon enough, a decree from the sacred domain was issued, mobilizing the divine ancestors from various sacred lands with the intent to eradicate the heavenly Sword Dao sect. Simultaneously, they sought to apprehend Qi Jianlong. For daring to offend the dignity of the sacred domain, he was to be punished with extreme severity as a warning to others. Just as the seven sacred lands prepared to act in accordance with the decree, the Fire Emperor's heir unexpectedly intervened, stating, The matters concerning the heavenly Sword Dao sect, Gu Changsheng, and Qi Jianlong shall be handled personally by me, but not at this moment. The heir of the Emperor's immortal gate was afforded due respect. However, the seven sacred lands made it clear that their elders remained imprisoned within the heavenly Sword Dao sect. The Fire Emperor's heir merely responded, The reparations demanded by the heavenly Sword Dao sect shall be doubled by me. This compelled the members of the seven sacred lands to marvel at the Emperor's immortal gate's wealth, realizing that even a small offering from them was enough to incite frenzy. Concurrently, in the distant central domain, at the carefree Divine Mountain, the scion of the Jun family, Jun Lingtian, boldly declared that when Gu Changsheng ascended to the upper three realms, he would personally confront him at the heavenly Sword Dao sect. This unilateral challenge became widely known, heralded as a battle of imperial heirs. Gu Changsheng, possessing the demeanor of an emperor, was expected to reach the upper three realms in no time. Following the declarations of the Fire Emperor's heir and Junling Tian, the heir of the Taihuang Emperor's sect from the central domain likewise proclaimed that Gu Chongqing's head was his prize. Anyone who dared to contest would be opposing him in Donghuang Road State. The Emperor's immortal gate, though few in number, now had 3 heirs openly targeting Gu Changzong.ina Blink. The entire cultivation community of Donghuang Road State had learned of Gu Chongqing. Yet, all of this seemed to bear little consequence to Gu Chongqing himself. Or perhaps he simply did not care at this moment. He had returned to Longmin Mountain. Poor Liang Hong remained outside the mountain gate, waiting foolishly, unaware of when he might be relieved, had it not been for the elder's instructions. Just as Gu Chongqing returned, Red Li had just received the ghost sword from the 4th elder and was preparing for another bout with Ning Yao. Upon seeing Gu Chongqing's return, Red Li had no choice but to halt her actions. While Ning Yao began to prepare a meal for Gu Chongqing, he waved his hand, saying, "Haven't we just eaten? Let's wait a while longer." After that, Gu Chongqing inquired, "Did you not argue at home?" Ning Yao glanced at Red Li. Red Li closed her eyes and coldly replied, "We had a fight." Ning Yao, taken aback by this unexpected honesty, sighed and turned her gaze to Gu Chongqing. To her surprise, Gu Chongqing, with a curious expression, asked, "Who won?" "Ning Yao." Red Li snorted softly. "Had you returned a little later, you would have witnessed her demise beneath my sword." Ning Yao retorted, "Do you genuinely believe you could surpass me?" Gu Chongqing feigned regret. "If I had known, I would have returned later." Red Li opened her eyes and looked at Gu Chongqing, frowning. "You do not mind that we fought?" Gu Chongqing smiled. "One must find something to occupy oneself when boredom strikes." Immediately, Red Li grasped the ghost sword, eager for another clash with Ning Yao. Gu Chongqing waved his hand. "Not now, I am no longer bored. I need to think." Red Li frowned but returned to her shaded spot. Settling into meditation, Ning Yao approached Gu Chongqing and softly asked, "What troubles you?" Observing this, Red Li's gaze grew colder. She stood up and lay down in the rocking chair beside Gu Chongqing. Ning Yao chuckled softly. Why did it seem like she was feeling jealous? Gu Chongqing yawned, withholding his thoughts. Ning Yao was taken aback. Red Li's lips curled into a subtle smile, inexplicably pleased. Gu Chongqing fell asleep. Indeed, he needed to contemplate certain matters. For him, sleeping and thinking were not mutually exclusive activities. After departing from Huangliang Tower, he had visited the apex of the southern domain to survey its veins. His timing for emerging from the burial grounds was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. Yet, he wondered if the events in Donghuang Road State were also influenced by those individuals. If so, he would need to eradicate them step by step to prevent future chaos. He could not help but recall the great battle of yore, which had even dragged heaven into turmoil, yet the ultimate outcome had been negligible. While the loss of everything was somewhat vexing, the minuscule results provided a measure of solace. As they hinted at hope, for Gu Chongqing, hope signified everything. This time, he would strive to do better and eliminate all those adversaries. As Gu Chongqing succumbed to slumber, Ning Yao and Red Li found themselves unable to sleep. They both sensed a staggering wave of the great Tao. This terrifying surge propelled their cultivation to new heights. Despite their previous disagreements, they could not help but exchange astonished glances, each recognizing the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. Red Li had felt such waves emanating from Gu Chongqing before, yet this time it was more astonishing than ever. If they seized the opportunity, they could directly ascend to the upper three realms. However, both Red Li and Ning Yao made an unexpected choice. Rather than breaking through with the power of the great Tao, they opted to solidify their current realms. Notably, Red Li was presently in the foundational stage of the middle fourth realm, while Ning Yao was on the verge of the upper three realms. Logically, the disparity in their realms was significant, yet their actual combat prowess seemed nearly equal. Their true power could not be measured merely by their cultivation levels. Time flowed slowly. The sun set, and the moon rose. The moonlight cloaked the 3,000 miles of verdant mountains belonging to the Heavenly Sword Tao sect in a silvery sheen. This night, the Heavenly Sword Tao sect remained tranquil and serene. The following morning, the three esteemed elders, along with the first, third, fourth, and fifth elders, awaited at the mountain gate. They had a singular purpose. The Fire Emperor's sect had arrived. They were here to redeem the elders of the 7 sacred lands. Was Gu Chongqing present? Chapter 52. The envoy from the Li Hua Emperor's Gate. The visitor from the Li Hua Emperor's Gate was a portly, middle-aged man. Prior to his arrival, the Grand Elder and others had inquired about his identity and discovered that he was an elder stationed away from the Li Hua Emperor's Gate. While the matter of besieging the Tianjian Dao sect may have seemed significant to the Li Hua Emperor's Gate, it might have appeared as trivial as child's play. Thus, there was no necessity to dispatch a prominent figure from their ranks. The presence of an elder stationed away was already a considerable show of respect. This stationed elder, surnamed Chao, was a formidable figure at the upper third realm, reputed to be merely one step away from transcending to the celestial realm. This made him even more powerful than Shi Wang, the strongest of the Tianjian Dao sect. Yet, such an esteemed presence was relegated to the role of a station elder within the Li Hua Emperor's Gate, underscoring the profound depth of their foundation. Upon his arrival, when he inquired about Gu Chongqing, an air of awkwardness enveloped the gathering. The senior elder Su Ling clasped his hands in respect and stated, "Elder Chao, Gu Chongqing is still quite young and tends to indulge in slumber. He is currently lost in his dreams." Elder Chao waved his hand with a chuckle, responding, "No need for concern. Disturbing someone else's slumber is a grave offense. I would not dare to intrude upon the dreams of young Gu." This remark elicited a palpable discomfort among the attendees, as it echoed words spoken by Gu Chongqing during the fierce battle 2 days prior. Among those elders who had been rescued, someone had recorded this phrase, and it had surprisingly reached the ears of the Li Hua Emperor's Gate. "Rest assured, I have come primarily to negotiate compensation for your sect on behalf of the 7 great sacred lands," Elder Chao declared, shaking out his sleeves and adopting a serious demeanor as he cupped his fists in respect. "Moreover, I have been instructed by my sect to engage in a conversation with young Gu. I hope you friends will assist in facilitating this meeting." It was evident that the earlier discussions were mere formalities, and this last statement carried significant weight. The Grand Elder and others felt a twinge of apprehension, having only learned that the Li Hua Emperor had made a declaration yesterday. Although the Tianjian Dao sect had temporarily weathered the storm, it was clear that the Li Hua Emperor would personally take action against them in the future, which naturally included Gu Chongqing. Elder Chao smiled again, his tone lighthearted. "There is no need for alarm. My words hold weight. The Emperor's word is his bond. I harbor no intentions of hostility. Furthermore, the might of your sect is formidable. Even with 1,000 boldness, I would not dare to act recklessly here." Ha ha! Seeing that Elder Chao appeared sincere, Su Ling and the others ceased their idle chatter and welcomed him inside. However, they did not provide a direct answer regarding meeting Gu Chongqing. Considering he was currently in slumber, it was presumed he would not awaken until well after the sun had risen high. Given the gravity of the situation, Su Ling discreetly suggested that the 4th elder make a trip to Longmin Mountain to give Gu Chongqing a gentle nudge. While the others discussed the details of the compensation, the 4th elder set off to see Gu Chongqing. Upon reaching the rear mountain, he beheld Ning Yao and Hong Li seated beside Gu Chongqing. "This lad truly knows how to indulge," the 4th elder could not help but think to himself. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, both Hong Li and Ning Yao opened their eyes, fixing their gazes upon the 4th elder, as if they had heard his unspoken words. Hong Li, in particular, bore a frosty expression. The 4th elder felt an involuntary chill run down his spine and forced a laugh. "Good morning." Hong Li ignored him, while Ning Yao merely nodded and inquired, "Are you looking for Gu Chongqing?" 4th elder? With a sigh, the 4th elder settled into the pavilion that had been previously moved by the senior elder Shi Wang. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he explained, "The people from the Li Hua Emperor's Gate have come to negotiate the release of individuals on behalf of the 7 great sacred lands, and they wish to meet Gu Chongqing. However, we have not consented to this, so I came to give Gu Chongqing a heads up and ascertain his stance on the matter." Slurp. The 4th elder made a slurping sound as he drank from his cup. He saw nothing unusual about it. After all, enjoying tea was all about leisure, and there was no need for excessive formality. "You need not awaken him. We shall wait until he stirs naturally." After finishing a sip, he gestured toward the 2 women, only to find that they had no intention of rousing Gu Chongqing. "Well, it seems my status as an elder carries little weight," he mused, shifting his focus to Hong Li. He cheerfully inquired, "Little Hong Li, how do you find the ghost sword?" Have you considered the position of the chief of the Ghost Sword Peak? Hong Li caressed the hilt of the ghost sword. While her swordsmanship was exceptional, this was her first sword, and she held a fondness for it. However, she had always been averse to engaging with others. Perceptive to her discomfort, the fourth elder gently reassured her. Rest assured, you will not be burdened with sect affairs. Hong Li met the fourth elder's gaze, who, realizing his misstep, quickly corrected himself. You will not be hindered in your cultivation by sect duties. Upon hearing this, Hong Li nodded lightly. Very well. The fourth elder smiled. Relieved, as Gu Changsheng continued to slumber, he turned his attention to Ning Yao. You have been with our sect for several days now. Growing accustomed to our practices, have you considered taking on the role of the chief of the Earth Sword Peak? Ning Yao politely declined. In truth, she too was not fond of handling sect matters. When she was at the Asking Heart Palace, despite being the saintess, she was not required to deal with such affairs, focusing solely on her cultivation. Her presence in the Tianjian Dao sect was solely for Gu Changsheng, which was indeed a pity. The fourth elder sighed, choosing not to pursue the topic further, as it had been a mere casual suggestion. The previous day, Martial Brother had consulted several senior elders, ultimately deciding to summon Su Ling from retirement to reassume the position of chief of the Earth Sword Peak. Though the transfer ceremony had yet to be completed, if Ning Yao had indeed accepted, it would have put him in an awkward position. As the sun climbed higher, the fourth elder found himself growing drowsy. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, finally awake. With renewed energy, the fourth elder exclaimed, You brat, you've finally risen. Gu Changsheng stretched, grumbling, Fourth elder, did you come to Longmin Mountain early in the morning to poach me? The fourth elder's eyes widened. Are you not a member of the Tianjian Dao sect? How could you speak of poaching? Then why not come to Longmin Mountain as a gatekeeper? Gu Changsheng replied with a smile. The fourth elder laughed. Get lost. I have no intention of being a gatekeeper. Such a shame. Gu Changsheng feigned disappointment, mimicking the fourth elder's tone and mannerisms. This left the fourth elder quite irked, feeling that this lad was utterly lacking in decorum. Give me a ride, lest there be issues at the Tianjian Grand Hall, Gu Changsheng said, gazing in the direction of Tianjian Peak. Upon hearing this, the fourth elder's heart raced, and he solemnly inquired, Is there something amiss with Elder Chao? Gu Changsheng leisurely replied, I wonder how you all, being of considerable age, can be so easily swayed by a mere smile from others. If I were not here as the chief, you would have all been slaughtered by now. The fourth elder grew anxious, waving his hand as he summoned his flying sword. Enough chatter. Get on, damn it. That fellow looks like a smiling tiger, he thought. As they soared through the air, the Tianjian Grand Hall was in chaos. Su Ling, Liang Baishan, Yin Yunzhao, and the other senior elders found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, the previously amiable Elder Chao lounged nonchalantly in the headmaster's seat, casually remarking, It appears that the only formidable one among you in the Tianjian Dao sect is Gu Changsheng. Chapter 53. Humans are ever curious about the unknown. Look at you lot. So pitifully weak, yet you dare to demand compensation? Do you truly believe that the Emperor will heed your requests simply because of your talent? Elder Chao sneered, idly picking at his nails, feeling humiliated. Su Ling and the others retorted, The disciples of the Li Hua Emperor's Gate have explicitly stated they would not trouble our sect. Are you, Elder Chao, intending to defy the Emperor's orders? With a dismissive flick of his fingers, Elder Chao stood up from the headmaster's seat and approached Su Ling, casting a disdainful gaze upon the kneeling elders. And what are you? How dare you demand compensation from the Emperor's Gate? If you had chosen to be wise and declined when I mentioned compensation, we might have had a civil conversation. But you audaciously insisted? Then do not blame me. He placed his foot squarely on Su Ling's back. Speaking with deliberate slowness, you, Su Ling, were once considered a handsome man in the southern region's cultivation world, even capturing the heart of that generation's saintess from the central region's Asking Heart Palace. It is regrettable that you chose to languish in the Tianjian Dao sect, TSK. Perhaps driven by lingering jealousy from the past, Elder Chao kicked Su Ling down, allowing him to reveal his ferocious glare as he continued. If your chief does not arrive soon, I shall begin with you. Su Ling, regardless of the circumstances, the 7 great sacred lands fell under the jurisdiction of the Li Hua Emperor's Gate. Their negligence would warrant punishment from the Emperor's gate. The diminutive Tianjin Dao sect truly lacked the qualifications to demand anything. Elder Chao returned to his seat, conjuring a blue orb of light in his palm and watching the azure sand swirl within. He murmured, "One incense stick's worth of time. If that Gu Chongqing does not show himself, I shall start with you. Su Ling, oh, not say I am being unreasonable. After all, you sent someone to summon Gu Chongqing. Yet he has not arrived. This is rather impolite." Su Ling clenched his fists tightly, desperate to unleash his abilities. Yet the forbidden pearl in Elder Chao's hand had shackled the powers of them all, leaving them at the mercy of their captors. Despite their prior discussions to remain vigilant against the methods of the Li Huadi men, they never anticipated that such a prestigious sect would ever renege on their promises. Perhaps Elder Chao had received directives from a significant figure within the Li Huadi men. While the DZ wished for Gu Chongqing to grow and serve as a stepping stone, the sect itself was unwilling to allow any threats to arise. Preemptively eliminating Gu Chongqing would be the most favorable outcome. Su Ling and the others could only fervently pray that the fourth elder would not bring Gu Chongqing here. "This wretched creature, what have you done?" As fate would have it, the sound of rushing air erupted from beyond the hall, accompanied by the unmistakable voice of the fourth elder. "It's over." Upon hearing the fourth elder's voice, Su Ling and the others felt their hearts plummet to the depths of despair. Elder Chao raised his gaze towards the hall's entrance, a cold smile spreading across his face. "At last. They have arrived. Elder C, make haste," bellowed the Grand Elder Wu Tao, summoning all his strength. Yet, consumed by rage, the fourth elder paid no heed and soared into the hall alongside Gu Chongqing. "This is disastrous." As they approached the entrance of the hall, the fourth elder's expression shifted dramatically. He felt his strength being utterly drained. Were it not for Gu Chongqing's support, he would have collapsed to the ground. The forbidden pearl? The fourth elder steadied himself, fixating on the azure orb in Elder Chao's grasp, his mind swirling with uncertainty. The forbidden pearl was an exceptionally perverse artifact in the cultivation world, capable of targeting all cultivators except body cultivators. Such artifacts were notoriously difficult to forge and were typically possessed only by the most profound imperial sects and immortal traditions. To his astonishment, Elder Chao possessed one as well, Dado? You seem unscathed? Elder Chao ignored the fourth elder and regarded Gu Chongqing with a puzzled expression, quickly realizing. "So, you have yet to commence your cultivation? Your imperial demeanor leaves much to be desired. The cultivation world in the eastern wilderness already knows of your existence, yet you haven't even begun your journey. The forbidden pearl could affect all cultivators except mortals. Elder Chao, we can accommodate all your demands. We only beseech you to spare Gu Chongqing at this moment." Despite feeling utterly humiliated, Su Ling could only plead with Elder Chao. Elder Chao disregarded Su Ling's words, stowing away the forbidden pearl and revealing another item, the ancient mirror of origin. This ancient mirror was markedly different from the previous mirrors used to inspect Gu Chongqing. It was one of the oldest kinds, capable of a broader range of detection, even if the subject possessed an imperial stature or a chaotic divine demon body. It would not shatter. Rest assured, I, Chao, am on a mission. I shall complete my task and refrain from engaging in any extraneous matters, Elder Chao said with a smile, addressing Gu Chongqing. "Come here, little one. Let me take a look and see if you truly possess a chaotic divine demon body." The crowd watched anxiously as Elder Chao prepared to verify Gu Chongqing's talent, fearing he might resort to lethal measures. Gu Chongqing remained calm throughout, raising a finger towards Elder Chao, stating, "That position is not one you can occupy." Elder Chao paused momentarily before rising. "Very well, I have no desire for that position." He approached Gu Chongqing with the ancient mirror, a congenial smile gracing his face. "Little one, are you ready to cooperate?" Gu Chongqing rubbed his nose and murmured. Humans often harbor curiosity towards the unknown. It is both a blessing and a curse. Elder Chao found it peculiar. This seemingly youthful boy exuded an air of remarkable composure. However, his spiritual probing confirmed that Gu Chongqing was indeed a mere mortal. "What need is there to fear a mortal?" Elder Chao directed the ancient mirror at Gu Chongqing. His visit to the Tianjin Dao sect was not solely to retrieve individuals from the seven sacred grounds, but also to investigate Gu Chongqing's true potential. If it proved genuine, He would seek a way to render him indistinguishable from the masses. If not, there would be no further concern. As for the others, Elder Chow had no intention of killing them, which would not contravene the DZ's orders. Little Changsheng, the fourth elder, said weakly, a hint of worry in his voice. Yu Changsheng made no effort to evade the ancient mirror's scrutiny, allowing it to scan him. A hum of mystical light emanated from the ancient mirror, projecting onto the heavens above the hall. Chapter 54. Regrettably, you shall not witness what follows. Suddenly, the heavens outside the hall erupted in chaos. Amidst the turmoil, a figure emerged, turning its back to the masses, walking slowly and deliberately. This was the very phenomenon observed by the many ancient mirrors when they had examined Gu Changsheng, with some ancient experts declaring it the manifestation of a chaotic divine demon body. Yet, at this moment, the phenomenon continued to expand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, beneath the figure's feet, a terrifying sea of corpses and rivers of blood materialized within the chaos, and that figure was treading upon this sea of corpses and blood. This does not seem to be the manifestation of a chaotic divine demon body. Elder Chow's eyes widened in disbelief, but it did not end there. Beneath the sea of corpses and blood, even more astonishing images began to surface. They depicted shattered realms, huddled together like dust, shrouded in dark mist, forming a terrifying sea of realms. The images continued to expand but grew increasingly indistinct. This is bad. Elder Chow's expression changed drastically. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the ancient mirror, one of the oldest artifacts, began to shatter. Simultaneously, the external phenomena became chaotic. Yet, in that fleeting instant, far away within the Li Hua Di Min, on a star resembling a solar orb, ancient figures, as formidable as gods and demons, gazed intently towards the direction of the Tianjin Dao sect. As the phenomenon manifested, these ancient beings collectively held their breath. Within the hall, flames raged as if in a domain of fire. Yet the crowd fell into an eerie silence. This was not merely a manifestation of any corporeal form. It was a memory source from the depths of the soul. At the main seat, an ancient figure resembling a fire god rasped, "Is it possible that this individual is a reincarnation of a certain emperor from the annals of history? No, he hails from the ancient burial grounds of the Tian, the ultimate forbidden place within the eastern wilderness, from which more than one anomaly has emerged." In that moment, a fervent discussion erupted within the Li Hua Di Min. Strangely, however, apart from those of the Li Hua Di Min, the other immortal traditions, supreme legacies, the seven sacred lands, and the imperial sects from the other four regions of the eastern wilderness remained utterly unresponsive. This was because the ancient mirror in Elder Chow's possession had been tampered with by the Li Hua Di Min. Only individuals specific to their sect could perceive the phenomenon projected by the ancient mirror. Boom. As the Li Hua Di Min marveled at Gu Changsheng's terrifying origins, the ancient mirror shattered, exploding into fragments. In the instant the ancient mirror crumbled, a chilling scream echoed throughout. Elder Chow clutched his eyes, rolling on the ground in agony, howling in distress. The crowd gazed in horror at the bloodied Elder Chow, their eyes drawn to Gu Changsheng. Yu Changsheng, however, remained composed, crouching on the ground, observing the writhing Elder Chow with a slight smile. Behold, this is the price one pays for glimpsing that which should not be seen. Elder Chow's eyes were destroyed along with the ancient mirror. Regrettably, you shall not witness what follows. Yu Changsheng pointed to the ground. A ripple emanated from his fingertip as if a stone had been cast into the grand river of time. In an instant, the river of time ceased its flow. Everything within the Tianjin Hall seemed to freeze in that moment, as if suspended in eternity. Simultaneously, the figures of Gu Changsheng and Elder Chow vanished without a trace. Within the Li Hua Di Min, amidst the hall ablaze with flames, the crowd continued their discussions. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards the empty space in the center of the hall, their expressions frozen in disbelief. There, out of thin air, appeared an 11-year-old boy clad in black robes, holding a chubby middle-aged man who was clutching his face and wailing. Thud. The boy nonchalantly tossed the chubby man to the ground, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before finally landing on the ancient figure resembling a fire god seated at the main position, breaking into a grin. Is it pleasing to the eye? Gu Changsheng? The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom the reality. The Li Hua Di Min, situated in the southern domain, was separated from the Tianjian Dao sect by an immeasurable distance, even existing in a different star system altogether. How could a mortal who had yet to embark on a cultivation journey materialize here? An indescribable chill surged from their feet, piercing deep into their souls. Every individual within the hall of the Li Hua Di Min felt a creeping sense of dread and despair. This entire scenario exceeded their wildest imaginations. They had merely intended for Elder Chao, their external elder, to investigate Gu Changxing's true potential, never anticipating that Gu Changxing would directly traverse star systems to appear before them. I ask, is it pleasing to the eye? Seeing that no one responded, Gu Changxing had no choice but to repeat his question, his face still adorned with an innocuous smile. Forgive me, esteemed senior. Without the slightest hesitation. The towering figure on the main seat, enveloped in blazing flames, immediately rose and offered a respectful gesture toward Gu Changsheng. Forgive me, esteemed senior. The other ancient figures, resembling deities, also stood up in unison to pay their respects to Gu Changsheng. These beings could hardly be described as human, for they had transcended humanity to a significant degree. They had all ascended to the apex of the mortal realm, the celestial god stage. The celestial god stage? A designation akin to terrestrial immortals. In other top-tier powers and sacred domains, those at the celestial god stage were referred to as celestial ancestors. This represented the pinnacle of mortal combat prowess. Should the sacred domain remain unoccupied, then the celestial gods would reign as the mightiest. Among these celestial gods, some were formidable fire attribute demons, representing the utmost power of the Li Hua Di Min in the southern domain. Yet, at this moment, these supreme powers stood before Gu Changxing like children, obediently awaiting his command. Even though everyone sensed that Gu Changxing emanated no trace of true energy, appearing as an utterly mundane individual, they all pondered in their hearts. Could a mere mortal achieve what they could not? Clearly, the answer was no. Therefore, to treat Gu Changxing as an ordinary person would be the height of folly. Unworthy of existence in this world, that moment, Elder Chao lay trembling in the great hall, stifling his cries. Despite having lost his sight, his other senses remained intact. He realized he had inexplicably returned to the Li Hua Di Min, where Gu Changxing, whom he regarded as a mere mortal, was now pressing the current sect leader for answers. Gu Changxing waved his hand lightly, speaking softly. It is natural for humans to be curious. I, being of kind heart, have come to inquire. Is it pleasing to the eye? This was the third inquiry. Is it pleasing to the eye? The grand hall, reminiscent of a fiery domain, was adorned with blazing dragon spirits, which should have been intensely scorching, leaving ordinary five-realm cultivators unable to survive. Yet now, all present felt as though they stood in an unyielding, frozen landscape of eternal winter. No one dared to answer this question. Yet almost everyone understood. Third time's the charmed, Gu Changxing had asked thrice. If no one responded this time, none could guarantee what might transpire. Within this established framework, there were only two possible answers. It is pleasing to the eye, or it is not. Either response bore the weight of error. The sect leader of the Li Hua Di Min made a decisive choice, contemplating for 3 seconds before declaring the first answer. Pleasing to the eye. The atmosphere in the hall grew unbearably tense, all eyes fixed upon Gu Changxing. Even one celestial god, a great demon, could not contain himself and chose to flee, attempting to escape this hell, boom, upon colliding with the hall's gates. The great demon was instantly rebounded, his bones shattering, blood spilling profusely. Yet he dared not emit a single cry of despair, stifling it within. Others watched in horror, yet none dared to intervene on behalf of their comrade. Ha ha ha! Gu Changxing laughed heartily, pointing at the bloody demon and remarking, "Your head is remarkably hard. Have you heard of the temporal barrier? Temporal barrier?" The crowd responded with bewilderment. Seeing their confusion, Gu Changxing felt a twinge of disinterest. Forget it. I shan't bother to explain. In any case, this grand hall is enveloped by a temporal barrier, preventing entry or exit. Although they did not comprehend the concept of a temporal barrier, the meaning behind Gu Changxing's words was unmistakable. It implied their impending annihilation. Panic spread among the crowd. Esteemed senior, we did not intend any offense. We hope you will overlook our minor transgressions, the sect leader of the Li Hua Di men hastily implored. Lying on the ground, Elder Chow felt as though death loomed. He had initially thought his visit would be a favorable endeavor, only to find the situation had escalated to this extent. Even the sect leader had to personally apologize. No, 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 Gu Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. I am not angry, nor do you possess the qualifications to incite my ire. Upon hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. However, Gu Chongqing's next words plunged them into despair. I merely wish to impart a simple truth, he said with a faint smile. Some actions incur corresponding consequences. Since you just affirmed it is pleasing to the eye, I shall not kill you. Instead, I will allow you to quietly witness what you must see. How does that sound? Am I not merciful? Gu Chongqing inquired with a grin. The sect leader of the Li Hua Di men fell silent, fear rendering him mute as he weakly asked, What will happen after we have seen? Gu Chongqing revealed a toothy grin. That will depend on your capacity for endurance. The sect leader's face turned pale as he forced a smile, saying, Esteemed senior, could we possibly abstain from witnessing? Gu Chongqing shook his head, stating, That simply will not do. I fear you may not finish watching, which is why I traveled such a distance to come here. At this, despair enveloped the gathering in the hall. In times of dire straits, heroes inevitably emerge. This adage soon proved true. Another celestial god, a fire demon, wielding a golden rod, charged at Gu Chongqing with the force of a mountain. Whoosh! The response to the fire demon's assault was the heavenly sword upon Gu Chongqing's wrist. A golden thread sliced through the air. The fire demon did not even graze Gu Chongqing's hair before his forehead was pierced, his very soul obliterated, leaving him dead beyond resurrection. The once mighty celestial god, instantaneously dispatched. Though I claim not to kill you, if you seek death, then I shall not be held responsible, Gu Chongqing remarked, stroking the jade ring form of the heavenly sword on his wrist with a grin. Afterward, Gu Chongqing turned to an elder in crimson robes and smiled, saying, Do not attempt to summon the sacred domain. The temporal barrier seals all, and no one can enter, not even those from the sacred domain. His words drained the color from the elder's face. He had indeed been discreetly attempting to invoke a decree from the sacred domain, hoping to draw a powerful figure to breach the so-called temporal barrier. Yet Gu Chongqing's pronouncement extinguished their hopes. Within this hall, shrouded by the temporal barrier, Gu Chongqing seemed the sole sovereign, omniscient and omnipotent. Who could possibly withstand him? Well then, is everything clear now? Gu Chongqing surveyed the room. Speaking softly, the crowd was left in bitter silence. Did they dare to question him? Do you possess the origin ancient mirror? Gu Chongqing inquired, then waved his hand dismissively. No matter, without the origin ancient mirror to withstand such power. I shall take matters into my own hands. Without any visible action from Gu Chongqing, a terrifying phenomenon unfolded within the hall. In that moment, all present felt as though they had truly descended into a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Insignificant as grains of sand, the figure, turned away from the multitude, resembled an ancient demon god from before the dawn of creation, moving slowly. Beneath the sea of corpses and blood, an endless expanse of shattered realms formed an ocean of dimensions. They witnessed the cataclysmic devastation below. This, is a fragment of my past. Perhaps a battle in the Sea of Realms, suppressing the annihilating God Emperor. I cannot recall clearly. Had it not been for your frivolous antics, I might have forgotten for ages, yet I am reluctant to recall such matters now. I require time to adapt to this present world. At this moment, Gu Chongqing's voice resonated slowly, yet none could perceive his presence. At this instant, they had completely succumbed to the phenomenon, becoming mere particles adrift in the tide. Despair and trepidation enveloped them. Even as exalted celestial gods, they felt as insignificant as the most diminutive of ants. Esteemed senior, we were in error. Regardless of who it was, in that moment, all hearts shattered, tears streaming down their faces as they knelt in repentance. The reason they could not see Gu Chongqing was that the figure turned away from all was none other than him. Hearing the crowd's supplications, Gu Chongqing revealed a hint of a mysterious smile. You remind me of someone, a person who lived his life heedless of consequence until he provoked my ire. A trace of nostalgia crossed Gu Changxing's face. At that time, he too knelt, weeping and claiming his faults, so earnestly as if he truly reflected upon himself, vowing never to err again. Yet I perceived the fear deep within his heart. In that moment, I realized he had not erred. He merely understood his impending doom. Just like you now, Yu Changxing's voice flowed steadily, falling upon the ears of the Li Hua Di Min's crowd like a divine retribution. They knelt upon the ground, weeping. Gu Changxing gazed skyward, seemingly reminiscing about the world-destroying god-emperor he had once battled. That fellow had uttered a particularly domineering phrase, which Gu Changxing felt was most fitting to express at this moment. If you do not cultivate, you will see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. If you do cultivate, you will see me as a mayfly beneath the vast sky. I do not require cultivation to confront my foes. As Gu Changxing's voice resonated, everyone present, including the sect master of the Li Hua Emperor sect, was engulfed like grains of sand in a torrent, submerged within a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, leaving not even a trace of their existence in this world, silently erased. Within the grand hall of the Li Hua Emperor sect, only Elder Chao remained, deaf and mute, stripped of all perception, utterly driven to die in the aftermath. Perhaps some could glimpse a terrifying vision from Elder Chao's chaotic consciousness, yet none would know it was Gu Changxing. Indeed, as Gu Changxing stated, there are certain matters and entities he prefers not to recall at this moment. He wishes to gradually acclimate to this realm. His choice to engage in farm labor at a homestead upon descending from the ancient burial grounds was part of this adaptation. The culmination of the grand path returns to the mundane. This time, he intends to traverse the path of the ordinary for an extended duration. After all, for Gu Changxing, time is the one resource he possesses in abundance. No one knows how long he has lived. After all, in Gu Changxing's own words, I am Gu Changxing, 11 years old, and the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Who dares to refute this? Sister Hongli, deal with them. In the Heavenly Sword Hall, Gu Changxing continued to press his hand against the ground, while others remained motionless. Suddenly, a visible ripple appeared outside the Heavenly Sword Hall, swiftly retracting. As the ripple withdrew to Gu Changxing's fingertips, a flicker of light danced within the depths of his still gaze. He gradually rose, weighing several high-quality Qiankuan bags and forbidden law beads in his hands. Oh, the Li Hua Emperor sect is indeed affluent. Compensating so generously? Gu Changxing expressed his astonishment. What has transpired? The fourth elder and others appeared somewhat bewildered, as if they had just snapped out of a stupor. They only recalled Elder Chao using the primordial ancient mirror on Gu Changxing, which resulted in his eyes shattering, rolling on the ground in agony. Where is Elder Chao? To their surprise, Elder Chao had vanished. Gu Changxing seemed to understand the thoughts of those present and chuckled. That fellow shattered his eyes and fled, leaving behind the forbidden law beads and the compensation. As Gu Changxing spoke, a vivid image formed in the minds of the gathered crowd, seemingly depicting their recent experience. Though they had failed to notice it in their days, however, for some reason, the three supreme elders felt something was amiss, yet they could not pinpoint what precisely was wrong, which was quite peculiar. This rascal runs away with remarkable speed. The fourth elder cursed, as long as everyone is unharmed. That's all that matters. That Su Ling, who had previously been injured by Elder Chao's kick, had now recovered his strength with the dissipating forbidden law beads. He sighed, looking towards Gu Changxing with a wry smile. Little Changxing, once again, you have saved us all. Had it not been for your astonishing display, Elder Chao would have frightened us into an inescapable predicament today. The others also smiled wryly, lamenting the embarrassment they had suffered. You're welcome. After all, I am the chief disciple, Gu Changxing remarked casually, retrieving a refining furnace and an alchemical furnace, along with some corresponding materials from his Qiankuan bag. Tossing the remainder to Su Ling, I have held this position for quite some time now, yet I have received nothing in return, so I have taken my share. The others voiced no objections. Yet Su Ling couldn't help but inquire, are you planning to learn alchemy and artifact refinement? Gu Changxing shook his head. I'll consider it when I find myself bored. The crowd fell silent, unable to find grounds for rebuttal. The Grand Elder hesitated before asking, Changxing, when do you plan to commence your cultivation? The sect currently possesses ample resources to support your ascension to the upper three realms. The others turned their gazes towards Gu Chongqing. The fourth elder added, "Indeed, little Chongqing, your innate talent is extraordinary. Once you embark on your cultivation, you will swiftly ascend to the upper three realms, at that point, even if the Li Hua Emperor's heir or the Jun family scion, or even the Tai Huang Emperor's progeny comes seeking trouble, you will be more than capable of handling it." Gu Chongqing waved his hand dismissively. "Just them? I can manage without cultivating." He then concluded, "Enough of this coaxing me to cultivate. It would be better for you to put in some effort yourselves, lest you find yourselves cornered and receiving a thorough beating at home again. I trust you have familiarized yourselves with the techniques I provided last time. Take a day to check the scripture pavilion for any overlooked methods." With that, Gu Chongqing departed, leaving the others bewildered. "Isn't this for your own good?" They exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. "Let's head to the scripture pavilion." Su Ling and Liang Baishan quickly grasped the implication of Gu Chongqing's words. They understood that the techniques they had received previously had come through Gu Chongqing's hands. His current statement subtly hinted at this. As Gu Chongqing prepared to leave, he noticed the two heading straight for the scripture pavilion and cheerfully remarked, "The two esteemed supreme elders are truly diligent. Keep it up. The future of the sect relies on you elder statesmen." Su Ling and Liang Baishan were somewhat puzzled. Gu Chongqing wasted no words, turning to the fourth elder with a grin. "Fourth elder, I felt a bit weak after manifesting that phenomenon. Could you escort me back to Longmen Mountain?" "Oh, so that was the matter," the others suddenly realized, shaking their heads in amusement. The fourth elder glared. "Are you treating me like a porter?" Gu Chongqing blinked innocently. "I never thought of it that way." The fourth elder grinned through gritted teeth. "Fine. Given your repeated contributions, I'll carry you once more." Gu Chongqing and the fourth elder departed, while the grand elder and others busied themselves counting the compensation. To say that a single forbidden law bead was invaluable would be an understatement. Upon opening several Qinkuan bags, they were utterly astonished. One must admit, the Li Hua Emperor sect truly lived up to its reputation. The items they compensated with were worth several times more than those of other sects combined. With these resources, our sect's overall strength could ascend 2 tiers. Perhaps we shall indeed witness the resurgence of the Heavenly Sword sect's former glory. The Grand Elder was quite exhilarated. The third elder echoed his sentiments. Gu Chongqing is undoubtedly the harbinger of our sect's revival. Except for being a tad lazy, ahem. The Supreme Elder Yin Yunzhao cleared his throat. The crowd erupted in laughter. Yet, the myriad wonders Gu Chongqing had displayed filled them with immense joy, and a little laziness seemed inconsequential in light of his youth. After all, he was merely 11 years old. At this moment, the 11-year-old Gu Chongqing stood on the fourth elder's flying sword, softly inquiring, "Do you wish to learn the sword control technique I mentioned last time?" The fourth elder scoffed, "You should talk to me again once your cultivation surpasses mine." Gu Chongqing stroked his chin thoughtfully. "By then, I may be a bit preoccupied. Since we have time now, why not do it now?" Chapter 57. Practice makes perfect, huh? The fourth elder glanced back at Gu Chongqing, laughingly scolding, "Are you serious?" Gu Chongqing placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Listen." The fourth elder raised an eyebrow. "What on earth?" He found Gu Chongqing's childish demeanor oddly reminiscent of that old coot from the tomb. However, the next moment, the fourth elder inexplicably felt a surge of clarity, as if he could hear events occurring thousands of miles away. "Did you hear that?" Gu Chongqing whispered. "Focus on controlling the flying sword." This time, the fourth elder did not argue, following Gu Chongqing's instructions and directing his attention to the flying sword beneath him. He had not previously noticed, but upon careful listening, he realized how crude his manipulation of the sword truly was. Even the slightest gust of wind would cause him to veer off course or collide with the airflow. The art of the sword is boundless, with myriad paths, yet it ultimately revolves around the principle of speed. Gu Chongqing articulated slowly. "Indestructible, only swift is unbroken." The sword control technique aims to harmonize the flying sword with nature, allowing it to reach its destination with a mere thought. Attempt to relinquish control over the flying sword and let it glide with the wind. All right, the fourth elder absorbed this. Boom. Their forms plummeted alongside the flying sword. The fourth elder immediately cursed, "Damn. I actually believed you. Are you too heavy? Remain calm, Gu Chongqing replied softly. The fourth elder stared at the rapidly approaching mountainside. His eyelids twitching. Are you certain? Certain. Boom. They landed on the ground. The fourth elder, sensing the impending doom, used his divine abilities to grasp Gu Chongqing, his expression one of disbelief. I actually believed you. Gu Chongqing regarded the fourth elder with a calm demeanor, finally saying, your talent is truly lacking. The fourth elder. Do you even hear yourself? My talent is lacking? I am at the pinnacle of the fourth realm. How can I be lacking? Forget it. After you take me back to Longmin Mountain, you can ponder this at your leisure, Gu Chongqing sighed. The fourth elder's temper flared, nearly boiling over. Had it not been for the fact that Gu Chongqing had just saved his life, he would have thoroughly disciplined this impudent child. Just shut your mouth. With a grand gesture, the fourth elder summoned the flying swords once more, which swiftly descended at the feet of the two individuals, instantly carrying them skyward to soar among the clouds. Before long, they arrived at Longmin Mountain. The fourth elder placed Gu Chongqing down and, without a backward glance, hastily departed, fearful of any words that might escape Gu Chongqing's lips. Little did he know, Gu Chongqing had anticipated the fourth elder's intentions and, just before leaping off the flying sword, preemptively remarked, practice makes perfect. The more you practice, the better you'll become. After uttering this, he patted the fourth elder's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. The fourth elder felt a tremor run through his body. Infuriated, just wait until the day you can withstand a punch from me. Then I shall deliver a blow to you, and we shall see if you remain so cocky. He clenched his fist in frustration and stormed off. However, on his way back, driven by an inexplicable impulse, the fourth elder decided to heed Gu Chongqing's words and attempted to practice. The result nearly had him tumbling into the mountainside. Yet, he sensed something remarkable. Indeed, he felt a subtle change in the flying sword. Could it be that what the lad said was true? The fourth elder tried several more times, discovering an enhancement in his ability. At this point, he felt utterly bewildered. Blast it! That brat hasn't even trained yet he exhibits such astonishing talent for swordsmanship. Now, the fourth elder found himself believing in the phrase practice makes perfect and embarked on his own training journey. At Renjian Peak, under the guidance of the eldest disciple Tang Yuan, the disciples were diligently practicing in the Renjian dojo. Suddenly, Tang Yuan noticed a flying sword approaching Renjian Peak. She looked up just in time to witness a peculiar sight reminiscent of a frog leaping in the air. Who could that be? Such a clumsy display of swordsmanship. Tang Yuan couldn't help but furrow her brow. By all accounts, the sword control technique was a fundamental skill that every disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect was required to master. Starting from the outer sect, by the time they entered the inner sect and joined the Five Peaks, they had usually grasped it quite well, so how was it possible for someone to execute such a poor rendition of the technique? Gradually, more disciples of Renjian began to notice the scene, engaging in hushed discussions. Wait, Tang Yuan suddenly froze, her expression turning to one of shock. Isn't that my master? As the flying sword plummeted rapidly, she recognized the figure soaring through the air. It was none other than her master. The fourth elder. The disciples in the Renjian dojo were left utterly bewildered. The fourth elder, a renowned powerhouse within the sect, how could he be executing such a shoddy sword control technique? It seemed the fourth elder had noticed the attention he was garnering. However, he paid it no mind and instead laughed heartily. Little rascals, behold my brand new sword control technique. Learn from me. Tang Yuan couldn't help but facepalm, thinking, what madness is my master up to now? She felt utterly embarrassed. Yuan, you are my eldest disciple. I shall impart this new sword control technique to you first. The fourth elder exclaimed enthusiastically. Tang Yuan wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. Other disciples struggled to suppress their laughter. Eldest sister, your master is calling for you, one disciple teased. Focus on your training. The usually mild-mannered Tang Yuan couldn't help but scold. Her cheeks flushed as she flew toward the fourth elder. There was no escaping the commands of her master. Soon enough, Tang Yuan found herself bouncing along, mimicking the fourth elder's erratic swordplay. Fa ha! The disciples erupted into laughter. It wasn't mockery. It was simply too amusing. However, before long, Tang Yuanyuan's speed began to increase dramatically. The fourth elder had to stop, watching his proud disciple with a mix of disbelief and introspection. Could it be true what that little Chongqing said about my lack of talent? The fourth elder found himself questioning his own abilities. Since joining the Heavenly Sword sect and rising to the position of head of Rinjian Peak, no one had ever suggested such a thing before. No, it must be that my disciple's talent is simply too exceptional. The fourth elder's face broke into a satisfied smile. His disciple need not be inferior to her master. She could surpass him. However, a few days later, when Tang Yuanyuan began to teach the new sword control technique to her fellow disciples, the fourth elder found himself unable to laugh. He soon discovered that the others picked it up with astonishing speed. Even one particularly dull-witted disciple, who often faced his scorn, mastered the technique in mere half a day. This revelation nearly sent the fourth elder into a spiral of despair. But that was a tale for another day. At this moment, Gu Changsheng returned to Longmin Mountain, only to find the young girl Chun Qingqing had come again. She claimed she was seeking to learn culinary skills from senior sister Ning Yao. It seems you've come to your senses in recent days, realizing that your cooking is subpar, Gu Changxing remarked with a grin. Qin Qingqing, accustomed to Gu Changxing's sharp tongue, retorted with a huff. Who needs your opinion? Once I learn, I'll only cook for Hongli and senior sister Ning Yao. Gu Changxing frowned. Why would you want to poison them for no reason? Qin Qingqing had prepared herself for such remarks, thinking she wouldn't get angry again. Yet upon hearing Gu Changxing's words, her eyes turned red with indignation as she turned to run away, choking out, Gu Changsheng, I will never speak to you again. Chapter 58. When I call you in, can't I just want to lie in bed and talk? Sigh. The little girl simply lacks emotional resilience. Gu Changxing chuckled. Hongli, however, was unfazed. Ning Yao, on the other hand, was curious and softly inquired, Why do you harbor such malice toward Qingqing? Gu Changxing shrugged. What malice? I personally guided her into cultivation, yet she spends her days obsessing over that dreadful cooking instead of focusing on her training. Ning Yao replied, I feel as if you're insulting me, Yu Changxing. Seemingly reading her thoughts, smiled brightly. Not you, sister Ning Yao. Your cooking is quite delightful. Ning Yao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like ear, and softly asked, Really? I thought you didn't care for my cooking, especially since Hongli never eats it. Redli, meditating in the shade of a tree, could not help but open her eyes upon hearing Ning Yao's gentle words. A few days prior, during the Demon-Slaying Alliance's incursion, the attendant of the Fire Prince, Wang Yinran, had appeared. Gu Changxing had asked her if she had sensed a hint of tea fragrance, a tea that moment. She hadn't understood. Now, she vaguely grasped its significance. Ning Yao. Gu Changxing crossed his arms, stroking his chin, and unabashedly admired Ning Yao, who stood like a celestial being descended from the heavens, and remarked, I must say, you bring an entirely new charm to Longmin Mountain. Ning Yao blinked her autumn-like eyes, appearing somewhat bewildered. Ha ha ha, that's the feeling. Gu Changxing clapped his hands in approval. Ning Yao blushed shyly, redly, gripping her ever-present sword manual until it warped. Cast a silent gaze at Gu Changxing, saying nothing. All right, go ahead and cook. We haven't even had breakfast yet. Gu Changxing decided not to tease Ning Yao further. Okay. Ning Yao seemed to have adapted to her new identity and complied. As she turned, her beautiful eyes caught a glimpse of Redli, who was staring at her intently, as if claiming her territory in that moment. Redli's ghostly sword suddenly erupted from its sheath. A dense aura of ghostly energy and malevolence enveloping Longmin Mountain. The terrifying phenomenon startled the sect, leaving them to wonder if something had gone awry. Fortunately, the sect was aware that Redli now wielded the ghostly sword. Assuming she was simply refining it, Redli stood up, one hand behind her back and the other gripping the sword manual, glaring at Ning Yao. Do you truly wish to die? Ning Yao, dressed in white like a celestial maiden, her autumn-like eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment, glanced at Gu Changxing and asked, Did Ning Yao do something wrong? Gu Changxing smiled slightly, of course. Ning Yao was genuinely perplexed. What? Gu Changxing chuckled. You have yet to clarify your intentions. As the two conversed, Redli had already approached Gu Changxing's side, her expression icy as she regarded Ning Yao. Ji Changsheng raised a hand, signaling Redli to refrain from acting hastily. Seeing this, Ning Yao regained her composure and softly inquired, "What do you wish to say?" Gu Changsheng extended a finger, smiling cheerfully. "You have but one chance. I hope you use it wisely." For reasons unknown, at that moment, Ning Yao felt a sudden pressure, as if standing before not a mere youth, but a ruthless old demon. Ning Yao slowly clenched her fist. Simultaneously, the ghostly sword's aura surrounding Longmen Mountain intensified ominously, as if a ghostly visage were about to emerge from the heavens to devour Ning Yao. This was Red Li's intent toward Ning Yao. Ning Yao glanced between Red Li and Gu Changsheng, suddenly relaxing her fist and slightly bowing to Gu Changsheng, softly stating, "Ning Yao has been disrespectful." Gu Changsheng nodded slightly. "Not bad. That sharp wit of yours hasn't gone to waste." Ning Yao's eyelashes fluttered. In that instant, Ning Yao felt as though she had just endured the greatest trial of her life. That inexplicable sensation left her feeling utterly drained. She forced herself to speak. Ning Yao intentionally remained at Longmen Mountain to gauge the temperament of senior Uncle Yu Qiuyun in order to test you. This matter has nothing to do with the Inquiry Heart Palace. I hope the senior brother does not take offense. After Ning Yao finished her words, Hong Li turned and returned to the shade of the tree, while the strange phenomenon enveloping Longmen Mountain dissipated. For Hong Li knew that after Ning Yao uttered those words, Gu Changsheng would no longer trouble her. It was indeed a pity. She had originally intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate that individual outright. Hong Li felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, following today, Ning Yao would truly reside in Longmen Mountain indefinitely. However, Gu Changsheng's subsequent words caused Hong Li to widen her eyes in surprise. "Let us speak inside." Gu Changsheng walked towards his small abode, seemingly indifferent. Ning Yao paused momentarily, perplexed. "Wait, does Sister Hong Li wish to join?" Gu Changsheng, turning his head towards Hong Li, looked on with a face full of confusion. Hong Li halted, biting her lip, remaining silent. "Good." Gu Changsheng smiled faintly. Ning Yao glanced at Hong Li, and this time, her gaze was not one of provocative assertion but rather filled with complexity. She stepped gracefully, following Gu Changsheng into the small house. Once they entered, the door closed tightly behind them. Even though Hong Li possessed formidable strength, she could sense nothing of the situation within. Moreover, she dared not overstep the invisible line, lest she provoke Gu Changsheng. With a complicated expression, Hong Li regarded the small house. What sort of person is he? Mysterious, powerful, terrifying. Beneath that seemingly harmless, youthful exterior lurked an ancient soul, capricious and unpredictable. His actions were unrestrained, leaving others unable to decipher his thoughts. Yet, at times, his seemingly careless words would stir memories within Hong Li that did not rightfully belong to her. This day marked the most frightening moment for Hong Li regarding Gu Changsheng, even more so than when he annihilated the 7 great celestial ancestors. At that moment, Gu Changsheng, imagined by Hong Li as an ancient demon, lounged nonchalantly on his small bed, propping his head with one hand, gazing at the restive Ning Yao. "Why are you afraid, having already confessed?" Gu Changsheng questioned with mild curiosity. Ning Yao hesitated to meet his gaze. Just like Hong Li, it was her first time perceiving Gu Changsheng as such a terrifying figure, akin to a monstrous entity ready to devour at any moment. Struggling with her emotions, Ning Yao's voice trembled. "Do you desire my body?" Gu Changsheng rolled his eyes, somewhat exasperated. "You and Sister Hong Li are both too prone to overthinking. When I called you in to talk, could it not simply be that I wished to lie on the bed and converse?" Ning Yao was unconvinced. Gu Changsheng sighed deeply. "I am but 11 years old. Can you not act normally?" The more casual he appeared, the more apprehensive Ning Yao grew. Gu Changsheng decided to sit upright, his gaze profound, and said softly, "Well then, let me speak with you. Although you are someone I had old Mu arranged to be in the Heartquery Palace, I have never intervened in your affairs, and thus know nothing about you, nor do I care." Chapter 59. To me, the immortal emperor is also immortal for me. You are easily replaceable. Chun Qingqing is a fine alternative. Gu Changsheng smiled slightly. Ning Yao stood there, her delicate fists clenched, finally mustering the courage to look at Gu Changsheng. "What do you intend to do?" she asked, her tone resolute. Gu Changsheng pondered for a moment. stroking his chin as he contemplated. That question is worth considering, yet I do not wish to dwell on it now, as it feels too distant to present. I simply wish to live as an ordinary mortal. Ning Yao found his ambiguous answer unsatisfactory, her brows furrowing. Then why did you have old Mu find me in Hongli? What was your intention? Gu Changxing waved his hand dismissively. No more questions. I am too lazy to ponder such matters. Too lazy to ponder. Ning Yao's nails dug into her palm, a wry smile forming. Our lives are entirely manipulated by you, and you casually declare your indifference? What do you take us for, Gu Changxing? At this moment, Ning Yao's courage surged. Yet upon meeting Gu Changxing's calm gaze, she felt an inexplicable panic. Gu Changxing smiled slightly. I won't take the blame for this. If you wish to return to the Heartquery Palace or anywhere else, I shall not impede you. However, judging by your prior attitude of admitting fault, it seems you do not wish to go back. Gu Changxing spoke softly. I just glanced at your fate's trajectory. Ning Yao's body stiffened, her beautiful eyes filled with terror. Gu Changxing gently closed his eyes and said softly, If it troubles you, I shall refrain from elaborating. Suddenly, Ning Yao collapsed onto the ground, covering her face with her hands as she began to sob quietly. Yes, I am aware. Had it not been for old Mu, my parents would have sold me to a brothel, where I would have lived my life as a courtesan, ultimately perishing under the oppression of some powerful figure. Meanwhile, my parents would use the money from selling me to secure a good wife for my brother in the future. Ning Yao choked on her tears, as she had never shared her past with anyone. Yet in front of Gu Changxing, her history seemed utterly exposed, which left her feeling defeated. Gu Changxing tilted his head, observing the tear-streaked Ning Yao, and spoke softly. You are not at fault. Your family is to blame. There is no need for you to weep. Slowly, Ning Yao raised her head, her tearful eyes fixed on Gu Changxing. If you were truly immortal, you would not utter such words. Although you feign emotion, I know all your feelings are false. Nothing can stir your heart. Your spirit has long since withered like dead wood. Very well. Hearing Ning Yao's words, Gu Changxing suddenly smiled. I retract my previous statement. In truth, both you and Sister Hongli were personally chosen by me. Old Mu merely acts on my behalf. Ning Yao, still lost in her sorrow, did not shift her emotions upon hearing Gu Changxing declare that she was not replaceable. You do not understand, Ning Yao said, wiping her tears and whispering. Gu Changxing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. I know all that exists in this world. The emotions you possess, I once could empathize with, but for the present me, I truly do not comprehend. Mortals spend their lives experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, navigating their existence. Gu Changxing gazed at the patterns in his palm, as if observing the entirety of humanity, and softly said, Yet for me, all beings in this world, even those who ascend to the rank of a mortal emperor, are still mere mortals, are they not? The immortal emperor may perish, yet I shall not. Never. But the price, as Ning Yao has said, is a heart as dry as wood. It seems he has lost all emotions, devoid of curiosity about everything. Fortunately, he still has tasks to accomplish. That undertaking is arduous. Even he finds it challenging. It is precisely because of this endeavor that he repeatedly rises, unwilling to lie down. Once, he encountered a sage who seemed to perceive the desolation of his heart, like dead wood, and imparted a piece of wisdom. When you cease to feel disappointment towards the world and no longer harbor hope, you may wish to wander among mortals. Those fragile lives will teach you many truths. I hope you still hold love for the world. Thus, Gu Changxing often walked among mortals, though his elevated position made him feel out of place when he did so. The reason he hesitated to embark on cultivation was due to his desire to exist longer as a mortal. Had it not been for the urgent need of the heavenly sword Dao sect, he would likely still be toiling in a peasant's field. Gu Changxing shifted his gaze from his hands to the astonished Ning Yao and smiled faintly. I must say, Ning Yao, you also look quite lovely when you cry. Truly a beautiful sight in this world. The more beauty I behold, the more I can cherish humanity. Hearing Gu Changxing's nonsensical words, Ning Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. At that moment, she finally emerged from her sorrow, softly asking, Do I still need to confess anything to you? Gu Changxing's smile faded, his expression becoming serious. Of course, since you are to wholeheartedly integrate into Longmin Mountain, you will need to conduct a thorough review. Ning Yao lightly tapped her head, returning to the initial topic. She had received a message from the ancestral master at the Asking Heart Palace, learning about the matters concerning the elder of the old tomb, and had come to the Heavenly Sword Sect. However, Ning Yao had never encountered that elder of the old tomb. Even the memories of being taken to the Asking Heart Palace by the old tomb were hazy. Thus, she wished to test the ancient Chongqing, as mentioned by the elder of the old tomb. The marriage pact with the Jun family was one aspect, the actions of Master Yu Chuyun were another, and the Demon Extermination Coalition was the third. These were all calculations made by Ning Yao in accordance with the larger situation, and of course, throughout the entire process, Ning Yao never acted with intent. Aside from displaying some excessive emotions when dissolving the marriage with the Jun family, she managed to keep her actions inconspicuous. For instance, all of Yu Chuyun's behavior after Ning Yao chose to remain at Longmin Mountain was precisely what she had anticipated. As she understood Yu Chuyun's temperament and knew that Yu Chuyun was the staunchest supporter of her union with the Jun family. However, there lay a rather ridiculous reason behind this. In her youth, Yu Chuyun had a marriage pact with the Jun family, which ultimately came to an abrupt end due to the tragic demise of a Jun family scion. This had always plagued Yu Chuyun's heart, leading her to desire a renewed alliance with the Jun family. Unable to achieve this herself, she thus set her sights on Ning Yao. Ning Yao's union with the Jun family was, in essence, a result of Yu Chuyun's relentless efforts. Yet, Ning Yao's experiences had instilled in her a profound aversion to those who sought to manipulate her life. While Yu Chuyun believed she was acting in Ning Yao's best interest, in reality, she only made Ning Yao feel an overwhelming sense of malice. Initially intending merely to probe ancient Chongqing, if he indeed possessed any capability, Yu Chuyun would surely face repercussions. Conversely, if ancient Chongqing proved inept, Ning Yao would then decide whether to return to the Asking Heart Palace based on the aftermath of Yu Chuyun's probing. In this manner, Ning Yao achieved a dual benefit. From her perspective, she was entirely unaware of who ancient Chongqing was or what his true nature entailed. Even the elder of the old tomb, who had granted her immense kindness, was a visage she could not recall. Under her scheming, Yu Chuyun attempted to probe, ultimately failing and meeting her demise at the hands of ancient Chongqing. Can you tell me how you and Hongli deduced that it was my scheme? After reflecting on the events, Ning Yao gazed at ancient Chongqing and softly inquired. She mused that she had not intervened at all, nor had she erred in any regard. The brilliance of her scheme lay in the fact that she had flowed with the tide from beginning to end. Remaining inconspicuous, ancient Chongqing, placing his right hand over his left chest, smiled gently and replied, "Because our hearts beat in unison. The heart will reveal all answers." Chapter 60. The doing you speak of and the doing I refer to are not one and the same. Ancient Chongqing was the first to step out of the thatched cottage, reclining on a rocking chair under the shade of a tree. Hongli kept her eyes closed, still meditating beneath the tree. After a while, Ning Yao emerged from the house, covering her left chest with her hand, murmuring to herself. Hongli quietly opened her eyes, gazing at Ning Yao. Upon observing Ning Yao's actions, she pursed her lips tightly, casting a sidelong glance at ancient Chongqing, who was humming an unknown tune while reclining in the rocking chair. Feeling inexplicably alarmed, as ancient Chongqing ceased his humming, Hongli promptly closed her eyes. Her heartbeat quickening, with a helpless expression, ancient Chongqing sat up, looking at Hongli and lamenting, "Sister Hongli, it's one thing if others do not understand me, but I have been with you since the first day I came up the mountain. You still do not understand me?" Hongli did not open her eyes nor respond. Ancient Chongqing reclined back, calling out, "Sister Ning Yao, come quickly and clarify the rumors." Still pondering the implications of ancient Chongqing's last words, Ning Yao gradually came to her senses. Hearing that ancient Chongqing needed her to clarify, she could not help but smile faintly, then immediately adopted a tearful expression, looking pitifully at Hongli. "Clarify? What rumors should I clarify?" Subsequently, she seemed to feign a sense of fear towards ancient Chongqing, her demeanor awkwardly addressing Hongli. "Hongli, do not think too much. Just now in the house, ancient Chongqing truly did nothing. He even kindly comforted me." The more Ning Yao insisted on this, the more Hong Li's scalp tingled. for she knew that Ning Yao's words should be interpreted in reverse. It was over. Ancient Changsheng was indeed a little lecher. Sister Ning Yao, have you forsaken your own innocence? Ancient Changsheng was also left dumbfounded. Tio slander me. You truly have put in a great deal of effort. Ning Yao hastily waved her hands. No, everything I said is true. Hong Li subtly shifted her position. Ancient Changsheng grinned widely. At last, Ning Yao revealed a hint of a joyful smile. However, before her smile could fully blossom, Ancient Changsheng exclaimed with a grin, Sister Hong Li. To be frank, Sister Ning Yao has already succumbed to me. You are next, but your body has yet to mature, so I will wait 2 more years. Although Ning Yao enjoyed meticulous thoughts, she had ultimately never experienced matters of intimacy between men and women. Being so overtly stated by Ancient Changsheng, her face immediately flushed crimson, and with a scoff, she fled. Ancient Changsheng burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the originally concerned Hong Li, believing Ancient Changsheng had ulterior motives towards Ning Yao, finally felt relieved and dared to open her eyes. Ancient Changsheng turned to look at the blushing Hong Li, puzzled. Aren't you afraid anymore? Hong Li bit her silver teeth, lightly scolding, little brat. Ancient Changsheng chuckled. You dare to turn the tables? Just wait. Once I grow up, you'll be the first to go down. Ancient Changsheng huffed. The usually reticent Hong Li rarely engaged in banter with Ancient Changsheng. Then I shall take you down before you grow up. Ancient Changsheng waved his hand. You misunderstood. Hong Li asked in confusion. What do you mean? Ancient Changsheng replied with utmost seriousness. The doing you speak of and the doing I refer to are not one and the same. Hong Li was momentarily stunned, her face suddenly flushing, as she muttered, You shameless. Having gone to prepare a meal, Ning Yao caught wind of their playful banter and could not help but reveal a slight smile. Perhaps Ancient Changsheng was not as terrifying as she had imagined. After the discussion within the house, Ning Yao found herself somewhat concerned for Ancient Changsheng. Could his parched heart truly experience a renaissance? Perhaps she and Hong Li were indeed irreplaceable. However, before Ning Yao could dwell further on this thought, a young woman clad in purple appeared outside the gates of the Heavenly Sword sect. Identifying herself as Ziyin, seeking an audience with Ancient Changsheng. Beside her was another young woman, who wore a vigilant expression. Why have you brought me to this place? Lu Yingying spoke in a low tone. Do you know that I am the direct disciple of the Songhai Holy Land? Ziyin looked at Lu Yingying and sighed softly. So what? Lu Yingying furrowed her brow. What exactly do you intend to do? She had just been out on a mission and happened to pass by a dynasty, planning to slay demons and eradicate evil. Unexpectedly, she encountered this girl named Ziyin. Before she could react, she fell into unconsciousness. By the time she awakened, they were already nearing the gates of the Heavenly Sword sect. Ziyin continued to gaze at the gates of the Heavenly Sword sect, softly saying, You will know soon. The disciples stationed at the gates of the Heavenly Sword sect were somewhat tense upon witnessing the dispute between the two stunning beauties. Fortunately, in recent days, numerous formidable experts from various top sects had visited the Heavenly Sword sect, so they were not entirely intimidated. They merely awaited in silence. Lu Yingying pondered Ziyin's intentions, while Ziyin was lost in thought, her mind filled with the image of that 11-year-old boy. The events of the previous day at Huangliang Tower were still vivid in her memory. The innkeeper had instructed that Lu Zhijian's daughter be sent to the Heavenly Sword sect. Connecting this with the information she had secretly gathered, she finally comprehended. That 11-year-old boy was actually Ancient Changsheng, the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, renowned throughout the Eastern Wilderness. No wonder he could stir up such turbulence within a small sect like the Heavenly Sword sect. His strength was indeed terrifying. While the world believed that the Heavenly Sword sect had a mysterious ancestor, little did they know that this enigmatic figure did not exist at all. Everything stemmed from Ancient Changsheng. Ladies, please follow me. The disciple responsible for relaying messages to Longmin Mountain returned and addressed Ziyin and Lu Yingying. Thank you, young sir, Ziyin replied with a slight bow. Such a simple gesture left the disciple at the gates utterly smitten. Enchantress, Lu Yingying could not help but snort coldly at the sight. Ziyin chuckled lightly, offering no rebuttal. After all, she was not human, so being called an enchantress was not unfounded. The two followed the disciple to Longmin Mountain. Yingying. At the Longmin Mountain dojo, Elder Lu, who had received word in advance, was already waiting. Upon seeing Lu Yingying, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Lu Yingying was taken aback, watching the rapidly approaching Elder Lu Zhijian, her body shaking in astonishment. Father, aren't you in seclusion within the sect? How could you be here? Lu Yingying was incredulous, yet filled with immense joy, for she had not seen her father in years. Each time she inquired at the sect, they would inform her that her father was in seclusion for life and death. She had even begun to fear that her father had perished. Elder Lu, feeling quite emotional, sighed, "It's a long story. It is a great fortune for us to reunite. This fairy, please proceed to the back mountain. The senior brother awaits you there," the guiding disciple said to Ziyin. Ziyin nodded slightly. "May I ask for your esteemed name, so I may repay your kindness in the future?" Elder Lu quickly bowed to Ziyin. However, Lu Yingying interjected angrily, "Father, this person is an enchantress. It was indeed she who abducted her daughter to this place." The fifth elder's expression grew stern. "Do not be disrespectful. All of this is at the behest of the father." Lu Yingying was instantly taken aback. Ziyin smiled faintly, refraining from disclosing her name, and departed unhurriedly. Frankly speaking, were it not for Gu Changxing's presence, these individuals would not have been worthy of her company, let alone inquiring about her name. Chapter 61. Having finished reading, there are a total of 99 great imperial sects and long-life families. Behind Longmin Mountain, beneath the shade of a tree, Hongli sat in meditation. Ning Yao and Gu Changxing were partaking in a meal. Ziyin stood a short distance away. Despite Gu Changxing's invitation, she dared not approach the table, merely stating that she had come to report a matter. Ning Yao cast a sidelong glance at Ziyin, then turned her gaze to Gu Changxing, delicately savoring the glistening spiritual rice, her lips fragrant. Ziyin sensed the presence of outsiders, hence refrained from speaking directly. Gu Changxing, gnawing on a fragrant roasted chicken leg, mumbled indistinctly, "Have we gathered the list?" "A list?" Ning Yao and Hongli exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued, and leaned in to listen. Realizing that Gu Changxing did not seem to mind Ning Yao and Hongli's presence, Ziyin respectfully replied, "In response to your inquiry, my lord, the list from the Eastern Wilderness Dao State, along with other nearby Dao states, has been compiled. Bring it forth." After finishing the chicken leg, Gu Changxing tossed it aside and brought a large plate of braised sturgeon before him. First inhaling its aroma with delight before using chopsticks to select a piece of tender fish, allowing it to blossom on his taste buds. A stack of jade slips appeared in Ziyin's hands as she glided towards the dining table. Presenting them with both hands, Gu Changxing did not even glance at them. "Sister Ning Yao, please review." Ning Yao hesitated for a moment, setting down her utensils to rise and accept the jade slips. Offering a slight bow to Ziyin, Ziyin hastily returned the courtesy and stepped aside. "Read it to me," Gu Changxing instructed, continuing to serve himself. Ning Yao unfurled the jade slips, her eyebrows lifting in surprise. Why does it seem that all the names belong to the great imperial sects? Suppressing her curiosity, Ning Yao parted her lips, her voice ethereal and melodious. "In the Eastern Wilderness Dao State's central region, the Jun family, the Taihuang Emperor sect, the Nameless Pavilion," she recited, enumerating the dominant forces of the Eastern Wilderness Dao State. Besides the central region, the Li Hua Emperor sect from the southern region was also listed. The eastern, western, and northern regions naturally had their names included as well, all ancient legacies governing their respective territories. Eventually, names from other Dao states outside the Eastern Wilderness Dao State appeared. These were largely unfamiliar to Ning Yao. After a considerable time, she finally closed the jade slips and addressed Gu Changxing. "I have finished reading. There are a total of 99 factions, all of which are either great imperial sects or long-life families." Ziyin added, "Indeed." Ning Yao's heart trembled. "So it is." Unable to contain her inquiry, she asked Gu Changxing. He waved his hand dismissively, addressing Ziyin. "Since you are not partaking in the meal, I shall not keep you. Return and inform your master that dreams of grandeur come in various forms. I shall not disturb your meal any longer. I take my leave." Although Ziyin did not grasp the meaning of the final statement, she committed it to memory to report back as she retreated from the mountainside. She transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, vanishing from sight. Yu Chongqing set down his utensils, reclining in his chair. Patting his round belly and burping contentedly, Sister Ning Yao's cooking has become increasingly delightful. At this rate, I shall grow plump. Ning Yao handed the jade slips to Gu Chongqing. He waved his hand, saying, "This is of little use now. Later, you may present it to the Grand Elder and inform them that these pertain to the forces targeting the Heavenly Sword Dao sect from 40,000 years ago." "What?" Ning Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Hong Li opened her eyes, a glint of intrigue flickering within. So many forces besieged the Heavenly Sword Dao sect back then? Ning Yao gently covered her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. That great battle nearly obliterated the Heavenly Sword Dao sect, leaving only a remnant that fled to this place to survive. However, specifics regarding that battle remain shrouded in secrecy among many ancient lineages. Reluctant to mention it, even Ning Yao, once the Holy Maiden of the Heart Inquiry Palace, knew little of the matter. Yu Chongqing chuckled. Had they not sent so many, they would have been vanquished one by the Heavenly Sword Dao sect. Ning Yao was taken aback. Was the Heavenly Sword Dao sect so powerful at that time? Gu Chongqing stroked his chin thoughtfully. I vaguely recall that among the top-tier great imperial sects within the true 3,000 Dao states, the Heavenly Sword Dao sect certainly held a place. The so-called true 3,000 Dao states encompass all the holy domains. This matter touches upon another issue I have yet to investigate, so I shall not elaborate further. Yu Chongqing left it at that. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to astonish Ning Yao and Hong Li. While they were aware that the Heavenly Sword Dao sect was formidable in the past, they were unprepared for its true magnitude. You two should focus on your cultivation. Even if we do not seek trouble, those forces will inevitably come knocking at the Heavenly Sword Dao sect's door. Gu Chongqing rose and walked towards the rocking chair beneath the shade, preparing to sleep once more. Ning Yao and Hong Li exchanged glances, their spirits weighed down by the revelation. It was indeed time to step up their efforts. Otherwise, relying solely on Gu Chongqing during every conflict would render them utterly ineffective. Both Hong Li and Ning Yao were strong-willed women, unwilling to allow themselves to be seen as useless. Ning Yao waved her hand to tidy up the remnants of the meal, taking the jade slips to meet the Grand Elder and the others. When the Grand Elder and the others comprehended the significance behind the list, their previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of profound gravity. After delivering the jade slips, Ning Yao returned to Longmin Mountain, sitting cross-legged beside Gu Chongqing to cultivate. Meanwhile, a matter arose at the Heart Inquiry Palace regarding the handling of the situation with Yu Chuan. The Heart Inquiry Palace, aware of its culpability and with great respect for the old tomb, dispatched the former Holy Maiden, who had had past dealings with Elder Su Ling, to resolve the issue. Ultimately, the matter concluded with the Heart Inquiry Palace compensating with some high-quality spiritual veins. Su Ling intended to refuse, but considering that the victim was Gu Chongqing, he felt he had no right to decline the compensation on his behalf, thus reluctantly accepting. Subsequently, under the peculiar gazes of Liang Baishan and Yin Yunzhan, he walked through the mountains with the former Holy Maiden of the Heart Inquiry Palace, reminiscing about the past. This seemed like an ordinary day. However, for the Li Hua Emperor sect, it was a day of unparalleled terror. It was only now that the Li Hua Emperor sect realized that their great hall had been obliterated, along with the auras of the sect leader and the various elders, all eradicated. This incident stirred a tremendous uproar within the Li Hua Emperor sect. Even though the Li Hua Emperor had appeared to take charge, sternly warning against any leaks, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. In such a colossal entity as a great imperial sect, factions abound, not to mention that there were spies from rival forces infiltrated within. Thus, the news spread swiftly, with the assistance of interested parties in the southern region. The information rapidly swept across the eastern wilderness Dao state, overshadowing the reports of the Heavenly Sword Dao sect's annihilation of the demon-slaying coalition. Despite the Heavenly Sword Dao sect's formidable display, no one connected it to them. After all, that was the core of the Li Hua Emperor sect, a place only accessible to the highest echelons of the sect. Even if the mysterious old ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Dao sect possessed immense power, it was implausible for them to achieve such an act unnoticed. Could it be that the seal on the demonic realm imposed by the Li Hua Emperor sect had been lifted? Some ancient beings from other great imperial sects voiced such conjectures. In an instant, the entire southern region's cultivation community was engulfed in trepidation. Chapter 62. I am the chief. Do you understand what being the chief entails? This matter escalated dramatically. For those factions opposed to the Li Hua Emperor sect, the more chaos, the better. Fortunately, at the peak of the turmoil, the Li Hua Emperor declared that the demonic realm's gate had not shifted. Should anyone continue to speak recklessly, they would face off on the life and death stage of the Eastern Wilderness Dao state. The authority of a generation's emperor was still formidable, gradually calming the chaos. However, for the Li Hua Emperor sect, they would undoubtedly endure a painful transition period. Consequently, when noon of the following day arrived, outside the gates of the Heavenly Sword Dao sect, the 4 divine guards of the Jun family, along with several other sect elders from the southern region who had not redeemed themselves, were brought forth for execution, garnering the attention of various factions within the southern region. Naturally, the Jun family was also observing. Surprisingly, however, the Jun family did not respond extensively. They had uncovered something of greater significance. In the midsection of the demon-slaying ridge, at the juncture of the southern and central regions, a mysterious phenomenon had emerged, suggesting the potential opening of an ancient cave realm. This event piqued the interest not only of the Jun family but also of numerous powerful factions in the central and southern regions. The occurrence transpired earlier that very morning. Have the people from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion gone to assess it? They have. It has been nearly confirmed that the ancient cave realm is indeed opening. The opening of the ancient cave realm, teeming with countless opportunities and possibly containing complete legacies from ancient times, must be seized. This has stirred excitement among the upper echelons of various factions. In the vast expanse of the universe, there are 3,000 realms. Despite the presence of numerous emperors and celestial sects in these realms, as well as the long-established families of immortals, none can fully grasp the infinite mysteries of the cosmos. The opening of ancient caverns heralds the arrival of opportunities. In the heart of the 3,000 realms, a temporal secret realm once emerged, drawing countless prodigies into its depths and igniting the prodigy wars across the realms. From that generation, many unparalleled geniuses, adorned with the stature of emperors, ascended together to the sacred domain, where they now exude their indomitable might. Thus, the emergence of each ancient cavern captures the attention of major factions, for it could potentially mirror the temporal secret realm of the Central Land. Not only other factions, but even the beleaguered Li Hua Emperor sect has opted to dispatch individuals. From the distant north, west, and east regions, emissaries are steadily making their way here. Conversely, the Tianjian Dao sect, located merely 20,000 miles from the Demon Slayer Ridge in the south, remains unmoved, seemingly content to observe the unfolding events. In the words of the sect's higher-ups, having finally encountered a significant incident to divert others' attention, they find themselves adequately supplied with cultivation resources and see no need to take risks. Had it been the previous Tianjian Dao sect, they might have ventured forth to explore the ancient caverns. However, with the abundance of cultivation resources they now possess, they feel no compulsion to gamble, lest they become targets once more. After vanquishing 4 divine guards from the Jun family and some elders from other sects, today's Tianjian Dao sect clearly has little else to occupy their time. Each peak is focused on cultivation. Jiyu Changxing and his companions remain diligently training on Longmin Mountain. As evening falls, a gentle breeze stirs. Gu Changxing slowly opens his eyes. Hong Li and Ning Yao seem to sense something, awakening from their meditative states. What is it? Ning Yao inquires softly. Jiyu Changxing smiles slightly, turning to Hong Li, and asks, Sister Hong Li, having spent 15 years on Longmin Mountain since the age of 1, have you ever considered descending the mountain? Hong Li raises an eyebrow slightly. Are you planning to descend? Gu Changxing, resting his hands behind his head, replies leisurely, Of course I intend to. Hong Li nods lightly. Very well. Despite her reluctance to leave, she will naturally accompany Gu Changxing. Ning Yao blinks. I want to descend as well. Gu Changxing chuckles. Then let us all go and bring Chun Qingqing along. Buzz. No sooner had Gu Changxing spoken than Elder Si arrived with Chun Qingqing, a serious expression on his face. Little Changxing, recently you all must not wander around the sect. Take good care of Qingqing. Although Qin Qingqing had claimed just yesterday that she would no longer pay Gu Chongqing any mind, she found herself brought back to Longmin Mountain today. Fidgeting as she called out, "Senior brother, didn't you say you wouldn't care about me anymore?" Unexpectedly, Gu Chongqing directly questioned her. Qin Qingqing, still young, felt frozen at his question, unsure how to respond to him. "Elder C, what is happening?" Ning Yao inquired of Elder C. Elder C sighed, revealing no concealment. "Didn't Sherbwa go to find the sect leader on your behalf? He discovered the sect leader's trace at the Demon Slayer Ridge, but was unable to contact him. Then, a tremendous phenomenon manifested there, prompting the people from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to rush over, predicting that an ancient cavern will open at the Demon Slayer Ridge. Sherbwa suspects that the sect leader has fallen into the ancient cavern." Elder C's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze on Gu Chongqing. "Do you remember what I told you previously? The sect leader's safety is paramount. Thus we must make a trip to the Demon Slayer Ridge regardless of the circumstances." Upon hearing Elder C's words, Hong Li and Ning Yao exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. In a wonder, Gu Chongqing suddenly expressed a desire to descend. "The reason must lie here. Let us go." Gu Chongqing smiled. "Indeed." Elder C nodded. "This time, Lu Zhijian will remain at the sect. Just keep an eye on him." Gu Chongqing shook his head. "You misunderstand. I meant for us to go together." Elder C raised an eyebrow. "What do you intend to do?" Elder C glared at Gu Changxing. Gu Chongqing replied, "I have matters to discuss with the sect leader. He has kept me waiting too long, and since we tracked his whereabouts, I naturally intend to go." "Nonsense," Elder C chastised. "Do you realize that once the ancient cavern opens, the top-tier forces from the 5 major domains of the Eastern Wasteland will dispatch individuals, and with such powerful beings present, you, despite wielding the Tianjian, are merely a mortal. Their methods are manifold, and they may very well bypass the Tianjian and directly eliminate you. With our strength, we may not be able to protect you. But I have Sister Hongli and Sister Ning Yao with me, don't I?" Gu Chongqing replied nonchalantly, then turned to Qin Qingqing, smiling. "And if worse comes to worst, there's still Qin Qingqing." Qin Qingqing, bewildered, looked up. "What does this have to do with me?" Elder C waved his sleeve, scoffing. "Do not jest. Qingqing has just entered the congruence realm, and to enter would be a dead end for you. A mere mortal, it is even more inadvisable. Other matters can be negotiated, but this cannot," Elder C asserted solemnly. Qin Qingqing felt unjustly accused. "Why have I become a dead end all of a sudden?" Gu Chongqing rolled his eyes. "Enough. You're acting all authoritative now. I am the chief here. Do you understand what that means?" Elder C's face darkened. "Regardless, it is not permissible. Enough. You all stay within the sect. I shall lead the expedition." Just then, an elderly voice suddenly resonated from a short distance, startling Elder C. Upon seeing the frail elder in tattered robes, his surprise turned to joy. Sword Ancestor? Chapter 63. The return of the Sword Ancestor. Qi Jianlong had returned. The elder, renowned as the preeminent sword master of the Eastern Wasteland for the past 3,000 years, still concealed his brilliance, appearing as an ordinary old man, even clad in tattered garments. As Sword Ancestor spoke, Elder C ceased his chatter and quietly departed. Since the Sword Ancestor returned to the sect, he had come directly to Longmin Mountain, clearly bearing important words for Gu Chongqing. "Senior," Ning Yao greeted respectfully. Hong Li, however, disregarded the Sword Ancestor, rising to return to her quarters. Qi Jianlong was taken aback, shaking his head with a smile. Ning Yao led Qin Qingqing back indoors, allowing Gu Chongqing and the elder to converse privately. The elder shook his shabby gray robe, settling into a rocking chair under the shade, and reclined beside Gu Chongqing with a contented sigh. "No wonder I've heard you've been lounging around Longmin Mountain doing nothing. This feeling is indeed quite pleasant." Gu Chongqing glanced at the elder, replying flatly, "It seems your recent outings have yielded fruitful results." The elder unscrewed a flask from his waist, taking a swig of strong liquor, and chuckled. "One elder from each of the 7 sacred grounds has perished. One divine ancestor from the Xintian sacred ground was cleaved in half, though I spared him. This flask was taken from him, containing the exclusive brew of the Xintian sacred ground. Care to have a taste?" "Never mind, you're still too young for it. Perhaps when you've grown older," the elder mused. taking another sip for himself. Gu Chongqing smiled faintly, and a silence enveloped them. After a while, the elder hoarsely inquired, regarding the Li Hua Emperor sect, who was responsible? Gu Chongqing shook his head slightly. That is not important, the elder retorted. No, it is crucial, as it pertains to the future rise of the Tianjin Dao sect. Gu Chongqing remained noncommittal, softly stating, I had someone compile a list of the forces that besieged the Tianjin Dao sect back then. You may consult the Grand Elder regarding it. The elder furrowed his brow. Was this left for you by old Mu? Gu Chongqing shrugged. The elder sighed. That fellow remains as enigmatic as ever in terms of age. Not even Shi Zhiwang and the others can compare, and I even suspect he might be the reincarnation of a certain ancient ancestor. Enough of that. Let us discuss the matter of the Demon Slayer Ridge. The elder waved his hand, his expression serious. Before returning to the sect, I visited the Demon Slayer Ridge, and indeed, an ancient cavern has opened, with the sect leader likely ensnared within that object with the sect leader? Gu Chongqing asked. The elder shook his head slightly. Only the past sect leaders know of this matter. I have never served as sect leader, and thus the secrets elude me. Are you curious about that object? The elder scrutinized Gu Chongqing, raising his eyebrows. Curiosity is a human trait. Gu Chongqing smiled faintly. Oh. The elder feigned surprise. You are quite young, yet your words hold considerable wisdom. Gu Chongqing did not delve deeper into this topic, softly stating, the scripture pavilion holds two core techniques of the Tianjin Dao sect. While the ancient cavern has not fully opened, you should go take a look. The elder was not surprised, although he had been away. He had kept a close watch on the sect's affairs. Are you eager to send me away? The elder grumbled. Gu Chongqing yawned. We're not yet at the point of having a leisurely chat. The elder inquired with a smile. When will that be? Gu Chongqing reclined in the rocking chair, pointing skyward. Naturally, it will be when you ascend to the sacred domain. The elder's smile gradually faded as he raised an eyebrow. You, my young friend, seem to harbor quite a few secrets. How did he know I intend to ascend to the sacred domain? Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes, speaking slowly. Enough. We will discuss it then. No need to overthink it. The elderly man once again broke into a smile, extending the wine gourd in his hand towards Gu Chongqing, remarking, I believe you are far more suited to indulge in this drink than I am. Gu Chongqing, with a visage of disdain, retorted, I have no desire for what you have tasted. The old man immediately retracted his offer, playfully chiding, I had no intention of bestowing it upon you anyway. Off I go with that. He vanished into thin-aired. Qi Jinlong, capable of slaying heavenly deities, could have ascended to the sacred realm long ago. It was merely his lingering concerns that held him back. Had it not been for the powerful beings from the sacred realm descending 3,000 years prior, leveraging the Tianjin Dao sect as a threat, Qi Jinlong might have already established his invincibility across the 3,000 Dao prefectures of the lower realms. Among the prodigies of his generation, who had not witnessed his unmatched prowess, had Qi Jinlong chosen to be more ruthless back then, disregarding the Tianjin Dao sect and confronting the sacred realm's might, he would surely have inscribed a legendary chapter of slaying saints in the lower realms. Yet, since that time, Qi Jinlong had gone into hiding, sealing his 3-foot sword atop the snowy peaks of the North Domain Sword Pavilion. Completely withdrawing from the world, he lay dormant for 3 millennia. In recent days, his unsheathing of the sword had subtly stifled the surging advancement of his cultivation. Should he continue to ascend, it would necessitate his ascension to the sacred realm. This was precisely why he refrained from further drawing his sword and returned to the Tianjin Dao sect. Qi Jinlong's return filled the previously overcast Tianjin Dao sect with elation. The sect convened and resolved that Qi Jinlong would personally lead an expedition to the Demon Slayer Ridge. Initially, the sect had only intended for the higher-ups to venture forth, primarily to rescue the sect leader. However, with Qi Jinlong at the helm, the objective shifted. A selection of youthful disciples from the 5 peaks would accompany him. The ancient cave was often more suited for the adventurous spirit of the young, and the lineage seemed to favor the youth. The future, after all, belonged to them. All the elders were in agreement, save for a singular contention regarding Gu Chongqing and Chan Qingqing. The elders believed that both were too young. One had yet to embark on his cultivation journey, while the other had just begun. However, Qi Jinlong insisted that regardless of their age, they must descend the mountain to gain experience and witness the world's heroes. This was a precious opportunity, and even if they did not enter the ancient cave, they could still observe the world outside. Ultimately, it was decided that Gu Chongqing and Chen Qingqing would also join the expedition. The following morning, the selected disciples of the Five Peaks gathered at the Longmin Mountain Dojo. The eldest disciple of the Five Peaks was among them. Additionally, Lu Yingying, the daughter of elder Lu Zhijian, also appeared in the ranks. It was clear that Lu Zhijian had informed Lu Yingying of the circumstances and had requested a quota from the sect. The sect, considering Lu Yingying's integration into the community, acknowledged that this could alter Lu Zhijian's loyalty, hence they consented. Standing among the group, Lu Yingying displayed a somewhat aloof demeanor, as the strength of the Five Peaks' eldest disciples paled in comparison to her own. Her father had already advised her to only be wary of Ning Yao and Hong Li. Naturally, fostering a good relationship with the illustrious Gu Chongqing, who bore the demeanor of an emperor and had gained fame at a tender age, was also of importance. However, after waiting at Longmin Mountain for quite some time without sight of Gu Chongqing, her impatience began to surface. Yet, seeing her father also waiting, she suppressed her irritation as the sun rose high. Just as the disciples from each peak began to voice their grievances, Gu Chongqing leisurely arrived with Hong Li, Ning Yao, and Chen Qingqing. "Good morning, everyone," Gu Chongqing greeted with a wave. Master brother, Liang Hong took the lead in paying his respects to Gu Chongqing. The disciples of Tianjian Peak, seeing their master brother bow, naturally followed suit, also remembering to pay their respects to Hong Li and Ning Yao. The remaining disciples from other peaks also joined in the salutation. Any lingering resentment dissipated upon the sight of Hong Li and Ning Yao. "You, sleeping until this hour?" Elder Four seized the opportunity to reprimand him. Gu Chongqing chuckled. "Elder Four, are you not in a hurry to practice the sword control technique today?" Upon hearing this, not only the disciples of Renjian Peak, but those from the other peaks wore expressions of peculiar amusement, though they stifled their laughter. The tale of Elder Four practicing the frog sword control technique had already spread throughout the sect. Gu Chongqing's remark brought to mind vivid imagery of that scenario. Elder Three couldn't help but tease, "Old Four, when will you teach the master brother?" Elder Four grinned. "Want to learn? I shan't teach you." Elder Three chuckled in disbelief. "You rascal. Well then, since everyone is present, let us prepare to set off," Elder One interjected, halting their banter. Following this, Elder One cast a glance towards the sword ancestor, who was leaning against the moon-watching stone. Meditating with his eyes closed, Qi Jianlong, as usual, donned his tattered gray robe. A true master must possess a certain style. Qi Jianlong removed the wine gourd from his waist and tossed it lightly. Buzz! Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the gourd swelled in the wind, instantly expanding to a colossal 300 zhong. Qi Jianlong vanished in a flash and stood at the forefront of the gourd, with a mere wave of his sleeve causing the other disciples to find themselves at the rear of the gourd in the blink of an eye. This display ignited a fervor within all the disciples, who pondered when they might wield such extraordinary prowess. Without any apparent effort on Qi Jianlong's part, the gourd ascended into the sky, soaring beyond the mountain gates. The Longmin Mountain Dojo, the four esteemed elders, alongside the protectors of each peak, stood with hands clasped as they bid farewell to the departing disciples. "May your journey be prosperous," the resounding voice echoed, resonating in the ears of all present. Some wished to glance back, but Qi Jianlong's calm voice interjected, "Do not look back." Despite their confusion, they complied with the sword ancestor's words. Gu Chongqing couldn't help but smile faintly. This tradition still endures. Qi Jianlong sighed softly. Let this be a remnant of the elders' lingering reluctance. Perhaps these meaningless customs should have faded long ago. Gu Chongqing held his tongue on the matter. The wine gourd sailed like a vessel through the skies, gliding over mountains and rivers that receded beneath them. The Demon Slayer Ridge lay 20,000 li away from the Tianjian Dao sect. For mortals, such a distance was immeasurable. However, for cultivators, it was trivial. Once a cultivator enters the first realm of the middle four realms, they can traverse the skies with ease. Even cultivators of the lower 5 realms can fly using their true energy. For Qi Jianlong, traversing 20,000 li was merely a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, this time he chose not to hasten. seemingly allowing the younger generation of the sect to savor the magnificence of the landscape. To behold the beauty of this world, meanwhile, at this very moment, the Demon Slayer Ridge, straddling the boundary between the south and central domains, was alive with activity. Even the skies above bore witness to resplendent divine palaces. Following the Tianji Pavilion's verification of the ancient cave's authenticity, various factions descended overnight. The powerful beings from the north, west, and east domains traversed the night to arrive. Surrounding the skies above the Demon Slayer Ridge, diverse forces gazed intently at the entrance, which resembled a swirling black hole. Nearby, two elderly figures hovered, solemn in demeanor, each wielding a compass as they circled the entrance. After a moment, they returned to the cliff. Exchanging troubled glances. "Elders, have you discerned anything?" inquired a poised young man clad in white. Clasping his hands in respect, one of the elders nodded slightly, stating, "This ancient cave is not a grand cave. Only cultivators of the lower 5 realms and middle 4 realms may enter." Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes brightened, for he was precisely a practitioner of the middle 4 realms. Not being among the upper 3 realms meant the competition would be significantly diminished. "Thank you for the guidance, esteemed elders." The white-clad youth soared into the divine palace above the heavens. Outside the palace, a massive azure banner billowed, emblazoned with a Grand June character in cursive. The G family of the Immortal Mountain. This was a renowned longevity lineage from the central domain. Report to the young master, this ancient cave only permits entry for cultivators of the middle 4 realms and lower 5 realms. Upon entering the divine palace, the white-clad youth bowed respectfully to the young man seated at the main throne, eyes closed in meditation. The hall was also occupied by a dozen young men and women, all clad in white, evidently the elite of the G family's younger generation. Upon hearing the remarks of the white-clad youth, the others furrowed their brows. In that case, the young master cannot personally visit the ancient cave. Not to worry. If the young master cannot attend, we shall retrieve all treasures from within the ancient cave on his behalf. As the discussions among the crowd intensified, the young man at the main seat gently tapped the armrest of his chair. Instantly, the hall fell silent. The young man slowly opened his eyes, and within their depths lay the terrifying spectacle of a vanishing universe, imbued with an overwhelming, domineering aura. "It matters not if one cannot go. Let there be no contention. What news have you gathered?" He spoke slowly, his tone indifferent. The previously kneeling white-clad youth remained respectful, replying, "The sect leader of the Tianjian Dao sect is suspected to be trapped within the ancient cave. According to reports, the sect is gathering the 5 Peaks disciples, including Gu Changsheng, who are currently en route to this location. This declaration, the other attendees erupted once more. "Young master, that Gu Changsheng dares to vie for women with you. He truly does not know his own mortality. Once he arrives, we shall challenge him." Upon hearing this, the young master cast a cold gaze at the speaker. Boom. The youth's face turned pale, and he quickly knelt, exclaiming, "I spoke rashly. Please forgive me, young master." The young man spoke with an air of indifference. The matter concerning Ning Yao has no bearing on Gu Changsheng. However, the Tianjian Dao sect has inexcusably slain Wu Hui and, in addition, 4 divine guards of the Jun family. Such an act of contempt towards the Jun family shall not be tolerated. Should they dare to step even a foot into the demon-slaying Ridge's ancient cave, you must ensure they are utterly annihilated. Do you understand? The crowd immediately knelt, responding, "We shall dutifully obey young Master Ling Tian's command." Ling Tian, the heir of the Jun family from the Immortal Mountain, slowly rose. Before the crowd could fully comprehend, he vanished in an instant. They felt an earth-shattering gust of wind sweep past, rendering them unable to rise. This only deepened their reverence. Young Master Ling Tian's power had become increasingly formidable. Perhaps he would ascend to the sacred domain before turning 20. They couldn't help but wonder about Ning Yao from the Wenxin Palace and her audacity to break off her engagement with young Master Ling Tian. When the Tianjian Dao sect arrives at the ancient cave, they will surely be met with a bloodbath. The crowd had clearly defined their objective. The exploration of the ancient cave took a back seat to this pressing matter. The arrival of the Li Hua Emperor was undeniable. Why hide in the shadows? Just then, a booming laugh resonated from outside the divine palace, echoing throughout the entire demon-slaying ridge. The crowd swiftly rose and gathered outside the palace, gazing into the distance. There, Ling Tian stood aloft, hands clasped behind him, clad in pristine white garments, exuding an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being, yet radiating the commanding aura of an emperor. He gazed towards the southern horizon, his eyes aflame with intensity. The Li Hua Emperor? Wasn't he preoccupied with sect affairs? To think he had come in person. Many powerful figures present were taken aback. The significant event at the Li Hua sect had sent ripples throughout the eastern wilderness. Logically, the Li Hua sect should have been too busy to concern themselves with the ancient cave, perhaps sending a few elders to oversee matters and ultimately reap some benefits. Ling Tian's proclamation had certainly piqued interest. Ling Tian, are you eager to court death? Above the southern sky, amidst a common cloud, flames erupted as a towering figure emerged from the fire, donned in a crimson robe, with a red dragon jade pendant dangling from his ear. His eyes akin to twinkling stars, strikingly handsome. Behind him, a stunning woman in a fitted crimson robe gracefully followed, accentuating her every curve. Subsequently, a dozen extraordinary youths made their entrance, at that moment, amidst the flames. An ancient and majestic temple slowly rose, asserting its dominance and overshadowing the palaces of other factions, becoming the most awe-inspiring edifice in the vicinity. Even the Jun family's divine palace paled in comparison. Could this truly be the Li Hua Emperor? Upon witnessing this figure, the leaders of various factions were taken aback, particularly those from the southern domain, who promptly rose to pay their respects. We pay homage to the Emperor. In the vast southern domain, the Li Hua sect stood as the sole imperial immortal sect, with the Li Hua Emperor being the only one of his kind. Thus, the crowd addressed him simply as Emperor. Ah, the Southerners are quite courteous, knowing my young master has traveled from the central domain. At that moment, a carefree voice rang out from a nearby cloud. The crowd, who had just paid their respects to the Li Hua Emperor, frowned slightly and turned towards the source of the voice, their expressions shifting drastically upon seeing the speaker. The Taihuang Emperor's faction had also arrived? Ling Tian, standing alone in the air, smirked and remarked to the Li Hua Emperor. The iron-headed brat is here too. We might as well postpone our duel. The Li Hua Emperor paid no heed to Ling Tian, instead directing his gaze toward the source of the voice. There, on the cloud, 9 dragon-like creatures pulled a divine carriage, and behind it fluttered 2 iron-blooded war flags inscribed with the characters Taihuang, their strokes fierce as a dragon soaring through the heavens. A Qilin treading the earth. The speaker was none other than the youth responsible for driving the carriage. The boy, missing an arm and chewing on a lollipop, exuded an air of defiance. Yet before the dragon carriage could reach them, a hulking young man aboard it suddenly opened his eyes, filled with fierce determination. With a resounding boom, he soared from the carriage, his fierce gaze fixed upon the Li Hua Emperor, uttering but a single word: battle. The Taihuang Emperor. The sight of this imposing figure, reminiscent of a beast, instilled a grave sense of foreboding among the onlookers. In a brief span, the heirs of 2 imperial immortal sects and a progeny of the Chongqing clan had all made their appearances. A small ancient cave of the demon-slaying ridge was now a convergence of heroes. Hey, iron-headed brat, do you understand the concept of order? Ling Tian smirked, his eyes cold. The Taihuang Emperor glanced at Ling Tian, then pointed at him and the Li Hua Emperor, declaring, "You two, together." Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze towards the Li Hua Emperor. The Li Hua Emperor, equally vexed by the notorious Taihuang Emperor, replied coolly, "Today, I represent my sect to inspect the southern domain. I have no time for games." Seeing the Li Hua Emperor evade engagement, Ling Tian added, "I represent the Jun family to survey the demon-slaying ridge." The Taihuang Emperor snorted, returning to the dragon carriage. The one-armed youth driving the carriage chuckled, saying, "No need to be angry, my lord. Those 2 are just cowards, afraid to face you. After all, who in the eastern wilderness doesn't know that you are unmatched among peers? Even among heirs of imperial immortal sects, there are differences." The one-armed youth's words were far from quiet, reaching the ears of all present, inciting visible anger among the Jun family members. Behind the Li Hua Emperor, Wang Yinran coldly interjected, "Mu Ziyu, Whether or not your young master is indeed unmatched among peers remains unproven. Cease your nonsensical chatter. The one-armed youth, named Mu Ziyu, chuckled. Oh, hearing that your emperor is inferior to others. Has Miss Wang grown anxious? I heard that you previously represented your emperor to the Tianjin Dao sect to recruit sword attendants, only to nearly meet your demise. How true is that? Wang Yinran's chest heaved with indignation. A sight to behold. Mu Ziyu paid her no mind, glancing at the Jun family's divine palace, grinning. Speaking of which, it seems your family is in a similar predicament, no? Upon this statement, silence fell among the factions of both the central and southern domains. These events were indeed true. The earlier tumult had been overshadowed by the significant occurrences at the Lihua sect, and now, the matters of the ancient cave had eclipsed those of the Tianjin Dao sect. With Mu Ziyu bringing this up again, memories of the once declined yet suddenly formidable Tianjin Dao sect resurfaced. Mu Ziyu, undeterred, continued. I heard that the saintess of the Wenxin Palace, Ning Yao, actively cooked for that Gu Chongqing and refused to marry into the Jun family. Mu Ziyu, the Jun family members, incensed, unleashed their formidable aura. Even Ling Tian, fully aware of Mu Ziyu's intentions, felt a surge of murderous intent. However, at that moment, all eyes turned towards the south, where a sound of breaking air echoed. A massive wine gourd was rapidly approaching. Well, what do you know? Just as I said, the main character has arrived. Mu Ziyu laughed heartily. The crowd turned their gazes towards the sound, spotting Qi Jilong steering the wine gourd. Accompanying him were Gu Chongqing, Hong Li, Ning Yao, and Chen Qingqing. Yu Chongqing sat beside Qi Jilong, arms crossed, smiling as he observed the approaching ancient cave of the demon-slaying ridge, softly remarking, "How is it that from so far away I can still hear people singing my praises? How bothersome. Is that so?" Chen Qingqing, who sat nearby, seemed unable to tolerate the odious elder brother, instinctively asking. Yu Chongqing shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, at such a young age. "You've already gone deaf. What will you do when you grow up? You're talking nonsense." Chen Qingqing glared at Gu Chongqing, growling, "You're the one who's deaf." Gu Chongqing rubbed his ears, which had been rattled, chuckling, Look, being honest doesn't make you happy. If you don't believe me, just ask Hong Li and Ning Yao." Chen Qingqing hesitated, wondering if someone truly had praised her elder brother. She glanced at Hong Li and Ning Yao. Hong Li was engrossed in her sword manual, paying no attention. Ning Yao, however, simply shook her head and chuckled. In that instant, Chen Qingqing realized her elder brother was deceiving her. Yet before she could speak, Gu Chongqing interjected, "See? Even if they told you, you wouldn't hear it. Are you not deaf? Impossible." They didn't say anything. Chen Qingqing staunchly believed she had heard nothing. Indeed, someone did praise him. Qi Jilong, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. "Ah?" Chen Qingqing was taken aback. She could doubt others, but the sword ancestor? Surely, the sword ancestor wouldn't conspire with Gu Chongqing to deceive her. Covering her ears, she appeared on the verge of tears. Oh no, I can't really be deaf, can I?" Qi Jilong couldn't help but smile, gazing into the distance, softly saying, "It's truly hard to let go. I assent it. Sword ancestor, what shall we do now?" Chen Qingqing could only look at Qi Jianlong with a pitiful gaze. Qi Jianlong couldn't help but chuckle. "It's fine. You'll be all right once you grow up," Yu Chongqing added, "because by then, you'll have gotten used to it." Chen Qingqing exclaimed, "I don't want to become deaf." Nearby, Ning Yao could no longer bear the sight of the elder and the youth teasing the young girl. She pulled Chen Qingqing aside and comforted her softly. Qi Jianlong tugged at his tattered gray robe and asked quietly, "Xiao Chongsheng, what are your thoughts on figures like the Fire Emperor, Junling Tian, and the Great Emperor of the Taihuang?" Gu Chongqing raised a finger to his eyes and earnestly replied, "I see with my eyes." Qi Jianlong chuckled. "No jokes now, let us speak seriously. You will eventually embark on the path of cultivation, and with your innate talent, you will soon ascend to the upper three realms. At that time, you will surely face these individuals in battle. There has always been a saying in the Tiangong Pavilion, in every place. If you can stand out in a particular realm, your fortune will gather and become increasingly astonishing. Each time you defeat a similarly gifted prodigy, your fortune will elevate in an imperceptible manner." Qi Jinlong spoke softly. To be honest, I used to disbelieve such notions, but gradually I came to understand that this is indeed the case. Many claim to possess the demeanor of an emperor in every era. Yet, ultimately, only one can truly become an emperor, for he has vanquished all others who bore the same title. Qi Jinlong turned to Gu Changsheng. The reason I share this with you is to encourage you not to be too complacent. You must strive harder. Gu Changsheng smiled slightly, refraining from responding, and instead asked, "Do you have confidence in becoming the Sword Emperor?" Qi Jinlong was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent. After a moment, he smiled faintly. "I am already old." Gu Changsheng shook his head. "You haven't heard the story of the mortal emperor of the human race, so you feel old. Once you ascend to the sacred domain, before doing anything else, seek out information regarding the history of the mortal emperor." "The mortal emperor?" Qi Jinlong repeated, glancing at Gu Changsheng. "If you know, why not tell me now?" Gu Changsheng still shook his head. "Many matters are contingent upon timing. And your situation is particularly so." Qi Jinlong suddenly laughed heartily. "Damn it, I'm the one giving a lecture. How did it turn around?" Gu Changsheng gazed at the majestic palaces before him and smiled slightly. "I understand your words well. Ease your mind. I can share a secret with you." Qi Jinlong raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued. "Oh?" Gu Changsheng grinned. "In this world, no one is my match." As soon as these words were spoken, whether it was Qi Jinlong, Hong Li, or Ning Yao and Qin Qingqing, all looked at Gu Changsheng with peculiar expressions. Even Hong Li, who knew Gu Changsheng best, found his words excessively grandiose. The term in this world encompasses everything, the 3,000 states, the sacred domain, and even more ancient realms. All of this belongs to the world, yet Gu Changsheng claimed that no one in this world could rival him. Could this be seen as extreme arrogance, or merely a bold proclamation regarding the future? Regardless, it could not escape the connotation of hubris. "Heed," Qi Jinlong chuckled dryly, patting Gu Changsheng on the shoulder. "Having such a goal is quite good." Gu Changsheng smiled subtly. "It's not a goal, but a fact." Qi Jinlong smacked his lips, realizing that this young man didn't need guidance to forge an indomitable heart. His confidence was even more exaggerated than that. The senior brother is truly impressive. Conversely, Qin Qingqing was the only one to praise Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng gave her a thumbs up, acknowledging her discernment. Qin Qingqing suddenly laughed. "I meant your boastfulness is impressive." "Ha ha ha!" Qi Jinlong burst into laughter. Ning Yao also smiled gently. Gu Changsheng joined in the laughter, not at all offended. "Next time, I'll boast even bigger." While the group conversed, the wine gourd arrived at the demon-slaying ridge. All eyes were fixed on the members of the Tianjin Dao sect. "Why are they all staring at us?" murmured Tang Yuanyuan from the crowd. Other disciples felt a bit anxious. Although the sect had achieved great victory against the demon-slaying coalition before, it was ultimately due to their ancestor. Had it relied solely on their strength, they would have long been eliminated. Stepping out of the sect this time, there was an undeniable sense of trepidation, especially since the forces present were all top-tier powers from the southern and central regions. Even titanic factions like the Fire Emperor's sect, the Jun family, and the Taihuang Emperor's sect were present, and they were all eyeing them. No wonder they felt uneasy. The Fire Emperor, that is Gu Changsheng. Wang Yinran pointed at Gu Changsheng from a distance, addressing the Fire Emperor. As she spoke, there was a hint of coldness in her beautiful eyes. She had not forgotten the humiliation suffered at the Tianjin Dao sect. Many present were seeing Gu Changsheng for the first time, curiously observing this great figure who had already gained fame in the eastern wilderness state without yet entering the cultivation world. The members of the Jun family's divine palace wore cold expressions. Their killing intent intensified, especially upon seeing Ning Yao standing not far from Gu Changsheng. The already heavy atmosphere grew even more somber with the arrival of the Tianjin Dao sect, as if they had come too early. For the ancient cave was not yet fully opened. Gu Changsheng, however, ignored all the gazes directed at him, contemplating the entrance to the ancient cave at the demon-slaying ridge with a pensive expression. Chapter 67. The Fire Emperor's sect should thank me for not annihilating them. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. It was noon. Yet, as autumn gradually deepened, it was not overly hot. Moreover, cultivators were unafraid of water or fire, and thus remained unaffected by the weather, at this moment. Gu Chongqing scrutinized the entrance at the precipice of the demon-slaying ridge, deep in thought. It seemed that the item was indeed with the sect leader. It is no wonder this place would open an ancient cave. May I ask, Miss Ning, a few days ago, Jun Wuhui personally came to see you with an invitation from young Master Ling Tian. It is one thing for you not to meet young Master Ling Tian, but why did you allow the members of the Tianjin Dao sect to kill Jun Wuhui and even slay my Jun family's divine guard? At this moment, the members of the Jun family's divine palace had already taken action. Jun Lingtian might remain silent, but they must represent the Jun family. Originally, the Tianjin Dao sect should have faced the Jun family's wrath for the beheading of their divine guard yesterday. However, the emergence of the ancient cave at the demon-slaying ridge had delayed their response. They had intended to seek trouble with the Tianjin Dao sect afterward, but who would have thought they would dare to come to the demon-slaying ridge? They clearly held the Jun family in contempt. Look, the Jun family has admitted it themselves. Mu Zio laughed heartily. The major sects in the central region were already familiar with this troublemaker, so they were not surprised. However, the sects in the southern region felt this young man was deliberately stirring up trouble. In had even mentioned the Tianjin Dao sect, but this fellow had to speak up. Hearing the questioning from the Jun family, Ningyao remained calm and did not intend to explain. Instead, she turned to Jun Lingtian and softly said, regarding the engagement, I believe I have made myself clear before, Haven Ti? Jun Lingtian's expression was icy as he replied indifferently, Miss Ning, I am naturally aware of your desire to annul the engagement. However, to say you have feelings for an 11-year-old boy seems to belittle your own purity. This remark left many in attendance with strange expressions. Indeed, how could a normal person possibly harbor feelings for an 11-year-old boy? How young is that? Ningyao smiled slightly. You need not concern yourself with this matter, young Master Lingtian. Jun Lingtian's gaze turned cold, landing on Gu Chongqing beside Ningyao. Wang Yinran, do you admit it? At this moment, after mocking the Jun family, Mu Zio turned his gaze toward Wang Yinran, who stood next to the Fire Emperor. Wang Yinran was furious, but she could only cast a pitiful look at the Fire Emperor, hoping he would advocate for her. The Fire Emperor's expression was indifferent as he glanced at Mu Zio. Then his gaze fell on Gu Chongqing. You are Gu Chongqing? Now, Gu Chongqing found himself directly in the sights of two heirs bearing the demeanor of emperors. It seemed a good show was about to unfold. Having stirred up trouble, Mu Zio chuckled. The Taihuang Emperor, who sat in the Jiaolong carriage, was also observing Gu Chongqing with a hint of curiosity. He had always enjoyed battling strong opponents. Although Gu Chongqing was not yet a formidable figure, he was destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse, thus falling within his sights. Goodness, no wonder my father advised against me clinging to powerful figures. Not far from the demon-slaying ridge, there stood a divine palace belonging to the Great Xia dynasty of the southern region. The third prince of Great Xia, Xia Outyin, was among them. Upon seeing Gu Chongqing being scrutinized by everyone, he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Earlier, he had returned to the Tianjin Dao sect intending to remain there and cling to Gu Chongqing while also redeeming the dynasty's general. Instead, he had been mocked. Xia Outyin dared not harbor resentment and left in a huff. This time, accompanying the dynasty's powerful figures, he unexpectedly encountered Gu Chongqing again. A young man so arrogant would surely be taught a lesson. Nearby, the general who had previously dispatched troops to the Tianjin Dao sect couldn't help but scoff upon witnessing Gu Chongqing's situation. Xia Outyin cleared his throat twice, saying, General Wu, before our departure, my father advised you to refrain from acting impulsively. It would be best if you did not involve yourself in this matter. General Wu, upon hearing these words, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within. Yet he recognized the formidable demeanor of the third prince, who bore the potential of a future crown prince. Thus, he maintained a facade of respect and replied, Rest assured, Your Highness, this general is well aware of his limits. Only then did Xia Outyin relax, fully engrossed in the unfolding drama, though a sense of inexplicable anticipation stirred within him, wondering how Gu Chongqing would respond to the situation. All eyes were upon him. Gu Chongqing, undoubtedly, would not exhibit any signs of trepidation. After all, he had joined the Heavenly Sword sect, where countless eyes were ever watchful. Xia Outyin was well aware of this too. At that moment, Gu Chongqing leisurely redirected his gaze. Unhurriedly inquiring, Have you summoned me for a matter? This seemingly casual remark left many in a state of bewilderment. Liang Hong, Tang Yuanyuan, Lu Yingying, and others standing in the back could not help but lament the youthful audacity displayed before them. Even when faced with the son of an emperor, he remained unfazed. Such fearless youthfulness was unparalleled. Wang Yanran, observing Gu Chongqing's demeanor, felt a chill in her beautiful eyes and, with a cold smile, remarked, "It was one thing for the Heavenly Sword sect to act unreasonably, even resorting to bullying the weak and tarnishing the rules of the cultivation world. Were it not for the intervention of the son of the emperor, the 7 sacred grounds would have long ago executed the imperial mandate to obliterate the Heavenly Sword sect. And this is how you treat your savior?" Previously, the 7 sacred grounds had prepared to eradicate the Heavenly Sword sect under the imperial decree, but the Li Hua emperor's son intervened, stating that he would personally deal with the Heavenly Sword sect and Gu Chongqing in the future. This was no secret. Indeed, had it not been for the emperor's son, the Heavenly Sword sect would have already faced annihilation, and every individual within it ought to be grateful to him. Not far away, another large contingent arrived. A divine rainbow arched across the sky, beneath which lay the vast sea, led by a remarkably distinguished young man, the saint son of the Songhai sacred ground. Upon his arrival, the cultivators from the southern domain immediately recognized him. The saint son of Songhai has descended. After his arrival, he offered a slight bow to the Li Hua emperor's son, who nodded in acknowledgement. Following the arrival of the saint son, the remaining 6 sacred grounds, along with the immortal legacies and the younger generation of supreme lineages, also made their appearances. These individuals spoke in unison. The Heavenly Sword sect has long been branded as a demonic sect, and it is understandable that those from a demonic sect do not act with gratitude. Although the Heavenly Sword sect had not been destroyed, the attitude of the southern domain's cultivation world towards it had evidently not changed. The demonic sect is, of course, scorned. These words were spoken right in front of the members of the Heavenly Sword sect. Qi Jianlong remained composed, being an elder, and was unlikely to be provoked into a furious outburst by the words of these youths. However, the younger generation of the Heavenly Sword sect felt a sense of suffocation. Some female disciples even with reddened eyes from indignation. Faced with such numerous adversaries, they felt as if they were a lone boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of being submerged. Their voices fell on deaf ears. "According to your logic, the Li Hua emperor's sect should also be grateful that I did not annihilate them," Gu Chongqing boldly declared. His words stunned the crowd. What sort of logic is this? Chapter 68. Do not inquire about my purpose here, nor provoke me. I dislike being disturbed. Wow! The one-armed youth Mu Ziyu exclaimed in astonishment. This fellow truly has not matured, speaking nonsense without restraint. The great desolate emperor's son, initially intrigued by Gu Chongqing, could not help but close his eyes, losing interest. The 7 sacred grounds indeed possessed the genuine strength to obliterate the Heavenly Sword sect. Hence, the intervention of the Li Hua emperor's son was a display of grace. Yet, here was this impudent fellow, claiming he did not destroy the Li Hua emperor's sect. How absurd! Not only others, but even the Li Hua emperor's son himself could not help but furrow his brow. He had initially regarded Gu Chongqing as a fine gem, worthy of cultivation over time, but this lad was proving to be even more arrogant than anticipated. Meanwhile, Junling Tian, the heir of the Jun family, wore an even darker expression. Though Gu Chongqing's comments regarding the Li Hua emperor's sect did not concern him personally, they did regarding Ning Yao. Ning Yao would rather choose such a fool than become his Dao partner? An indescribable murderous intent brewed within him, nice ignorance truly synonymous with fearlessness. The Li Hua emperor's son murmured softly, stating coldly, "While I do not mind granting you time for growth, your repeated reckless pursuits of death cannot be blamed on me." Upon hearing this, many turned to Gu Chongqing with expressions of schadenfreude. "Aren't you the arrogant one? Now that the Li Hua emperor's son has personally entered the fray, let's see how bold you remain." Gu Chongqing closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and then slowly grinned. That familiar feeling has returned. If I were to tread the path of survival, I would merely need to conceal myself. Unfortunately, this time, I seek to advance fearlessly. In this regard, The third prince of the Great Xia seemed to possess a modicum of cleverness. Jiyu Chongqing's self-reflective mutterings left many perplexed. For reasons unknown, despite the considerable distance separating them, the third prince of the Great Xia distinctly heard Gu Chongqing's words. This left him feeling a chill run down his spine, involuntarily recalling Gu Chongqing's earlier remarks while ascending the heavenly sword sect's ladder. Could this fellow possibly predict the thoughts of others? The third prince shuddered. Beside him, General Wu leaned on his sword, unable to contain a laugh. Listen to what this fellow is saying. The third prince shot a sidelong glance at General Wu and replied. He claims that this prince possesses cleverness. General Wu was taken aback at that moment. Gu Chongqing gradually opened his eyes and declared unhurriedly, "Do not ask me what I am here for, nor provoke me. I do not appreciate being disturbed. I shall only say this once." Upon uttering these words, the crowd was left in a state of astonishment. Has this fellow lost his mind? You are merely a mortal who has yet to step into the realm of cultivation. Yet you speak so audaciously, as if you do not know the meaning of death? A mere mortal dares to speak so brazenly? The chief disciple from the Feiyun Immortal Gate, with a sneer, retorted, "You say not to provoke you. I shall precisely provoke you. What will you do about it?" Laughter erupted among the others. Sister Hongli, Gu Chongqing flashed an innocuous smile. Originally gripping the sword classic, Hongli tucked it into her bosom, her beautiful eyes calm. As she grasped the hilt of the ghost sword in the next instant, before anyone could react, the chief disciple from the Feiyun Immortal Gate found his head severed. Blood sprang forth as his headless body gradually crumpled to the ground. "You honor!" A Feiyun Immortal Gate elder was a beat late, realizing what had transpired only when it was too late. "Senior brother," the other disciples from the Feiyun Immortal Gate finally reacted, disbelief etched on their faces. Hongli gracefully returned to her position, as if nothing had occurred, and resumed her examination of the sword classic. Jiyu Chongqing's smile widened. For individuals who cannot comprehend human speech, this is the only way to deal with them. The powerful figures from various sects and sacred grounds were left in a daze. The members of the Heavenly Sword sect acted with such decisiveness. There was no warning, leaving them unable to respond. Even the top-tier overlords who could react did not seem inclined to intervene. The Feiyun Immortal Gate had suffered greatly. Their chief disciple was gone. The elder from the Feiyun Immortal Gate, seething with rage, pointed at the members of the Heavenly Sword sect, exclaiming, "In front of all the heroes of the world, you rise up to commit murder, and you dare claim you are not a demonic sect?" Gu Chongqing feigned innocence, replying, "I never claimed that." Behind him, Liang Hong and the others gaped in astonishment. "Well, it does seem a bit demonic, however. By doing so, haven't we just given them a handle to grasp?" Concern rippled through the crowd. Such audacity! Indeed, it was the saint son of Song Hai who first noticed, suspended in midair, exuding an imposing aura, resembling a deity of the sea. He coldly declared, "Since your sect possesses such formidable experts, I shall challenge the one who just acted, to see what abilities you truly possess." Hongli did not even glance at the saint son of Tsong Hai at this moment. The Li Hua Emperor's son could no longer maintain his composure. Gu Chongqing's repeated provocations made him feel as if he were being targeted. Coupled with the recent events faced by the Li Hua Emperor's sect, the flames of fury within him began to ignite. Boom! In the next instant, it was as if the entire firmament had been set ablaze. The Li Hua Emperor's son, resembling a fiery deity, stood tall in the heavens, gazing down upon Gu Chongqing and others, coldly stating, "Since you are so eager for death, do not blame me." However, at that moment, the previously silent sword ancestor Qi Jianlong spoke, casting a gentle smile at the Li Hua Emperor's son. "Our sect is here merely to seek the whereabouts of our leader, with no intention of becoming enemies with you all. I hope everyone can show some understanding." Yet, the Li Hua Emperor's son, already aflame with rage, would not easily relent. He hovered in the air, two terrifying fire dragons forming beneath him. Embodying both deity and demonic presence, he cast a cold gaze at Qi Jianlong, stating disdainfully, "You think you are worthy?" Boom! As he spoke, the two fire dragons beneath his feet descended instantaneously. The searing heat made everyone feel as if the scorching sun had descended. prompting them to scatter in avoidance. This was the Fire Dragon King from the Li Hua Emperor's sect's imperial technique. The Li Hua Emperor's scripture. An elder from the older generation elucidated the gravity of the Li Hua Emperor's son's move. An imperial technique. This is the epitome of martial arts in the world. Only the great Emperor Immortal sect possesses such profound techniques. As the heir of the Fire Emperor sect, Li Hua DZ naturally mastered these imperial arts. Faced with the overwhelming dominance of Li Hua DZ, Qi Jianlong tugged at his tattered gray robe and muttered, "Ah, old age is indeed a burden. No one pays us any heed." In the midst of Qi Jianlong's words, a 3-foot sword sliced through the void, instantly vanquishing 2 fiery dragons. After extinguishing the twin dragons, its momentum was unimpeded, soaring straight towards the horizon. Qi Jianlong gestured with his sword and softly stated, "Enough of this. Allow me to introduce myself. I am called Qi Jianlong." At that very moment, the 3-foot sword returned to its place behind Qi Jianlong. With a thunderous roar, as his words settled, a beam of sword light spread incessantly from the edge of the heavens. Under the astonished gazes of all present, the firmament was cleaved in twain, as if severing the southern domain from the central domain. Chapter 69. It is not an illusion. He is truly afraid. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly shaken by the terrifying spectacle. The disciples of the Celestial Sword sect were filled with unparalleled admiration. This was their sect's sword ancestor, truly formidable. Meanwhile, others were even more astonished. Qi Jianlong. Is he truly Qi Jianlong? The prodigy who emerged from the southern domain, renowned as the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the eastern wilderness for 3 millennia. The gazes directed at the elderly man shifted entirely. Initially, they had assumed he was merely a high elder of the Celestial Sword sect, never envisioning he was Qi Jianlong. Boom. At that moment, from behind the Jun family's divine palace, a formidable aura arose, scanning with divine perception. After briefly pausing on Qi Jianlong, the presence withdrew, yet it did not dissipate. Remaining anchored at the Jun family's palace, seemingly wary of Qi Jianlong's sudden move. After the 9 dragon carriages ridden by the great Emperor Ta Huang, a similarly terrifying aura subtly emanated. Most astonishingly, behind Li Hua DZ, there were 3 formidable presences. The overwhelming might they exuded showcased their celestial power. 3 heavenly deities stood guard, all wary of Qi Jianlong, their aura serving as a warning for him not to act recklessly. This revelation sent a tremor through the hearts of the various top-tier overlords present. A significant upheaval had occurred within the Fire Emperor sect. They had believed the higher-ups of the sect to be completely eradicated. Yet it seemed there were still 3 heavenly ancestors. Were they deliberately showcasing their profound foundation? At this moment, Li Hua DZ also calmed down, frowning as he gazed at the elderly man in the tattered gray robe. "So you are the renowned Qi Jianlong," he said slowly. Qi Jianlong smiled slightly and replied, "I am but an old man, too humble to accept such praise." Boom. Simultaneously, from the vast starry void of the southern domain, an ancient flying vessel descended upon the Demon Slaughter Ridge, emanating a terrifying pressure. At the forefront of the vessel stood an elderly man with white hair and beard, adorned in robes that bore the phantom image of a jade cauldron on his chest. With his hands clasped behind him, he cast a cold glance at Qi Jianlong and remarked indifferently, "Qi Jianlong, it seems you no longer bother concealing your presence. You have slain the members of the 7 holy lands and still dare to brazenly appear here. Do you truly believe the Holy Realm will not seek retribution? The ancient force above the 7 holy lands of the southern domain, the Jade Cauldron Immortal Sect, a true lineage of immortality." Wan Xuanjin. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Hua DZ bowed respectfully, paying homage as a junior. Unlike the 7 holy lands and other top-tier forces, the supreme lineages and eternal inheritances of these ancient existences, while perhaps lacking in foundation compared to the great Emperor Immortal sect, do not consider themselves its subordinates in status. Thus, even members of the great Emperor Immortal sect generally treat them with respect. After all, the position of the Fire Emperor sect in the southern domain is bolstered not only by the protection of the 7 holy lands, but also by the support of these immortal lineages and supreme inheritances. The immortal elder aboard the flying vessel reciprocated with a bow. Qi Jinlong smirked and casually remarked, Wan Chuanjin, you were so fierce before, yet when it came time to attack my sect, you were nowhere to be seen. This immortal-like elder was none other than Wan Chuanjin, the elder of the Jade Cauldron Immortal Sect who had previously commanded the Southern Domain to form a coalition against the Celestial Sword Sect. It was he who had verified Qi Jinlong's true identity, as both were from the same generation, extraordinary figures from 3 millennia ago. However, before Qi Jinlong emerged from the Southern Domain, he had already overwhelmed all contemporaries, leaving them gasping for breath, Wan Chuanjin being one of them. Yet Qi Jinlong's stagnation for 3,000 years had allowed these former subordinates to catch up. After all, there are pinnacle stages in the 12 realms of the mortal world. The lower 5 realms, body refinement, profound understanding, divine gate, Tao platform, and inscription. Then the middle 4 realms, earth origin, heavenly phenomenon, fate palace, and yin-yang, culminating in the upper 3 realms, unity, celestial being, and divine being. To ascend further, one must transcend to the holy realm. Wan Chuanjin's expression remained calm as he replied, You should be grateful that I did not take action. Otherwise, your sect would have long been obliterated, and you would not be standing here now. Qi Jinlong regarded Wan Chuanjin with keen interest, leisurely saying, I vaguely recall that back in the day, you surrendered after failing to withstand even 3 of my strikes. What is it? Has 3,000 years made you more confident? This past event was known to few. Now, as Qi Jinlong brought it up, Wan Chuanjin's eyes narrowed slightly. After all, aboard the Jade Cauldron flying vessel were all descendants of the sect. Wan Chuanjin did not respond but instead countered, I did not expect the once unparalleled Qi Jinlong to engage in a war of words today. Qi Jinlong could not help but smile. Since you dislike verbal disputes, why not engage in a battle of life and death instead? Upon hearing this, Wan Chuanjin found himself at a loss for words. He had merely sought to preserve his face in front of the younger generation. Had it been before Qi Jinlong re-emerged, Wan Chuanjin would have possessed the confidence to respond. However, after witnessing the elder ancestor of the Xintian Holy Land being cleaved in 2 by Qi Jinlong's sword, he had lost that assurance that it seems he is afraid. Chen Qingqing whispered to Gu Changzong. Yu Chongqing replied lazily, You are mistaken. It is not an illusion. He is indeed afraid. Unlike Chen Qingqing, Gu Changqing showed no intention of lowering his voice. Among such formidable beings, his words were akin to an open declaration. Wan Chuanjin felt a tinge of embarrassment. Heard you are the current chief of the Celestial Sword Sect, since your tongue is so sharp. Your cultivation must be quite formidable, he said, attempting to regain composure. Just then, a remarkably handsome young man stepped forward from behind Wan Chuanjin. A smirk gracing his lips, it was Tong Chuanyu, the chief disciple of the Jade Cauldron Immortal Sect. Upon his appearance, someone revealed his background. It was said that Tong Chuanyu possessed a divine physique, standing on the brink of ascending to the upper 3 realms, undoubtedly a prodigy second only to Li Hua Dz. Tong Chuanyu's presence alleviated Wan Chuanjin's awkwardness. Wan Chuanjin seized the opportunity to pass the conversational baton to his junior disciple, smiling as he said, This is the battlefield for the youth. Let us old ones refrain from interjecting. He is afraid. Why the pretense? However, Gu Changqing disregarded Tong Chuanyu entirely and directly exposed Wan Chuanjin's awkwardness, striking hard. A murderous intent flickered in Wan Chuanjin's heart. Yet before he could retaliate, 2 elders from the Heavens Machine Pavilion coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention. Fellow Taoists, the ancient cave has been fully measured. Only cultivators of the middle 4 realms and below may enter. However, it seems the rules of this ancient cave have not fully evolved, allowing even those of the upper 3 realms to compress their presence within. This matter has been relayed back to the sect, and the sect will use the Heaven's Machine Stone to disseminate the news far and wide. The ancient cave will exist for only a month. If any fellow Taoists wish to enter, now is the time. Chapter 70. Though I am invincible, do not gaze at me with such adoration. Upon hearing the declarations from the Heaven's Machine Pavilion, powerful figures from the western, northern, and eastern domains exhibited no hesitation. Bidding farewell to familiar friends before soaring into the sky, they held little interest in such ancient caves. Their hurried arrival was driven by the fear of encountering a grand cave akin to the one that appeared in the Central Land. Grand caves typically do not restrict cultivation levels, permitting all to enter. In contrast, the current cave is classified as a medium-sized cave, accessible only to cultivators of the middle 4 realms and below. There are also smaller caves, which are even more bizarre, allowing entry solely to those of the lower 5 realms. Such small caves exist within many first-rate forces used to hone the skills of their disciples. Several great emperor immortal sects and eternal legacies possess numerous small caves, each designed to refine practitioners of every realm, even corresponding to their respective cultivation schools. The 3 domain powerhouses who arrived overnight are, without a doubt, from the most elite overlord forces, and it is not unlikely that some hail from the great emperor immortal sect, thus looking down upon these medium-sized caves. Soon, only the major forces from the central and southern domains remained. The representatives from the central domain were primarily those factions located closer to the southern domain or prodigies like Junling Tian and Tai Huang DZ, who relished conflict. The remaining sects began deliberating on whom to send. As for the Celestial Sword sect, there was little to discuss. Their intention was always to enter. Are you also going? As Qi Jinlong heard that Gu Changsheng would also be joining, he couldn't help but be taken aback. The other disciples were similarly stunned. While they knew that this senior brother was unflinching in the face of grand spectacles, entering the ancient cave realm could very well expose them to various dangers. What is there to fear? With Sister Hongli and Sister Ningyao around, we shall be fine, Gu Changsheng remarked casually. Qi Jinlong turned to glance at Hongli and Ningyao. Hongli remained as composed as ever, while Ningyao nodded lightly, assuring, rest assured, Senior, Ningyao will ensure his safety. Given that the cultivation restrictions within the ancient cave realm were limited to the mid-4th realm, Ningyao was essentially at an advantage, having already stepped halfway into the upper 3rd realm. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Jinlong pondered that while the dangers within the cave might be manageable, the real threat lay in the murderous intent from various sections once those factions learned of their entry. They would undoubtedly send people to surround and eliminate them. Qi Jinlong understood this thoroughly, as nearly all the sects present harbored animosity towards the Tianjin Daozong. Rather than worrying about me, perhaps you should be concerned for the sect leader, Gu Changsheng suggested, surveying the surroundings with his arms crossed. Speaking leisurely, you've seen that list. Although only the Lihua Emperor sect, Taihuang Emperor sect, and the Jun family have appeared so far, do you believe it will be long before the Emperor Immortal sects from the central, northern, western, and eastern regions show up? Even those from other Dao states will likely come. Upon hearing this, Qi Jinlong's eyes narrowed into slits. He was well aware of the situation. The news of the sect leader's predicament in the ancient cave had already leaked. He could even speculate why such a severe incident had arisen within the Lihua Emperor sect, yet they still chose to come here. The ancient cave might merely be a ruse. Perhaps they were actually targeting their sect leader. Although Qi Jinlong did not know the truth, he had not been idle during these years, secretly investigating the matter, and had discovered that these forces had been keeping an eye on Tianjin Daozong, particularly on the actions of successive sect leaders. They seemed particularly interested in that item held by the sect leader. Qi Jinlong speculated whether that item was the fundamental reason for the siege on Tianjin Daozong 40,000 years ago. Yet, this answer remained elusive, perhaps even more so for the Lihua Emperor sect and other sections. They might not enter the ancient cave, but they would certainly send people to wait here. The moment the sect leader stepped out of the cave would be the most perilous time. Gu Changsheng continued, by then, we will have already entered the ancient cave, and you will be the only one waiting outside. Oh, not be hasty in your actions. Simply wait for me. Qi Jinlong fixed his gaze on Gu Changsheng. His expression somewhat peculiar. Gu Changsheng, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, though I am exceedingly formidable, do not regard me with such adoring eyes. I am still young and may become bashful. You rascal, Qi Jinlong chuckled, shaking his head. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. Although Qi Jinlong was not particularly keen on Gu Changsheng entering the cave, the fact remained that his presence could indeed alleviate some pressure on the sect leader. In essence, he would serve as bait. Of course, Gu Changsheng likely did not see it that way. Another crucial point was that even though Qi Jinlong was aware that many Emperor Immortal sects would likely arrive later, he understood one thing more clearly. He was on the verge of ascension. He had left Tianjin Daozong, killing the supreme elders of the 7 Holy Lands and severing the patriarch of the Xintian Holy Land with a single strike. This feat was splendid enough, yet for Qi Jinlong, It was insufficient, far from enough. He yearned to leave behind a final legend in this mortal realm. This was the fundamental reason behind his agreement to Gu Changsheng. Coincidentally, Gu Changsheng was also aware of Qi Jianlong's aspirations. Although I have agreed to your request, let us strive to enter last. That would be somewhat preferable, Qi Jianlong advised. Gu Changsheng shrugged indifferently. Meanwhile, as they deliberated, the other sects were likewise discussing various details. Within the 7 Holy Lands, the elders were instructing their respective young talents that if they encountered anyone from Tianjian Daozong inside, they were to eliminate them on sight. As for Gu Changsheng, they had not considered him, believing that Qi Jianlong would not allow him to enter due to his lack of cultivation. Meanwhile, the Wangquan Zhan of the Yuding Immortal sect was also briefing Tong Chuanyu, stating in a low voice, "It is highly unlikely that Gu Changsheng will enter the ancient cave, but within Tianjian Daozong, there are 1 or 2 prodigies worthy of attention. One is Hongli, and the other is the Saintess Ningyao of the Wenxin Palace. If you have the opportunity, you should seek to spar with Hongli. Her prowess is rather remarkable. Furthermore, Jun Wujing from the Jun family and Mu Zio from the Taihuang Emperor sect would very likely enter the cave as well. And they could be formidable opponents, including Wang Yinran and others." Tong Chuanyu nodded slightly, silently taking note. Gradually, the forces from various sects began to descend upon the precipice, stepping through the entrance to the ancient cave. It appeared as if they were dumplings, vanishing at the slightest touch. The scattered cultivators from the southern and central regions waited quietly for the right moment, intending to enter at the last possible moment. Before long, only the older generation of powerful figures remained to guard the entrance, as the younger ones had entered. Seeing that Tianjian Daozong had yet to take action, Wangquan Zhan could not help but chuckle. "Qi Jianlong, did you bring your sect's juniors merely to observe? I have heard your sect leader is entangled in the ancient cave. Why not go and rescue him?" In the face of Wangquan Zhan's teasing, Qi Jianlong remained unperturbed, responding leisurely, "A life-and-death competition, perhaps?" His words left Wangquan Zhan momentarily at a loss, and he could only retort, "The minions of the demon sect are not worthy of discourse to this moment." Only a few minor sects had yet to enter. This prompted both the Lihua Emperor and Jun Lingtian to take an interest in Tianjian Daozong. Why now? Tianjian Daozong had not made a move. Could it be that they had some scheme in mind? However, upon reflection, they deemed Tianjian Daozong's current lineup not particularly intimidating. Unless Qi Jianlong suppressed his own realm to enter the ancient cave, which would be akin to severing his own arm and placing himself in greater peril. It was unlikely that Tianjian Daozong would choose such a path. "Let us depart." Noticing that most had already entered, Qi Jianlong chose not to delay Gu Changsheng any longer, speaking softly. The group stirred, their gaze fixed intently on Tianjian Daozong's contingent. Qi Jianlong rode his wine gourd, transporting everyone to the precipice of the demon slaughter ridge. "Am I also going?" Qin Qingqing was taken aback as Qi Jianlong beckoned her to disembark. Qi Jianlong chuckled, "You possess extraordinary talent. Perhaps a trip into the ancient cave will bring you to the pinnacle of the 5th realm." Qin Qingqing replied with a forlorn expression, "But the 4th elder said there is only death awaiting me in there." Qi Jianlong playfully scolded, "What does he know? Enough of that. With me around, what is there to fear?" Gu Changsheng interjected, "Do not deceive her." Qin Qingqing gazed at Gu Changsheng with her big, watery eyes, looking pitiful as she pleaded, "Then you mustn't trick me." Such an exchange left the elder powers from various sects present in a state of astonishment. What was happening? Gu Changsheng was also intending to enter. What sort of game was Tianjian Daozong playing? That fellow had not even begun his cultivation. Was he truly unafraid of perishing within? Did they genuinely believe that with the heavenly sword in Gu Changsheng's hands, he could disregard the myriad dangers of the ancient cave? In an instant, everyone felt at a loss, questioning the source of his audacity. Once inside, he would lack Qi Jianlong's protection, relying solely on the heavenly sword. What could he possibly use to explore the ancient cave? They could not comprehend. The Lihua Emperor, however, appeared contemplative. It seems Qi Jianlong has immense faith in Ningyao and the girl named Hongli. Among Tianjian Daozong's group, only these two possessed formidable strength. Presumably, Qi Jianlong would allow these two women to safeguard Gu Changsheng. The Lihua Emperor shook his head slightly, remarking, "Tianjian Daozong has ultimately fallen. They do not comprehend that a true prodigy with the demeanor of an emperor often relies on themselves. External objects and forces are but fleeting illusions. He then turned to the other side, where Jun Lingtian's expression fluctuated, and said coolly, Jun Lingtian, what are your intentions? Jun Lingtian watched as Gu Chongqing and his group entered the ancient cave, turning to the Li Hua Emperor with indifference. This is a matter of your southern region. However, considering the calamity faced by your sect, I shall reluctantly eliminate this minor obstacle for you. The Li Hua Emperor smiled lightly. Ningyao was once the saintess of the Wenxin Palace. Her strength likely surpasses that of your subordinate Jun Wujing and others. Jun Lingtian remained silent for a moment before grinning. You are trying to provoke me, hoping that I will suppress my realm to enter the ancient cave. The Li Hua Emperor neither confirmed nor denied, stating coolly, I merely offer a reminder. Do not find yourself perishing at the hands of Tianjian Daozong. With hands clasped behind his back, Jun Lingtian turned and soared into the air towards the Jun family's divine palace. Not looking back as he remarked, you should be more concerned about your subordinate Wang Yanran. The contest for the ancient cavern is often accompanied by overt and covert struggles among the major sects. With a remarkably high mortality rate, even those from the great emperor's immortal sect find themselves inconsequential upon entering the ancient cavern. Once inside, no one cares about your sect affiliation. Those who perish within its confines remain nameless and faceless. The Li Hua Emperor gazes intently at the entrance of the ancient cavern, whispering softly, what secrets lie hidden within the Sword of Heaven sect? Qi Jinlong's suspicions were indeed astute. The reason the Li Hua Emperor chose to personally descend to this location amidst significant upheaval in his sect, accompanied by 3 venerable deities, is due to a clandestine mission that the Li Hua sect has long been tasked with. This secret mission is not exclusive to the Li Hua sect, but is also shared among the great emperor's immortal sects, such as the Jun clan and the Tai Huang Emperor sect. The objective is to uncover the hidden truths concealed by the successive masters of the Sword of Heaven sect. 4 millennia ago, the Sword of Heaven sect was besieged on the Celestial Mount, nearly facing annihilation, with only a remnant fleeing to the southern domain to survive. Logically, such a weakened sect should be easy to subdue. Yet, the major great emperor's immortal sects have persistently failed to complete this task. The masters of the Sword of Heaven sect seem to possess an uncanny ability to foresee danger. Whenever conspiracies are afoot against them, they mysteriously vanish from the sect, only to return once the dust has settled. Although the Li Hua Emperor is not particularly invested in these matters, believing that his own strength is paramount, he has perused ancient texts due to the influence of his sect and has come across certain records. This affair involves the Sacred Realm. The events of 4 millennia ago that targeted the Sword of Heaven sect did not solely transpire in the mortal realm. A cataclysmic battle also erupted within the Sacred Realm. Otherwise, why would no powerful beings from the Sacred Realm come to the aid of the Sword of Heaven sect, a top-tier great emperor's immortal sect? Is Gu Chongqing somehow connected to this secret? The Li Hua Emperor muses. Regardless, the opening of the ancient cavern presents an opportunity for all involved. Perhaps the secret is on the verge of being unveiled. After witnessing Gu Chongqing and his companions enter the ancient cavern, Qi Jinlong commandeers his wine gourd and heads straight for the flying vessel of the Yuding immortal sect. This action causes the eyelids of Wan Quanzhan and the other 2 elders aboard the vessel to twitch involuntarily. The might of Qi Jinlong is beyond question, which explains why Wan Quanzhan always concedes whenever Qi Jinlong mentions a life-and-death duel. In such a confrontation, Wan Quanzhan knows he would be no match. Others cast curious glances, wondering if Qi Jinlong intends to settle scores with the Yuding immortal sect. Observing that Qi Jinlong shows no signs of stopping, Wan Quanzhan can no longer remain passive. He speaks in a grave tone, Qi Jinlong, what are your intentions? Standing at the forefront of the wine gourd, Qi Jinlong replies with a slight smile, no need to be tense. I merely wish to reminisce with you. Reminisce? Wan Quanzhan curses inwardly, though outwardly he maintains a serious demeanor. Qi Jinlong, our positions differ. Do not overstep your bounds. Qi Jinlong adjusts his tattered gray robe and responds with a nonchalant smile. Overstep? Who defines the boundaries? I have always found such rules bothersome. As he speaks, the wine gourd has already reached the flying vessel. Fortunately, Qi Jinlong seemingly intends to engage in light-hearted conversation. He retracts the wine gourd, tilts his head back to take a swig of strong liquor, and lands beside Wan Quanzhan. Wan Quanzhan is paralyzed with indecision, unwilling to make any hostile moves, and musters the courage to say, "Qi Jianlong." Qi Jianlong glances sideways at Wan Quanzhan, leisurely stating, "Have you finally gathered the courage to stand tall after 3,000 years, calling me by my name? Yet here I stand beside you. And it seems you still fail to recognize your former self." Wan Quanzhan feels a chill run down his spine. Then, under the astonished gazes of the other two elders, he slightly bows and murmurs. Brother Long, Chapter 72, however, that treasure is rather impressive. That scene was witnessed by all. The Li Hua Emperor, Junling Tian, Tai Huang Emperor, and others were equally astonished. Wan Quanzhan enjoys great renown in the southern domain's cultivation circles, which is why his command previously summoned a coalition against the demons. Yet now, before Qi Jianlong, Wan Quanzhan appears akin to a subordinate. This revelation catches everyone off guard. Yet, some elder cultivators cannot help but chuckle as they recount the tales of yore. When Qi Jianlong emerged from the Sword of Heaven sect to challenge the elites of various sects, the pride of the Yuding immortal sect at that time was none other than Wan Quanzhan. Qi Jianlong triumphed over many sect champions along the way, but found them lacking in strength, leading him to challenge Wan Quanzhan directly outside the Yuding immortal sect. Initially, Wan Quanzhan had no desire to engage with this upstart from a lesser sect, but after observing the defeat of several Yuding disciples, he recognized Qi Jianlong as a formidable adversary and stepped forward to accept the challenge. Unexpectedly, the once renowned Wan Quanzhan was defeated by Qi Jianlong in 3 strikes. Wan Quanzhan even conceded defeat voluntarily. This incident led to him becoming a source of ridicule in the southern domain's cultivation circles. Nevertheless, Wan Quanzhan, a talented individual, did not dwell on his loss. Instead, he devoted himself to rigorous training, vowing to seek out Qi Jianlong again once he grew stronger. To his dismay, when he finally confronted Qi Jianlong again, he was defeated even more swiftly, succumbing to just 2 strikes. Wan Quanzhan could hardly believe it, and his spirits plummeted. It is said that he returned to his sect in a state of despondency, remaining withdrawn for a considerable time. Eventually, Wan Quanzhan set aside his grievances and dedicated himself to cultivation. Planning to challenge Qi Jianlong once more in the future, Qi Jianlong rose to prominence among the younger generation in the southern domain. Wan Quanzhan re-emerged and boldly declared his intention to engage Qi Jianlong in a life-and-death duel. The battleground was set in the desolate lands of the Kanglan Star Domain in the southern domain. After that battle, the desolate land was cleaved in 2, and Wan Quanzhan was thoroughly defeated, succumbing to a single strike from Qi Jianlong. Following that encounter, Wan Quanzhan's previous dejection transformed into elation, proclaiming Qi Jianlong as the representative of the younger generation in the southern domain, henceforth unilaterally acknowledging him as his elder brother. Although Qi Jianlong paid little heed to Wan Quanzhan's sentiments, during that period, it became common knowledge that Wan Quanzhan would respectfully address him as Brother Long whenever they met. Witnessing the scene aboard the Yuding immortal sect's flying vessel, the elder cultivators couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Time, like a blade, has cleaved through the ranks of the once great champions. Those former paragons have now become elders in their respective sects, while many others have succumbed to the void. The cultivation world is often fraught with life and death struggles. Today's champions may become tomorrow's lost souls. Yet, in this generation, the champions rise like dragons. Others lament the current era, noting the surge of talented individuals emerging like mushrooms after rain. Even those newly entering the upper echelons of the 5th realm seem to sense that the world is undergoing some profound transformation. Unlike the tranquility outside, at this moment, within the ancient cavern, a bloody massacre has commenced. Shortly after Gu Chongqing and his companions entered the ancient cavern, before they could even acclimate to their surroundings, they were ambushed by disciples of the Feiyun immortal sect. Previously, the chief disciple of the Feiyun immortal sect had been swiftly dispatched by Hongli on the demon slaughter ridge. Prior to entering the ancient cavern, the elders of the Feiyun immortal sect had secretly issued orders to their disciples to refrain from immediate exploration and instead wait at their location for the arrival of the Sword of Heaven sect members. Thus, the bloody slaughter ensued. With Gu Changxing present and the disciples of the Sword of Heaven sect still unaccustomed to their new environment, they remained vigilant. Therefore, when the disciples of the Feiyun Immortal sect launched their attack, the disciples of the Sword of Heaven sect were already alert. However, the disciples of the Sword of Heaven sect were mostly at the 5th realm, with only the chief disciple barely stepping into the initial stage of the 4th realm, making them struggle against the assault from the Feiyun Immortal sect. The brutality of the situation arose from Hong Li's involvement. Armed with the ghost sword, her killing power surged. Having previously not wielded the ghost sword, Hong Li displayed her unparalleled prowess the day Gu Changxing became the chief disciple. The disciples of the Feiyun Immortal sect appeared as fragile as paper before her. Hong Li cut through them with ease, leaving no survivors. Rather than being a mere ambush by the Feiyun Immortal sect against the Sword of Heaven sect, it was more accurate to say that Hong Li single-handedly confronted the entirety of the Feiyun Immortal sect. Out of the 3,000 disciples from the Feiyun Immortal sect who entered the ancient cavern, only a few hundred managed to escape in a panic after the slaughter. Blood stained the primitive forest. The metallic scent infiltrating the nostrils of the disciples from the Sword of Heaven sect. The ground was littered with the severed limbs and remains of the Feiyun Immortal sect's disciples, with many corpses lying in a state of eternal unrest. This is the grim reality of the cultivation world. However, many disciples of the Sword of Heaven sect bore pale faces, gazing at Hong Li with awe. If the previous incarnation of Hong Li was regarded as a goddess in their eyes, the current Hong Li resembled a fearsome female deity of death. Terrifying indeed. She had achieved the true essence of killing without blinking. Yet, the disciples of the Sword of Heaven sect, having endured the siege against their sect, possessed remarkably resilient mental fortitude, showing no signs of distress. Rather, they were astonished by the ferocity of Hong Li's strikes. However, it is worth noting that during the previous siege by the coalition against the Sword of Heaven sect, Hong Li had also charged out alone to slay her enemies. Upon reflection, it seems that the respect the crowd holds for Hong Li has only intensified. Among them, only Chen Qingqing stands alone, her tears flowing freely, yet she dares not utter a sound. Jiu Changxing, meanwhile, crouches on the ground, his palm pressed against the leaf-strewn earth, pondering. No wonder these individuals did not lie in ambush here. They must have discovered some treasure. The others, hearing this nonsensical statement, appear somewhat bewildered. What do you mean they are not lying in wait here? Are not the disciples of Feiyun Xianmen hiding here? Is the senior brother referring to the forces of Li Huadiment, the Jun family, the 7 great sacred lands, Ziyun Valley, Ziyang sect, and Qizhu Mountain? Liang Hong inquires softly. At this, the crowd suddenly comes to a realization. Indeed, those factions also harbor enmity towards the Heavenly Sword Dao sect, and logically, they should have set an ambush here. Yet only Feiyun Xianmen has appeared. Although the overall strength of Feiyun Xianmen surpasses that of the Heavenly Sword Dao sect, it is still somewhat limited, merely a second-tier power in the southern region, comparable to Ziyang sect. Both sects, like the Heavenly Sword Dao sect, reside within the territory of the Daxia dynasty, and they often engage in both overt and covert conflicts. Gu Changxing dusts off his hands, rises to his feet, and speaks softly. We have 2 choices. One is to seek out the sect leader directly, and the other is to pursue the treasure. Let us go find the sect leader. The crowd responds in unison, for this matter is of utmost importance. Jiu Changxing smiles slightly. However, that treasure is quite remarkable, the crowd retorts. Then why say anything at all? Chapter 73. Are we all so impatient? I have yet to share my strategy. Ultimately, it is Gu Changxing who holds the final say. They decide to pursue the treasure first. It is not that they lack the desire to seek out the sect leader, but upon entering, they must confront a pressing question. Where is the sect leader and how do we find him? They have no leads whatsoever. In contrast to them, Gu Changxing's objective is evidently clear. Following him may prove to be the better course of action. Of course, they still regard him as the senior brother. Moreover, both Ning Yao and Hong Li heed Gu Changxing's commands. Among their group, the true experts are only Ning Yao and Hong Li. Previously, the Sword Ancestor had also instructed them that upon entering the ancient cave heaven, all actions should align with the proximity of Ning Yao and Hong Li. However, after some time, a disciple could no longer contain their grievances, exclaiming, "If we continue like this, We might miss out on the treasure entirely. They had not flown with their swords, but rather walked alongside Gu Changsheng. Unfortunately, Gu Changsheng's pace was slow, and he would occasionally pause to examine peculiar flowers and plants, leaving others speechless. Yet, both Hongli and Ning Yao would stop to wait for Gu Changsheng, which significantly hindered their progress. If they truly intended to seize the treasure, at this rate, they might not even catch a glimpse of it. Silence! The senior brother has his arrangements. We need only to follow his lead. The disciple faced a reprimand. The reprimanding voice belonged to Lu Fengxiao, the eldest disciple of the Earth Sword Peak. Furthermore, he bore another identity, the late second elder's direct disciple. The reason he retained the title of eldest disciple was due to the sect's investigations, which found no issues with him. The disciple who had just complained was also from Earth Sword Peak. As the eldest disciple, Lu Fengxiao naturally stepped forward to maintain order. Jiyu Changsheng, unhurried, plucked a flower resembling dew and softly stated, "The pursuit of treasure relies on both strength and luck. Although I may be invincible, your strengths are somewhat lacking. A direct confrontation may lead to your demise. Hence a certain strategy is required." The crowd responded. "Setting aside the heavenly sword, are you not the weakest among us? How then can you claim invincibility?" Perhaps no one would have spoken thus before, but after entering the ancient cave heaven, it seemed that some felt emboldened by the absence of constraints. It was that disciple from Earth Sword Peak who spoke solemnly. "Senior brother, while you are indeed the eldest, it is well known that you have yet to embark on the path of cultivation. Are your words not somewhat biased? Indeed, while our strength is not formidable, it is still slightly better than that of the senior brother." Once the first voice was raised, others began to chime in, predominantly from Earth Sword Peak. Liang Hong could not help but frown at Lu Fengxiao. Just moments ago, Lu Fengxiao had reprimanded a disciple, yet now he remained silent. Noticing Liang Hong's gaze, Lu Fengxiao could only offer a wry smile. "Liang brother, there is no need to look at me like that. While I am the eldest disciple of Earth Sword Peak, I cannot suppress my fellow disciples from expressing their thoughts, can I?" As the two conversed, the disciples of Earth Sword Peak grew increasingly aggressive. One disciple boldly questioned, "Does the senior brother believe that possessing the heavenly sword still leaves him afraid of the dangers within the ancient cave heaven? This is not reminiscent of the previous senior brother." Upon hearing this, many present exhibited subtle shifts in their expressions. There exists a saying that one should fear the words of others. Perhaps initially no one entertained such thoughts, but once proposed, it naturally led others to consider the same. Is it possible that Gu Changsheng's prior audacity stemmed from his mastery of the heavenly sword, allowing him to sweep through all opposition? Now, having entered the ancient cave heaven, with dangers lurking, is he now hesitant and fearful? "Silence," Liang Hong commanded. However, the bold disciple continued undeterred, pressing, "Liang brother, are we not speaking the truth? Ask yourself honestly, have you not harbored such thoughts? I acknowledge the senior brother's esteemed position, and we all do. Yet, if the senior brother truly fears and hesitates, he ought not to have entered the ancient cave heaven to hinder our progress." The disciple appeared to have thrown caution to the wind. Declaring loudly, Lu Fengxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, remaining non-committal. Another disciple stood forth, stating, "It is said that the senior brother is unafraid in the face of danger, showcasing the prowess of our heavenly sword Dao sect. Have you all forgotten that if it were not for him, our sect would not have been besieged, and we would not have to worry about ambushes upon entering the ancient cave heaven? We would not have to live in constant fear of being attacked. Had the heavenly sword been in my grasp, I would not have displayed such cowardice. The ancient cave heaven is to remain open for a month. If for the next month, we allow this timid senior brother to lead us, I would rather wait here until the ancient cave heaven closes." As the disciples of Earth Sword Peak spoke up, the other four peaks began to murmur among themselves. All eyes turned to Gu Changsheng. Lu Yingying in the crowd clearly did not anticipate such events to unfold. It seemed that everyone harbored some grievances against Gu Changsheng. Yet, was this not an opportune moment for her to shine? If they were unwilling, so be it. What was there to complain about? Before Lu Yingying could speak, Tang Yuanyuan, the eldest disciple of the Sword Peak, frowned slightly, glancing at Lu Fengxiao before addressing Gu Changsheng. "Senior brother, you need not concern yourself with them. We shall follow your lead. Among the entire Heavenly Sword Dao sect, only you are worthy to wield the Heavenly Sword. Lu Yingying shot a look at Tang Yuanyuan, raising her eyebrows in silent protest. This girl was stealing her limelight. Unwilling to fall behind, Lu Yingying stepped forward and also clasped her hands towards Gu Changsheng, declaring, "We shall abide by the senior brother's commands." Liang Hong had nothing to say. Ever since their visit to Longmin Mountain, he had been a loyal little brother. With 4 of the 5 peaks expressing their support, only Lu Fengxiao from Earth's Sword Peak remained silent. The disciple who had previously been the most vocal found himself somewhat at a loss and could only subtly cast his gaze toward Lu Fengxiao. Lu Fengxiao's expression darkened slightly, realizing that he could no longer remain silent. After contemplating, Lu Fengxiao clasped his hands and addressed the assembly. "Fellow disciples, whether the senior brother truly hesitates out of fear is of little consequence. What matters is that we must trust the senior brother and see if he can lead us to seize the treasure and locate the sect leader." The implication was clear. "Fine. We shall follow your lead, but should you fail, do not expect me to remain amicable." Amidst this turmoil, Gu Changsheng, however, paid no heed to the crowd, which many interpreted as a sign of guilt. In truth, Gu Changsheng remained indifferent. A majestic eagle does not concern itself with the activities of ants below, nor does a true dragon pay heed to the writhings of loaches, whether in anger or provocation. Gu Changsheng presented the seemingly inconspicuous yet genuinely high-grade spiritual herb, the Shenlu flower, to Ning Yao, softly stating, "Are we all so impatient? I have yet to share my strategy." Lu Fengxiao, seizing the moment, inquired, "May I ask what strategy the senior brother has in mind?" Gu Changsheng rose, one hand resting behind him, the other shading his brow as he gazed into the distance. As if seeing something, Gu Changsheng grinned. "We shall wait for the rabbit by the tree." Chapter 74. The divine herb delivers itself, and you perish with a fart. Wait for the rabbit by the tree. Upon hearing these 4 words, the crowd's lips twitched. Can one not conceive of a more peculiar strategy? Whoever manages to seize treasure by merely waiting? Lu Fengxiao immediately shot a glance at the previously vocal disciple. Waiting for the rabbit by the tree is considered a strategy? The disciple, quick to understand, scoffed. "Why not have others deliver the treasure directly to your hands, senior brother? Such a strategy, I could devise a multitude of even with my eyes closed." Those who already found Gu Changsheng unreliable now felt even more convinced that trusting him to lead them was utterly foolish. It was not only they who felt this way. Even Lu Yingying, who wished to cultivate a good relationship with Gu Changsheng, now thought his claims were excessively forced, feeling he was completely talking nonsense. Yet, one could not deny, what he said held a certain degree of truth. Suddenly, Gu Changsheng turned around, directing a serious gaze towards the disciple from the Earth's Sword Peak who had just mocked him. The disciple, taken aback, was about to say something. However, at that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from afar, accompanied by a terrifying wave that swept through the surroundings. The towering ancient trees around them began to topple, leaves swirling chaotically in the air. A palpable shock coursed through the crowd, causing them to momentarily forget their confusion over Gu Changsheng's waiting for a hair by the stump strategy. They instinctively froze in place, warily observing the source of the sound. Just then, a streak of white light shot through the air at an incredible speed, rendering it almost invisible to the naked eye. Without even glancing, Gu Changsheng raised his hand and grasped it. With a soft pop, the white light dissipated, leaving only a small white jade figure, no larger than a palm, which Gu Changsheng held in his hand, making adorable sounds. How delightful! Upon seeing the white jade figure, Chen Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly forgetting the previous gruesome scene. Her only desire being to embrace and squeeze the little figure. It was then that the crowd finally discerned what Gu Changsheng was holding. Tang Yuanyuan exclaimed, "Is that the divine medicine, the white jade ginseng? Divine medicine?" The proclamation sent waves of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Divine medicine is the pinnacle of spiritual herbs in the world, with each specimen boasting its unique properties and possessing a minimum age of 10,000 years. Its status among spiritual herbs is akin to that of deities among the 12 realms of the mortal world. Just a minuscule amount of its essence could greatly benefit cultivators of the 4th and 5th realms. Even within the esteemed halls of the great emperor's immortal sect, divine medicine is exceedingly rare. Well, what do you think of my strategy? Gu Chongqing said, one hand playfully toying with the white jade figure while the other held it firmly. The crowd finally grasped the meaning behind Gu Chongqing's earlier remark about the waiting for a hair by the stump tactic. This sensation felt surreal, as if they were in a dream. Was it truly possible to acquire a divine medicine so effortlessly? And one that had transformed into a humanoid form, no less. This was indeed the essence of the waiting for a hair by the stump strategy. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Nonetheless, no one was inclined to accept Gu Chongqing's explanation. This was purely a stroke of luck. Who could have anticipated that the divine medicine would inadvertently find its way into Gu Chongqing's grasp? Moreover, why would a medium-sized cave heaven give rise to a divine medicine of such caliber? A question emerged in their hearts. Lu Fengxiao focused intently on the divine medicine in Gu Chongqing's hand, stating solemnly, "The strange sound we just heard indicates that someone must have discovered this divine medicine." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately heightened their vigilance. Yet, Gu Chongqing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not worry. It merely released a little gas before bouncing over here." Everyone. "Is that true?" Gu Chongqing, showing no inclination to elaborate, pinched the little figure's face and chuckled, "Next time, try not to let it out so recklessly." The little white jade figure squeaked in protest, attempting to cover its face with its tiny hands. But its arms were no larger than a single finger of Gu Chongqing's, leaving it entirely at his mercy. It glared indignantly at Gu Chongqing, babbling in its incomprehensible manner. Unfortunately, no one could understand its words. "Humph!" Gu Chongqing released the white jade figure with a look of disdain, saying, "Who would want you, you little gas releaser?" As he spoke, he casually tossed it to the eagerly waiting Chun Qingqing beside him. Startled by the unexpected gesture, Chun Qingqing fumbled before catching the white jade figure securely in her hands. The two, one large and one small, exchanged glances. Chun Qingqing smiled gently and softly said, "Hello there." The little white jade figure crossed its arms and huffed, turning its head away, but secretly opened its eyes to peek at Gu Chongqing, seemingly worried that he might truly be upset. Observing the little figure's remarkably human-like expression, Chun Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle.